Bumped by Fox, lost the ball. 1 second, shoots it. It's up, no good. Game's over. The Warriors have totally given this one away. Disaster in Sacramento. Final Sacramento 124. Golden State 123.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. A lucky shot, was it? Well, that's just what Malik Monk does.
And that he does.
That's
he
just
hits
what
tough
he
shots.
does.
Yes.
And you know what? They were in Sacramento, the 916, lighting the beam up all night like they won the NBA Finals. And you know what? They got over a mental hurdle, beating the Golden State Warriors, rallying from a 24-point deficit. Yeah, that's right, folks. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, and everybody out there who worked late night, all the overnight dancers, all the truck drivers, all the highway patrol officers, cops, everybody, up and down the highway, up and down the coast, every county.
I'm so upset!
Yeah, it might be one of those mornings. It's raining outside. People don't know how to drive. I'm wet. I haven't had any sleep. And we lost to Kyle Draper, Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling, ESPN 1320, and the Sacramento Kings. Not only do the Warriors lose the game, they don't advance to the knockout stage in the in-season tournament. They waste a performance from Andrew Wiggins, a special performance. Steph Curry doing his thing. You got your 20 from Klay. Draymond was on fire in the first half. And you start hacking and you start turning the ball over and you blow a 24-point lead up in the 916 at the G1C. And I'm disgusted because the Warriors have lost 8 of their last 10 games. And I don't know when it's going to stop.
You didn't even bring up GP2. I mean, poor guy GP2 might be done for. I'm hoping it's not the year. We're all praying.
Well, no, it's he grabbed the calf high. Usually when it's in Achilles, they grab it low on the calf.
That
but
was
you
not
never
good.
know.
That wasn't good.
It was a non-contact injury.
It was horrible. I've seen the way he limped. I mean, he went straight to the locker room. And then to see CP3 in flip-flops, like, that's not good. The way he was limping around. I mean, they're in trouble, like, in terms of that. Like, it's not the end of the world. This is not some soul-crushing playoff loss. Like, that's not what this is. But boy, that was a frustrating loss. I mean, that was bad. And look, the veterans in the second half let you down as much as the young guys have throughout the last couple of years. They got outscored 69-51. 69-51 in the second half. 69-51. To me, it was the final 6-7 minutes. You could see it coming. When that third quarter was going down, I was texting the group thread, and I know you're busy watching and getting ready for the post-game show. I'm like, salvage the 12-point lead. Salvage the 12-point lead. You were hacking left and right. They were shooting free throws. You were turning it over. You had no CP3, so you didn't have another facilitator in the half court. No one was hitting shots. And they had a little tiny push toward the end of the quarter, and they cut it to single digits. I said, there you go.
Well, to be honest with you, I thought this game was starting to turn the tide into the second quarter.
Why is that?
Because you started seeing the turnovers. When you look at the first half here, Shasky, In the first half, the Warriors were excellent. They tied a season high for points, 72 points. The threes,
first quarter might be the best first quarter of the year.
The first half, they were up 72, but they were 12 of 25 from the three-point line. He had 35 combined points from Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson. They were rolling. Steph had his 16. Draymond was barking left and right. You had Dario Saric rolling in the first half with 8 points, but you started to see the turnovers. And this is where I was with Sackey at halftime because we didn't have a halftime yesterday due to the game being on national television, TNT. And Sackey and I both said, they're going to blow this lead. Because at the end of the second quarter, they started turning the ball over. Hell, at the end of the first quarter, they had 4 turnovers, and the Kings scored 8 points off those turnovers. Well, overall in the first half, they had 11 turnovers. They committed 11 turnovers and gave up 15 points off those turnovers. So slowly, even though you had a 17-point lead at the half, Sacramento was like, you know what? We should be down 25. And then the third quarter happens. And Sacramento shoots 20 free throws. And today, 888-957-9570, I don't want to hear anything about officials rigging games or Gucci Man, James Williams, and who's the other guy, Mitchell Irvin, who doesn't take any crap. I don't want to hear about that stuff. Kevin Durant said it last Wednesday night in Phoenix. We know the Warriors like to hack. They like to foul. And the Warriors right now in the league are 28th in the league when it comes to fouls per game. They foul teams over 22 times a game. And yesterday, they committed a season-high 31 fouls.
Well, it felt like they had 50 turnovers in that first part of that third quarter. I mean, I'm not joking, B. It was so bad. And then, let's call it what it is. Draymond was brilliant for like 2.5 quarters. And then he lost complete emotional control. And yes, it was combined with the team not playing well. It was a death knell. When I saw him lying on the ground, like fried fish, just like writhing in fake pain on the little. I was like, oh God, he's more worried about getting in the tussle. He was play basketball. He was so good. He couldn't just put together 4 quarters. He couldn't. He had to get into it, and it wasn't just him. Curry had turnovers late in the game. I thought Curry was pressing because they were double teaming him and nobody else was hitting shots. It's not on Curry, but Curry, you bear a brunt of this because you wanted to play with these guys.
Well, you know what?
And then not playing Moses Moody, who was the only guy hitting shots in the second half. And he hit 2 shots that didn't even count. I don't even know what that little like flop crash play where Moody hits the 3, taking that 3 off the board. I knew it was going to come back to bite them. I absolutely knew it. When Moody got subbed out and Wiggins came in, it wasn't bringing Wiggins in. I had no problem bringing Wiggins in.
You had to take Klay out in that situation because he was 1 of 5 in the second half.
Or split up the bigs. It was one of those twos.
You needed size. We'll get to all that because I also thought
Moody
Steve Kerr
needed to play.
Well, I also thought Steve Kerr wasted a challenge with 2:50 left in the game. You challenge there. They're not going to overturn it. Steph extends his leg. He does the Reggie Miller. It is what it is. And you waste your last timeout on that challenge. So down the stretch, 2:50, that's an eternity in an NBA game. That's an eternity, folks. And you don't have a timeout. So when Malik Monk does make that shot, he does make that shot. And, Tim Roy, I love Tim Roy. He can call a lucky shot all he wants. That's what Malik Monk does.
Exactly.
He's a bucket getter.
Exactly.
He makes tough shots. You could have called a timeout there to set up a play with 7+ seconds left. So, look, there's a lot to get into here. I want to start with the fouls, though, for a second, because we're going to get to Draymond. We're going to get to Klay. 888-957-9570.
And they missed, they missed 15 free throws, the Kings.
Dub Nation, I want to hear from you today. I want to hear from you about what's going on with this basketball team right now. You got the Clippers coming up in the back-to-back. You got to split somehow. Just to feel good. And then you play Portland next Wednesday, and you play Oklahoma City again next Friday in Oklahoma City. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is rolling right now. So we got problems on deck. We got water on the boat. But in that third quarter, where the Kings really made their run, and they outscored the Warriors 40-32, they got to the free throw line, Spadonia Lubman, 20 times. 20 times. They got to the free throw line. Overall, the flow got killed in that third quarter. Both teams were hacking. The Warriors ended up going to the free throw line 14 times in that quarter as well. There was 34 overall free throws. But the Kings started getting momentum because the Warriors kept turning the ball over. And the Warriors lost their flow. And, when you get to the fourth quarter, all of a sudden you got no flow. You have no rhythm. You have a turnover problem. You have a foul problem. Again, they're the third worst team in the league when it comes to hacking.
But why are we surprised?
Why that's a product? You know what that is a product of? Old, slow.
Yes.
You can't defend at the point of attack. So if you reach, that other team's going to teach. That's what teams are doing right now.
You're 100% correct.
You sow, brother.
But this is why Moody needs to play, because Moody's one of the few guys that actually is decent at moving laterally on the perimeter.
It's not bad.
No one is saying he's a catch-all, the end-all, be-all. I'm not here to say, like, you could be a first-team player in the league. No, but what I'm saying is, like, on this team, you're dying to find perimeter defense. You're dying to find someone who can hit a knockdown shot opposite Curry, and he is at least providing that. So why you take him over? I'm open to listening to, and I know your point on you need size on the floor. Looney was not good yesterday. He smoked those two free throws late, but I didn't think he was good. Overall, Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Looney. They played 16 minutes together. They got outscored 42-38. Yep. And they were hacking left and right.
Right.
I don't even have the advanced numbers on.
-4 is not bad. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but this was supposedly the best lineup in the league.
But the whole net rating thing was, I'm not buying that.
But the situational basketball to me, forget whatever the net rating is. Situational basketball, end of the game, for example, they're blitzing Curry. Blitzing Curry. And then Draymond gets the rock. He's speeding it up the court when they're up, however many, 4 or 5 points, and he just throws it away. Curry getting blitzed. No one else can hit a shot. He feels like he has to be Superman. They don't have enough spacing on the floor to help him out, and they didn't have that second facilitator.
Well,
and then Draymond lost
injury.
Emotional control.
Well, that's where the Chris Paul injury hurts.
Yes.
He exits the game with 16 seconds left in the first quarter.
Totally agree.
And he goes to the locker room, and he's limping, and you think, and you know what? This is what happens to Chris Paul, unfortunately.
It sucks.
Soft tissue issues, soft tissue muscle injuries, soft muscle tissue injuries, whatever you want to say. But lower leg injuries are classifying it as a lower left leg injury. Gary Payton II will have him in MRI today on his right calf.
Awesome.
So in that fourth quarter, you saw not having that extra ball handler.
Yes.
You saw not having GP2 to play defense at the point of attack. And GP2 was showing off his athleticism in this basketball game. He grabbed a rebound over 3 Sacramento Kings. The buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter.
He was
Gary Payton II was in his bag
yes.
last night. But
totally
missing
agree.
Chris Paul as that extra ball handler late down the stretch. And to the point about Moses Moody. If you're Moses Moody right now, you've got to be thinking. And I'm not trying to psychoanalyze Moses Moody. He's a great kid. He's a veteran. He stays ready. The guy's a gamer. He's 8 for 8 in his last 2 games. Okay, folks? 8 for 8 overall. He had the stroke rolling yesterday when it comes to for the 3-point line. So if you're Moses Moody and you're your 3rd year with the Golden State Warriors, and you're thinking, boy, I had 11 points in the fourth quarter to help stabilize the basketball game.
Been more.
What else can I do to get on the floor?
100%.
What else can I do to play? What can I do to stay on the court in crunch time? And that's where Steve's got to just, Steve talked about it after the game. We'll play the sound about that, why Moses Moody got subbed out. We'll have that sound for you. We got a bunch of sound coming up here. Steph Curry was irate last night. You could tell how agitated he was about the loss. But subbing out Moses Moody when you did, and you did it for Andrew Wiggins, I'm fine. It's 4:26 left in the game.
Wiggins needed to come back in.
Wiggins came in for Moody.
No, I know, but I'm saying I wanted Wiggins to come back into the game.
No problem.
But not for Moody. Not for Moody. I was open again. In my mind, I know you have your opinion. In my mind, it was Klay, Dre, or Looney who should have one of the 3.
I thought maybe Klay because Klay didn't have the shot rolling.
I'm open to that.
Listen, Klay did what he had to do yesterday to get you at 20. It was a good sign with Klay Thompson.
The first half was really nice.
20.
Yeah.
Over the last 5 games, Klay Thompson's giving you 19 points per game, and he's becoming more and more efficient. So I'm not mad at that. Defensively, I thought he had a great play on Malik Monk late in the game, blocking his shot when he was going to the rim.
And he had nice rebounds, 9 rebounds.
He had 9 rebounds. He almost had a double-double. So Klay was fine yesterday. But in that situation, I have to figure out a way to get Moses Moody on the court. I don't give a damn who it's for.
But even if you're subbing, even if you're going possession by possession late in the game and you're just working the matchups, I'm open to it. Like this thing that you go to the bench and you don't get to come back in again. No, I've seen Steve Kerr play the matchups, offense for defense, and go back and forth. Now, because you don't have timeouts, I understand it makes it more difficult because the game's free flowing. But there's whistles on every play last night.
Yeah,
so to me, I would have been much more ready to keep Moody on the floor. And the thing that frustrates me, I felt like an AAU dad. I felt like I was watching my son get yanked when he finally started to do well. I wanted to jump up and scream at Steve Kerr, what are you doing? He's the only guy hitting shots. Are you watching the game that is happening in front of our eyes? In real time, he was the only one who had the stroke going in the second half.
Yeah, it was not good. Moody really was only the fourth quarter.
Well, there you go, fourth quarter, whatever.
That's when he scored all his points.
But I'm saying that the team had no rhythm offensively in the second half.
They didn't have any rhythm. The foul calls.
Steve's an all-time coach. I'm not here to say that Steve is the worst coach who ever lived. I'm not saying he sucks. He's been amazing. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's one of the winningest coaches in the history of the game. He made a bad mistake on personnel late in the game. And I think that their dedication to riding or dying with the veterans, well, then you're going to die this year.
Yeah,
it's year 3. If it was year 1 and he was 19, I get it.
It's year 3.
It's year 3.
And
if you're not going to use your players that are playing well, then you're doing a disservice to your team.
Well, if it's Moses Moody, you're Moses Moody again. You got to think, what else can I do? Because he scored all 11 points in the fourth quarter. He's 4-4 from the floor. He hit the 3 threes, didn't touch the rim, and he got subbed out with 4:26 left in the basketball game with the Warriors up 2. Now, the Warriors were able to go up 5. And went up 119, 114. You were thinking, okay, you may not advance to the knockout stage, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Just win the game.
However, you got to win that basketball game.
Win the game.
You're up 24 points. 24 points. And then Malik Monk goes crazy. De'Aaron Fox goes crazy. And De'Aaron Fox is a special, special player. But he missed 8 free throws yesterday. He was 9-17. The Kings overall missed 15 free throws. So they tried to give you the game. They left the game on a silver platter for you. And the Warriors of old, this is where age comes into play. This is where you got to think, boy, is this really the death of a dynasty? Because the Warriors, they figure out a way to win it. The Warriors that we've grown to love with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and Kevon Looney, and Steve Kerr, they win these basketball games. And you know what? They're not winning those basketball games this season. And even when they win, look at the win against San Antonio last Friday. Look at the win against the Houston Rockets on the last game of that 6-game homestand. Yeah. Look at some of these games on the road. They are failing to close out teams. They are struggling to close out teams, which tells me they don't have the quickness anymore. Teams are not afraid of them, and teams are going right at them. They're going right at them. And the turnover problem that you have, you can't overcome it because guys are not in their prime anymore. No. So we got some issues here. We got to figure something out. And by the way, Jonathan Kuminga, either play him in the dunker spot.
I think he's done.
Get him down in the post, or you figure out a way to get better without him because it just doesn't look like he fits here.
He looks
not
lost.
Right now.
Offensively, completely lost.
He is lost.
And then defensively, if I see another ticky-tacky hand slap foul from him, like the second he did that second foul, I was like, take him out of the game.
Yeah,
just take him out of the game. He's unplayable. See, like that's my thing. If you're going to play hey, you don't earn minutes, well, then it has to go, like in Kuminga's. Like I'm here to say, I'm not here some Kuminga stand. Hey, Kuminga didn't deserve to play late in that game at all. And I thought 10 minutes might have been 2 minutes too many yesterday. But Moody deserved to play more. I could go on both sides of the fence. Problem is you're gonna have to hurt somebody's feelings. And guess what? You gotta do it.
No, and forget feelings right now. Forget feelings. All right? This ain't about feelings. This is professional sports. Guys get paid a lot of money. You gotta sacrifice.
Now,
somebody's gotta sacrifice. And somebody's gotta know, you know what, this guy, and if you are moping, then that tells me you're not a team guy.
Well,
that tells me that you're a me guy. And so if you are not happy with Moses Moody playing, then you know what? We got to figure some things out here, and we got to figure out a situation to where you can go to and be happy because you know what? It's not about feelings. It's about winning some damn basketball games. And all I want in my life is a damn win right now. And they've lost 8 of their last 10, and you go to lose to Sacramento, the worst of the worst. That team has a mental hurdle against the Golden State Warriors. Well, you know what? They cleared that mental hurdle yesterday by getting that win in that fashion in front of their home base, and now they get to clinch a group, and now they advance to the knockout stage, and now they're feeling good about themselves in Sacramento. So, you know what? It's just a devastating loss this early in the season. And you know what? Yogi Berra, what did he say? Sometimes you got to be early before it's too late, right? In terms of like personnel or whatnot.
Did you watch that Yogi doc?
I watched some of it.
My dad is in love with it. He's watched it 3 times.
Yeah, I love it.
It's really good.
He's one of the most misunderstood superstars in American sports history.
Why don't we talk about him? Anyway, real quick on something. You brought up Klay. You squeezed Klay in the first half. You got good production out of him. When the Warriors played the Denver Nuggets, okay? I'm going way back in the time machine. When the Warriors beat the Denver Nuggets that first playoff run, my buddy Rocco, who you know very well, used to say this thing, hey, Iggy's a 1/2 player.
Yeah.
Because he was their best player.
Yep.
He says once he sits down, then he comes back in the game, then it's halftime, then he has to get geared up again. The knees were so old at that point that he's a role guy. Can he still be good and effective? Absolutely. Yeah. But he can't carry the team for a full game like he could maybe the year or 2 years or 3 years prior. I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and whenever you get great production, it almost feels like, oh, well, let's keep riding this. And it's like, there's like a law of depreciating returns on that. And I felt like yesterday was an example of he had a good game. And then he was trying to continue to shoot in certain circumstances. It's like, no, they ran a specific play, a pin down play for him where Curry got a foul actually on it and he shot 2 free throws. And I'm saying, Steve, stop calling plays for Klay Thompson with 5 minutes to go. Stop it, because the second he touches it, he's jacking it up.
Well,
like,
you know
I'm
what?
sorry, I love Klay. The discernment is really bad right now.
No, but you know what though? His field goal attempts are down. His 3-point attempts are down. So the discernment is there. He only took 5 shots in the second half. He took 5 shots. All right.
Well, he had 2 that he was going to take. The one on the come which he clanked.
He didn't take it.
Well, no, that was on the Steph screen.
He didn't take it.
And he missed that. The other one was on the one where he lost the ball. And then they were going to have a backcourt, and he fired it over to Curry, and thank God Curry hit a 3.
Well, they all had the turnover bug. But look, Curry had 3 turnovers.
Oh, he wasn't good either. He was getting blitzed.
He had 3 turnovers in the second half. Klay Thompson took 5 shots.
Curry is 3 dependent right now. Too much.
I'll get into Klay Thompson on the other side. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Look, we'll get into Klay Thompson. I got no problem getting into Klay Thompson. Should have been the one subbed out. I've said that already 3 times in the first segment of the show. He should have been subbed out for Moses Moody. He's the guy who should have been subbed out because you got what you needed from Klay Thompson. So when you talk about 1/2 player, 3/4 player, 1/4 player, Klay Thompson gave you what you needed.
Yes.
You got to 20.
I agree with that.
Right with that, but he should have been the one subbed out with 4:26 left. I knew that right away. Get Moody in because I needed Looney's size. No matter how inconsistent Looney was last night, I still needed his size. It gets Sabonis. It gets their bigs. Or to have some sort of rim protection with Fox coming downhill. Get Klay out of there. Get Klay out of there.
I don't think he can handle it emotionally.
No, well, he has to. Well, every miss he's touching his head. Every miss he's touching his head. So what is this? What is the sponsor? Fremont Bank? What we got? We got it in the chat? Let me see here. Let me see. I got Warriors Wednesday. I don't got anything else. We're coming back on the other side. 888-957-9570.
Cyber Golden Gable deals are here at Lowe's. Right.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
We'll get into Draymond Green as, of course, this segment is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service bank, no compromises.
Full Draymond experience yesterday.
Yeah, in his first game back from a 5-game suspension.
He was
first quarter. He was incredible.
Incredible.
He was incredible. He had his fingerprints all over the first quarter. Pushing the rock,
2 blocks,
screening, making buckets, barking. He stopped the 3-on-1 fast break by himself.
Yes.
3-on-1 fast break after a turnover, which he committed. He blocks a shot at the rim. You're like, Day-Day's back. Day-Day's all the way back. And you're thinking, yeah, that's the guy we ride with. And then, of course, the fourth quarter happens, and he picks up the technical. And it was appropriate that he picked up the technical because, Monty and Festus yesterday, I don't know if it was on air. I can't even remember at this point because I'm sleep deprived. But they were like, well, he was doing this, and maybe the technical should get rescinded. I said, Monty and Festus. He literally was talking to James Williams, a.k.a. Gucci Man. And Gucci Man, I say Gucci Man on the ref, didn't even say his name on air on TV. Festus goes, you think people know who Gucci Man is? I say, yes, this demographic knows who Gucci Man is. And we're not talking about the rapper from Atlanta. We're talking about James Williams.
Yes.
We've been knowing, call him Gucci Man for 5 years now.
When Dre was going like this, I was like, he's done.
He's done. But he was talking to Gucci.
Yes.
He's yelling at, first he wasn't yelling at Gucci. He was yelling at Mitchell Irvin. The same referee he was yelling at Oklahoma City, just cursing him out on the free throw line. I'm like, dude, you don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. You don't get it.
How about when he was lying on the ground and Van Gundy said, Kerr's been yelling at him to get up, get up.
Kerr was like, get up.
Dude, I was like, this is just, it was the full Draymond experience. I love you. Oh my God, what are you doing?
And he flopped with Trey Lyles. He flopped.
And he missed the 3. Wiggins had a nice putback.
So Steve Kerr, sensing that, you know what, I got to get this guy out of the game because after the technical, he presses up on Malik Monk and commits a foul 50 feet away from the rim.
And gives him 2 free throws.
It's like, what are you
already in the
doing?
bonus.
What are you doing? So the full Draymond experience was there. The full Klay Thompson experience was there because, again, I got my 20. I got 17 from Klay in the first half. He was rolling. Second half, he couldn't. Look, the legs just didn't have the juice, all right? He didn't have the juice. He gave you everything you had on defense. He gave you everything he had on offense. At that point in the fourth quarter, when they subbed in Moses Moody, he didn't take another shot. He was 1 of 5 in the second half for 3 points. I thought right away, if you're going to sub anybody out, and I get you had to play Andrew Wiggins. You had to. Andrew Wiggins gave you everything he had yesterday after a report by Kendra Andrews saying that the Warriors were basically not happy with his conditioning, his physical shape, and all that stuff. We'll get into that a little bit later.
He had the 2 big defensive rebounds and the putback on the Draymond 3.
On the Draymond missed 3.
Yes.
So if I'm subbing anybody out at the 4:26 mark, I'm subbing out Klay Thompson. And you know what? When it comes to feelings, and Klay's got to get over it right now. The body language at the post after shoot around Monday, we had Tim Kawakami on yesterday. He's pressing. He doesn't have a contract. He has no idea what his future holds, whether or not he's going to be in a Warriors uniform. But you see him after every single shot. He's either clapping demonstratively, he's either shaking his head, he's wearing it on every shot attempt. Just roll with Moses Moody. And I don't want to hear about feelings anymore. These guys are big boys. They're getting paid big boy money. The feelings is out the window. I'm just trying to win a basketball game. So I don't want to hear anything about feelings. You can't do this. You can't do that. The hell with the feelings with the veterans. The hell with that. The only one who gets clout, the only one who has say is Stephen Curry.
Well, what if Steph's – because this is something that Sam Lubman said to me. Like, what if this is what Steph wants? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
what? What's that?
What if this is what Steph wants? Like Sam Lubman said to me this morning.
No, Steph doesn't get that. Steph is a player. Coaches coach, players play.
But
because Steph had a decision. Steph was in on Avery Bradley, right? and Bob Myers and company say, hold on. Let's just figure this out.
It just seems like to me, B, and again, I'm going off what the Warriors are telling me and what their coach is telling me and what the core is telling me. It's all about them. And I have to just accept it. It sucks. And guys like Moses Moody are going to get a short stick until they show that their actions are going to change. What they gave Draymond Green an extension. Now I understand there was a slot, and it's very complicated when it comes to the salary cap stuff. Like there was a slot that you were just going to lose if he left in free agency. I don't think anybody wanted him, especially at that price tag.
Yeah,
that's another conversation.
I don't know what that market was like.
Yeah, that's another conversation. But like the Klay and Draymond thing, it feels like we're cemented, at least for this year, to ride this thing out.
Well, Klay's not getting any money because that money's gone because Draymond Green signed it all. We're going to get to the lines in just a second here.
Do you get where I'm going with this? I'm frustrated because I see
understand 100% where you're going. Trust me, I cover this team every damn day for the last 10 years. I know what's going on here.
And this is the thing that I've struggled with. And
but I'm not going to put this on Steph to say Steph is choosing it fine. Steph just wants to win basketball games. Did you see Steph's face last night? First of all, he never comes to the podium that early, right? Usually it's about an hour. He takes a shower. He gets dressed. He does what he has to do with treatment. He was the first one at the podium. We even run Steve Kerr. We ran Steph Curry, and he's still in his full uniform. And you can see the agitation. You can see the irritation. You can see it. He just wants to win the game. So I'm not here to put it on Steph Curry to have a Final Five lineup.
No.
Steve Kerr's got to coach the game.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the Warriors as a team need to make a decision. Are you the Eddie DeBartolo 49ers and Bill Walsh, where you get rid of everybody and it sucks? Like Ronnie Lott plays somewhere else, and Roger Craig plays somewhere else. Or are you the Forever Giants?
Well, you might be the Forever Giants because you gave Draymond Green a 4-year, $100 million contract.
Well, I'm going to be real with you.
And a player option.
Everybody says they want the Forever Giants situation.
No, nobody
But then when you go through it, nobody wants it. And that's what I felt like has been staring them in the face for about 18 months.
Well, the key point is, what do you do with Klay Thompson after the season? Because if you're going to be Forever Giant, then you gave Klay Thompson 3 years, $80 million, which I can't do that right now.
$80 million.
I can't do that.
Max Strus got $15 million in the open market. $15 million as a free agent.
Right.
I'm sorry. I love you, Klay. But you're not better than Max Strus.
But if you're Klay Thompson and you see Draymond Green.
No, I agree with what you're saying.
Wait a minute. You're not going to give me the same money to Draymond Green? Because you say that they both do the same thing in terms of offense and defense? Who's more valuable on this team? They both, to me, have the same value. And Draymond got $25 a year.
And yes, you're 100% right. And that's an overpay.
So I'm going to hear from Steve Kerr.
But nobody wants to say it out loud.
No. We've said it out loud. Everybody knows it. Steve Kerr, I'm sticking with Klay over Moody in the fourth quarter.
Moses was awesome tonight. You know, we needed to get Wiggs on the floor for defense against Fox. Decided to go with Klay and our vets. You know, we thought about keeping him out there, but we made the move that we made. By the way, Moses was fantastic. Out of the rotation tonight to start the game. Talked to him before the game and explained what we were doing. The guy, he reminds me of Loon. Moses, he's the ultimate pro. Just continues to work every single day, and understands, embraces coaching, embraces the work. Moses, he's a special guy. He's like a wing version of Loon, and that matters. That's why he's going to be in the league for a long time.
Well, then play him.
Well, it makes me scratch my head. Why was he out of the rotation in the first place?
He didn't even play in the first quarter.
Yeah, I know. He scored all his points in the fourth quarter. And he stays ready. Let's go to some lines here. Let's get the callers involved. We'll start off with Alex in Atlanta, 888-957-9570. I'm not a very happy human being this morning. I'm distraught. I could not sleep last night after this loss. And I usually sleep after regular season. I can't sleep. I couldn't sleep last night.
I'm having a meltdown.
Yeah, I am having a meltdown.
24-point lead.
Alex in Atlanta, what's happening?
Gentlemen, good morning. Going to try to be very measured as I speak to you guys this morning because I am tired. I stayed up late to watch the game last night, just like you guys. But I want to talk about coaching, and I think coaching has been an issue for this team for a while now, and it's been masked by player exceptional performance on the floor and player success. You guys talked about fouls. The last time the Warriors weren't in the bottom 3 in the league when it came to personal fouls committed each game was back during the 2019-2020 season where all the vets were injured and you had to play younger, more athletic guys out of necessity. The league's gotten younger. It's gotten more athletic. That's a trend that's been happening for a long time. And it's something that you can see every single night is that the older players on this team, they can't stay in front of the younger guys on a lot of these starting rosters anymore. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, they can't stay in front of guys like De'Aaron Fox. They can't stay in front of guys like Gilgeous Alexander, and they're going to have to play them more over the course of this year. And you talked about Steve Kerr riding and dying with the veterans. I want to reference Greg Popovich because Steve Kerr is from the school of Greg Popovich, and I want to talk about the Spurs' last championship run they had during 2013-2014. During that season, they convinced Manu Ginobili to come off the bench. There were 3 guards that were getting more regular season minutes during Manu Ginobili that season. Danny Green and Marco Bellinelli are the 2 big ones that come to mind, both younger, both in their 20s at that time. So the Spurs identified that, hey, we have to put younger guys on the floor defensively early on and more often in the game so we can rest some of these veterans, so we can still utilize the talents that these veterans like Manu Ginobili had, which is scoring and distributing the ball, but at the same time hide their defensive liabilities. Steve Kerr needs to have a conversation, whether it's with Klay Thompson and heck, whether it's with Steph Curry, that your minutes are going to have to be diminished at some point in your career. You're going to have to come off the bench at some point because you can't play defense anymore. And Klay needs to be told that right now.
Well, you know what, Alex, and we got to run here. Thanks for the call. And I appreciate all the tweets last night, the night of numbers here on the Morning Roast. It's not about coming off the bench. Everybody makes a big deal about coming off the bench. If Klay came off the bench, he's still going to get his 28, 30 minutes. So who cares? Well, but he needs to be around guys who can space the floor. I've been saying that all damn season. The whole bench thing, whether or not somebody starts to come off the bench, I think it's overrated. And Steve Kerr needs to tell those guys that because you're still going to get your minutes. I talk to Chris Willett every day. I talk to Festus every day. I talk to D. Wright every day. I talk to other players every day. If you get your minutes, players are happy.
What about the closing minutes?
Well, and I said that could be an issue. But you know what? Steve Kerr said we're going to play by feel, right? Before the season, Steve Kerr said the closing lineup, it'd be a feel thing. Well, it'd be a game-by-game situation. You know what? Last night, it wasn't a feel thing. Well, it was a pride thing because I'm going to go down with my guys who won me 4 championships.
Which is ironic because he played Podziemski 42 minutes one night, basically when he was hot, and said, I'm playing him because he's hot. And then you conversely watch Mike Brown play, come on, what's the guy's name?
Vizinsko.
He played him the entire fourth quarter down the stretch. The guy was killing it.
Vizinsko. I mean, Festus yesterday.
I apologize for messing
Festus yesterday was like, not even messing with the last name. He goes, well, they had Sasha over there. I was like, yeah, hey, I don't blame you.
He was playing good ball.
No, he played good ball.
And they stayed with him.
Let's break. We'll get to Willie in L.A. 888-957-9570. Line them up, folks. I want to talk some Dubs today. I know the Niners are playing the Eagles. We got 2 more days for that. But right now, situation's critical with the Golden State Warriors. They're 8-10. They've lost 8 of their last 10. You know, it's a problem right now. It's a problem with the Dubs. So we're rolling on that. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm optimistic.
Seconds to go. Unbelievable. Draymond throws it away. Thompson didn't do a back cut, and the Warriors have given the Kings the opportunity to win the game.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, of course, on the radio side. Fitz and Buki had the night off. As a segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Hopefully everybody is driving safe. Thanks to everybody who showed up yesterday for the knockout tournament, first ever knockout tournament here in 95.7 The Game. Congrats to Mark Grandy. His trophy is still in his studio. He won a knockout tournament. It was a lot of fun yesterday at Chase Center listening with all the listeners, of course, who showed up and showed out and their supporters of the station. It was a great, great time. And then the game started, and it was a great time through 3 quarters. And it looked like the Warriors were about to go to the knockout stage. They were blowing away the Sacramento Kings, up 24. And then the turnovers happened. And then the fouling happened. And then the rhythm was gone, and you blew it down the stretch. So what went wrong, in your opinion, with the Golden State Warriors? Should Moses Moody have played the last 426? I think so. Shasky thinks so. What do you think? Here's what Steve Kerr said about the 2 things that prevented the Warriors from the win.
The fouling and the turnovers, both 42 free throws. It's really hard to beat a team on the road, a good team on the road, while giving up 42 free throws. So just the fouling and you know, there were some where there's not much we can do, where, you know, we get out of position and they come in, create the contact, but we're not set or whatever. But there were plenty where, you know, foul a 3-point shooter, bite on a pump fake, you know, reach when we don't have to. It's really hard to win giving up that many free throws. And then, of course, you know, 20 turnovers, you know, gave up 26 points off those turnovers. So that's the game right there, is those 2 things.
That's the game. That's the game. Or was it the game?
You know, it's interesting because, like, they were so highly potent offensively, and they would put up such dynamic numbers, and they were elite defensively when they were in their prime. They could get away with wild turnovers.
Yep.
And that was always kind of like the wild hair for the Warriors. Always was. You know, like, the ball security was not their hallmark. They were not the Pistons, you know, of the early 00s. You know, let's walk the ball up the court and knock the game down to a, you know, X amount of possession game and only score 82 points. They were going to try to drop 130 on you every single night. And then they're going to try to hold you to about 100, 110. But it feels like right now, all of those bad habits are coming, and they're not hitting shots like they used to. They're not getting stops like they used to. Nope. They're not as athletic as they once were. Where are the easy buckets?
No.
When was the last time this team had a backdoor parade?
Well, you know what, though? They did have easy buckets. They dissected the Kings for 72 points. In the first half, they were getting easy buckets. They had backdoor cuts. Wiggins had the elbow jumper rolling,
was
the mid-range.
playing.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of easy buckets in that first half, and then things got compromised because you start fouling, and all of a sudden when you start fouling, that opposing team gets to set up their half-court defense. And now the Warriors can't get out in the upper court and run. So now the easy buckets are gone, and now all of a sudden the three-point shots, they're contesting those shots because guess what? They get to set up their half-court defense because you're fouling and you're not stopping them from getting buckets. And you're stopping the game, you're stopping the clock, and all of a sudden the Kings are starting to feel good. So easy buckets are coming in the first half. They tied the season high with 72 points in the first half.
I guess that my clarification should be like 6 minutes to go in a game. And that's been a problem all year. I've been talking about it all year. 6 minutes to go in the game. That's why CP3's been such a good player, because he gets them good looks. It just feels like, to me, 6 minutes to go in the game, I'm like, it used to be, wow, how are they going to turn this from a 3-point lead into an 11-point win? Now it's like, how are they going to fumble this one away?
Yeah.
And I hate saying that. This is one of my most favorite dynasties of all time.
Well, my quarterback, John Sackey on NBC Sports, we're sitting there at halftime, and he's like, the Kings are getting back. And I was like, oh, yeah, no doubt the Kings are going to make a run and get back in this game. There's no doubt. But to blow a 24-point lead for the first time since 2011 on New Year's Day, they blew a 24-point lead. Unbelievable. Let's get Willie in L.A. He's been on hold for a while, man, all the way down to La La Land. What's up, Willie? Good morning, man. You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte Shasky? Just want to say, first-time caller, and I think you guys are the best sports talk radio show in the Bay.
Thank you. I would say the country.
With that said,
I would say we're probably not the best in the Bay, but go ahead. I'll stay humble here.
Well, I think so, man. I'll give y'all your flowers.
All right,
if y'all
thank
want.
you.
But I want to say, first of all, for Kerr to do what he did to Moody just was like, it must be so devastating. Like, I felt so devastated for him. For him to get the quick hook when he was 4 for 4, like, I don't get it. It was asinine to me. And then I wanted to talk about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson will forever go down as one of the all-time Warriors greats. And it's not his fault that he had 2 devastating lower leg injuries, and he's not the same player that he was, pre-Game 6, 2019. But at this point, hard conversations need to be had about the direction that this team is going and potentially moving some players to bench roles like you guys were just talking about with Mon. When I know, like, it ultimately doesn't really matter, I think, who's starting, who isn't. It matters closing time. But we've seen before the sample size when Klay is getting set up with good looks in space, especially like with CP3, with what we've seen so far, like he gets some really great shots.
Yep.
But when left up to his own devices, he's over-dribbling, he's making poor shot selection, and he's just trying to find, that old thing, that he was once before. But at the end of the day, Kerr's got to decide, are we going to coach to win games or stroke egos? And that's just where I see
That's a great call, Willie. That's a great call. Great call. And here's why I stand with Klay Thompson this morning. I don't care whether he starts or comes off the bench. Yesterday's starting wasn't a problem for him. He got you off to a great start. Boom, boom, boom. 8 points, right? You had 8 from Wiggins. You had 8 from Curry. You had 8 from Klay. You had a combined 35 points from Wiggins and Klay in the first half. Efficient. But my whole thing all offseason and all season long, what has it been, Shasky? It's the closing lineup.
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr told us for the season, who's going to close? Somebody asked him, who's going to close? He said, I'm going to play it by feel. Well, the feel to me felt like Moody deserved that shot to close the game
100%.
for Klay Thompson. All right? I don't have a problem with Klay starting. I don't really care about who starts and who comes off the bench. But Moody deserved to close that basketball game. All right? And Klay was cold. It is what it is. The feel and the flow of that game told me that Klay should have sat the last 426 and not Andrew Wiggins and not Kevon Looney. And you know what? If feelings get hurt, then you know what? Feelings get hurt. You got to suck it up and you got to play ball. All right? I got my 20 from Klay. I got my 20. Over the last 4 games, I'm getting my 19 from Klay, and he's becoming more efficient. I'm cool with that, but I know who he is at this point. So you could start him with Steph Curry, even though he hasn't been good with Stephen Curry. He's been better with CP3. The closing lineup is what I've been focused on all season long and all offseason. And last night, it was Klay turn to sit in crunch time. And you know what? Wiggins has already sat in crunch time, right? Yes. Wiggins has sat on the bench in closing time. You know what I'm saying? Trey hasn't done it yet.
Isn't that the natural evolution of sports? Like, look, everyone's going to say, well, LeBron is an outlier. LeBron might go his whole career and not suck.
Dude.
Which is like the most, right?
He might average 25, 5 and 5 for his entire career.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is insane.
Tom Brady went almost his whole career and almost didn't suck for the entirety. Yep. Even Peyton Manning and Drew Brees at the end, these are all-time legends in their sport. They were hanging on for dear life.
Yep.
My dad has a saying, Joe, I was a shortstop my whole life. And then as I got older, I moved to second. And then I moved to first.
Yeah.
And then I moved to pitcher.
That's what happens.
And then I moved to coach.
Look at
right?
You getting some baseball talking.
No, but like it's the same thing with Frank Gore. I'm looking at Klay the same way I do at Frank Gore. And listen to my analogy on this. I felt like as long as Frank Gore was here with the 49ers, right, there was an obligation he had to be RB1 because of who he was. And I love Frank Gore. We all love Frank Gore. All-time, if we were to say all-time Niner, Everyone's got Frank Gore. He's probably a lot of people who are listening right now's favorite 49er, right? Klay Thompson, for a lot of people, is we look at him the same way, or even higher, maybe than Frank Gore. He's an all-time warrior, gladiator. But I feel like on this team, I don't know if he is willing to accept anything less than his status as an all-time player who deserves to finish every single night. And I'm saying to myself, dude, if you can't accept that, you are going to become Frank Gore in that we're going to have to say sayonara. Yeah. I hope that doesn't come to it.
Well, you know what, though? The way Steve Kerr's coached last night, and if he continues to coach like this, I remember Dan Dibley at the Warriors Summit said that Steve Kerr's extension is coming in 3 weeks. Well, that extension hasn't come yet. And I don't think Joe Lacob is in a hurry to give Steve Kerr that extension. So you got two guys here who have contract extensions on the table, or not, maybe not even on the table, but they could both be gone after the season. So Steve Kerr, with the way he coached last night, I don't think Mr. Lacob's happy about it. I would love to know how Lacob was watching that game last night. I would love to know that. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, welcome to the Morning Roast.
I thought it was Brian
on a rainy Warriors Wednesday. What's up, Nick?
Hey, I want to be thankful that my Shasky is going to come out on me. I'm thankful for you two. I'm thankful for my son, and I'm thankful for the 4 chips that the Warriors have, and the memories Klay made, whether it was the 13 in Houston, the 61 against the Kings. But I want to start with disgusting. Steve Kerr lost the game last week with the Thunder not fouling. Yesterday, everyone knew that was a foul on Curry to lose that timeout. They're doubling Curry, and they don't get him off the ball, so he doesn't have to be doubled. Mike Brown outcoached him. I understand bringing Wiggins back in, but you take Klay out to keep Moody in. And then the last thing is, if you're the Santa Clara kid or you're the Indiana kid's son, he doesn't play them at all. I mean, that must be devastating for them. So I blame Kerr, number one. And then I want a couple questions for you guys before I become just crazy. Why? And Kentor Andrews reported this last night, Bonte. Malik Monk says, when Draymond got that key, we know they were had.
Yep.
I don't understand. Curry needs to do the Jordan Poole throw in the mouthpiece and do something in front of Draymond, because this is killing the team.
Yeah.
And then when Curry started, he was thin-framed. He couldn't finish at the rim. He was a defensive liability, and each year he's gotten better at that. He's serviceable. He finishes now at the rim consistently. Why has Draymond not improved an offensive game, and why can Klay not dribble? His playmaking is decent, but why don't we see improvements with these guys?
This is who they are.
Those things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Nick.
They're 33.
It's a valid question. They are who they are. They are who they are now. And, I'm not going to say who, but during the 2019-20 season when the Warriors won 15 games, and you had Jordan Poole as a rookie, you had Eric Paschall, the black hole, you had
I called him the
Marquise
square
Chris.
button because he didn't have a pass button on his controller. All he did was shoot.
Chris. And Whitley Sanjona.
Come on, you like that.
Our digital manager, Whitley Sanjona, and I be at every one of those games watching them get blown out. Every one of those games watching them get
Jordan
blown
Poole had
out.
sweet hair back then.
I mean, he had some great hair. He had great hair.
Remember that?
Oh, I do. Guru and I did his first ever interview in the Bay Area.
Right.
His first ever interview, rookie introductory press conference. Guru and I sat there, and it was classic. And you had all those rookies, and you had Draymond Green. And Steph Curry got hurt in the 4th game of the season against the Phoenix Suns. And I talked to somebody about that season, and they said, I would have had Draymond Green shooting 10 threes a game. And now it sounds crazy, right? Draymond, 10 threes a game.
They had nothing to lose.
Well, he's shooting 45% from 3 this year.
Yeah.
That was going in it last night. He went 2 of 4 last night. Now they're 126-27 when he hits at least 2 threes in a regular season game. They've lost 2 straight now.
26-27.
But he was like, I would have Draymond Green shoot 10 threes a game. And I thought about it, and I said, you know what? It makes sense. Because Draymond knew that Klay would be back at some point. Draymond knew that Steph Curry would be back at some point. And he knew that Andrew Wiggins was traded here. So shooting 10 threes a game, now you improve your offensive game because, now I'm a confident shooter. And I know that opposing defense is going to leave me wide open.
But when have they ever held him accountable?
That's the problem.
Look, the reality is...
But you understand what I'm saying? Nick Consent, I asked the question, why hasn't he improved? Now, Klay Thompson improving the handles. He's been rehabbing. He's never been a great dribbler. He was never going to be a great dribbler. He's a catch-and-shoot guy, all right? 1-2 dribble pull-up at best. When he starts dribbling, and he gets in trouble, he's not a dribbler. But you know what? Draymond Green had a chance to improve his offensive game. And look, Draymond is what he is. But last night, everybody's going to come down Klay's road. But that helps enable Draymond Green.
Yes.
Because Draymond Green, as good as he was in those first 3 quarters, and when he's on the floor, he's humming, he's playing good basketball, but it's the other stuff.
He lost emotional control.
He did.
Can we just call it what it is?
And Nick in San Jose brought up Malik Monk. Here's what Malik Monk said.
In the fourth quarter, about 3 minutes in, when Draymond got his tech, then he fouled, they pulled him. It felt like at least a big momentum shift. Do you see that as when you guys were able to...
Yep. Yeah, it definitely was the momentum we needed from them slipping up right there. But yeah, Mike been telling us to stay with it the whole game, and something's going to happen. Make the refs make a call, and we just stuck with the game plan.
Mike Brown said it. Something's going to happen.
It was 107-98.
Something did happen.
107-98. Yep. 9:39 in the fourth quarter, and he got the tech. And then there was a sequence of of lost emotion where he couldn't control himself.
Well, he got the tech, and then he fouled Malik Monk right away. Right away. And Steve Kerr had to get him out the game. And Steve Kerr's talking to him at half court like, dude, I need you to relax. I need you to chill.
When he fell on the ground and was flopping,
oh my God!
I knew right then and there. I go, this guy, and I texted the group that I was like, Draymond.
Whoa.
That's literally all Draymond.
Everybody. Even I was texting with Kenny Caraway last night. He goes, "Why did the Warriors take out Moody?" And Draymond Green lost control once again.
100%.
Kyle Draper will play his laugh last night.
All the good he does, and then he wipes it all the way with the crazy emotions.
All the way, and I love Draymond Green.
But this is the conundrum that they've signed up for. I'm telling you, B, look, I'm going to be honest with you. Coach a lot of kids, lots of kids, and people go, you can't criticize parents. Yes, you can, because when I meet kids, there are certain kids, shake your hand, thank you, coach. They're just good, sweet kids. Are there good families that raise a couple of knuckleheads? Sure, my parents are some of them. But there are others where I see the parents, they get mad at the coaches, then they get mad at the math teacher, and then they get mad. It's everybody's fault but my son, but my daughters. And it feels like, to me, the Warriors as an organization, whether it's the other players, whether it's the coach, the front office, whatever, at no point have they held him accountable. At no point have they said to him, no, you're wrong, dude. Steve Kerr, Van Gundy is saying, Steve Kerr's saying, get up. Get up.
Oh, I watched it. He was waving him like a third base coach. I'm watching the whole time.
Get up.
And I was on the phone.
You're telling your 33-year-old, 12-year in the game vet to get up off the floor?
I was on the phone with somebody in real time watching that whole sequence, and they're like, yo, Draymond, dude, he's not hurt. And then you watch the replay, and we're lucky that the referees didn't review that and get the Warriors a technical for a flop. We're lucky. We're lucky. And the Kings bench, you see Chris Duarte get up right away. He's like, yo, he's flopping.
Of course. But Bonte, this is what every Warrior fan said. Why can't you just play basketball? Because when you just play basketball, you're amazing.
He is.
You're amazing. When he just plays basketball, he's amazing. When he does all the extra stuff, and everyone tells me, well, you got to have the extra stuff because then he's Draymond. He had none of the extra stuff and was brilliant for 2 quarters.
But you know what? Draymond Green said he doesn't regret anything. He is who he is.
Again, because you've never held him accountable. Not you.
He is who he is.
The organization, the players, the teammates, himself. He's never held himself accountable.
I hate going back to the Jordan Poole thing. That's where he goes back to the Jordan Poole thing. But that's where it starts, though. That's where it starts when you hit a teammate. And we can pull I sit the Antonio Daniels sound to the thread, and it's appropriate for today. It's appropriate for today because of Draymond Green picking up a technical yesterday. Go ahead and pull it up. There's some things in there that is very true. And NBA players who have played the game, guys like Antonio Daniels, guys like Eddie Johnson, guys who have been in locker rooms. Kevin Durant even said it. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
Listen to the other team.
When you don't hold them accountable for that situation.
You're right.
And you don't suspend them. Well, now here we are a year and a half later, and the same thing. It's not the same thing, but the lack of accountability there where he's just doing what he has to do. We need Draymond on the court. And yet, that's the problem. I wouldn't be saying this and wasting my energy on any bum player who doesn't. Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer. He played like it through 2.5 quarters.
And then lost control. And then you look at someone like Moses Moody, who does everything right in terms of emotional intelligence on the court.
And he gets yanked.
And he's not even in year 1. He's in year 3.
Yeah.
He's in year 3. And the guy has done everything that you've asked him to. And I'm just sitting here and I'm saying, and I'm throwing my hands up and I say, Golden State, you signed up for this. I'm a fan. I'm going to watch every single game. I'm going to root for you to win. What am I rooting for?
Well, I got something on the other side.
Am I rooting for just guys' legacies at the end?
You're rooting for the Golden State Warriors.
I want them to win.
Yeah, of course, we all
Moody
do.
is their best chance to win right now.
Well, no.
Emotionally controlled Draymond is their best chance to win, not unhinged Draymond.
No, he was the best chance to win last night. It's going to be different every single night.
I agree with that.
It's going to be different every single night. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. There are some positives, but I'm not sure how much we're going to get into the positives.
Not when you blow
Wiggins was a positive. Wiggins was a positive. Moody was a positive. There are some good things happening yesterday. I do feel like Klay's breaking out of his slump, but again, I'm keeping Moody in the game. But when you are the worst team, the third worst team in the league when it comes to fouling, guess what? Guys are going to foul you. You're gonna send guys to the free throw line. The book is out. The rest know coming into a game. This is the third worst team in the league when it comes to fouls per game.
Well, you know what was ironic last night is that every Warrior fan's like, well, Dre, for just doing this left-handed carry thing. It's not that.
It wasn't that.
It's the body of work.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't the body of work.
Period.
No. It was the previous possession.
That's what I'm saying.
He was cursing out Mitchell Irvin.
Exactly.
And then he went over to Gucci Man, James Williams, and started talking to him. And they're like, dude, chill out. And he kept talking.
But this is the guy that told you at the podium, why should my past transgressions, be accounted for what's happening right now? Because that's how life works.
Right.
And he doesn't get it.
All right, we got a break here. We're going to get to all the calls coming up. 888-957-9570. We're getting to all the calls. Film on Mike, you're on deck. We got Preston, we got Robin, we got Anthony, we got Mr. D, we got Austin. It's Murderers Row coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. And that'll all be brought to you by AC Transit.
Get in where you fit in.
Hey Dub Nation, this is Dario Saric. The only place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dario Saric came off the bench last night with 10 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, but the Warriors lose and blow a 24-point lead. They're fouling left and right. The Kings get to the free throw line 42 times, and yet they left a lot of food on the table. They missed 15 free throws, 27-42. De'Aaron Fox missed 8 free throws, although he had 29 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists. He didn't miss 8 free throws. Kings did not shoot their free throws very well. They shot 45%. And yet the Warriors lose after blowing a 24-point lead. 24-point lead. Again, I'll emphasize this all night long. They haven't blown a 20-point lead on the road since New Year's Day of 2011. New Year's Day of 2011 is the last time they blew a 20-point lead on the road. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And
So
I don't
who
know
was on that? I got to look that
well,
up.
you go ahead and look it up. Look up New Year's Day 2011. But I don't know what's going on here, man. Are we watching the depth of the dynasty? Is this what is happening in real time? And I hate saying that because we're only 18 games in, and this thing can flip. It can flip. You get 20 apiece from Wiggins, Steph, and Klay.
Was it January 1, 2011?
January 1, 2011.
All right.
New Year's Day. New Year's Day. Steph had his first double-double of the season. He had double-digit rebounds, 10 rebounds. Wiggins had a double-double, 29 points, 10 rebounds.
Oh, boy.
Klay Thompson had 9 rebounds and 20 points. And you lose that game.
All right.
It's only the second time since 1999 and 2000 did they lose a game after leading by 24 or more. January 6, 2017, they led Memphis by 24 and lost by 9 in overtime. This was the second game of the season, decided by 1 point against the Kings, of course. And so they still lead the regular season series against the Kings 2-1. But boy, Sacramento partied like they won the NBA Finals. They lit the beam. Kenny Caraway's putting us in the Sacramento Splash videos. Kyle Draper's laughing in the video. They are fat and happy in Sacramento right now.
Well, congratulations.
And you know what? It makes me freaking sick.
Well, they earned it. 2011, January 1. Warriors lose to the Miami Heat, 107-114. The big three on one side with Zildrunas Ilgauskas in the middle. Christian Arroyo, remember him? Puerto Rico, when they beat the Dream Team. All right, and then guess who your leading scorer was for the Warriors?
Steph Curry?
No.
Monte Ellis?
No, close. No.
Corey McGetty.
Darrell Wright.
D. Wright?
30 points.
Oh,
now
my
that's
gosh.
a name.
Shout out D. Wright.
Listen to this starting lineup.
Oh,
D.
my
Lee,
God.
Vladimir Radmanovich. Remember him?
Number 77?
Yes.
Seattle Supersonics?
Yes. And let me
My
give you
guy.
a name.
He had an ugly shot.
Oh, my God. Let me give you a name that
I should be the one
Warrior
talking.
fans loved this guy. Lou Amundsen.
Oh, my God.
Remember him?
Oh, I do.
Remember him?
He kind of like had the little man bun almost.
Yes, he did have a man bun.
Yeah.
And then you had AC Law.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, there's just so many names. Brandon Wright didn't play in the game. Ekpe Udo.
FK Udo out of Baylor.
I mean, just so many names.
FK Udo out of Baylor.
Dan Kaczurek.
Dan Kaczurek.
I mean, this team.
Hey, Dan
this
Kaczurek.
team.
Dan Kaczurek was a baller at UCLA.
He was. He was.
Wow, they blew a 21. They blew it. Oh my gosh, they blew a 20-point lead that game. Unbelievable.
Monte played 47 minutes. He was 7 of 16, 25 points in the game.
7 assists.
Yeah, look at you looking at the same box score.
I'm looking
That's
right
how
now.
long it's been.
Rodney Carty from Memphis, University of Memphis. Rodney Carty.
Doesn't that, it has been 12 years. 12 years. 13, whatever.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, 12, 13 years.
Whatever.
I mean,
it's been a long time.
But you know what, honestly,
it's been a long time.
Can we just have a conversation about the core? It's a little foolish. It's a little foolish of all of us to have thought, myself included, that they all three would age gracefully simultaneously. And I don't know if everyone believed that or some version of that, but that's not how it works.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's not how it works.
This is why, Shasky, we wanted this 2-timeline thing to work so bad. And you had a bucket getter and a guy who could blow by his man in Jordan Poole. And you had William Wiseman, may not be an NBA player. It just may be a bad pick.
Mm-hmm.
But this is why you had hope for Kuminga and Moody to play, because you thought, okay, you have this infusion of youth and athleticism that could help catapult the core into yesteryear, right? They could extend their careers. Jordan Poole could extend a career. Now, Jordan Poole, I get that he's playing goofy in Washington and he's not a cornerstone type of player, but damn, people forget how good he was during that championship season. And it all changed off one right hand.
Well,
it all changed.
And
so I'm sorry. It has to be said.
No, I know, but that's where and I keep coming back to the Eddie D Niners, and then you contrast it getting rid of someone a little early rather than late versus the Forever Giant mantra where we keep everyone no matter what. The Giant side, it ended ugly for Craw, Belt, Lincecum, Kane.
Yeah.
Posey had the great year to end it.
Yep.
Remember, there were three bad
subpar years
for his standards.
The hip,
yes,
the power,
right?
The average, everything dipped.
Forever Giants ended ugly. Now, on the Niners side, I know Joe Montana went on to have some success with the Chiefs. He missed 2 full seasons, and he wasn't the same guy.
And Steve Young
Jerry
played at a high
Rice
level.
was really the only guy who sustained excellence throughout the entirety of his career. Dwight Clark, it ended with a thud. Ronnie Lott was still a good player, went to the Raiders and then eventually the Jets. Roger Craig was never the same.
He was never the same in Minnesota, never the same with the Raiders.
Now, football's different. I get that. But my point being is that if you look at it, Steph is the Jerry Rice. He's the outlier.
No doubt.
We should have expected these other guys to depreciate more.
Well, especially
it sounds
Klay,
mean out.
And Klay, look, the fact that Klay helped you win the 4th championship
was a miracle.
It's a miracle because of those injuries. And you knew he wasn't going to be the same. Draymond Green, you thought he aged gracefully, but, when you think about the track record, and I'm not saying I know what Draymond provides in terms of value and his defensive leadership and all that stuff, but, yeah, I almost slipped. But when you think about leadership and you think about being a good teammate, you can't say you're a good teammate or you're trying to be a good teammate when the things continue to happen in terms of getting technicals, ejections, the barking. That's not good leadership. That's not good teammates. How is that setting a good example for Moses Moody?
It's not.
And Jonathan Kuminga.
Or
I think the biggest impact on Moses Moody this season, I believe, has been Chris Paul. Chris Paul has been a godsend.
I know.
It's been a total professional.
And those guys, the young guys, real quick, were supposed to be fountains of youth for these guys. Because when I look at what LeBron James did with Anthony Davis, obviously acquiring a superstar younger was supposed to be the fountain of youth for him to extend his excellence into his twilight years. And it kind of has made him a better version, even though Anthony Davis isn't always, not that those guys were going to be Anthony Davis, but Kawhi Leonard extended the primes of Tony Parker and Tim Duncan and those guys. And they haven't done any of those things.
No. And so I want to play this cut from Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson. Then I want to get to the Lions because the Lions are jacked up.
Well,
Philmo Mike. You know what? Let's get Philmo Mike before we play the sound real quick because I want to tie a ball in this Draymond Green situation. Philmo Mike, what's happening, man? You've been on hold for a while. Thanks for waiting on hold. Appreciate you, man.
Nah, it's good. It's crazy, man. First of all, De'Aaron Fox is a problem. Let's just start there. That guy is incredible. The Warriors, though, stop fouling. They need to stop fouling. And a lot of times, it's not even that they foul. Like it's stupid fouls. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you fouling and you're in that position? You don't need to foul. Just let the guy score. Hopefully he missed the layup. With that being said, and Draymond is right about this, Shasky. You ref the game. You just ref the game. They need to stop trying to interject what he used to do. If it's a foul, it's a foul. If it's not a foul, it's not a foul. Example one, when Herter got called they called Draymond for a foul only based on reputation.
Yep.
2-3 seconds later after the Warriors had the ball. Like, what the hell is that? And the refs were horrible last night. They were just atrocious.
I thought they were bad on both sides.
But you know what, Philmo?
They're bad. But the thing is,
they're bad every night. Every night in the NBA, they're bad.
But the thing is, touch fouls were getting called on the Warriors, and then Looney got raped across the arm, no foul call.
Yeah.
And as you get older, I hate to say this, the Warriors are good closers, and to be honest, they've been mediocre at closing the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
Just to be honest, a lot of games I'm like, why are we losing this game and we should have won? The legs are not there. When you get older, somebody said this. When you get older, you play good in the first half. The second half, you may not have it.
Mm-hmm.
And then my last point. I'm sorry I'm rambling, I know.
No, you're good.
The vets made the turnovers.
Yes.
Not the youngsters.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
The vets, Steph, Klay, Dre, they made the turnovers.
Yep.
And the one more thing. Moody getting yanked.
Oh,
I'm like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
Kerr, as a former player, a former shooter, the rhythm of the game, like you play a pickup ball, one person make the shot, the other dude come back down, he make the shot. Others, Moody came back down, okay, we balling now, he make the shot. You yank the player, you step off the court when you playing pickup ball. Come on, Kerr.
I totally agree.
Why would you? Why? Take out Klay, don't take out Wiggins.
I totally agree. Philmo. Thanks for the call. And
that's how everyone felt.
I'm going to put you on the spot. If you could find, and it happened, I think it happened during training camp. May have been Anthony Slater. And Anthony Slater, by the way, is going to join us at 8 o'clock. I can't wait to talk to Anthony Slater. Cannot wait. We got Howard Eskin at 8:30. We'll pivot to the Eagles-Niners. But honestly, I don't even care about Sunday's game right now because of what happened last night.
I know.
I don't even care about Sunday's game right now.
I can't even think about it.
It's a regular season game. I get it. It's a rematch of the NFC title game. I don't even care right now about the damn Eagles and Niners because of what happened last night in Sacramento. But it's a cut. Steve Kerr talked about, hey, the final lineup. Somebody asked him a question, who's going to be your final five? And Steve Kerr said, well, we're going to play that by feel, game flow, or whatnot. And we're noticing in the game flow, it's still reverted back to the vets. And Philmo Mike brought up the turnovers by the veterans last night.
It was so bad.
You know, a lot of people came down our road last year, Shasky. Remember that 5-game road trip?
Yeah.
They went to Charlotte and Detroit and Orlando and Miami and New Orleans.
Yeah.
The veterans blew a lot of those
all
games
of
down
those
the
games.
stretch.
No, all of those
and
games.
The youngsters got blamed for it.
Wiseman's 4 seconds on the floor.
Right.
It was his freezing that they lost.
They scored 3 points or 2 points in the last 5 minutes against Miami.
But execution down. See, final 6 minutes of an NBA game.
Yep.
How you execute on both ends is going to determine if you're going to win or not.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like, what was the greatest thing in sports for a long period of time? Wow, the Warriors are chasing 5 points with 5 minutes to go.
Yep.
How are they going to explode on this team and go nuclear? They just don't have that in the bag anymore.
No, they don't.
They just don't.
They don't.
And his point about maintaining, leads and, they should be up by more. Last night, everyone was saying the same thing. Oh, no, they cut it to single digits right before the end of the third quarter. And you could feel it. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, it was coming. It was coming.
They had no counterpunch.
Sacky called it. Sacky called it in the second quarter. They're going to come back. Before you play that cut,
so the one I didn't find the one you were referring to, but Steve Kerr did mention the closing lineup. This was after the Nuggets loss, when they lost 108-105 to the Denver Nuggets, and he did talk about the closing lineup. But go ahead. Do you have something?
No, go ahead. Play that. Okay. Play it.
Yeah, the choices are difficult. We got a lot of guys playing well, and so we closed based on matchups and based on how we thought the game was going, and had a few looks at the basket that didn't go, but I thought the group that was out there did a good job.
Well, and so what's interesting is last night, I think GP2 is playing down the stretch because of how well he was playing that game, but he's unavailable. I think CP3 might be playing down the stretch, but he's unavailable. So, Kurt, you have to go with form. And this is where my biggest problem with the in-game coaching. Watch the game and the flow of where things are going. There wasn't a second guy complimenting Curry in the second half. You needed somebody to knock down shots. And Moody wasn't just hitting. He was nothing but net.
Nothing
rhythmic,
but net. He wasn't touching the rim.
He couldn't wait to get the ball.
He wasn't touching the rim. He stays ready.
He even hit the 2 shots when the ball was whistled.
I know. They called the bogus call.
Oh, it was a terrible call.
The bogus call on Wiggins, and they had to overturn it, and the ball was in the air. Should have counted. So I don't even know if the referees know the rules these days. But we talk about Draymond Green.
Point on that.
I don't even know if they
got
know
taken
the
off
rules.
the board. I go, I know that's going to come back.
Yeah, no doubt. But, Draymond Green in the technical, and I want to get back to the Lions because everybody's waiting on hold. We're going to get to everybody. We're going to give me a couple seconds here.
I know. I'm just so
Justin Termini and Eddie Johnson, Sirius XM Radio. We have Eddie Johnson on the show. He played in this league for 17 years. Mully knows him very well. He's like, Eddie Johnson's a bucket getter. I think he's got over like 20,000 career points. Eddie Johnson got buckets, right? And he knows the game in and out, inside and out. And he also told us earlier this season, sometimes you just get old. And he was talking about Klay Thompson, like, I love Klay, but sometimes you just get old. Now, here's Eddie Johnson and Justin Termini on Draymond Green's 5-game suspension.
It's just like anything else in society, Eddie. The guy who doesn't have a history of like illegal activity, right, might get the benefit of the doubt. Or like, we don't have to go to like illegal activity. I'll go back to in school. Like, I had a buddy who never did anything, like never got into trouble. He was the sweetest kid. He gets in, like, he does one thing wrong. He got the benefit of the doubt, no punishment. Whereas, I'm always mouthing off. So if I did something small, like, I would get like a detention, or I would not get the benefit of the doubt. That's how society works. That's how the world works, Draymond. Like, if you have a history of doing something wrong, then you're going to get punished harsher than the person who never does anything wrong. If Steph did it, Steph doesn't deserve a punishment because Steph's shown that he can behave himself over 15 years. You haven't.
Yeah, that's it. Those are good teammates. Like, Steph and Klay are good teammates. They protect you. They don't go off on you when you do the stuff that you do. Like, Kevon Looney doesn't say anything to you, which he could be the enforcer on that team. He doesn't say anything. But you got somebody on that team that will now. Chris Paul will tell you. And I'm waiting for that to happen. I am telling you till I'm blue in the face. Chris Paul is not scared of him. Chris Paul will tell him. He'll tell him in front of the team. He'll tell him to his face.
Interesting stuff there from Eddie Johnson.
Well, now
is that coming to a head?
Did you see CP3? I'm sure you saw it. Goes into the tunnel, and then Steph comes and meets him, and then
Draymond. I watched the whole game. I have to watch the whole game.
But like, CP3's on the bench now. He's hurt, and I don't know how long he's going to be out. So, and we're going to have teammates infighting again or checking each other again. Like, that didn't go well last year.
Well, it seems like Steph Curry really leans on Chris Paul.
No doubt. And as he should, because I've watched Chris Paul for about 25 games now, and I go, you know what? I've underrated how great Chris Paul is. His mind is as smart as it comes.
And I saw something.
He's a great player.
I think it was the Sacramento game at home at Chase Center when De'Aaron Fox didn't play. And Chris Paul's telling Draymond Green, Bart, get over there, get down the ball.
Yes.
What are you doing? So that's very interesting coming from And Eddie Johnson and Chris Paul are tight. Eddie Johnson's not just saying that. He doesn't just say things just to say things. Something to bookmark here. Something to bookmark. Something to bookmark.
You think they're going to play nice?
I don't know. I don't know, Shasky. I don't know. Let's go to Preston in Oakland. Then we'll get to Robin. We got Anthony. We got Mr. D. We're going to get to everybody here before
he was
we clear the deck.
Draymond was balling, and then he lost emotional control. The whole team did, but he in particular, and I'm telling you, it unraveled all the good he did. It was a microcosm of my frustration with Draymond Green over the last 4+ seasons.
Preston in Oakland.
All wrapped into one.
Preston, get in here.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Wednesday to y'all.
Happy Wednesday.
Hey, real quick. So we're all frustrated about the Warriors, right? We're in the gray area. We're not a contending team for a championship with Steph, Klay, and Dre. And the young guys aren't getting played. Moody should be playing way more in crunch time. Kuminga. How are these guys supposed to develop if they're not getting that PT? Our eyes are not lying to us right now. We are 500. We got to pick and choose which way we're going to go. The personnel, the coaching staff, they got to figure it out. Mike Dunleavy, sometimes you have to get uncomfortable in order to succeed. And I think we're at that point because we're not going to win the way that we are. If we want to be a championship team, we got to make a move. That's my opinion. Chicago, Toronto, they got some assets. We got 2 expiring contracts and 2 young guns on rookie contracts. that we could make moves to bring in some veteran guys to help Steph win some more chips. If that's the way that we're going to go, because the way we are right now, it's like the D-Lo season. We're all frustrated. It's not working. We're scratching our heads trying to figure out what the heck is the problem, the stats. Our eyes are not lying to us. We got to make a change.
Well, that I agree with.
Well,
the
that
eyes are
change
not
may
lying.
come. That change may come.
I have a hard
soon.
time seeing them trade Dre or Klay in season.
Well, yeah, I don't see it happening. But you know what?
Who would want Draymond?
Well, there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations coming up here. Steve Kerr has to have these conversations. He has to have the conversations. You know, last night wasn't about feelings. It was about winning a basketball game. And it felt like in the fourth quarter, Moses Moody gave you that chance. And if it meant subbing out Klay Thompson, then damn it meant subbing out Klay Thompson. And we'll search for the cut, and then we'll ask Anthony Slater about it, because Anthony Slater will know right away when Kerr said it. He said it in training camp. Closing lineup, we'll go by feel, how the game was flowing. What the game told you last night, look, Klay had a special first half. I'm not even coming down. I'm not even saying bench Klay. Klay was fine in the first half. I got what I needed from him. I needed some other guys to help bring it home. Moody was that guy to help bring it home. And you subbed him out with 4:26 left, and I get you wanted Wiggins for defense, but at this point of his career, isn't Moody a better defender than Klay Thompson?
Yes.
We can all see it.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm not trying.
And he's going to be the guy left open. They don't respect Moody yet, and he's hitting wide open shots.
I respect everything Klay Thompson has given to this organization and this. He's one of my favorite players ever, right? So I want you to understand this is not disrespecting. I'm asking sincerely, what does Klay do better on the floor right now than Moses Moody?
Shoot.
Are we sure?
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Moody looks pretty rhythmic.
Yeah, but Klay Thompson he's starting to heat up from the shot. And teams still fear Klay a lot more than Moses Moody. The defense is dictating that. But in that game last night, with the way the second half is coming, Moody was the guy. Moody was the guy to go to.
I don't think Klay is as consistent as we want him to be, and I don't think he's a better shooter. Even if numbers suggest it, I'm taking Moody right now. Moody has been a more rhythmic shooter this year.
I disagree with the shooting.
I think Moody puts the ball on the floor better. He's a better passer.
Yeah, you asked me, what does he do
he's a better rebounder right now because Klay's actually rebounded really well. And then in terms of perimeter defense, I think he's better. I do not think Moody is better in the post. I think Klay is better in the post as a defender. But I think Moody is getting there.
Moody's a 38% three-point shooter this year. He's shooting 36% last year, 36% the season before. He's not a better shooter than Klay Thompson.
Right now?
He may never. No, absolutely not.
I don't know.
Klay Thompson to be 50 years old to still be one of the best shooters in the world.
Well, the guy I'm watching right now, I'm saying he's very inconsistent.
Well, if you look at the last 5 games, we'll take a call here. Let's go to Robin in the city. And I'll give you the numbers for the last 5 games. Robin, get in here, and then we'll get to Jay. We'll get to Anthony, and then Mr. D in the city. Go ahead, Robin. Robin's line's not there. So Klay Thompson, we'll get this. Let's get to Anthony and Benicia. Anthony, what's up, my man? Top of the top.
Top of the top, fellas. So I got 3 things. I try to make them fast. The black cloud is still over this team. And they tried their best to convince us that the black cloud was going to be gone when Jordan Poole left, but that's nonsense. And I don't care what anybody says about what Draymond has done. He's a 4-time champ. I don't give a damn. He is the black cloud. And when he does good, all he does is replace that good with bad. You've seen it last night, and you're going to continue to see it. So that's what I have to say about that. I think that Steve Kerr is doing a horrible job. And I said this earlier in the season when you guys asked, what did we need to see as fans? He is still being too loyal to the veteran guys. And I understand that they've earned a lot of loyalty, but you are also loyal to the team. And the team is what you need to be loyal to, the wins as a team. And last night was a perfect example of where he should have went with the hot hand, which was Moody, and set feelings aside and also set his personal feelings aside, because I believe that he's coaching with a bias. He is biased to the veteran guys, and that is getting in his way of his thinking and his decision making, and that is a problem. And I think it will continue to be a problem. The last thing I have to say is, you asked about 10 minutes ago, is this the downfall of the dynasty? And my eyes are telling me that the answer is yes. And until I see otherwise, I can only believe that this is it. And it sucks that it's coming to an end, and it's going to be ugly, and I hope everybody's prepared. But stop wishful thinking. Just believe what your eyes are telling you until you see otherwise. This is going to be bad. That's all I got.
Good call, Anthony. Good call. They're 8-10, 2 games under 500. But one thing I don't want to do, and I feel like we're veering towards this, is we're coming all down Klay's road. Klay wasn't the reason why you lost the basketball game. All right? You can't single out Klay. I'm not going to, that's not fair. That's not fair. Klay carried your
all the veterans
carried your offense.
Yeah,
Steph Curry Draymond Green had an egregious turnover up 5, 119, 114. Klay's cutting back to the top of the key, and Draymond throws it out of bounds. Miscommunication. You can't do that.
But Klay wasn't ever going to go to the corner there on that. It was a horrible play.
So stop blaming. Let's get every loss this season. It feels like we either blame Klay or Wiggins, and I'm tired of doing that. I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours every day and blame Klay Thompson for every damn thing that's happening with this team. He's not the only one fouling.
No.
He's not the one losing his control.
There does feel like we've hit an inflection point where you either are going to play Moody a little more at the expense of Klay, or you're not.
Or somebody. Steve Kerr said, because early in the season, the first couple of weeks of the season, who was the odd man out in the finishing lineup?
It was Wiggins. But he's playing much better basketball right now.
Finally. Yesterday was a breakout game. They just had a report about him yesterday. That the Warriors are unhappy with his physical conditioning.
We all are.
So really, Klay's been a more consistent player. If you had to put on a pecking order, who's been better this season?
I think
has Wiggins' defense really been that good?
He's better defensively than
He's better defensively, but how much better this year?
I don't
know what I'm saying? So Wiggins has been the guy.
Last night, I think it was pretty obvious Moody needed to stay in that game. To me, it was either Dre, Looney, or Klay, and maybe rotating who's coming in and out based on offensive, defensive possessions. I don't know why he sticks with those guys. One of them needed to come out or yo-yo them in and out of the lineup. I didn't like Dre and Looney. I know you like the size. Looney's taking a big step back. I love Loon. We all love Loon. We respect him. He's not the same player this year. I don't know what it is.
But you know what, though? He played 29 minutes and 11 seconds. I know he only grabbed 5 rebounds.
It was the 2 missed free throws were huge. The missed dunk was huge.
They were huge. But the missed dunk, it looked like he got fouled on. One of the plays he got fouled on, and they didn't give it to him, but whatever. But I look at Domantas Sabonis' stat line. That's where Looney comes into play.
Oh, no, he did a good job. But last night...
Sabonis scored 9 points, had 8 rebounds. Sabonis is so damn overrated. And Looney erases him.
Yeah, okay. You weren't hitting shots on one end, so you need some offense. And then simultaneously, no one could slow down Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox. So I need to get a younger perimeter defender on the floor.
Yeah, but if you get a younger perimeter defender, nobody's going to stay in front of them anyway, and now you got no rim protection whatsoever.
Well, I don't think Looney provides much.
So something's got to give. You got to get a big body in there.
Has Looney been good?
He's been okay. He's been okay.
I think he's taken a step back, and I love
But in that game, you gotta keep him in there for Sabonis. You gotta keep, because if you take him out, now Sabonis starts going down in the block and he starts being overrated. He starts going to the cup, and now all of a sudden Fox and Monk are going to the rim with reckless abandon.
This is why you have the same lineup as I'm looking at it right now. All of these, and I get your point, but like the Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Green, Looney lineup. Like, it's not as good this year as it was last year.
It was good yesterday in the first quarter.
Not in the fourth.
It was good yesterday in the first quarter.
But not in the fourth.
It was good in the first.
Not in crunch time.
It was good in the first quarter. So, and in crunch time, we all agree. Moody should have played. Moody should have played.
But then I'm asking you, who's the guy coming out?
I told you all day. Klay Thompson's got to come out of that game. He's got to come out. How many times I got to say this? 4:26 left. Klay Thompson's got to come out of the game. Because Steve Kerr said it. The flow of the game will dictate who's in the closing lineup. In the flow of the game yesterday, Klay Thompson should have came out. Now, I'm not saying Klay Thompson was awful yesterday, because Klay Thompson was dynamic offensively in the first half. He scored just 17. I got my 20 from Klay. He scored 72 points in the first half. Everything was rolling. But you know what? The turnover started.
Agreed.
And everybody started turning the ball over. So, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, hey, everything's on Klay, because it wasn't. It's on everybody. It's on coaching. It's on the veterans, and Moody should have played. But you know what? Moody's got to become consistent.
I mean, it's tough to be consistent when you get yanked, even when
agree.
you're playing well. And you look
agree.
on the other side, and Mike Brown, because of injuries, is forced to play a guy that none of us has ever heard of, and he sticks with him down the stretch. And the guy made some mistakes. He had a bad foul, and yet he's making winning plays. Like, at some point, you have to give the young guys some leeway, or don't have any of them. Because right now, you've got TJD and you've got Pajemski. Well, do you trust them? No. So that's two guys you can't play. And then you got Moody and Kuminga. And I feel like he doesn't trust them either. So that's two other guys. That's four guys on your roster you don't
because
trust.
he was ready to trust Pajemski as a rookie.
Which is
now Pajemski's not played. And by the way, Jonathan Kuminga. Can I just say something real quick about JK?
I think he's done with the Warriors.
I think he's playing out of position. He needs to be on the block.
What do you mean?
I think he needs to be in the dunker spot all the time. We're wasting our time with him on the perimeter. Because one, you talk about a guy who should be improving it's one thing to talk about Draymond Green and Klay Thompson improving at this stage of his career when they've been doing things for so long a certain way. Jonathan Kuminga's in his third year. His handle has not gotten tighter.
No.
It's not gotten better. And on the perimeter, he just looks lost.
But he can't get his own shot. So I look at it roster construction-wise.
So what I'm
if
saying,
you want to make him a good player, you have to play him alongside guys who create.
No. And just play him on a dunker spot. Play him in the dunker spot.
Who passes?
Well, put him in the dunker spot. I don't care. Put him in the dunker spot because he can't dribble right now, and he gets lost on the perimeter. Right now, he's played his way out of the rotation.
Well, he's a defensive liability, too.
And he's hacking. So everybody's hacking. This whole team hacks. So it's not just on Klay.
He looks
I'm not going to do this every day and blame Klay and Wiggins for everything. Klay and Wiggins, Monty Poole said on the pregame show, the great Monty Poole, over under, I need 45 from Wiggins and Klay. Well, you know what? You got that. And you still lost and blew a 24-point lead. So Klay Thompson didn't blow the 24-point lead. Wiggins didn't blow the 24-point lead. It was an accumulation of multiple things, including turnovers, including fouls. Sacramento went to the free throw line 20 times in the third quarter. All right? You kill your flow, and now they set up their half-court defense. And once they set up their half-court defense, guess what? You're a lot older, and you can't blow by guys, and you don't have Chris Paul, and then later on, you don't have GP2.
Fonte, I know you I don't want to kill Klay. Klay is killing himself at times, and
you guys are all go back to Klay.
Because this is where he's at.
How can you watch that game and kill Klay Thompson only when Draymond Green's picking up technicals
watches him
and watching Wiggins?
Every miss, it's like exasperating.
Oh my gosh!
And you could feel it. Everyone could feel it.
Oh my gosh!
The guy has worn out all the goodwill of the decade.
Guys can't stay. You guys can't. Klay goes 5-9 in the first half for 17 points, and nobody said anything.
If I pulled 100 fans, Moody or Klay,
because fans are irrational, and some fans don't even get it. That's why. We're going to just blame. Go ahead, blame Klay. It's all you guys want to do is blame Klay every day.
Blaming him. We're saying that he might get the short end of the stick to give Moody some run.
That's fine.
And I've said that. But I don't. But here's the.
You guys don't even listen to me.
But it's not fine because Steve Kerr is not going to pivot off of playing Klay, and it feels like it's an emotionally based decision, not a playmaker player.
Then get on Steve Kerr, not Klay Thompson. No, you're not. You're blaming Klay. You guys have been blaming Klay for 2 years. Hell, you guys were blaming Klay during the championship year. You guys are blaming Klay for the championship year. No, he doesn't.
Yes,
he played the most minutes in the playoffs and shot 40% from the three-point line.
Who made $15 million in the free
Go ahead, get Max Strus.
I know.
Did you not watch Max Strus in the Eastern Conference Finals against Boston? He sucked against Boston. Max Strus.
He's making the 8th most money in the league.
Now we go back to money again.
Because that's
now we're talking about contracts before the leg injuries.
That's part of building the team.
Oh, my God. Mr. D in San Francisco.
That's why they're so up against the cap.
Can we get to the calls, please? I'm tired of listening to you bash Klay. All you do is bash Klay. You wanted to start Jordan Poole out there in the championship year, and Klay Thompson came through for you again. And now Jordan Poole's in Washington.
Either we're going to be realistic and assess who he is currently,
you can't stop blaming Klay. Blame Klay. Let's blame Klay. Mr. D in San Francisco, what's up? Klay.
He's not good anymore.
It's all Klay.
We love him.
It's all Klay.
And he's
blame
angry.
Klay yesterday.
He's emotional.
Blame Klay.
It's an anchor.
Blame Klay. Mr. D in San Francisco, what's happening?
Are you guys done?
I don't know. We can blame Klay all day. You watched that basketball yesterday? It's all on Klay?
No.
Come on, man.
I
must be delusional.
No.
I must be on mushrooms right now.
No, but I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm not going through this another year. Now, I went to one Giants game last year, and only reason I went to that is because it was a fundraiser. I'm not going to sit up here and spend my money on this team that's not going to do anything. Now, I got my 8-year-old grandson. I got to sit up and listen to him say, Dad, the NBA is going to change their name to the Golden State Turnovers. I got to listen to that. I got to hear that. Listen, we have yet another game where Chris Paul misses an important game.
Mr. D, you're slowing me down. You're slowing me down.
He had a good joke,
said
though.
all
The Golden
morning.
State turnovers is good.
We
needed that to
I
break
said
the
it
ice.
all morning. Klay was good in the first half. I got what I needed out of him. Moody should have played the rest of the game. I don't know why. It's just like when I talk about Brock Purdy and I say, well, he's playing better football than Patrick Mahomes and he's playing like a young Tom Brady and this offense scored 30 points. People just don't listen. That's what it is. I've said all morning long, Klay Thompson should have been the one subbed out. I said it on a postgame show last night. I said it this morning. Klay should have been the guy because he was struggling in the second half. I don't care if he starts. Give him his 15, give him his 20 points, and we ride it out into the sunset. But don't tell me a guy sucked when he led the league and made threes. Like, how can you suck when you lead the NBA
When
made
you're
threes and shoot 41 and you shoot 41% from the 3-point line?
Yeah, but that's
all right, I watch every game.
His effective shooting percentage
I
was
don't
like
care about
112.
effective shooting percentage. That's another analytic that makes no sense to
Are
me.
you taking good
Right.
shots? Like, I think that does matter. Nuance. Are you taking good shots?
He's a bad shot maker. That's what he's been. He's been a bad shad maker. So Klay Thompson should have been benched for Moses Moody. How many times can I say that? 4:26 left. It should have been Moses Moody. But we're not going to sit here and blame the whole damn game on Klay Thompson.
No one is saying that.
Oh,
That was
everybody's blaming Klay now. All of a sudden, Klay. What about Draymond picking up a technical?
Dre's a big.
What about Draymond picking up a technical?
All the time.
Come on, man.
We hammer Dre all the time.
Stop.
He makes half of what Klay's making.
Stop. Klay got the contract before the Achilles injury, so now it's the sunken cost.
Yeah, but
and now you got to live with it.
But if
and you know what? That same contract helped get you a 4th championship.
No doubt. But today, it's not helping as much as we need it to. And right now, to me, because he's making
He's
the
in the
money
last year of his
and because
contract.
of who he was, is why he's playing
in the last
at
year of
the
his
end of
contract.
games, not because of form or what he can do on the court now.
He's in the last year of
I
his
think
contract.
Moses Moody brings more to the table on a night-in, night basis
Yeah, I
than
don't
what
know.
Klay
I
does
don't know
to
about
help
that.
this team win.
I
Because
don't know
right now,
about
they don't
that.
have enough perimeter defense, and they don't have
Moody's
a guy.
not a great perimeter defender. His lateral movement is subpar.
He's better than
And I
Klay.
like Moody.
He's better
I love
than Klay.
Moody.
Come on.
I love Moody.
The guy
His
gets-
lateral movement, Shasky, is not elite at all.
No one said he's Paul George, but he's better than Klay right
Look like
now.
he's gonna just be
Kevin
a defensive
Huerter went
stopper.
off yesterday.
Did you
Malik
not-
Monk went off.
Moses
You
Moody,
needed
did
someone
you-
else out there who could defend.
The Oklahoma City game on that Saturday night. It was a Thursday game when they got blown out. OKC had a 39-24 lead. I want you to go back and watch the game and go watch Moses Moody's defense.
Monte, no one is saying he's Kobe.
He couldn't even say it in front of nobody. And he's one of the youngest guys on the team. I'm just saying, we act like he's going to just cure all our problems defensively.
He's just better.
He's not.
It's very simple.
He's not.
He's
He's
just
better
slightly-
in spurts. He's better in spurts.
Well, then he'll never close.
Well, he'll never close. He has closed. But don't blame Klay for the game. Yesterday, when they fouled the Sacramento Kings and sent to the free throw line 42 times, and all of a sudden they turned the ball over 21 times.
This is a bigger issue. It's not blaming Klay. I'm
Oh, my
saying the
God.
emotion of Klay
Oh, my
is why the
gosh.
coach is afraid to
Oh,
put
my
him on the
gosh.
bench because he thinks he's going to lose him.
Well, you know what? Then we got to have a conversation. Then Klay needs to suck it up, which I said all morning long. I said all morning
the guy
long.
at the
He needs
podium
to suck it
that we
up.
just saw 2 days ago doesn't look like he's ready to accept that.
Well, he's got to accept it. He's got to accept it. But what I'm not going to do is start pointing fingers at everybody. And we always go back. He can have a great game. Nobody says anything. He has a great January. Everybody starts kissing his ass, including you. And then all of a sudden he has a bad game. And all the Klay haters come out of the woodwork and start blaming guys. That's why I talk about fickle fans yesterday. Fans are fickle. A lot of fans are fickle. But you know what?
Fans are the reason he makes $50 million a year.
Okay, yeah,
yes,
no.
it is.
His jump shot is why he makes $50 a year.
If there weren't
His three-point shooting is why he makes
if there weren't
$50
fans,
million a
there
year.
wouldn't be leagues.
Man,
If there
somebody, he could be in an
Fans
empty
are
gym.
why these guys
He's one of the
make the
best
money.
shooters in the world in the history of the league.
Yeah,
in the league. Don't blame fans because he makes $43 million. No, Clay's jumper
I'm
is why he
saying
makes $43 million.
fans caring
Stop
as much
it.
as they do are why
Stop
you and
it.
me have a job.
Stop it.
Fans are why the league
self-entitlement
has
that
season-
fans
What are you
have
talking
is a
about?
joke. It's a joke. Stop it. Stop it. The fans. Please. Fans will turn on you in a heartbeat like they are on Klay Thompson. Stop it. The fans. The fans. Come on, man. Not all fans. And I'm not blaming all fans, but don't give me this stuff that fans are the reason why Klay Thompson scored 37 in the quarters, why he's getting $43 million.
People didn't care.
Klay Thompson.
If people didn't care, they wouldn't have season tickets. They wouldn't have cable packages. Come on.
Stop it. It's to the self-worth. That the same fans can go out there and rip guys left and right.
Part of
in a hard.
fandom.
No, that's
Steve
stupidity.
Kerr told these guys,
that's
get
fanatics.
paid hazard pay to deal with all that.
Stop. Chris Paul exited last night. 16 seconds left in the first quarter. GP2 left the game late in the third quarter with the calf injury, non-contact injury, trying to fight through a Trey Lyles screen, grabbed his right calf, and limped straight to the locker room. He'll have an MRI today, GP2. And boy, oh boy, can't lose GP2 right now, and you can't lose Chris Paul. That could be a problem. Could be a problem. And the Warriors blow a 24-point lead. So it's going to be a rough morning. We got 2 more hours left. Hell, really, we got 8 more hours left. 10 more hours, because Steiny and Goo will be touching this all day long. And you know Willard or Dibbs will be touching this all day long.
I lost. I'm out.
Boy. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got full phone lines. We'll get to everybody. Brianna in Detroit. Serial and Sack.
I know people.
BPA.
Oh, my God.
Austin in San Francisco. That's what BPA does.
Yankees?
BPA is a perfect example. I get a tweet from him every day about Klay Thompson.
Dynamic human
Watch
being.
the damn game. Watch the game. Anthony Slater coming up on the Morning Roast.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
I'm having a meltdown.
We got to laugh a little.
Look, I apologize to the fans. I shouldn't have ripped you because it's not all of you. But you know who you are. You know who you are.
You know what
I
like to do?
I love all fans. I love fans. They're fanatics. I get it. So I'm going to apologize. I'm going to stand back on that. I'm going to fall back on that.
Look, we ride and die with our guys, and I get it.
No.
I was
it's
that
not
way
even
with
about that.
Winston.
It's not even about that. I'm not even talking about riding or dining with Klay.
What's that?
He should have been benched. He should have been pulled out of the fourth quarter. I've said that over and over and over and over again. And forget the feelings. Because to me, all season, I told you, Shasky, all season long, even in all season, it's about who's finishing.
No, I agree.
It's about who's finishing.
Think about this. I just want you to think about this, all right? You almost can't, when he has that reaction at the podium 2 days before, and then you could watch him with every shot missed. It's like, he's doing these at-tricks, and you're watching the guy go through it in real time. If you would have put him on the bench, I feel like because of his emotional state of mind, you might lose him for the whole year.
Yeah, no, you'll lose him. He'll have to adjust. He's got to adjust. This is where you call Andre Iguodala. This is where you call Chris Paul, who's right there next to you. If Chris Paul can do it, and Chris Paul never came off the bench a day in his life until he became a member of the Golden State Warriors, or finishing lineups. So he can do that too. He's got to be a pro. But Steve Kerr has to make a move to win a basketball game. And last night, to win a basketball game with 4:26 left, you got to take out Klay or you take out Looney or whatever.
Yes.
But Moody should have played, and I said that. I've said that over and over and over again. I don't know how I can make myself even clearer. But come on, man. Like Klay Thompson in his last 5 games, and this is where 5 of his 11 full seasons, he's come out of the gate struggling, right? But you look at what he's doing in his last 5 games, playing 31 minutes a game. And I'm not even trying to cape for Klay because I know the defense is it's not even okay. The defense is bad, but this whole team is bad defensively.
The whole
team.
I agree.
Klay's giving you 19 points a game and 4 rebounds over his last 5, and he's shooting 42.5% from the 3-point line. That sucks now? We're gonna scoff at that? That sucks? And his field goal attempts are down. He usually attempts 18 to 19 field goals a game. Well, he's down to 14 attempts in the last 5, and overall on the season, he's down. His 3-point attempts are down by 4. So what do you want? He sacrificed shots, he's been discerning, and he's trying to fight through it. Wiggins ain't showed up all year long until last night. But let's go ahead and play the blame Klay game. That's fine. If that's what y'all want to do this morning, we'll go ahead and do it. Anthony Slater. Here on the Morning Roast, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Anthony Slater, if you can't tell, it's a bit spicy here on the Morning Roast this morning after the Warriors blew a 24-point lead. Last time they blew a lead like this on the road, 20-plus points. It was New Year's Day, 2011, against the Miami Heat. It's been a while.
Darrell Wright was the leading scorer.
And you saw it coming. Anthony, your big takeaway.
I expected it to be fired up this morning, and I'm not being disappointed early on. My big takeaway, that was a meltdown. I mean, that was like the worst night of the season so far. Just a lot is going wrong, and honestly, bigger picture, toughest part of the night for them is 2 of their most important rotation players got hurt.
100%.
Yeah.
I understand why we're talking about other things, but like Gary Payton has a calf injury that is being they're trying to figure out the severity of it today, but it did not look good. And then the Chris Paul injury is still a little bit unknown as well. So that's a problem.
That is a problem. What did they say? Did they hint at anything with GP2? Because it looked bad. I thought immediately when he limped off the floor, I thought of Kevin Durant of 2019 in the Western Conference semifinals against the Houston Rockets in a non-contact injury, although he grabbed the upper part of his right calf. What did you think when you saw it in real time?
Yeah, look, calf injury, and then they labeled it as a calf injury, and it, you got to figure out grade 1, grade 2, what the severity of it is. But typically, and this goes for all the sports, you guys know, when you leave with a muscle, injury like that, and can't even really put weight on it or don't want to put weight on it as you limp off to the locker room, usually you don't see the guy for a little bit. Again, we'll see. We'll probably get some type of more firmer information today. But, at this point, I'd expect him to miss time.
I mean, yeah, it feels like he is. And he was playing so good in that game. And like CP3, I think at the beginning of this year, I didn't have CP3 being the second best Warrior in terms of like collectively through the first, 20 games or so. And now they're missing him. How long do you think he's out?
Yeah, that one's a little bit more unknown. They kind of went hockey style and, lower left leg soreness. I think they're trying to solve that one. They're being very vague on it. It's way too speculative and early for me to wonder, his absence. They didn't seem to know. He didn't really seem to know last night. So that'll probably be figured out over the next 24, 48 hours.
So the Warriors are the third worst team in the league when it comes to fouls per game. Average over 22 fouls per game. 22 fouls. Kevin Durant said it last Wednesday, and everybody kind of missed it. Kevin Durant said, this is what they do. They hack. And that's the product of a team that is older, slower, doesn't have a lot of perimeter defenders, and guys are dribble drive penetrating, getting 2 feet in paint, kicking out for drives and wide open threes or whatnot. So they started fouling yesterday, and you add the turnovers to it. To me, that's where the game flipped. We'll get the crunch time of whether or not Moody should have played, and I think he should have, but the fouling problem. Anthony, that's not going away.
Hill stat. You want a Bonte Hill stat?
Give me a Bonte Hill stat.
I got it from one of our kind of research guys last night. I put it in my post-game story that's up now. First team since 2014 to give up 40 free throws to an opponent and turn it over 20 times in the same game last night. Steve Kerr said it. Yeah, Steve Kerr said it post game, like that's all they talked about entering the season. Got to clean up the fouls. Got to turn it over less. That's why they went and got Chris Paul. That's why they went and got Corey Joseph.
Oh my gosh.
Corey Joseph.
I like Corey. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's a great
guy. But is he a good basketball player currently?
It's tough for me to.
He's fine. Look, if he's your 11th, 12th man, if he has to play spot minutes, like let me tell you, Corey Joseph was not the problem last night.
No, I know, but
what was the problem other than that? Other than
let's get into it. No, I want to get right into it. Here's we're watching the game. We're all watching it, and we're like, oh. Someone other than Steph is actually hitting, in rhythm shots in the second half. His name's Moses Moody. He even hit 2 shots that didn't even count on the crash and dash or whatever they call that, where the guy tried to get the flop play. And I'm like, why is he coming out of this game? Now, I said to B, it could have been for Klay, it could have been for Looney or Draymond.
I thought it should have been for Klay.
Whatever.
I thought it should have been for Klay since everybody doesn't want to listen to me and not listen to the words. And I'm saying it should have been for Klay Thompson because Klay Thompson struggled in the second half. I got my 17-20 from Klay. I'm good.
Moody should have stayed in the game. And it's kind of driving me crazy. And I'm listening to Steve Kerr at the podium, and he's like, well, Wiggins was going to come in. And everyone collectively is thinking, we weren't even talking about Wiggins. We're talking about one of those other 3 guys, Draymond, who had lost his emotional composure, Looney, or Klay. What did you think?
I thought he kind of indicated that it would have been Klay had he made the move, and he said he thought about it, because after he said, well, Wiggins had to come in to guard Fox, and then we wanted to stay with Klay, and then he said, and the other veteran. So just the fact that Klay was named, I think, indicates that would have been the direction they would leaned. My take on it is he said so. Pregame, we were talking to him, and this felt like an important moment for them. Right, they're getting Draymond back. They were going to have their full rotation. It obviously felt like a pivot point. They had 2 days of good practice coming in, and he said he wanted that starting lineup that they still believe is one of the best 5-man units in basketball to start the game well and just kind of stabilize them. And my read on it is I think he just felt that it would have been a good signal for what they were going to be if that team started the game well, which they did, and then closed it, right? Go to your trusted veterans, your championship veterans to close it. It was the incorrect decision. You can definitely say now not to stick with the hottest player on the floor. But I remember thinking when Andrew Wiggins tips the ball in with 58 seconds left, this still, besides the injuries, which we already talked about, this still kind of reads as a nice script for them for the game, right? Moody gave them really good burst minutes to keep minute in the fourth, and the veterans closed. Problem for them, veterans melted down. 2 of the worst turnovers you can see, lost a 5-point lead in the last 50 seconds. And then you can shine the spotlight and go, I don't know if they might still have those turnovers if Moses Moody's out there because he's not the one handling the ball and getting those turnovers. But it does kind of shine the spotlight on the bigger picture issue right now, which is some of these young guys are pushing for more minutes, and the veterans who are struggling are kind of blocking their way, and it's getting a little bit more awkward.
So 5-point lead they had with 50 seconds left, and they blow it. The Draymond Green turnover. I mean, let's blame Klay for that. We'll get to that in a second, but Moses Moody, how's he feeling this morning? Because he's in his third year, and he stays ready. And Steve Kerr, you remember this, Anthony, he said in training camp that the closing lineup will be a feel thing. Who's rolling, the flow of the game. And it feels like Steve Kerr went back on his word last night with the veterans. So will things shake up here with the Warriors losing 8 of their last 10? What do you think will happen in the future, the next 2 weeks with this team?
Well, no. If there's no Peyton, if there's no Paul for any amount of time, I mean, like the rotation gets readjusted. It was wild, and it was kind of lost in Steve Kerr's answer last night, which I don't think made the fan base too happy. Moses Moody was out of the rotation.
He was. I know.
During the game last
I know.
night. He wasn't even going to play if they had the kind of the full complement. Obviously, you'll see him. Maybe you see Pajemski again. He was, by the way, got a DNP last night. It's mix and match. I mean, the fact that they've had guys in and out has, I guess made the experimentation a little difficult. But I agree with you. I remember early in the season, right? Remember, he didn't close with Wiggins like 3 out of the first 4 games. It was Peyton. It was Kuminga closed a couple times, and that did feel like an early statement that, like, meritocracy, whatever you want to call it. Like, it would have read that you would have closed with Moody last night. I don't know. I just think it's become so destabilized that maybe he felt it. Again, I read it last night as him trying to say, I want my veterans to close this game. So then when we go to the locker room post game, it feels like the right script for like who they are. It was going to be a statement of like, my championship veterans closed the game in Sacramento. They didn't though. And so maybe this does make them readjust plans again. I don't know. Like, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a guess from all three of us. If we, like, let's say they're playing the Clippers Thursday night and it's a similar situation. Who do you guys think he goes with?
I think he's going to go with the old guys.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Anthony, here. You talk about stabilized and stabilization and all that. Is Klay Thompson, after what you saw at after shoot-around Monday afternoon, is Klay Thompson mentally stable enough to handle being benched down the stretch of a basketball game?
I think singularly, yes. I mean, again, I think if suddenly you wanted to make him a 20-minute per night bench player at this stage of his career, obviously, with the contract season, looming over everything, that would be difficult. But yeah, he's gonna. All these guys, like Andrew Wiggins, took it the first 3 out of the first 4 games, and I remember talking to him in Houston, and his answer when he was benched again in crunch time was, "I got to be better. I got to rebound better. I got to do more to make them have me on the floor." That was the same night that Chris Paul, for the first time in his 19-year career, accepted a bench role for a team, and then basically was like, "Look, I'm just doing what I have to do to win." And they talked about having a meeting with the 6 guys, these 6 veterans who all viewed themselves as starters and closers before the season, and they all kind of agreed. It would be kind of a night-to-night thing. Now that 6 has become like 8, 9, 10 with the way the team is materialized. But to answer your question, like, he needs to be able to accept certain nights not closing. As again, I think that's a lot different than, hey, Klay, you're like now, an 18-minute per night guy.
I don't know. Something's got to give here. Whether it's personnel-wise, emotion-wise, just something's got to give. And then there's Draymond, as I talk emotions. He was unbelievable for like 2 quarters in this game. And then the 4th quarter, he was completely unhinged and couldn't control his emotions. Another big reason why this team lost their cool. I mean, I know we got a bunch of callers here waiting to talk about Draymond and Klay Thompson and everybody on here, but Draymond Green, he was a big part of why they lost emotional control last night.
Yeah. It's weird because I do agree that like the actual technical was soft. Steph Curry called it dumb post game, where he was just kind of doing the carry violation. But there was like an extended argument with the referee for like 3 minutes before that, when he had kind of like Trey Lyles like might have nudged him with the elbow, and he obviously kind of took a dive, and then he just like riled up an arena that was like kind of like quiet. And I don't want to say quiet, but like, the Kings were getting pounded most of the night. And when he did that thing with Lyles and then got into it with the referees, it kind of like jolted the arena, which jolts the home team typically. And then, he does the carry violation. And then even after that, as Steph's kind of pulling him away, as Steve Kerr's almost like telling Steph, like, hey, like calm things out there. Remember who was it? Malik Monk. He pressed out to half court.
Yeah, and he hacked him.
Has a foul, and then he stares at the ref, and then Kerr goes to Looney, right? He pulls he needs to kind of settle the situation. Draymond Green comes over to the bench. He's talking with one of the assistant coaches behind the bench. He has to go, he goes to the back, for whatever reason for a couple minutes. He comes back and I actually think he played pretty well, right? He had that. I thought he had some really nice defensive moments. He had 2 threes in the first half. He's playing pretty well, but yeah, again, last night you did feel like, he shifted the emotion of the game, and it ended up, in retrospect, a bad shift, towards the Kings instead of away. And I don't know, say what you want about it. Obviously, we'll probably have another conversation like this in a couple weeks.
Yeah, maybe next week, Anthony. Last one before we get you out here. Andrew Wiggins, there was a report yesterday that the Warriors were unhappy with his physical conditioning. They weren't happy with the way he attacked training camp and how he wasn't necessarily in the best shape. Well, he came out yesterday like gangbusters. What do you know about that report? What do you know about the Warriors feeling on Andrew Wiggins? Because if they want to go anywhere this season, he's got to be one of their top 3 players.
Yeah, I'll just say this about Wiggins offseason. I think we've talked about this. He broke his ribs in Game 5 of the second round against the Lakers. That was a significant injury. There was a lot of, they felt really proud of Andrew Wiggins after Game 6 in Staples Center. I can remember talking to everyone that he even tried to play with an injury that their medical team had categorized as a 6 to 8 week injury, a 2-month absence. If it was like a normal regular season, he played with the flak jacket on and was taking LeBron post up basically in Game 6. And I remember chatting, the season's over. He's walking out of the arena that night and he's like, yeah, it's probably 2 months. That was a recovery for him. Part of the reason he didn't work much in the offseason is because he couldn't really, broken ribs.
But then why didn't they say that out loud?
Well, I mean, what do you, it happened. That was part of why he wasn't on the court much this offseason. And then he does, he came into camp. He didn't look in the greatest rhythm and conditioning. That was pretty obvious, right? The first, really in preseason into the first couple months. I thought what was worse was his dribble and his shot. We've talked about this. I mean, it's kind of the worst offensive stretch of his career because he's always been a scorer. I thought by maybe Game 10, Game 8, Game 10, he really picked up his activity level defensively and on the glass. The shot didn't come around until recently, but obviously he had the breakout against the Thunder. He had 29 last night. I think he's been pretty good for the last week, 10 days. I thought he had the biggest play of the game last night for a second, which was that tip-in, right? That flying tip-in. That felt like Wiggins from the playoffs. He had big plays like that. And that was going to be one of the stories of the game. And then, of course, they melt down in the final 50 seconds. But I think he is very much, in my opinion, trending in the right direction. I think he looks a lot better from a rhythm conditioning standpoint.
Well, the percentages are going up, 39.5% in October from the floor, 44% in November. In October for the three-point line, he shot 18%. He's shooting 28.6% in the month of November from the three-point line, and the points are up 3 points per game. So he is trending in the right direction, but they just need a little more. And the Warriors, a 24-point lead. Sacramento advances in the in-season tournament to the knockout stage. What a game last night to go to One Center. And boy, it is doom and gloom down here in the Bay Area. Anthony, stay away until tomorrow when we see you at Chase Center for the Warriors and Clippers.
Hey, I will say one piece of good news to emerge for the Warriors last night. They had to restructure the schedule, right, with this tournament. They get the Blazers at home next Wednesday. That's pretty favorable from the league.
Can we call anything a gimme right now with the Warriors?
I mean, if you don't get that one, all right. Well, I think I might be on the morning after that game.
Yeah, you might be. You might be. I thought you were going to say. Hey, I thought you were going to say we get 3 days off. Monday, Tuesday, and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
By the way, I think that's like 3 straight weekends we're going to get that. Saturday, Sunday. That was great. That part is good news for me. I will say that.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that either, Anthony. I'm not mad at that either.
All right, buddy.
Hey, man, you're too kind for us, man. Thanks so much, man. NBA Insider here at 95.7 The Game. Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast. He's doing a great job. We're going to pivot from Howard Eskin. We're going to take your calls because we're rolling on the Warriors and Kings. And, let's continue to pick it up. Let's just go to who's been on hold the longest?
I'm optimistic.
Oh! No. I'm not going there right now. He can wait a second.
Dynamic human being.
He's going to wait a second. We're going up to Motown. We're going to Brianna in Detroit.
I think we need more time. All right, let's go to Brianna.
I'm fashionable.
Hi, Brianna.
Brianna in Detroit. What's happening?
Hi.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
How are you? Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm doing good. Happy holidays. I have a few things I want to say really, really quick. Shasky, you are killing Klay. And Bonte, you are on point when you say that he's been streaky for years. Because before his 2 injuries, before he got to be 33 years old, no one came down on him like this. Now, it's like the end of the world. And he's always been like this. He'll go games and games and games, and then he'll get hot, and everyone will sing his praises. And when he does it this year, everyone's going to sing his praises. But when you say things like he suck, and you represent the Bay, and they have to hear that, along with when you go to their comment section on Instagram, and you have fans saying the most disgusting things to them, it will affect anyone, to be honest with you. So I think we should just be a little bit more, watch how we say things sometimes, because they hear things. Trust me, I know people. And another thing is, Kevon Looney was not a starter. He's not a starter. He basically played great, and he took the starter position, but he's not a starter. So why not put Trace in with his college experience, with him being 6'9", just like Looney? Why not put him in and see what happens? He's younger. He's faster. That could be a spark. And also, people have to be selfless, and they have to want to do what's best for the team. Are we sure Kuminga wants to do what's best for the team? Are we 100% sure that he's not having negative energy behind the scenes and saying things or being negative? Because that's when you're a team, everyone has to buy in to what the team is trying to do. And sometimes people think that they're better than what they are. And he's had his opportunities to show who he is. It's been 3 years. Now, you can look at all the rookies that's playing this year. They came into the league making a huge difference, knowing how to play. They have 3 people that's competing for Rookie of the Year, and all of those guys, if they would have been on the Warriors, probably would have made a bigger difference than Kuminga, and he's been here for 3 years already. So I don't want to hear no more, put Kuminga in. Maybe it's time for Kuminga to go.
Oh, Brianna coming in with heat.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
The Kuminga thing is very interesting. Very interesting. Now, she talk about Klay Thompson slow starts. Again, I read this stat every single day. Now it looks different. I'll admit, it looks a little different this year. You can see the legs and the wear and tear. But in 5 of his 11 full seasons, he has shot 41% or less in the first month of the season. Last season, he shot 35% in the first month, and everybody said he was done. Then he had the greatest January and March of his NBA career. And then all of a sudden we said, oh, Klay's not a problem. And then all of a sudden, Klay, they had a 5-point lead, 50 seconds left. Did Klay handle the ball in the last 50 seconds? Who had the turnovers in the last 50 seconds? Who had the bad shots? Wasn't Klay. So let's stop blaming Klay for every damn thing. And I say that by agreeing with everybody. Moody should have played the last 4:26. But nobody hears that. Anyway, we'll break. More of your phone calls coming up. Brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater Program.
I know people.
Let's change this to that.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Situation critical? Situation is critical. What a show. What a show. Now, I want to say this before we get back out to the line, so I've been thinking about this during the break.
That you love
as
me?
we're talking. Yeah, I do love you. I love you. I can yell at you. You can yell at me, and it's all good.
That's what brothers do. Sometimes we wrestle, and the refrigerator gets knocked over.
I don't take sports conversations personally. I never have and never. Well, sometimes I do.
I'm having a meltdown.
I'm not going to lie. I do sometimes. But, you know, when it comes to Klay, and I keep saying, bench him, bench him, bench him. Okay, let's bench him. Now, let me ask fans out there. Do you really just want $43 million? Because everybody wants to keep bringing up the money. You really want to put $43 million on the bench?
Well, that's
or do you want to try to maximize your $43 million in everywhere you can?
It's a sunken cost. It's like the Trey Lance situation. It's like you already paid him, right? And you're already there. You have to do the best for your roster. And it's ironic to me because you did that to David Lee. Yep. And David Lee was making the most amount of money on the team to start the dynasty. And Draymond, it's different.
But it's different because it's a new system.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of difference.
It's a different system, new head coach.
And I don't think Moody's as good as what Draymond turned into.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm not here sitting here like, Moody's going to become Paul George. Nobody's saying that. I think in the happy world, you play the hot hand. Some nights it's Klay, some nights it's Moody.
I totally
Last
agree
night
with
in the
that.
second half, it was Moody.
I totally agree with that. And it really wasn't even the second half. It was the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, yes.
It was the fourth quarter.
I don't even play the third?
The guy was out of the rotation. It was really the fourth quarter. Now, let me pull it up here. Got my notes. Hang with me here. And I don't want to turn this into a Klay show, but Moody played 48 seconds in the third quarter. 38 seconds. 48 seconds in the third quarter. 48 seconds. And then he came in the fourth quarter. And he started getting hot.
Yeah, he was ready.
Thought he should have stayed in the game. I asked Monty Festus that. I said, right before we went to the first break, I said, what you think Moses Moody should have stayed in the game? What you think about that substitution? Because that was on my mind. 4:26 left. It kind of was like, yeah, but you had to play Wiggins. Well, let's have the uncomfortable conversation. Klay should have been out because Klay got cold in the second half.
Well, that's
Klay was not effective in the second half.
And that's where, like, Brianna, who just called us from Detroit, who says she has some certain insights when it comes to the team. She's like, well, Kuminga, he's got to buy in on the team aspect and the team aspect. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying, sure. But is Klay ready to buy it on the team aspect?
I think he would.
Well,
Anthony Slater just said that. Anthony Slater said, you know what? He would have to. He would have to.
Well, and that's where I think that I underrated the emotional aspect of the Klay Thompson game, just basketball in general. Like, when we look at some of these guys, like, I do see shades of Kevin Durant in that basketball is his only life. Like, that is everything to him. And it's a great thing. But that is his life. And when things aren't going well on the court for him, he does wear it. And I thought in my mind he was more Spicoli, like, I'm going Fast Times at Ridgemont High here. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm me, and I'm aloof, and I do my thing. No. He's acutely aware of everything. And I do think these things wear on him. So when he's not playing well, I think it becomes more of a landslide, more of an avalanche, and it does hurt him.
Brianna brought up something, because I know this. I've been fortunate in my career to be around the team and meet different people, and I've been blessed. There's no doubt I've been blessed, and I don't take it for granted. I get to talk to you guys every single day, get to do the show every single day, to be on TV. I'm blessed. I'm so lucky in life. So when she brought up that players look at comments, and Klay Thompson last season, remember he brought it up like he had to walk it back. He goes, you bandwagon fans, man, y'all coming at me like this and like that. And I think a part of him, and maybe he'll never admit it, and I don't know if this is true or not, but think about all the vitriol Klay and Wiggins get. And then last week, or 2 weeks ago, we got people outside the gay house yelling, free Draymond. Free Draymond. And Draymond fractured the culture last season. You know what I'm saying? Fractured the culture. So what I'm saying is, I think in a way, because we're all individuals, people get jealous or whatnot, and they're like, wait, I'm getting all this heat?
Yeah.
I'm getting all this heat. When I'm healthy, I'm available.
And this guy gets a pass?
A pass and a $100 million contract.
That would piss me off.
You know what I'm saying?
I admit that.
And so, like, when you think about what happened last year, and Klay was bringing in the youngsters, he's riding around with Moses Moody in L.A. He's got James Wiseman on the boat. I don't think he has no problem with these youngsters. He's going to Moses Moody camp in Arkansas. But we got a guy picking up a tech and losing control and hurting the team. He hasn't been available for damn near half the games. And Draymond said it was the most important year of his career. And Klay Thompson sitting here without a contract thinking, damn, every shot means the world, because he's never really been in this position before.
Well, just for me, from afar, I don't give a damn about his contract. I just don't. I don't.
But you're not Klay Thompson.
No, I understand that. But
Klay Thompson has no idea. Klay Thompson's looking at this Warrior uniform and saying, damn, I've died for this uniform.
But you know who else?
I'm died for this uniform.
CP3's looking for a contract.
No, well, he's got the team option. He knows he's going to get picked up somewhere. CP3 is not tripping.
But it's not like, and I'm not trying to get in someone's pockets. He has generational wealth to begin with. He has made so much money. This is not his first contract.
That doesn't mean anything, man. No. Everybody's not happy with money. There's a lot of miserable rich people. Now, I'd rather be miserable and rich than miserable and broke, but there's a lot of miserable people who are rich. And so money doesn't, the guy wants to be in a great situation. And think about it. He spent his entire career here and helped build something special.
I understand that.
And he may be the first one out, despite being a good soldier and a good teammate. Whereas opposed to Draymond Green, where he sucked a teammate and got $100 million.
But the hard part is like I just, all these guys talk, not just Klay, but all these guys in general.
The guy just wants to be appreciated.
No, I know.
And what's wrong with that?
But he has been appreciated.
He?
Yeah.
The last 2 years, he's been getting roasted left and right.
They handed him a max contract coming off of an ACL injury because of how much they loved him.
And he was working his ass off to get back, and he tore his Achilles.
But it'd be one thing if they shortchanged him at every single turn.
But he's tried to pay it forward, right?
This will be his fifth contract.
It's not a lack of effort, right?
I'm not saying it's not a lack of effort.
Would it be a fourth or fifth? Because you got the rookie deal, you got the extension, and then he got this one.
Okay,
so this will be a fourth one coming up.
But, come on. All I'm saying is I don't, of all the narratives, I'll listen to the emotional part.
Right.
The contract thing, I kind of don't care.
But that's weighing on him. How could it not weigh on him? Fred Warner, with the 49ers, when he signed his extension with the 49ers, and he struggled at the start of the 2021 season, and he came out and admitted, I was trying to live up to the contract. I was trying to live up to it because of all the new money I got, and I wanted to be a leader, and I had to tell myself it's not about the contract. We can't we can't get inside these dudes' heads and tell them what makes them tick.
It's just hard for somebody who, let's just say you're an electrician out there, and you're making $95,000 a year, It's really hard for me to have empathy. I'm just telling you.
He's
it's
a human
hard
being,
for me to
though.
have empathy
This is his business.
for a guy making $350.
This is his
in
business.
his career.
And I'm not saying we should pay Klay Thompson max money. But how can we sit here and say he's been in this position, help build something special, and all of a sudden he may be the first of the big three that's gone. And he's one of the guys who doesn't have. So it ain't our money, and the owners do have it, and the NBA's got money left and right. So I don't want to hear about money. The guy's a human being first, right? The guy has feelings. We've seen it throughout. The guy, Festus brought it up yesterday. The guy, early in his career, had a terrible game, full uniform, drives straight to Racket to the Performance Center, shoots, and couldn't get his uniform off because he was soaking over the game of basketball, and he was rich then. He had generational wealth then.
So then why would the contract be such a big...
Because he's like, I'm trying to live up to something. Not only is he trying to live up to the $43 million, he's trying to help this team win a championship, and he's trying to overcompensate knowing that I don't have the same legs. I'm not the same defender. And he's getting older and older and older, and he knows it, and he's fighting through it. See, he's a human being first.
But you have to control controllables,
that's the problem.
His emotion, but you have to control the control. You can't control how teams are going to view them. You can't control your effort level and your emotions that are attached to those things, right?
See, that's why I have a problem with fans sometimes when it's like, wait, we treat them like robots. Oh, he gets $43 million, get over it. We can't even handle people commenting on our Instagram, calling us whack or saying our show sucks without feeling some type of way. These guys get it a million times more. We say, well, they get paid rich and whatever. Words hurt people, man.
No doubt.
And Klay's one of those people who was vulnerable. He's shown that on the boat. He's shown that in rehab. He showed that when he was coming back. Remember when he was coming back about a month out of coming back? And I'm not even trying to apologize for Klay because, again, last night, Klay should have been on the bench in the last 4:26. And Klay hasn't played better, although in the last 5 games, he's averaging 19 points a game. He's shooting 42 from the three-point line. So if that sucks, give me that suckage right there because I'll take that all day long. But Klay showed you a month before even coming back, the guy was crying on the sideline, thinking, I had 2 years of my basketball career taken away. Forget the damn money. The thing I loved to do most was taken away from me, and now I'm not the same player. So, you know what? I just, that's why I get on some fans like, these guys are human too. Because if you and I can't handle vitriol, you're telling the player who makes $43 million to get vitriol? Like, come on, man, that's not fair.
There's a famous video of Steve Kerr telling these guys, the reason we get paid as much as we do is you're going to get the love and the negativity.
And even Steve Kerr had to get off of social media. He disabled social media.
I mean, that's why Draymond or LeBron James does, dark 030 or whatever the hell it is. Look, I'm not saying people criticizing online is right because it's wrong. I get all that. But it kind of goes with the job. It goes with the territory, right or wrong. It's baked into it. And you wouldn't make $43 million a year if the television money and the thirst by the fans was there. You wouldn't have the television deals. You just wouldn't.
Okay, I hear you on that. Let's not act like the fans got him paid. Klay Thompson's game got him paid.
The business
His
of
shot
sports,
making got him paid as well. I understand you with the business, but stop trying to say the fans got him paid when the guy's been a multiple-time All-Star and an All-NBA player. He would not be paid the money he's paid if he was not any good.
Indirectly, all of the salaries are paid by television viewership, season ticket holders, and merchandise that's bought by who? The fans.
All right, fine. And the same fans who are quick to jump into the comment section and tell him he sucks and he needs to come off the bench. So now we want $43 million to come off the bench. So you guys want it, whatever. All right. BPA, let's get him out the way. Brian and Palo Alto, go ahead, go off. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not really here to rip on Klay. So
no, go ahead. You tweet me every day about him. Go ahead.
No, it's
go
okay.
ahead.
You're very passionate about him. And
no, I'm not. I said he should have been benched yesterday. I just like to have perspective on things.
So I would say, look, I think my take is Draymond and Klay both have the same issue, same fundamental issue. Draymond can't control his emotions, even for a game, and Klay can't sustain his play for a game, right? So, that's pretty clear. Like, Draymond last night, of all the times for Draymond not to melt down emotionally in the fourth quarter, last night was a pretty good night not to do that, right? Coming off a 5-game suspension. Klay, good first half, and then just absolutely pumpkin in the second half, which is what we've seen over an extended stretch, almost 50 games dating back to last year, playoffs, end of the year. Klay shot about 39% over that period. So it's not a small sample size, but they're not. Look, they're gonna hold on to those guys to the bitter end. So how do you improve the team? And you look at a guy like Kuminga, who's just absolutely completely turtled up. Like he's back to like rookie year or worse. So like you're going to have to improve the team somehow, because you can't count on Klay and Draymond to deliver the way they once did. It's just not going to happen anymore. So like, could you move Kuminga? Looney has not been good, by the way. That's another sort of untalked about thing.
Agreed.
But like at this point, what is Kuminga even here for? Right? Like he is totally. I mean,
he's in the Wiseman zone.
Not good.
He's in the Wiseman zone, and I hate saying that, but he's more resembling the Wiseman minutes than he is the positive Kuminga minutes that we have seen in years past.
Good call, BPA. That's actually a good call. Let's go to Devin in the Uber. Devin in the Uber. What's happening, Devin?
Hi, Devin.
Hey, Monta. Hey, and it was a pleasure seeing you yesterday, man. Quick.
When did I see you?
So, the contest.
Oh man! Well, yeah. It was great to see you.
Yeah, I was in the all black with the aqua shoes.
Oh yeah. You were doing your thing, man. Sorry that you had to fall behind me. You finished behind me because your boy finished in the Final Four, and I told you guys. what time it is.
You did your stuff, man. It was. Hey, I just want to say real quick. I love you guys for that. You guys are amazing. Like that was really fun, man. I appreciate you. As far as the Warriors go, I know I'm in the minority when I say I've kind of been wanting Klay and Dre gone for a few years now. I'm of the belief that let's send them off while they got so much trade value, while contracts are here and there. I just think that the inconsistency right now is kind of bad. It's ruining Steph because, we all know, I don't think any basketball fan wants this to happen, right? So let's knock on wood. But Steph gets hurt, our season's done for.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's done for. Right. We don't have these guys aren't on it. So I'm fearful that we're gonna waste yet another year of Steph. And can we say prime still? Like he's still balling at a high level, even though he did have the nasty turnover. But I'm worried, man, and I think we can't. There's too much ego here. I'm hearing words like sacrifice. I'm hearing words like team. But some of these guys are also talking about yesteryear, and that's the reason they should be where they are. Well, let's show some leadership. Sometimes leaders understand when to fall back and let the young bulls get the run. Let the young guys win it for them. That also doesn't it feel good when the young guys that you've been mentoring ball out and win games for you? Because now when it's the playoffs and you guys are in the fold, you guys have the confidence knowing, hey, I can take a breather, and let the young guys do it. So that's all I want to say.
It's a good point. It's a good point, but here's the deal. The veterans aren't just going to say, hey, go ahead, take my minutes. These guys are competitors at the highest of highest levels. Klay Thompson's one of the most competitive guys. We know Draymond Green, one of the most competitive guys. They don't win 4 championships in all these road games in the NBA playoffs by not being competitors. So that falls on the head coach. The head coach has to make a tough decision. The head coach has to say, you know what, the veterans, and we should have saw this last year when they went on that 5-game road trip and blew every game. It was the veterans. All right.
Yeah, but what happens whenever we talk about the veterans is we revert back to the 4 championships. I mean, we just saw them do it a year ago, which was last year. A year ago, we just saw them do it 2 years ago, right? Which is a valid point, but I keep going back to form. Like, what are you right now?
Right.
Like, those are the decisions that I'm trying to make right now. While also having respect and reverence for what you've accomplished, I also need to win games tonight.
I need to win a game. And Steve Kerr said that in the preseason, in training camp. I'm going by feel. Well, the feel yesterday was to get Moses Moody into the last 426. All right? The feel is, Draymond Green, you got to chill out a little bit. You're playing so well. You don't need to pick up a technical. Get out the feelings and just win some basketball games. Because at the end of the day, that's all it's about. I don't care who starts. I don't care who's benched. I've been saying that all season. But Klay had a good first half. Wiggins had a good game. Steph Curry was Steph. Draymond, I mean, look, you're up 5. 119, 114 in the last 50 seconds. Who turns the ball over? Steph Curry. Who turns it over later? Draymond Green. Your trusted veterans on a miscommunication with Klay Thompson. So, and then you get the last shot there with 7 seconds left, which we haven't really got into. I don't know what the hell was that, but you know what? You didn't have a timeout.
I'll tell you
Why did you have a timeout? Because you wasted a challenge with 2:50 left in the fourth quarter on a foul by Steph.
Here was the final 6 seconds. Draymond inbounding it to Steph. Steph coming down, double teamed. Herter swings over, leaves Klay Thompson wide open, and says, I'm kind of guarding Draymond, but not really.
Yep.
But just only in the event that he might catch it to pass it to someone else. And it was essentially a triple team on Steph Curry.
Yep.
And after he kind of dribbled off his foot a little, and a terrible shot.
Yep.
But again, how can you blame Steph Curry?
No, I can't. Let's go to Serial and Sac. Let's get Sacramento out the way. Sacramento.
Hey, they can gloat today.
Oh, boy.
Great comeback.
Go ahead, Serial. Line 2, Spinoni. Line 2.
Line 2. Joe.
That's a great laugh. That's a great laugh.
I like the beam.
I like that. Like the beam. That stupid ass beam. That's all you got. Come on. Hold on. Let him say all.
Is this Draper? Is this Draper?
It's not Kyle Draper, is it? Oh, you hung up on him?
No, when you hear that noise, they hang up.
So he just called in to light the beam.
I kind of like that new click. Is that the new click? That's the iPhone click? I kind of like that.
Did you hear Draper yesterday on his Twitter? Do you have it? Oh, I have it. All right, here's Draper last night. They're filling themselves. Kenny Caraway with a Sacramento splash. He tagged all of us. He tagged D40.
Kenny, it's 2023. Stop wearing the 1992 Chicago White Sox hat.
Stop hating on him, dude.
I'm going to hate on him because he's rubbing it in my face.
It was fresh.
And rightfully so.
Fresh. He should. Damian Barley. Listen to Kyle.
Barley. By the way, you want to see the emotional swing? It was, this is embarrassing. Like, I was watching all the tweets.
The sucker free. They got sucker free here. It's a Warriors home game.
And then all of a sudden, unbelievable arrogance at the end of the game.
Oh,
they will
be clipping our show. They're going to be clowning us today. I already know.
Well,
they will be clowning us, and I'll be tapped in. I'll be tapped into both Stardy Guru and ESP 1320.
I got it. That's fine.
I'm going to start calling Kenny, though, Kenny Layaway, because some of the clothes he has are so expensive. He must be putting them on layaway. How do these guys have such good fits?
You always pocket watch it, man. Be careful with that stuff.
These guys are draped. There was a picture of Damian in purple. I don't know if you guys caught it. He put it on Instagram. The guy was wearing... I don't even know.
I'm going to tell you what.
How much
right now. Hold on. I'm going to have my boys back here for a second.
The guy looked amazing.
Hold on.
I'm jealous.
D-Lo and Kenny Caraway
are the two best dressed guys in radio.
No, there's no doubt about that. And they don't strike me as guys who use the layaway program.
I'm talking about me.
They're straight cash money. And you got 2 houses, so stop the cap. You got 2 houses.
Well, I spend my money
You skipped out on the knockout tournament to go have an expensive lunch on your birthday. So I don't want to hear it. Kenny and D-Lo.
I lost. I'm out.
Kenny and D-Lo ain't about that layaway life. You don't put Gucci's on layaway.
I have a cabin.
You don't put Louis Vuitton pouches on layaway. They don't accept layaway.
True. That's true.
Them homies got straight cash.
That's true.
So I ain't going to disrespect
I was trying to make a joke.
I know you was, but I can't let you go that far.
I swear to God, Damian, he looked like he was doing an R&B cover. I don't know what the pose was.
We got him.
He looked amazing.
You got him.
I'm jealous.
And then you got Kyle Draper, who joined us on the Morning Roast yesterday.
You win to the spoils go the victor.
Yeah,
to the victor goes the spoils.
Oh, to the victor goes the spoils. Thank you.
We always jack those up. We jack those catchphrases up. I jacked up Yogi Berra earlier today. Draper joined us on Warriors pregame show yesterday. And Draper was talking about you guys even down there at Golden State perpetuating that hate for De'Aaron Fox. Like, dude, relax. It's a must-win for us. And then Draper, after the game, was in his car. And listen to Kyle Draper.
Yo, what's up, Kings fans? It's your boy Drapes. Just now about to leave the arena. Just about to head home. But I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't going to be able to sleep tonight. The boys did it. Finally, they beat the Golden State Warriors.
The boy's so happy. They ain't even won a playoff series. No boy. They get on my damn nerves up there, man.
Honestly, though, good for them.
Good for them.
You know?
Trace is lighting the beam. They're all lighting the beam.
They won. You just have to wear it. When the other team wins the way that they do, and they come back from 24 down, and basically it was a it was a checklist of things. Right. We made Steph Curry turn it over. We made Klay Thompson, go a little cold in the second half. We got them frustrated over Moses Moody, who we don't even know if he's any good or not. We got him frustrated with Kevon Looney, who's one of their lifers. Draymond Green's emotionally losing control in the fourth quarter. It was a checklist of things that the Kings needed to win, and all of them happened.
All of them checked out.
All of them happened.
We pulled a 24-point lead.
And
I'm watching it in real time.
De'Aaron Fox gets more whistles than Michael Jordan in his prime. I'm not sure if you know this.
But you know what? You're aggressive offensively. You got a team that hacks. You're going to get to the foul line.
No, I agree.
And you know what?
I agree.
He missed 8 free throws.
How about the teardrop
he
in
missed
traffic? Oh, I know he did.
He missed 8 free throws.
He had one where he's going to his left, and he throws it up before the 3 defenders come at him, kisses it high off the glass for an and one, missed the free throw. I mean, dude, De'Aaron Fox is sick. And then Herter passes up a 3, throws it to Fox. I go, great, here we go. And boom, of course, he hits it.
You got
Fox is amazing.
That may be the one, Lubman, where he said, listen to the cut, the one that you just sent me, Lubman. Listen to it and let me know if he talks about the finishing lineup. Let's go to the Lou. You know what? First, let's go to Malik in Oakland. We haven't heard from Malik in Oakland in a while. Let's get Malik in Oakland, then we'll get to St. Louis. You know who's waiting to go in St. Louis. But Malik in Oakland, set the tone, baby. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
What's up, Malik?
I've had better days.
Yeah, me too. Speaking of Kings fans, man, I don't know why they gloating because they're 1-2 in the season series, lost in 7 games last year, just a few months ago, and we still got a game on January 9th where you can make it a 1-3 season series or 3-1 season series. So they got their 1 win. Great. Still play basketball. We're going to still beat them. Not worried about the Kings. But as far as the Warriors, man, we just got to keep it honest. I think I called in probably a month back when the season started and just gave the real on the team. It's just this is not a good team. Just wasn't. The roster's not good. The players are old. We got older in the season, and it's just that's what it is. I think we got to kind of understand that, and we're going to pull our hair out all year, just kind of understand that the team isn't a very good team, and the expectation shouldn't be set high for this current iteration. Yeah. But just a simple basketball conversation, guys, right? Like on Klay Thompson, since that's kind of the theme of the last, 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so. He's not playing well right now, but what are our best options going forward with Klay?
Slightly more moody.
Right?
Again, I don't pretend that oh my God, you play Moody, this is a first team player. No one, I don't think anyone, just a little more. And depending on the matchups, split up the bigs. Because I don't think I feel like Looney's playing way too much, and I don't think he's playing very well right now. And I love Loon. He doesn't look the same.
Lincoln, all right, let's get to but I agree with everything. I want to see more Moody. I want to see more Moody last year.
I kind of want to see more Jason Davis.
I just don't agree with taking out the hot hand in the big game.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's like a hot running back in football,
yes.
Right? Guys rolling.
Yes.
Give him more carries.
Yes.
Keep feeding him.
It's like Elijah Mitchell.
Right. It's baseball.
That was a joke.
No, I was already in short. I was like, Elijah Mitchell, please, Elijah Mitchell. You guys, I'm not going to explode off that. That's what you guys want. You guys saw what happened in Seattle. You played Elijah Mitchell.
He had 49 big yards.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter, mostly in the fourth quarter.
That's because he set it up.
In the garbage time, when the game was decided. But it's like baseball, right? We've seen this with Matt Williamson. Hit 2 home runs at Fenway Park. Let's pinch hit for him.
Yeah,
Farhan is the king of doing this. Oh, the guy's rolling. He's 3 for 4 at the plate. You know what? You're not going to play tomorrow. It's the same thing.
You left me an opening. 10 seconds.
No.
Did you see who the Giants are in on?
Who?
They're all in, per John Morosi and everybody, on the guy from Japan who I targeted last week and Ohtani. Not 1, 2. That's it. They're going for Ohtani and him.
Weren't they all in on Aaron Judge?
Yo.
Weren't they all in on Bryce Harper?
They were all in on winning last year. We all know how that went. So
weren't they all in on Giancarlo Stanton?
I'm done.
I don't care about a report from Bubba.
You're a loser.
I don't care about a report from Bubba. My man, JP Morosi, we call him Bubba. That's his nickname growing up, and we're family now. So I saw Bubba at a Sharks game not too long ago. Listen, Bubba can report whatever the hell he wants to report. Until they do it, until they sign somebody, then maybe I'll believe it.
Is that Guru doing the Sharks thing? Oh, my God, that's good.
Man.
Is Guru okay?
You know what?
I felt bad.
I lost. I'm out.
You are not allowed to talk about Guru in the knockout tournament.
Oh, I won't.
You're not allowed to talk about him.
I felt bad for him.
No, you're not allowed to talk about him. because you wasn't there.
Yeah,
and you know
true.
what? Guru finished ahead of you in the standings.
Yeah, that's fine.
Even though he was the first one out.
Might have been Steiny's finest moment doing play-by-play, though. It was an all-time
hear it?
call.
Can I hear it?
You want it?
I want
Here
it.
we go.
I want it right now.
This is the
perfect
very
time.
first possession of the knockout tournament yesterday.
Does
95-7
Goop not
knockout
know
tournament.
that when you shoot it and you miss, you have to hustle after the ball?
I don't think he knew the rules.
Oh.
This is the official 95-7 the game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot the free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru is eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
I've never heard Steiny so happy. Even after a Warriors loss, he's not that happy. Like, legitimately.
Don't do that to Steiny.
I love you, Steiny.
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
So I have not,
That was a great call.
I already know what's coming.
You got to hustle after it.
Listen,
that sounded like Jim
listen,
Barnett telling the Warriors what they need to do in the fourth quarter of a crucial must-win game. You got to steal that.
I know what's coming from 10-2, baby. I know what's coming. I just hope Clay's not listening. Can't open a Cal in St.
Box
Louis.
of Epsom salt.
Can't open a Cal in St. Louis. What's happening?
What's up, man? First of all, I want to say what's up to Tyler Mitter and Drew Down. What's up, man? But anyway, man, it just amazes me, man. Like I say, everybody want to blame Klay. That man had 20 points. I swear, what's his name? Kerry had a turnover, and Draymond Green had a turnover at the winding seconds of the game. Coach didn't do anything about that. They didn't sit up there and put in Pods or Trace Jackson. They didn't sit up there and put the young guys in to wear the other guys down right before they kept on getting momentum. No, we didn't do that because the Warriors ain't got no coach. But Klay Thompson got paid after he was hurt. I just swear they won the championship as soon as Klay Thompson came back. I just swear they never won a championship. All them years Klay was out, but people want Klay gone. You know what, y'all? I hope Klay gets traded. Whatever team he goes to, I hope Klay gets traded. And I guarantee you, he gonna win a chip because it doesn't make no sense. Everybody keeps on coming at Klay when Klay does the dirty work. Everybody talked about him last year. He averaged 20 points last year. This man was hurt. 2 injuries.
Hey, Cal, real quick, Cal. He also led the league in made threes and shot 41% from the perimeter, but nobody cares about that because the true shooting percentages, and he still sucked. So, I mean, it is what it is. When you lead the league at threes and you suck, then just not a winning proposition, Cal.
And they said it last year. And here's what my point is. Steve Kerr said that, Steve Kerr said that he was going to sit up here and do a better coaching job this year. But yet and still, they lost that game by 1 point. So happened Sacramento got 40 free throws, guys. We're not going to talk about that. Oh, how many did Looney score? My fault, he don't score. And then Chris Paul gets hurt. Chris Paul's good, but golly, Pods can sit up here and facilitate. Pods can sit up here and be facilitating and scoring and wearing the other team down. They need to play the young guys because Steve Kerr acting like he ain't got a clue, guys. Point blank, man. I sit up here and I got the receipts and I'm calling them out on that, man. Ain't no way.
Go ahead. Finish
1
strong.
point. Right on, guys. I love you.
What was that? Wait, whoa. Can't open the Cal. What was that? What was that? Was that wifey right there? What happened?
What's going on, y'all?
Oh, that's what. You wanted to get in on here, huh?
What's going on, y'all? I feel like they should have played Pies last night and Trace Jackson last night, and we would have won that chip.
Can I ask you a question? Who do you enjoy more, me or Bonte on this show?
I like both of y'all.
Oh, that's a cop-out.
Why does it have to be one or the other?
That's the truth. That's the truth, man, because, golly, man, y'all sit up and y'all the dynamic duo, man. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah,
you guys are the dynamic duos here, man, but we got to sit up and tell the truth, man. Come on.
I love you, Can't Open
the Cal in St. Louis. You're listening to 95-7
He's got to come
game.
to Philadelphia with us in the playoffs.
Yeah, so somebody just called me a poodle, right? Because I was talking that smack about going back to Philadelphia. Trust me, I wanted to go back to Philadelphia. But I also don't want to miss my daughter's birthday. To me, that means a lot more than going to some freaking football game across the country. All right? I'm trying to be a dad, and, my upbringing, I don't even want to bring that up. I'm not missing my daughter's birthday for a football game. So you could call me a poodle all you want to, 510. Call me that all you want to. They go back out there in the wild card in the NFC Championship game. I'll be on the first flight smoking.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Why did Podziemski gets so much run, and then all of a sudden Corey Joseph got the run.
Steve Kerr said he's going to be in a rotation in the immediate future, and it's just I don't know, Shasky. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't have the answer, Sway.
I missed an injury.
Yeah, I don't have the answer.
Okay,
I don't know why Podziemski. I would rather. And look, Corey Joseph is a fine dude. He's a veteran.
Oh, Van Gundy
we know what he is. We know what he is. But can I see Podziemski in a game like that? He's a guy who could break down the defense, get to the rim, rebound, energy, takes good shots.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at Podziemski.
Yeah.
Play him. I don't know why he didn't play. I don't know. But you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app, free Odyssey app, of course. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there here on a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Oh, and I want to say something else. So I'm feeling it right now. I feel like I'm in a heater. Shasky.
All right, wait 1 second. Let me do my Stockton to Malone. Boom.
Boom. You know what? There's a lot of people out there chirping on these internets about YouTube numbers and viewers and how our viewership is going down. Well, 900 people on the YouTube chat. I saw damn near at 1,000. The numbers ain't dipped on this show. Know what y'all talking about out there. Guys out there want to flex. We can flex. And we can flex with the best of them.
Are you warming up your left arm like you're about to throw something?
You know?
Yeah, what was that?
You know, people be taking shots.
Oil Can Bonte? You guys remember Oil Can Boyd?
I do remember Oil Can Boyd.
I always got his card.
I be seeing people on the internet take a sneak diss of the Shasky. I don't tweet much, but I'm reading things.
In the words of Tupac and E40, we ain't hard to find.
No, ain't hard to find at all. You can just at me. You can just at me.
Influenced by crime, addicted to grinding.
I don't care about likes because the people not liking are haters. But I know the viewers, you're watching, and the haters are watching. So finishing lineups before we get out to the lines here. You know what? Let's get Horace in Texas first, and then we'll play to Steve Kerr.
Horace, big man talk.
Yeah, Horace in Texas.
I love you.
If you want to talk big man, go ahead.
What's up, fellas? And first of all, I like my man in St. Louis calling you guys a dynamic duo because that's what you are.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes.
I consider myself Jordan and him Pippen, or the other way around.
Now, don't go there now.
It's Shasky's head. I'm more Bill Winnington, and he's more Michael Jordan. That's in Shasky's head.
You're Luke Longley.
Okay.
Or Bill Cartwright.
Woo. Okay, buddy. Okay, here's the thing, man. We need to relax on Klay and Wiggins, man. They're coming out of their slumps. They're going to be okay, fine. I do agree that Moses Moody needs to be on the floor more. But now, the biggest problems for the Warriors, they got three big issues. Number one, I think they're a little arrogant, the front office and Steve Kerr. And here's what I mean by that. I have accepted the fact that these guys are not interested in adding size and length to their roster. That's the arrogant part. And that's cool. I've accepted that. That's fine. But my problem is, number two, no matter how big our lead is, we always give the opposing team an opportunity to get back in the game, and we always do it the same way 100% of the time. Turnovers and fouls. We always do that. Number three, Kevon Looney has a 6'9" with a 7'4" wingspan. And I don't know if you guys have known this or not, but I looked at his UCLA footage and his high school footage. Kevon Looney has a jump shot. He has a nice, smooth jump shot. I don't know why he abandoned that. If he starts taking that mid-range jump shot, which everybody gives him, he will be lethal. Because, look, once he starts knocking that shot down, they're going to have to defend him, and that's going to open up the lanes which we have problems scoring in, and you will have yourself another Nikola Jokic if Kevon Looney starts taking that shot.
Horace, I love you.
Now we took the show. No, you know what? We need to go to break on that. We got some Steve Kerr sound.
Crack coming into play for you. Now, so the cocaine's happening.
I know where you're going. But maybe he's just trolling us.
I mean,
maybe we're just getting trolled.
I mean,
I don't know.
Him cook. I was letting my guy cook. I looked up at the meal and I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to go order Uber Eats.
When does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
It's Klay to play that safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. See, now you go get us in trouble because we're not supposed to talk about crack on the show anymore.
That's all right. We almost strangled each other at 7:45.
We can't talk, but he already had to talk with us. You can't be talking about dope cocaine on the morning roast when
there's too
kids
much
are in the car
on the show.
Listen, man.
I have been waiting for that soundbite for so long.
I have been waiting for it.
So long.
But
I
damn
missed
it.
it.
Nicola, look, I love the Loonies. Mama Looney, Papa Looney, listen to the show. I love Kaval Looney. We got a commercial together.
Three-time MVP. The current reigning NBA champion, the best player in the game.
Horace is wild.
I love Horace.
We let Horace sneak through a call to Joe Lacob, and he started talking about Dwight Howard and Boogie Cousins. And Joe Lacob looked at me and was like, what are you doing, dude? On the show, it's not my fault. Blame London. What's coming on the game presented? My heart hurts today, man. I'm going to the doctor soon. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's the game we've been waiting for all season long. The two best.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Get well, Gary Payton II. Young glove. Left the game late in the third quarter with a right calf strain. He limped straight off the floor. Non-contact injury. It was tough to watch. You texted Achilles. I thought Achilles. Multiple people thought Achilles. I'm hoping it's not that. He's getting an MRI today. I'm hoping for the best because he was playing some phenomenal basketball. He looked healthy. He had a rebound. I think it was in the first quarter over 3 Sacramento Kings. I mean, he leaped up over Sabonis, 2 other guys. I mean, GP2. It just,
how about the block?
Man.
Then they push it ahead. Klay does the pump fake, throws it to Wiggins in the corner. Wiggins give and go right back to Klay, and he finishes with the one-hand under scoop in front of Sabonis. I mean, I guess it was Sabonis on his backhand.
Right.
That was beautiful
basketball. Beautiful.
I mean,
Beautiful.
GP2, losing GP2, you
It
lose
hurt.
so much.
It hurt. Losing Chris Paul at the end of the first quarter. It hurt. You didn't have that extra ball handler. You didn't have that extra defender. So maybe the finishing lineup looks a little different, Shasky.
You know, during that game, I went from, oh my God, they look great. Wow, whatever happened with this Kendra Andrews article, like, motivated everyone to, like, hey, let's win this game by 25. To, all right, just try to win this game by 12. To, all right, just try to win this game. To, oh my God, I can't believe they just threw up all over themselves. It's all over.
I don't know if you saw
I don't know if it's all over, but you get where I'm going.
I was
with
at
the
a
range
loss of words
emotions.
to open up the postgame show. I didn't know what to say. That's the hardest part about that postgame show at night. Because I get a little emotional, a little bit.
Wait, you?
Yeah, a little bit. We start, and I'm just like,
the goose
I'm
is
having
shocked.
a meltdown. I was disheveled to start. Festus goes, you forgot my name. I go, no, I'm just trying to process what just happened. They blew a 24-point lead.
You should call Brock Purdy next time. He processes quicker than you.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
I'm going to tell you right now, though. This is we're reaching a point where it feels like to me we're reaching a point where it's undeniable. Your resume matters more than your form. And the thing I love the most about pro sports, and specifically, you know, all of the pro sports, but in the NFL more than any other, if you're not good, they get rid of you immediately. Right? And is it dog eat dog? Hell yeah, it is. Navarro Bowman gave his body to the 49ers. Frank Gore's the guy I referenced earlier, gave his body to the 49ers. And boom, you're out the door. And these guys know to some degree it's a business. This situation always felt different because they kept their core together longer than anyone. You see the stats all the time. More games than anybody, I think the other 3 pairings since blah, 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 1950 or something like that. And it felt different, but it does feel like it's coming to a thudding crash. Yeah. And part of why is the allegiance to the old guard while disrespecting or disregarding, disregarding who's in form. We're reaching an inflection point.
You know what, though? And I hate to say this, if people are going to throw tomatoes at me and say I'm an apologist, but there's been no allegiance to Klay Thompson. He doesn't have a contract. Draymond, we know, is here for the next 4 years.
Yeah, they made him play it out.
You know, they made him play, but he had the player option.
Yeah, I guess that's different.
You know what I'm saying?
But they didn't.
Klay has no player option. Klay has no player option.
But didn't Draymond? And I know that is a big difference.
That is a huge difference.
But like CP3 doesn't have a player option.
Team option. Okay. The CP3 knows he just got traded here. He's not loyal to the soil. Now he's been a total professional. But these guys been here for decades. So we say the allegiances to the big 3. Well, the big 3 may get broken up after the season. That's a legit possibility. That Klay Thompson may be the odd man out. And if you're Klay Thompson, you think of yourself, and I'm not trying to pit teammates versus teammates or anything like that, but it's like, man, Draymond got $100 million after basically taking accountability for fracturing the culture and losing leadership. And he got the $100 million on top of a player option.
But, you know, when I listen to, like, Eddie DeBartolo talk about the 80s or Carmen Policy talk about the 80s with the Niners.
That's my whole point, Shasky. It's just like, it's not a commitment yet. Not a commitment yet to the big 3.
But where I'm going with this is like, and you've heard Steve Kerr reference this, like, we're in Camelot. You know, when you're winning and you're winning 66 games every single year. And, wow, we get Kevin Durant. Like, you're floating on cloud 9. This is the real NBA. Right? Where you're scratching and clawing and you're making ridiculously difficult decisions on the current and future of your organization. How this whole thing started, they traded one of the most beloved Warriors at the time in Monte Ellis to get a guy who had a microfracture injury and was out for the year in Andrew Bogut.
But at the same time, at the same time, and this is where it's going to be interesting with Mike Dunleavy to see how much juice he has in terms of making personnel moves. Because Bob Myers and company weren't loyal to Monte Ellis. They didn't draft Monte Ellis.
No.
That wasn't their guy.
No.
So for them, it's probably easier to trade a Monte Ellis.
Of course it
These guys with Joe Lacob and stuff, they've watched these three guys help them win 4 championships and have parades and build Chase Center and become one of the most valuable franchises in North America. Like, in the world, probably. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little tougher to move on and trade with these guys, which is why Draymond got the $100 million and the player option.
Yeah, but who does Joe Lacob always reference? Eddie D. And Eddie D did make some cutthroat, savage decisions.
Well, he didn't want to trade Joe Montana. He had to be talked into it. And then he wanted to rescind it, and it was like too late. Joe Montana was like, I already got to deal with the Chiefs, dude. Trade me to Kansas City. You know?
But B, like, these are the tough decisions you have to make, right?
I agree.
Like to stay on top if you want to stay on top.
I agree.
And I just think that a lot of Warrior fans, not everybody, but here's a lot of Warrior fans thought all 3 guys were going to ride off into the sunset and it was going to be great.
But here's the deal. It's
not how it works.
Here's the deal, though. Okay. I'll entertain a conversation because the obvious one is
they're not trading anybody. There's no, who wants these guys?
Well, trades are the expiring contract, so maybe there's some value there.
Maybe.
But I tell you what, if Klay ended up on a team like the Lakers, I'd be very, very worried about that. Because LeBron James driving the kick, what does LeBron James love? Shooters all around him. You can't tell me Klay Thompson wide open is still not one of the most devastating shooters in the league. If he's wide open. And guess what? If he played with LeBron James and a team like that, guys who could break down the dribble and dribble, drive, penetrate, and create open shots for others, you want to leave Klay Thompson open on the three-point line? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. This team, this personnel just may not fit. That's why I brought it up a couple weeks ago. Said, okay, I'll entertain Klay coming off the bench. Since everybody's so worried about who starts, who comes off the bench, okay, fine. Klay comes off the bench. But if he's playing with CP3 and Sarge and still getting his 30 minutes, I'm good with that because those two guys help create for Klay Thompson and help create open shots.
The thing that I think both of us are getting at without saying it out loud, they just might not have the dogs or the horses or whatever, the players, the dudes. They just might not have the studs on their roster. Like, that happens. That happens. Like, everything comes to an end. I don't know if we're there yet. Right. I don't know. I honestly, in my heart of hearts, I don't think Moses Moody is an all-star. You know how hard it is to be an all-star in the West? I don't think he'll ever be one, all right? So I'm not here pretending like they're holding back an all-star. No. I think he's slightly better than the amount of minutes that they're giving him. I think he can do more for this team, right? And I don't think Klay being completely iced out is going to solve their problems. I think they need Klay, considering what else they have on the roster. Who else you want shooting? Who else you want making plays?
You
trust Wiggins to be consistent for a month?
Well, we'll see. But here's the deal. Drew Down's asking on YouTube, what up, Drew Down? If they win, are you guys having this conversation? Absolutely not. But they didn't win. They lost the game. And how did they lose the game? Because you can sent Sacramento to the free throw line 42 times.
Doesn't body of
work matter? You turned the ball over 21 times. And you know what Sacramento did? They scored 26 points off those 20 turnovers.
I mean, just look at the body of work. So the last 2 seasons.
Well, I'm just isolating the game. I'm isolating the game. And last season to me was an anomaly because of what happened in training camp. It wrecked the season. I won't pivot off of that. But this year, you get a little older and you want to keep the turnovers down. And it's pretty ironic. Chris Paul gets hurt and the turnovers go right back up.
He's been really good. It's
Steph
I don't think it's ironic. I think it's like reality of how important he is to this team.
Steph committed 5 turnovers. Draymond committed 4. Andrew Wiggins committed 3. Klay Thompson had 3. They've had the starters, so it's not one person to just blame.
And Draymond deserves way more criticism today than what we're giving him. He was amazing.
What about this season, Jasky? What about this season?
I'm all over that.
Because everybody every day in my timeline is talking about Wiggins and Klay.
Well, Draymond's
and I
skating.
love Draymond.
No, he's skating. He played great for 2 quarters, and then in the 4th quarter, completely lost emotional control. How could you, even if the biggest Draymond fan, how could you watch that game in the 4th quarter and say, damn, a big part in why this team completely lost composure is Draymond was unhinged.
Yeah.
Obsessed with officiating, worried about flopping, like demanding that officials go back 3 plays earlier. It's like, nah, man, just freaking play basketball.
Steph turnovers are bad.
Steph's really bad.
You know, and I love
he's getting
Steph.
hunted on defense.
Right, he is getting hunted. I get it.
No one wants to talk about that.
No, he's always been getting hunted.
No, but it's been pretty prevalent because they don't have other guys around him that can kind of hide him. Like,
I agree.
Yes, he always has. But this year more than any other, because you don't have defensive personnel out there, it's becoming more clear.
I'm going to play this cut from October 24th. Right, Lubman? October 24th? Here's Steve Kerr on finishing lineups. Because, again, Shasky, you know this. And I've been on this. Everybody was worried about whether or not CP3 is going to start. And I said, who's going to play in the last 5 minutes of the game?
You were
that
on
to me,
it
That to me is
anyone.
bigger.
Yep.
Well, here's what Steve Kerr said back on October 24th.
I thought both Kuminga and GP were defending at a high level, and obviously you got to guard, Kevin and Book out there, and so it felt like those guys were defending well, and so we went with them, and that's how it's going to be a lot of nights this year. It's like whoever's playing the best will finish the game.
Whoever's playing the best will finish a game. A lot of nights are going to be like this, and last night was not one of those nights. Because I thought in the second half, Klay got cold, and he got a little erratic there. 1 of 5, 3 points. But I'm good with Klay yesterday because he had a great first half, 17 points. I'm fine with Klay in the first half. I get it's a 4-quarter game, but Klay did what he needed to do. Okay, now who else can step up? Who else can step up in the second half?
I don't trust Kuminga.
I'm looking here. Andrew Wiggins 4 of 8 in the second half.
Not as good.
But 11 points, 8 rebounds in the second half
he
alone.
Had a big-time mid-range shot.
11 points, 8 rebounds in the second half alone.
And
he's basically averaging that all season long.
No, yesterday was his best game of the year.
So I'm good with Wiggins. I'm just going down the line here, Shasky.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, second half.
Not as good as the first. Not even close. It was a tale of two halves.
Not even close. Looney, 2 rebounds in the second half.
And then 2 missed free throws. Which were bad.
All right. Steph Curry, 13 points.
And then the missed dunk that they didn't get the foul call on, too.
Yeah, that was bad.
Which we could argue about whether it was foul. Show me the replay.
Yeah, show me the replay. Gary Payton II gets hurt in the second half.
That was crucial.
Quarter.
They lost so much energy because
Dario Saric, 0 for 3.
Well, he missed
0 for 2 and 3.
Yeah, he missed a 3 late.
Yep. 2 points, minus 12 in the plus minus.
The fourth quarter.
Or whatever. But Saric did not have an impact on the game in the second half.
And he got a horrible foul on De'Aaron Fox where he allowed Fox to get into his chest.
There you go.
And then just hacked him. Like, it was just he's got to be smarter than that.
The Warriors.
Domination.
I do kind of love it. Why does my guy look like he could be an extra in the new Napoleon film? And is that just me? Am I the only one?
No, I thought he could be a John Wick villain for sure.
Okay. I love Saric.
So look at that.
I always wanted Bedhead as like the look. I could never pull it off. I have to comb it. Like he has the unkept look that like looks good. You know what I'm talking about?
A lot of hair products.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's good at that.
So then you go down the list, right? You go down the list here. Jonathan Kuminga played 2 minutes 33
he was
seconds.
unplayable.
I mean, I don't know. Either play him in a dunk or roll, because on the perimeter his dribbles are not there, his handles are not there, the shot selection is not there. And I love Kuminga. We're probably the biggest Kuminga fans at the station. We love Kuminga. We everybody knows we went up to Summer League to watch his first ever NBA game. We love JK. I dap up JK every game. Well, last night was not his night. And I don't know where he fits in moving forward. No, he's going to have to play without GP2 and Chris Paul. But I don't know long-term where he's at with this roster. I just don't know. You get to Corey Joseph in 5 minutes. He scores 4 points.
He had a hook shot late. Everyone was like, no.
Yes.
Great shot.
Yes.
Great shot.
I remember, I think in real time, I said,
oh, my God.
Look at the baby sky hook.
Give me a break. The baby.
The junior sky hook.
The
junior sky hook. Magic Johnson.
Oh, my
NBA
God.
Finals.
Oh, my God.
And then you get to Moses Moody. And he scored all 11 of his second half points in the fourth quarter. Now, some people look at plus minus. He was a -8. You know how I feel about plus minus.
That doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, no, you know.
I like it over the course of a season or over the course of a month.
Exactly.
Or 2 months. Because then you can see
game
some
by
trends.
game. Not game by game. But Moody should have finished.
Yeah.
And to Steve Kerr's point back on October 24th, I'm going to go with the hot hands, basically.
Yeah.
He didn't go with the high hand yesterday. He chose to go with the veterans.
Well, and the Kings, conversely, stayed with their hot hand. What's the guy's name? Alex
Vazenkov. Sasha Vazenkov.
And he made a couple boneheaded plays, but totally made up for it with some big threes.
He's a wild bull.
The guy was making plays. Making
big time plays.
And Mike Brown stuck with him.
Big time plays. So, you know what? Harrison Barnes played 8 minutes, 32 seconds, and Mike Brown did this in the playoffs, where he didn't play Harrison Barnes much in the last 3 games. Steve Kerr has to adjust. And last night, in the second half, it was not Klay's night. And I'm with that. So if you have to be consistent here when it comes to finishing lineups. Andrew Wiggins didn't finish. We just had Anthony Slater on. Go replay the interview on the free Odyssey app, 957thegame.com, wherever you get your podcast. Anthony Slater said it. Andrew Wiggins, we all watch. We watch every second, every dribble. Wiggins was not finishing early on.
No.
He had to earn it. Yesterday in that second half, Klay was not rolling. Just go with Moody. It's okay. Even if it's for a couple possessions, give Moody some extra time. Maybe Klay needed the extra rest. You bring Klay back in at the 2-minute mark. I don't care. But you cannot take Moses Moody out of that basketball game.
Or play possession by possession, depending on how the whistles were going. But also not having your timeouts was huge.
You burn the timeout on the challenge.
Huge.
With 2:50 left in the game. Now you don't have a timeout. And now you can't call a timeout when Malik Monk banks in that shot to take the lead, 124, 123. You don't have a timeout. Maybe you get a timeout. You set something up with 7 seconds left. Because what we always say about Steve Kerr, one of his strengths is the ATOs, right?
Yeah, out of timeout plays. Can I ask somebody a question? One of the analytic people out there, run the numbers when Draymond goes like this to review something, what the actual percentage is of turnovers where they turn the call around. It's got to be less than 10%. It's like, if Draymond does this, Steve Kerr should just automatically, no, we're
Steve
not.
Kerr told him to chill yesterday. It's like, yo, we're not challenging this.
Well, he said we don't have any timeouts. He literally said to him, like, we will lose the timeout. And then they did it like 2 plays later for Steph Curry. But like, I swear to God, Dre, every foul call, he's like this. Hey, it's where I've got my finger up in the air and I'm doing like a circular thing like it's a home run trot.
You know what?
Stop reviewing Draymond fouls.
Alan Styles is another tweet away from catching some strays here.
Why is that?
It's tagged me in a tweet. Kings finally bullied the bully. Warriors fans who don't understand economics are claiming collusion. Can the Kings go back-to-back like Drizzy? It's a beautiful day here in Sacramento.
Okay, I'm going to set the record.
Die-hard Kings fan,
Alan, I love you. I love you. Like Klay Thompson, put the phone down. Put the phone down. You can miss a play. It's okay. You'll get it on the next one. All right? Guys like playing with guys who pass. All right?
You should have seen the way he came at Laker fans.
He still has the ghosts of Lakers fans past, if we're doing a little Christmas carol. Because we're all up in his business because it was always the refs. You don't want to come out the Laker fans on social, I'll tell you that much right now. They will find every single thing you've ever tweeted.
The refs.
Yeah, that's why the Lakers
let's go to... You know what? Marvin in San Francisco has been on hold for a while. We're going to get everybody here. What a show. Marvin in San Francisco, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thanks, guys. I have an old expression. Everybody's freaking out about the Warriors, and they got to do this and that and this guy and that guy. They're a veteran team. They will be there at the end. I have an old expression. You can't say it was the greatest game you ever saw unless at some point you thought there was absolutely no way you could win it. So the Warriors are going through a very bad time. They've had a ridiculous schedule. They have the opponent's win-loss record for the Warriors is out ahead of the rest of the NBA by a mile. And this is the third time they played Sacramento in the first month. They have all these back-to-backs against the same teams, which makes it harder to beat them the second time. So they hit two teams like the Timberwolves and Oklahoma City and Cleveland are teams on an upswing, hungry beginning of the season. Everybody's saying, got to get rid of this player, got rid of that player. Now, as far as Kuminga, as far as Moody, Steve Kerr had Kuminga score 21 points about a week ago, and the very next night he played 8 minutes or something.
Yeah.
You know how to crush a young player? Now, for some reason, other guys get to make mistakes and do a bunch of things. I wonder, is the guy down in San Antonio not playing Wembayama because he's going to make a bunch of mistakes? No, I just don't understand Kerr with these young players and building confidence. Anyway, as far as Kerr's got a weak spot. He doesn't know how to develop young players. He also doesn't know in-game adjustments.
No.
Kerr, I thought, was fouled about 10 times when they double-teamed him at half court. Kerr let that go on for half a quarter. Mm-hmm. Where's somebody else? Where's Draymond bringing the ball up and Curry not having a double team? But, he always gets fooled by the other coach, and rarely in that game does he prepare for it. He's a great playoff coach because you get to see what the other team does and then plan on it, and Steve Kerr is a great planner. But as far as in-game adjustments, That's where he's really hurting, and I think he was really hurts these rookies. Why Jerome and Lamb got time when Moody didn't last year? He played Moody in the fourth quarter of the playoffs the year before.
Do you know where I saw Ty Jerome? You know where I saw?
He's in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, on the bench wearing sweats in Cleveland.
Good call, Marvin. He was cooking.
I was
there.
right behind him in the unbelievable seats that I got.
So, he's talking about this stuff.
He's so right.
And we just got tagged from Brian at Palo Alto. And it's an interesting article. I can't wait to read it.
What does it say?
It's from
I'm
the
a
ring.
dynamic human being.
He really is.
It's Kevin O'Connor.
He's a 3-level scorer.
Maybe I won't read it. It's Kevin O'Connor. But the headline is, the Warriors as we know them look cooked.
Wait, time out. Before you before you tie anything from the ringer, you have to drink a craft brew and grow your beard out a little more.
Yeah, no.
And then put on a flannel, and then we can have it.
I've got a
you
nice
have to be a hipster.
I've got a nice beard.
To enjoy the ringer.
Well, no, that's not true. Logan Murdoch. Yeah, don't do
Keep
that
going.
to Logan Murdoch. But Kevin
O'Connor does a good job.
The Warriors as we know them look cooked. What's next? Golden State is no longer a contender as currently constructed. In order to remain relevant, the Warriors either reinvent themselves around Stephen Curry. Is a trade coming? And you see the photo here. Of course, Draymond Green.
I love the photo is Draymond, and I'm going to do this
scowling.
for the like the mouth is out, like he's about to take a huge bite of a turkey leg in Seattle.
So, with that said, the Warriors are 8-10. And a lot of people still, I get it, it's an 82-game season. And
same record as last year.
People say, you know what? Yeah, same record. Go figure.
I mean, who'd have thought?
They were 6-2, too. They got out to a great start. It's just unbelievable. They won the road games and all of a sudden lose 8-10.
Too short on line one. It was all good.
It was all. Remember after the Denver loss? Oh, we're happy with. We're encouraged.
I was.
And I slipped it in because the Egan's been in our head about being positive. And I said, boy, bigger athletic teams they kind of worry me, Shasky. What? And I was like, I'm going to keep positive.
So you're blaming yourself.
Well, I kind of saw the light come.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't think it was going to happen like this, though.
It was like a Rorschach. Because everyone, what do you see?
Yeah.
And I was like, I see a victory. You know, we didn't win. And Bunty's like, I see trouble ahead.
I kind of see trouble. There's some warning signs here. Anyway.
Weatherman Bonte, that should be a new skit here on the show. Weatherman Bonte. Hi, I'm Bonte Hill over here at KPIX.
It looks foggy when I first say it. You guys think I'm crazy with the 30 points per game and stuff. And I say, hey, listen, I say some wild things. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't.
Well, the thing that I don't like, you do say wild things. It's when you take both sides and actually all sides of the argument, and then you leave no crumbs for me.
Oh, speaking of which, that's a Shasky special. That's what we call a Shasky special on Excelsior Street.
Step right up, no waiting.
I hate when you do that because you make them wait 5 minutes. Listen. I hate when you say that. Step right up, no waiting. And Shasky talks for 15 minutes. Like, we're still waiting, doggy.
Illusion.
No, I know the illusion of mind. You're good with that.
Ripping it on Friday. You tapped in.
I did not tap in. I was at Disneyland. I was watching Oklahoma, and I was betting on Oklahoma Sooners blowing out TCU and scoring 1 million points.
I was in my bag.
Yeah, that's what I
felt like Moses Moody. Then 10 o'clock hit. I'm on
Poor Moses Moody.
I know.
Poor Moses Moody.
Who do you think he calls today? Musselman or his agent first?
I don't know, but Mama Moody follows me on Twitter.
What's she say?
Mama Moody, I know she liking tweets. I know she ain't happy. I know that. There's somewhere I was going to go.
I felt
here.
like an AAU dad watching Moody. I was like, you're taking my kid out. Well, keep him in there.
Before we get to the lines here, we're going to get rat-a-tat-tat everybody. We will rat-a-tat-tat. Yogi Berra, because the Warriors are 8. This was where I was going. They're 8-10.
Uh-huh.
All right? And it's an 82-game season. But Yogi Berra once said, it gets late early out here.
What, I'm kidding.
It gets late early out here. Good daylight savings and all that stuff. But more so, it gets late early out here. So with the Warriors and this roster, it gets late pretty quickly. This is a time maybe coming quicker. Now, last year was like, wait till January. Let's see where it goes. You may have to strike before January to figure something out here because you don't want to fall too deep into the West. Oklahoma City's got 2 road losses on the season. Minnesota is number 1 in the Western Conference. You know the Lakers are making moves. LeBron's going to make a move.
LeBron will probably trade 7 or 8 of those guys on that roster.
Trade Anthony Davis is amazing.
LeBron's already kind of laying the seeds in, and it's only November that he's pissed off because they lost by 44 points.
Well,
This can't keep happening.
And that's where
someone's getting traded.
Somebody's getting ousted.
Getting traded.
Somebody
Draymond to the Lakers.
I was so mad I traded James Jones.
Right.
No, like, that's where I go back to Steph Curry. And it's like, Steph, is this really what you signed up for?
No, it's not. You see, I haven't seen Steph Curry look that agitated in a very long time.
How about when TNT had him mic'd up? How many different times did he have, guys, come here, this is what we need to do. Like, now maybe he was playing it up for the cameras.
I think that's
it
what
felt
Steph is.
sincere.
No, it was sincere. And you see him at the
I've
game.
never seen him that frustrated.
Sacked in my ear. Yo, Steph's already at the podium. We're going to go to, that's going to be the BMW sponsor today.
He took one of my, what we call it's an Irish shower, just a little deodorant, and went right back on out there.
Just went out there. Full uniform.
So
Steph Curry looked very
in
agitated.
the construction world, you get off work, you throw the Ben Davis off, throw a little deodorant on, just go.
And you know what? Before we get back out to the lines, here's Steph Curry on how this loss is going to affect him and the team.
Yeah, obviously after this one, it's going to be tough to swallow just because you should have won that game. Played well enough to win for 40 minutes. And knowing the stretch that we've been on, we were really motivated. I mean, the in-season tournament was a motivator for sure. We knew we had to win by 12 to get out. That was in your head trying to get to the finish line, and then you end up losing it on top of it. So it's a tough pill to swallow for sure. Frustrating. We all got to look ourselves in the mirror and figure out what we individually can do better, in those deciding moments of a game. Better decisions, better discipline to not foul. All the little things that we know what, impacts winning. And that's the only way we're going to get out of this little funk where, you're playing hard and you have nothing to show for it.
And a little quote from the Ringer article by Kevin O'Connor here that we just teased. And I'm sure Steiny and Guru will get into it. Evan Giddings is chopping it down. Our boy Sam Esfandiari. What up, Sam? Light Years Podcast. Just tweeted it out. And here's a little quote in his article, little graph. Kerr praised Moody after the game, calling him awesome and fantastic and the ultimate pro. But that's apparently not enough for the 21-year-old to earn minutes over the veterans. Not giving minutes to excelling young players is taking the easy way out, rather than playing the young guys and managing the fragile egos of his older players. All Kerr is doing now is sending a message that hard work will not be rewarded with chances and production during limited opportunities will not be rewarded with more minutes. Because on Kerr's Warriors, tenure is all that matters. That's Kevin O'Connor coming at Steve Kerr.
Tenure. Wow. It's kind of what, I guess it was similar to what I was trying to get at. He worded it much better, where it's like, I get it, the resume. And I do. I don't want to pretend like resume doesn't matter. It does matter.
Yeah.
But at some point, form has to also go into the equation.
I'm with you.
Or are you playing well right now?
I'm with you. And we've been talking about this all season, about the finishing lineup.
Yes.
It's not about the start. Who cares who starts? Chris Paul just showed you, I don't care if I'm starting. But if he gets his minutes, if he gets his minutes, 30 minutes, everybody's going to get their minutes.
I know.
It's just how it looks. But the pride at the end of the game, Klay was 1 of 5 with 3 points in the second half. And I said it, I asked Monty that, I asked Festus that, and I believe that in real time. And I think everybody tweeted it. The whole Dub Nation, why is Moody coming out of this basketball game?
Exactly.
I don't care about egos right now. I just need a win.
But the problem is that Steve Kerr, what he's so brilliant at is managing the egos. And now it feels like the relationships individually have overridden the ethos of the team, if that makes sense. Where you're so worried about someone's mental fragility that you are now making decisions that are actually hindering your team's ability to take a step forward for the sake of trying to salvage someone's psyche.
And this Clippers-Warriors game tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Talk about two underwhelming teams right now. Clippers 7-9, Warriors 8-10.
Let's make a trade.
Well, I don't even know if I want Paul George or Kawhi. Did you watch them against the Nuggets?
No, I asked
you. The Denver Nuggets didn't play Jokic, Gordon, or Jamal Murray and beat the Clippers going away.
What did I tell you about Kawhi? Is he done?
I don't know. What's up with him?
He could be good once in a blue moon when he cares. Are we sure the dude that could bring it?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know either.
Look, I'm going to get everybody here. We got 5 calls.
I don't know that Paul George is some solution fix-all.
No,
I think he's an upgrade.
He is an upgrade.
But I don't know if he's some solution fix-all that puts you right back into top 4 status.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat. Everybody here who is waiting on hold, they're going to all get on. We got 5 minutes until final thoughts. So let's start off with Austin in San Francisco. Austin, what's happening, my man?
Hey, nothing much. Can y'all hear me?
Got you loud and clear, Austin.
Hear you now.
Hey, Bronte, I don't know if you remember when I said that Moody needs to play a little bit more than Kuminga, and also only if Kuminga, for him to even maintain his minutes, he need to play how he played when he first came to the Warriors as a rookie, that Gary Payton type role. you pressing all the way from the in the end court on defense and playing that Dunker roll spot. Well, now he don't have no choice but to do that because Gary Payton is gone for right now. So, what y'all think about that? And also with that Klay Thompson situation with Moody, I think Moody deserves a little bit more playing time.
No doubt.
And the Eagles with the Eagles. One more thing. The Eagles with with Kerr and Klay Thompson. They better take notes when Carmelo Anthony had to come off the bench.
Well, Carmelo Anthony had to sit out a season.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't accept the bench. And he yelled, "Hey, Paul George, they want me to come off the bench." And he didn't accept it. It took him 2 years, and he was out the league before he had some humble pie.
And think about how different we thought about him once he did accept that bench role.
We loved Melo after that.
I know. Actually, he might have been more loved at that point than any other point in his career.
It was. I loved him on the Blazers. Loved him. Antonio in Oakland, real quick. What's up, Antonio? Good morning.
Yeah, Moses Moody was the best player in the fourth quarter, man, of a close game. You got to keep him in there, man. Hot hand, but we miss Chris Paul because, he don't turn the ball over and we had those turnovers, man. He's one of the high IQ players of all time. But Steph, every game, man, he got to be – he's Michael Jackson. The rest of the team's Tito Jackson every game, man. He's feeling like Mahomes and his receivers not getting open right now, man. It's like Curry's Mahomes, and I'm just sick of losing, man, but it's still early. I think we can get it together. We need a trade. We need to reinvent ourselves, man. Somehow, some way, Klay got to come off the bench. That's
All
what
right, there it is. TC Sacramento. What's happening, TC?
Boy. Have your moment.
What's up?
What's up, TC?
Oh, man, just tapping in. Hey, Shasky, y'all try to love me talking about have your moment. Hey, hey, look.
You're wasting it.
Hey, just go back a couple of weeks, man, on that game-winning shot, man. We just got our game-winning shot. We could be up in the series, man. You know what I'm saying? We played well. We played well down the stretch. We weren't even hitting that. No, those free throws, y'all can't blame it on the free throws, man. It was kind of even. And free throws didn't
Nobody's
really
blaming free throws.
I don't even think we talked free
We
throws
didn't even blame the rest one time, TC. We're hacking. We're hacks. We're the third worst team in the league when it comes to fouls per game.
Yeah, the Kings shot horrible, but that's enough for that game. We got the Clippers tonight, man. We gonna go ahead and dust their boots.
Bye.
TC, no.
Hold on.
TC, are you taking the day off of work tomorrow?
Am I taking a day off work tomorrow? No, I'm going
for
to
that
work.
parade. For that parade after winning last night.
I love TC. Jared, he got out of Alcatraz pretty early, by the way. Jeremiah in San Francisco. Jeremiah, what's happening?
What's up?
Hey, what's good, guys? Man, to me yesterday, the NBA was the real winners last night with that game, man. We fell victims to that in season tournament. There's no way we win in the game. We 70+ first quarter. Then it all of a sudden all this pressure. We're up 16, but we feel like we're only up 4 because of that 12-point difference. And I don't know, man. That's any other year I feel like we had it. But it's like this year with that extra pressure of the in-season tournament, we started pressing. Kerr don't know what to do in the fourth quarter.
Hold on. How is this core that's won 4 championships pressing because of a damn in-season tournament? Just win the game. Nobody's pressing.
How about they're slowly getting worse?
Yes. Oh, this is be a great call to end the show with. Oh my God. James in Mountain View. Go ahead and cook, James.
Hi, James.
Go ahead. I need to laugh, James.
All right. Just bear with me and keep a very, very open mind. If this trajectory continues, Bob Myers needs to have a dinner with Curry and say, do you want to go chase a ring? And let's get what we can from Curry. Let him fly, because it's getting sad. As a Curry fan, as a Warriors fan, it's hard to watch this decline. And we're all going to be Curry fans. So let's let him go.
Okay, timeout.
And get
timeout. I'll let you finish.
Let him cook. No, let him cook.
Bob Myers is no longer the GM.
No, but Myers, let him cook. Let him cook, Shasky.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean Bob Myers. I meant the owner.
Joe
Lacob. Yes.
Joe. Yeah, I meant Joe. A respectful conversation. I mean, the analysts have to be looking at scenarios within the organizations of how to change everything. And I think Curry should be on the table only because it's fair to him. Why can't he go chase another ring? Why does he have to be stuck here in the decline? He's already given us so much.
Think about
so
how
you would be willing to trade Steph Curry.
Or he can give us more again by leaving and getting all those picks for the future.
Oh, my God.
When does
Oklahoma City and the Philadelphia 76ers were literally drafting 75 times in a round for 10 straight years. And maybe Oklahoma
Trust
City
the
makes
process, Joe. Come on, Sam
maybe
Hinkie.
Oklahoma City finally makes the playoffs this year.
Look.
We are really trading. Come on, dog.
You ain't trading the cash cow. Them
Cash
tickets,
cow like
those
Fast Five?
those $300 seats would
Could you
become
imagine?
$50 seats in a heartbeat.
Joe Lacob sitting down, like, hey, let's go to French Laundry. Steph, you're also picking up the bill.
Yeah.
You've helped us so much. Now I need to trade you.
Oh, my God. I feel like Jim Tosula with Coles Moore was like, well, how's your offense? What's your offense going to look like? A little bit of running, a little bit of passing? Well, I felt like today on the Morning Roast had a little bit of yelling, a little bit of loving.
That was everything.
A little bit of stupidity.
I was in my bag.
I felt like I had a great show.
You know what's funny is like
I set the tone with my Walking Chronicles.
Hey, you know what's ironic? You think Joe Lacob, who built one of the best venues in Bay Area sports history, is going to sit here and be like, even though it was year one of Chase Center, we couldn't give away tickets because Steph Curry wasn't there. We couldn't give away tickets coming off of 4 straight finals appearances. But if we trade him, people will come. Get out of here.
Dry City would become Empty City.
I mean, come on.
Nobody would be waiting out there at the gatehouse.
Drive-by city.
Who's this? You see Steve? You know APEC left and drugs are back in SF.
Seriously.
I knew we had a lot of good calls.
My dad was explaining to me the power of fentanyl because he obviously had open heart surgery and how you could like flip it on and off. During the middle of that call, someone doused me with fentanyl and I
well, at least I know Kevon Looney can become Nikola Jokic.
Oh, my God.
And I love Lou Dog.
Horace, I love you.
Oh, boy. Spinoni, loved it. What you got?
So I actually got a Niner thought today because I thought we were going to talk a little bit of Niners today. It's really quick. Apparently, Nick Bosa gets 10.5 hours of sleep a night, and that sounds really nice.
Wow.
Yay!
I can't remember the last time I slept 10 hours. Hell, I slept 2.5.
I'm really jealous of that number.
10.5?
What do you guys all average? That'll be my final thoughts. I average like maybe 5.5.
Yeah, 5.5.
5 and a hook.
Well, last night was 3.5 because I couldn't sleep because I started watching the game back when I got home. I didn't go to bed till like 12:45. 12:45
You
in the
knew I
morning.
was going to be on you today, too.
No, I wasn't worried about you. I knew what I knew your playbook. I knew your
About the
playbook.
staff meeting.
Klay Thompson.
The Chip Kelly read option.
Yeah, I knew what was coming.
And over
the
and
RPOs
over
on
and
4th and 1. I know she's asking. I know that was a lot of fun. That was 5-5 brought to you by Xfinity. Brought to you by the Next Generation TG Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Sighting Guru, and they're going to break down the Eagles and Niners for all 4 hours. That's cap. You know where they're going. I know their playbook.
The Jeep Black Friday sales event is here with incredible.
What's up, buddy?
Floor's yours, buddy.
No, I just
floor's yours. I'll tell you why. Because I was on social media last night, and you have very strong feelings about that game last night.
Yeah, but I'm wounded.
Why?
I'm hurt, man.
I'm here for you, buddy.
Yeah, everything that we talked about, the dynamic of the show yesterday, it didn't turn dark, but we were talking about what was going on with this team, the direction, and I just feel like a fool. And the reason I feel like a fool is I was all locked in on the play-in in-game season tournament. And to hear Steph Curry, the chef, orchestrate and talk to his guys mic'd up about winning by 12, and they're up 24, and the way that game went, and everybody had a hand in it, and Moses Moody being taken out after he scored the first 11 to 12 points in the fourth quarter, Stoney, we'll get to it. I think that's what hurts me most. And then Kerr using a timeout. I've been in sales, throwing something up against the wall where it was an offensive foul on Steph Curry. And to waste that timeout, I believe, may have played a role in the 2 turnovers by Dre and Steph. I mean, Steph got picked off like Vinny Testaverde over the middle by Malik Monk. Steiny, I cannot believe this team lost that game in that fashion on national TV, and Steve Kerr says we're not in a free fall. Okay, all right, you're not in a free fall, but you're in something, and I don't like it. And then on top of that, Steph Curry and Draymond are in the back room, and my guys in slippers, Chris Paul, with his annual injury. Get out there and lead. What are you guys talking about? And I know your heart's in the right place, but if you're not available, what's going on in the back? We got a game to win. And I just didn't like those optics. And then GP2. My gosh, Donnie, I'm no doctor. I'm praying, but he reached back. They say calf injury. I'm oh my gosh, is what I'm saying. This is bad. This is Michael Jackson bad. Dude, everything you said was on display. And Warrior fans are not happy. It's not just me. I'm going to try to be calm. I know you're over there. Dude, Steiny, I watched it again.
Already?
This is just, I couldn't sleep, man. Yeah. This is no shtick.
Well, I look at a game like last night, and obviously it's a gut punch. But to me, that loss is a veteran loss. It's a loss for Steph. It's a loss for Kerr. It's a loss for Draymond and Klay and even Wiggins. He had a great Steve Kerr had his choices, and he went with who he always goes with, the veterans. He goes with the veterans. If there's one thing we found out in the last 10 years or whatever it's been, he's going to play veterans. And he did it last night. He took Moses Moody out of the game with 4:36 left in the fourth quarter. Warriors were still up 119-114 at that point.
Man.
So
with 51 seconds left.
So it was a tough loss last night, obviously.
Now, what about the season? Where do you go from here? You got back-to-back with the Clippers, meaning 2 games, tomorrow and Saturday. I just don't know what to say, man. And I'm not going to come in here. I'm really disappointed in Steve Kerr. I really am. I'll just go over what I'd started with the Moody sub.
All right.
Okay. Maybe Klay could have came out, but all I've talked about is the mob movies and how I love loyalty. I've preached that, man. So how can I be hypocritical, Steiny, if he doesn't want to face that bear, maybe taking Klay out, and he's going to ride or die with the big 3. But at the end of the day, I didn't say if somebody's hot like Moody was. He was in fuego, and it is a crime he didn't finish that game. So if the loyalty is going to supersede the basketball part of it about who's got the hot hand, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Well, here's what Steve Kerr said about subbing out for Moses Moody with 4:36
Moses
left.
was awesome tonight. We needed to get Wiggs on the floor for defense against Fox. decided to go with Klay and our vets. We thought about keeping him out there, but we made the move that we made. By the way, Moses was fantastic. Out of the rotation tonight to start the game. Talked to him before the game and explained what we were doing. The guy, he reminds me of Loon Moses. He's the ultimate pro. Just continues to work every single day and, understands, embraces coaching, embraces the work. Moses, he's a special guy. He's like a, wing version of Loon. And that matters. That's why he's going to be in the league for a long time.
All right, that's nice and dandy. We don't care how long he's going to be in the league. I mean, who cares if he shouldn't have came out the game. And now we can follow everything, Steiny. They didn't want to upset Klay because Klay is Klay, and you got to appease to him. Say that. Don't whisper sweet nothing, Steve, about like the vets lost this game. You want to say that? Okay, and the coach.
Yeah, I'm just the one thing that's always been a theme of Steve Kerr since he's been a coach of the Warriors, again, is he's made it clear that given a choice, he's going to go with the veteran, especially if that veteran's a champion. That's why now I think you got to at least open up the door to he doesn't have a contract next year, Steve Kerr. And the one thing that I always thought was interesting is there's a large segment of fans that they want Steve Kerr back. And I just say, well, do you really want Steve Kerr if you're not in your championship window anymore? Because he just plays the veterans most of the time. He's going to lean on them. So if this thing's going by the wayside and these guys are getting up there, but they're not able to produce, I think it is a fair question then, do you want Steve Kerr leading this team beyond this year? If this is the way this year's going to go, then who's coaching this team next year and who's on it and what's the goal?
Well, I understand
because Steve is who he is.
Yeah, but Steiny,
he's gonna do.
Right,
but
yeah.
like you,
because you're going
made
bigger
a deal
picture
with Kerr.
than what happened last night. That was a chess game. That was a game you were up 24 points. So all I'm concerned about right now, Steiny, is the fact, the moves you made, the challenge. Okay, if you're going to go with play the loyalty card, say it, because we can all see it. And I think that's why I get offended when you give with sweet nothings about Moody. But what do you think his morale is like? Now, you can sip your coffee and say, Steiny, who cares about Moody's morale? But it's a two-way street. There is no way in the world Moses Moody should have been taken out of that game. I mean, he was having a moment. And then on top of that, you lose the game. So, Steiny, I'm looking at you, and you missed it. I called myself a hypocrite. I said, it's the big three, it's loyalty. So I never thought it would get to where loyalty would supersede somebody being hot in the moment. And Andrew Wiggins should have probably went in for Klay Thompson at that moment, and they should have rolled Moses Moody, who before the game was told he wasn't going to be a part of it, and he stayed ready. I mean, that can be questioned. And then again, that challenge. You got 2 more minutes in a game with this magnitude in this locale, and you're going to go in it with no timeouts? And guess what happens? 2 turnovers. And I just wonder, were the turnovers because Steph mentally knew he didn't have an outlet? I don't know. But come on, Kerr. That was bad last night by Coach Kerr.
Well, it may have been bad, but it is, again, who he is. And my feeling all along has been if you're ready to start moving off the court, or if you're at a period of time where you make a determination that you got to get Moody more time, you got to get Kuminga more time, you got to see what Podziemski's got. Maybe Steve Kerr's not the guy to coach the team. You know, you're
saying he don't care
you're
about that.
You're asking Steve Kerr to be somebody who he's not. And so I think it's fair to wonder about the head coach of this team moving forward once this era is over. But remember, the Warriors made it clear to their fans this offseason, and a lot of fans were completely on board.
They were going for it.
They were going for it. They were running it back. They were going to give this unit one more chance, this core one more chance. So if that's what everybody signed up for, at least in the summer, you got to continue to try to execute it. Now, we're 18 games into the season. Is that enough time for you to start saying, maybe we got to pull off this strategy? I don't know the answer to that, but I would tend to think that Steve Kerr's not there yet just because it is only 18 games. So they're in a little funk here because they've got to figure out how much time they're going to give this. But
they were
while
up
they
24.
but while they're giving it time, Goo, and Kerr's the coach, he's probably going to continue to give the veterans the benefit of the doubt until it gets really, really uncomfortable or until they realize they're not a title contender anymore.
Well, if I would have called you while they were up 24, Draymond was spectacular. I thought in the first half.
Well, I don't think he was spectacular.
Okay, but I thought he brought some energy.
Well, he better. He's
and Wiggins looked like the old Wiggins, and I wonder how much of that was because Klay Thompson had said, Wiggins, you want me to go to the bench. That's neither here nor there. Even Klay was hot. I guess I'm not ready, and I can't accept that this team is at a juncture to where they can blow a 24-point lead. And Steiny, 42 fouls, that's the sign of age. That's the sign of slow foot. I know Fox is a road runner. He's as quick as they come. But Steiny, this team, we talked about fouls and turnovers last year. That was the mantra, fouls and turnovers, and Jordan Poole was a big part of it. He's not here. And you go out and commit 20 and 2 by your 2 captains? Draymond, that just nobody's there, buddy. Steph.
This is what Steve Kerr said cost him the game. That was one of them, Goo.
The fouling and the turnovers, both 42 free throws. It's really hard to beat a team on the road, a good team on the road, while giving up 42 free throws. So just the fouling and you know there were some where there's not much we can do. Where we get out of position and they come in, create the contact, but we're not set or whatever. But there were plenty where foul a 3-point shooter, bite on a pump fake, reach when we don't have to. It's really hard to win giving up that many free throws. And then, of course, 20 turnovers, gave up 26 points off those turnovers. So that's the game right there, is those two things.
That's Steve Kerr from last night, talking about the Warriors. They committed 20 turnovers. They fouled all night long. I saw a stat.
I know where you're going.
Something like they gave up 40 free throws and turned the ball over 20 times. The first time that's happened in an NBA game in like 10 years.
Since 2014.
Yeah, something like that. So 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors were hoping to get back on track last night, and they had a 72-48 lead.
I was laughing
in the second quarter.
72-4. This is over.
And the Kings finished on a 7-0 run to make it 72-55, which meant something. At halftime, they went in with a little bit of momentum. They came out, and the Warriors were still in control. But look, the bottom line is Draymond Green once again had a hand in that game because things got a little different once he got a technical foul.
He got the building,
and then he got a frustration foul because he was mad, and
he flopped. And the building
and then he flopped.
And then Kerr was like, "Get your ass up!" Like that. It didn't sit. It was one of them. You ain't just come on. And I didn't think that. I didn't like that. But the crowd saw the play on the monitor, and then they got like a college crowd.
Yep. Let's go to Jim. Jim's in the 707. He was at the game last night.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Jim, what's going on, man? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, Steiny and Goo. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So it seemed like the Warriors were stuck. Klay was stuck on 20 points, and Steph was stuck on 24 points for like the entire third quarter. We go in and give up those 7 easy points at the end of the first half. My son and I are thinking, okay, here we go. Then Draymond, at some point in the late fourth, takes that stupid flop, lays on the ground like somebody shot him, misses the whole play, then gets a technical foul for complaining about Malik Monk carrying the ball. But I'll tell you one thing that really upsets me about the entire night last night was the Moses Moody substitution. Steve Kerr, in that interview, admitted that he had a game plan before the game, and he can't make in-game changes. He was going to take Moody out regardless of how hot Moody was. And Moody should have ended that fourth quarter with 17 points because he had 2 threes knocked out with offensive fouls from his teammates. He was cooking last night. He should have been kept in the damn game. That's one thing that pisses me off about Kerr. His in-game decisions are not good. He predetermines what he's going to do in a game, and he sticks to that game plan regardless of what's going on, whether Moody's cooking or not. He was a great defender last night, great shooter last night. He was our only energy in the fourth quarter. And then you got to get Kuminga, man. Kuminga was a big turd out there last night. He did nothing last night. He had 2 personal fouls, 1 rebound, and 0 points at some point in the fourth quarter. He's not even boarding. He's not doing anything.
Terrible hook shot in the paint.
Yeah.
Oh, that was horrible. The whole fourth quarter, when that fourth quarter came around, my son and I said, look, we might be in for it, especially after our third quarter was pretty lackluster, and that's usually our quarter.
Hey, Jim,
how get anything going?
How were the Kings fans? Was it loud in there?
It was loud, man, but they were awesome. I mean, my son and I were both on all Warrior gear, and we were sitting in a bunch of King fans, and we were dabbing it up and having fun with the fans. They were having fun with us, and the arena's beautiful. The fans were awesome last night, at least the ones we dealt with. We were sitting about 30 rows from the floor. One other thing, I don't know, Goo, were you there last night?
No, I wasn't. No, I was in the U.
Klay Thompson let a fan get in his head, and right around the end of the third quarter, he was having a flat-out argument with a fan behind the Warriors bench for it seemed like 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
This guy was going at him, and he was going at the fan, and it was like, my son and I were like, what is he doing?
When was this? When was that, Jim?
It was right around the end of the third quarter.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Third quarter.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jim, for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
I wanted to ask Jim, okay, now, what do we do now?
That's what I want to ask you today, because I'm done yelling. I'm bleeding. Can I say something about Klay?
Sure.
All right. I haven't used this because you won't let it die. This is no shade. But if you watch that game on Curry's game-winning attempt and Klay in the corner, Evan said it looked like he threw his hands up, and Evan might be right, but I took it totally different. He did the pouty, throw your both hands down after it missed, or he had both hands up while Curry was dribbling the ball like, dude, I'm open. I'm open. Throw it to me. I'm open. And I told you, Steiny, Curry could have made that pass, but he shot it. But the reaction from Klay was, Steiny, I want to say lightweight thirst of, I'm open, pass it. Let me shoot it. Not that shot. Just a thought.
Well, you can always look back and
I'm down.
He could have got, I thought, Steph, if he would have gone back to Draymond there when he kind of got soft doubled, maybe Draymond can swing it to Klay, but it wasn't a very good shot they ended up getting. That's for sure.
And the Kings missed a lot of shots too, Steiny. I mean, I was like, you guys deserved it. It almost got to that juncture for me as a Sabonis. Oh, my gosh.
So can I assume that Warrior fans last night, when Steve Kerr subbed out for Moses Moody, it wasn't so much Wiggins was coming back, but it was that Klay wasn't coming out.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's one of those where
it's predetermined.
Again, yes, and I think he'll do it again next game, and the game after that. I mean, again, until this team doesn't think it's a championship team, he's going to go with Wiggins and Klay and Curry and Draymond and Looney. If you want to start developing the young kids, he's probably not the coach to do it.
Steiny, what about just in a moment? Klay might have come in here right now if he had been subbed out and said, I understand why you kept Moody in there for me. So I get what you're saying, but it doesn't have to be. Just like to the caller's point, it was at the game. It's predetermined. No, Kerr, you got 4 rings, I thought, because you can do stuff unlike Kyle Shanahan on the fly. Not when everything you got to lead. This one hurt, man. Can you give me a worse loss? Number-wise, you can, but they wanted this game. Curry's talking about winning by 12. I didn't like, hey, we put another rat on the table early by Atco. Having him, the NBA was just, were they pushing the tournament? which I like. Curry's talking about how to win by 12, not the game.
The tournament's been a disaster.
Well, I think
the tournament's been a disaster, and it all came to a head last night.
What do you speak of?
It was embarrassing what happened in some cities around the NBA.
The point differential.
The Boston Celtics were hammering the Chicago Bulls.
They were.
And they were intentionally fouling Andre Drummond late in the game to run up the score.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's everything that's wrong with sports. You're encouraging bad sportsmanship. You're encouraging running up the score. I saw the quotes coming out of Chicago and another city, Boston. Billy Donovan sees what's going on, but he can't do anything about it. And it's just not.
Well, you can make a free throw, Billy. I hear you.
Okay, so you're in favor. You're in favor of a team up 30 fouling the other team.
Yeah, that was NBA 2K.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a
I
joke.
didn't like hearing Curry talk about it to his guys.
I swear to God, it feels like every time a player, a coach, or a front office person mentions the in-season tournament in a positive way, I feel like they rip a check off to him. I swear to God.
You think it's coming?
Yes. Yes.
It's news,
there is absolutely,
it's gonna be in
positively no way that the NBA hasn't sent out memos to everybody saying, do not badmouth this tournament.
Wow.
If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything.
They had their foot on the neck of the sack. And now the Kings feel like they've conquered the Warrior problem. That's the other part. And we hadn't even talked about the real gorilla on the table, brought to you by ACCO. How long's Peyton and Paul going to be out?
Oh, it looks like Peyton's going to be out longer than Paul. That's just conjecture.
Well, now Moody, here you go. Kuminga.
Kuminga.
10 minutes, man. Goose egg.
888-957-9570 is the number. Gut punch loss for the Warriors last night.
8-10.
They lose 124-123. They blow a 24-point second quarter lead. And we kind of talked about it yesterday, but what do you do?
Right.
I mean, you actually got fairly good games out of Wiggins was fine.
He was great.
Klay was fine. The numbers are fine. I mean, yeah, you may like to see him make another shot or two, but he still scored 20 on 14 shots. He wasn't awful. Wiggins was pretty good.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is
10 rebounds.
They still got beat. They still got beat.
Well, they blew it.
Yeah, see? The other thing is, and I hope that, and this is where I'm at with the team. I'll tell you on the other side where I'm at with the team. Hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, and much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app, and it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Cyber Golden Gable deals are here at Lowe's. Deck your home with a holiday living 4-piece decor set that includes a wreath, garland, and 2 potted trees. A $149 value for just $59.
got to Google it.
And you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Simons, now the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors gut punch last night. Steve Kerr compared it to the loss last year. Remember against Utah? In Utah,
Jordan Poole lost to Rock.
Something happened and they scored late.
But that was Jordan Poole doing his stuff, turning it over. This was
This was Curry doing it. Look, Steph Curry's assist-to-turnover ratio this year is completely unacceptable.
And he's handling the rock less.
To 1. It's 1-1.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, and you know what I thought? The one positive? Ask me.
What's the one positive you were thinking?
Fitz was not on the call as the Kings went to the free throw line 42 times. He would have lost it. Like, Fitz, I thought of you.
Did you think the Warriors got a bad whistle?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Those were fouls.
Right. That's what happens when you get older.
And that's what I hate. That's what's glaring.
Of course.
But it happened last year. Fouls and turnovers.
And now they're a year older.
And now Chris Paul, we don't even know how long both guys are going to be out. But they ain't playing tomorrow, I don't. We know GP2's not. Dude, he limped all. He as tough as they come. Stoney, that was no moss.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to get into the game from last night, obviously. We're going to do this for the next hour. And then we're going to jump over to a little football. We got Steve Weish, NFL Network, one of our favorites. And then Ross Tucker's coming up at noon. Wow, Ross Tucker.
He's been active on the X.
He called out Deebo Samuel.
He'll walk that back.
No, he won't.
Yeah,
I don't think he will.
Streets are talking out here.
Maybe we should get that sound and play it when Ross Tucker comes in because Deebo Samuel called
Deebo.
What's his first name? Bradbury's first name? The Eagle. Spadon, Bradbury. Anybody? Anyway, he said Bradbury was trash. And Bradbury's a pro, according to Ross Tucker. And we'll talk about that on the other side. Anyway, tough loss for the Warriors last night. And, the question now is, okay, what do you do? How long do you give it? What can you do? All those kind of things. And, I mean, it doesn't look good right now. It doesn't. I mean, I'm thinking about Klay Thompson. I'm thinking about Klay Thompson. And so much of this is, we can talk about the game last night and what went wrong, but there's some big picture stuff here. And I just want to throw this out there. Klay Thompson, all right, he's struggling. We all know that. But last year, Draymond Green had a player option. He had a player option. And he opted out and became a free agent. Okay, so he could have, in theory, played this year under his last contract. He didn't. He said, I want an extension. I'm going to become a free agent. And the Golden State Warriors gave him 4 years and $100 million. Maybe because they had to. Maybe because they believed in him. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Why doesn't matter anymore. But Draymond Green right now is sitting on 4 more years.
All right.
How can Klay Thompson not feel like the odd man out when Steph's got 3 more years plus, Draymond's got 4 more years, and Klay Thompson is playing for a contract? Now, you might say, suck it up, Klay, and play.
Wow.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But if I were Klay Thompson, I would be probably feeling a certain kind of way that I'm part of this big 3, Steph, Klay, Dre, Steph, Klay, Dre, Steph, Klay, Dre. Then why am I the odd man out when it comes to the contract situation?
Because you may be the one that's furthest from your heyday. And we understand why, injuries or whatnot. But, Steiny, what you said first is where I'm at. Okay, how do you funnel that disgruntlement into production or productivity? How can we get the best out of you? And I know you're not saying that's an excuse. And last night, 36 minutes from Klay, 20 points, 9 rebounds. So, I don't want to say tough cookie, Steiny, but something happened last night to where it benefited him, his stature, and what he's meant to this organization. The fact that Moses Moody went out the game. So On the flip side, that's where it helped you.
Well, one of the things is, again, I know we're all picking on taking Moody out of the game.
But
I guess what I want to tell Warrior fans is it didn't cross Steve Kerr's mind to keep him in. Because he wasn't gonna. He was going back to Wiggins, period. He felt like he needed Wiggins on the floor. Let's go to we got your buddy Mark Ibanez out on the out on the line.
And we got some donations to read.
Oh, okay.
All right. Mark.
Hey, Mark Ibanez, former KTVU sports director. What's going on, Mark? How you doing?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I couldn't resist the temptation to call in today because
and it's not a good morning, Mark. Yeah.
Well, it was the most emotionally invested I have gotten in a regular season game in a long time. I watched every minute of it last night, and Steiny, you were asking, Curry and the Wiggins and everybody played all right, and you asked, what can be done, what's going on with this team, and after all the years I've watched basketball, I have to say that I don't think I've ever seen a 4-time world championship core veteran group team play with less poise and dignity and championship class than this team. They come apart at the seams in the clutch, and 20 turnovers leading to 26 points. They fell apart like a team that had never won anything, that had no reason to hold their head up high. And I'm just shocked at what little poise and control they show in the closing moments of a game. Even last week against San Antonio, they almost blew it in the fourth quarter. I just don't understand how they have such little composure. And I think that's what drives me crazy. I mean, they lost by a point. It's a lot of reasons for that. But look at Draymond. He comes back, technical foul, they lost by a point.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I realize it's more than that, but why doesn't this team have more control of their emotions? They whine about every single call against them. And for Curry to have that ratio you talked about, Steiny, the 1-on-1 with the assists and turnovers, inexcusable. That turnover that the two of them had, Curry and Green, in the final couple of minutes, inexcusable for a veteran team to do that.
Yeah.
How does that happen? And put it back in your lap. That's what I noticed. Lack of composure, control, and way too much whining.
Wow.
Where does that come from?
I think it comes from frustration of knowing that you can't quite be the player you used to be.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, Mark, I'm with you, man. That hurt. That one hurt, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really, regular season. They come and they go, whatever.
Right.
But that one did bother me as a lifelong Warrior fan. It got under my skin, and it was the way it happened.
Yeah,
Man.
I don't think.
Listen to that,
thanks
man.
so much, Mark, for calling in.
Love
Always
you.
appreciate you listening. And I think a lot of Warrior fans feel the same way that you feel.
And I
today.
came in Monday because I hadn't seen you for a week, and I'm sitting up there, and you said, "Goo, they won the game." I'm talking about the San Antonio game. We know Sac is better than San Antonio, but if you watched how close that game got at the end, you could see some warts. Or you could just bury your head in the sand and say, nothing to see here. It was the Spurs, losers of umpteen in a row. And then on national TV, you squandered a 24-point lead. Not only did you do that, you squandered a 5-point lead and with 51 seconds left. And what Mark said is what played out composure. Steiny Dre was unhinged again. And I never looked at it like he got a technical and they lost by 1. But Curry said,
you could
be
look
who
in the
you
box
are
score.
after the game. Curry said, be who you are. Don't be anything different. If you're going to be emotional, be emotional. Be who you are.
But see, this is the other part about the Draymond thing. And I heard a lot of people say this last night, and I don't necessarily disagree. That was a cheap tech.
Oh, the carry?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. It was a cheap tech. But That's Draymond now and the officials. It's like it no longer matters whether he's right or not. But he's now hurting your team because of his relationship with the officials. They're not taking it anymore.
Well, that was a
They've
quick
had
one. Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
So,
that was a quick one.
So he's either going to adjust, or I think they're going to keep going at him.
You had everybody back yesterday. Your leader, your emotional leader. You're up 24. Steiny, I was like, okay, this is going to be a game we remember. And now it's the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's funny. I know that on a night like last night, and maybe this is why people think that I don't know, go after Draymond harder than the other guys.
Right.
But I look and I was like, Klay was okay. Wiggins was fine. Steph was Steph. The guy that I don't know why when you talk about issues on this team and where we go moving forward, I do not like that Draymond Green is sitting on 4 more years with this team. Because this, again, we're 20% into the season. He's been no factor. I mean, he's been no factor. And in fact, he's almost becoming more of a distraction. And I got to tell you, I can't put my finger on it, but I almost don't feel like he signed that contract for all the right reasons. I really don't. I almost feel
what would one wrong reason be?
I think right now he's looking at it like, hey, I'm on the downside of my career. I got 3.5 more years. I'm getting paid.
Well, we got to give him. You're going to scoff, but we got to give him credit on one facet of his game that's improved, and that's his 3-point
I don't care,
shooting.
Goo. I don't care.
Yeah.
He's getting worse.
Well,
Draymond Green's getting worse.
Aspect of that
That's
component
great.
of his game.
He's getting worse, but he's hurting the Warriors more than he ever has.
And it makes you wonder why they gave him that contract.
Yeah. Let's go to Rafi. Rafi's in Berkeley. What's up, Rafi? How you doing, man?
What's up? I'm doing all right. How you doing, guys?
How you doing?
All right, man.
I just want to say that from my view as a fan, of course, I think that this is the absolute worst case scenario of watching a franchise manage aging players and decline. To use a Steinism, I think it was gutless that we didn't try to trade Klay in the off season. I think you got to rebuild, and the building the airplane as you fly and kind of trying to keep the dream alive while you're remaining in contention. It has never been done, and I don't believe that it can be done. And I think, the Warriors have always thought that they're smarter than everyone else and this, that, and the other. And I think by and large, they've been able to cover up, a lot of warts with a lot of phenomenal elite Hall of Fame level shooting. And now that is kind of in decline, we're seeing a lot of the warts. They've always been there. They've always fouled a lot. They've always turned the ball over, and they don't have the magic to overcome that. And so this decline, I think they're going to be lucky to be a 6 seed. And I'd rather watch a bad team who is scrappy and fighting for every second than kind of the Ibanez kind of careless, prideless decline of aging superstars.
Well, let me ask you this real quick before you go. How you feel is how you feel, and I don't disagree. But when they were up 24 and I would have called you, what would you have – honestly, you had to feel like, okay, the light's on. They got Dre back. Here goes Wiggins. Didn't you feel good at that juncture? Like, why – I'm asking everybody, why can't they sustain that? And maybe that's age.
That is age. Of course it's age.
But it can't be any – what? Vinny Testaverde pick across the middle of the mug. Like, dude – the one thing we can't do is turn it over.
That was just one.
And Draymond, nobody. Klay went the other way.
All right, let's go through this because it was pretty ugly, and the the vets were at the core of it.
Yeah.
So where was it? 119. Okay, so we're up, and I'm saying we're because we're the Warriors.
Yeah.
Warriors are up 119-114 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
All right.
They're up 5. Curry takes the three-pointer, and the Warriors challenge it when he stuck his foot out.
All right.
Okay, they lost that challenge.
Right. And no more timeouts.
Okay. Then what happened? Vezenkov, he missed the 3.
Lefty.
Okay, so we got the ball back. That's when Looney missed the dunk. Might have been tapped from the back. That could have put him up 7.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. Sacramento comes back. They turn it over. Warriors are still up 5 with 2:58 to go.
Let's go.
I'm sorry. Then Curry has the 3 that they challenged. The first was just an offensive
Kings
foul.
ball.
So the Kings get the ball. And guess what? They miss. They miss again.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Malik Monk missed a 25-footer. So with 2:34, they're still up 5, and they get the rebound. Curry missed a 27-foot jump shot with 2:18. Okay. Guess what? We still got to hold again at the next, down at the other end. Vezenkov misses a 3.
Yeah, you're right.
Wiggins gets the ball. We still have our 5-point lead with 1:53 left.
Come on now.
Green misses a driving layup.
Oh, man. If that's what you want to call it.
And Herter ends up fouling Looney on the rebound. Looney misses both.
After the dunk.
And then Fox makes 1 of 2 free throws.
He was missing.
So it's still 4. You're still up 4 with 1:39.
Let's close it out.
And then you go up 6 with 1:31 because Steph Curry gets to the foul line. You were up 6 with 1:31 left. And then Fox makes a 3. Green misses a 3. Interesting. Fourth quarter, he misses a 3. Wiggins tips it in, though.
Yeah.
So we're still up 4 with 50 seconds. Fox makes 1 of 2. And then Curry throws the awful pass in the backcourt.
And not only that, they got a 3.
Yes, they did.
Like you got to tip your cap. They made the most of those turnovers.
Yep.
And now they got the Warrior monkey off their back.
Then Green turns it over.
That's when
and then Curry takes a terrible shot as a potential game winner.
And Klay, look at that play. Klay's reaction.
Let's go to...
Oh, we got some donations to read too, Donnie.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we got one. 99 cents. All the money counts. Hold on, give me 1 second, Donnie. Boy. Go to the call.
Let's go to Scotty.
Actually, I got it right here. So, Ramel Murdoch, we appreciate you very much for a $10 donation. Like I said before, 2 years ago, getting blown out by Memphis, the bench, brings us back. Kerr, Dubs, back in momentum gone. Moody killing sub Klay, who's a walking turnover. $2 more from Ramel Murdoch. Why? With a lot of angry emoji faces.
I saw that one. And I think that's why the Moody's up. Yeah. That was a big one. Kerr was getting it on X. You got to blame somebody, yeah. That damn challenge.
I mean,
come on, man. You need that timeout. That's valuable.
Yeah, you know what? Kerr made a mistake.
All right.
And so did Curry. He made about 4. Draymond, he made about 3. Klay made about 2. I mean, look.
Did Looney get fouled on the dunk block?
He put his hands up, but I don't know. He would have missed the foul shots anyway.
Steve Kerr telling Dre to get back on defense like the Academy Award is closed. Get back. You're on the ground. Get up. Dude, that said a lot without saying. I'm sitting there like he has no love for is he hurt? It was get up. Get back. And that was to me like, oh, boy. We're Warriors.
Let's go to Scott in Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on?
Hey,
Scotty.
How you guys doing? I got a few real quick points here. Number one, Sacramento didn't get over any hump yesterday. Don't tell me when your best player your two best players are Fox and Sabonis, and Monk's the one who takes the big shots. Those guys disappeared. You can't miss 8 free throws if you're a superstar point guard. I'm sorry. But that roster is not where it's at. So I just want to get that out of the way. But second point, Steve Kerr, the narrative that he doesn't play kids, I don't buy that for a second. He made a mistake last night, no question about it, and I think he knows that. I really do. But Jordan Poole was 22 years old playing big-time minutes in the finals, and so when you can play, he will put you on the floor. So I don't buy that for a second. Kuminga doesn't deserve that. I think Bonte made a great point this morning. I think they should just put Kuminga in the GP2 role, basically, and have him playing the dunker spot because he can't handle the rock. He's too out of control. Moses Moody is a player. He deserves the minute. So I just wanted to clear that up. And I think Draymond, you saw their ceiling in that first half. Draymond was blocking shots, changing people's shots. He was playing absolutely great. You saw their ceiling. And there's no question in my mind that this is a better roster that they've had in the last couple of years. Unfortunately, they lost 2 big pieces yesterday, which that's going to be the bigger problem, I think.
But you're not panicked for the season, though. It don't sound like, Scotty.
Not November 28th. I've been watching basketball for 50 years. And hey, can I make one other quick point?
Yeah.
With these people that want to dismantle this roster or whatever they want to do, give up. I'd rather see a hard-working team. I went 40 years with nothing. You know, this isn't that easy. It's just not that easy. So if you want to go back to those days where you're basically irrelevant, I mean, it appears to me that a lot of people, a lot of fandom out there have no idea what it's like to go through when the Warriors were absolutely zero, irrelevant. So, I mean, enjoy what you got right now because I still think it's going to be a good season. I think they got a good roster. And I think you just need to relax a little bit. And I'm not buying that Sacramento big 3 over there. Where they got Fox, Sabonis, and Murray. You telling me that's going to win anything? Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Scotty.
Yeah, well, it did last night. Stoney, I'm looking at the box. I don't think Dre scored in the fourth quarter.
Of course he didn't.
And I'm not, that ain't how I said they were. Hey, how the Warriors going to win in Sacramento?
Quit propping these guys up.
I just give me a better shot. That one he shot from the side it was off when it left. And Kuminga took a little right hand. That's where I'm so despondent on. I'm not even mad at Kerr with the Kuminga situation, Steiny, but it once was just, I thought it was about to bust. He was going to, Rick James busting out. I thought, you know what? I'm just like, man.
I'm busting what?
He's a Jag now, Steiny. And I think mentally, 10 minutes last night.
By the way, congratulations to the Sacramento Kings for that win last night. Let me tell you who had nothing to do with it.
He's got a Warriors. Van Gundy kept banging on him.
Let me get, Steiny had 10 assists. Yeah, let me tell you something. I could stand at the elbow 28 minutes a game and carve my way to 6 assists.
You got to watch him against others. It's just the Warriors that he just.
No, he doesn't.
It's a ghost.
No. Triple-double alert.
Well, look,
the bottom
9,
line,
10, and 8.
Sabonis is absolutely, positively not a 1.
1 turnover.
Who's that? Sabonis?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just fights himself out there against the Warriors.
Hollow man.
Oh, man.
Him and David Lee.
Easy.
What? And Wiggins.
Yeah, where
actually,
do we
Wiggins
go from
is
here?
kind of like that, too.
I'm worried about that. I think the MRI from GP2.
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm worried about. He's going to be out at least 5 games.
We'll
you heard it here.
Who steps up then?
Oh, Kuminga, Draymond, all the usual people who
I'm
don't.
laughing, but I'm crying.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see all your calls. We'll get to those on the other side. Then at 11:30, Steve Weish, NFL Network. We got a big Niners game, and they're actually pretty good. So we're going to talk about them at some point today on 95.
Let me go, Dre.
Consumers.
This is the official 95-7 The Game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot a free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He has been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru eliminated from knockout. The Warriors eliminated from the in-season tournament.
Oh, boy.
You just hate to see
But
it.
hearing Evan say, "Goo, go get it," he just moves up my charts. But somebody on YouTube chat line asked how many times I watch the video of me scoring over Willard. 1 million.
So here's the no truth to the rumor, or is there, that Draymond Green got a game ball from the Kings last night? Listen to Malik Monk.
In the fourth quarter, about 3 minutes in, when Draymond got his tech, then he fouled, they pulled him. It felt like at least a big momentum shift. Do you see that as when you guys were able to?
Yep. Yeah, it definitely was the momentum we needed from them slipping up right there. But yeah, Mike been telling us to stay with it the whole game, and something's going to happen. Make the refs make a call, and we just stuck with the game plan.
Everything changed when Draymond got the tech.
Man, and that place woke up.
Yeah, it did.
It was quiet.
It did.
I didn't think Fox came out aggressive early, and the Warriors took advantage of that. And they were down 24, my friend, with a trip to the next round of the NBA in-game, the IGS. That's what they call it, Sonny. In-game season tournament.
Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach is in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, Steiny, Guru.
Hey.
Steiny, I'm with you, and I think you look at life a little more objectively than my buddy Guru, because Guru kind of believes everything a coach says, and Steiny, you kind of look at it a little more objectively. Coaches lie, okay? So when Kerr said that he was going to play by feel and things like that, he never meant that.
Mm-hmm.
He never meant that, because he's very loyal to his veteran players. Now, also, a quick point I really want to make is he keeps talking about how good a soldier Moses Moody is, comparing him to Looney and things like that. Well, how long is that going to last?
Right.
Okay? It's got to be wearing on Moody's patience now. He's doing everything the coach says. He was playing almost perfect last night, and he still could not make minutes. Now, it can't be any fun for Moody, or I don't want to bring up Kuminga, but any of those young guys, because when they do everything they can, they make no errors, and the coach still doesn't play them, and the team lose. Okay? It's easy to accept sitting on the bench when you're winning. Okay? Ian Clark has a ring. Okay? Patrick McCall has a ring. But if you're a good player and you're not playing and the team is losing, it's hard to sit there. So I'm just wondering, how good a soldier do we expect Moody to be?
No doubt. Don't hang up.
Playing well.
And listen,
okay?
You called it. I see the light. And I don't know if you heard yesterday's show. I didn't appreciate, if I were Moody or Kuminga a week ago, Pajinski had a good game. Nothing, no shade at him. But to Kerr to go to the podium after the game and almost say, I have to play him, all predicated on one good performance. I said yesterday, if I were Moody or Kuminga, that would have rubbed me the wrong way. And what I find Kerr doing is what you said. Okay, that was an apology to Moses and how good of a soldier. If I'm Moses on the way home, or even when I got taken out the game, that would wear thin. Like, that is not going to fix an opportunity that Moody got to the game and had a conversation and said he wasn't going to play, and he still had it. I would be PO'd, and you are right. I'm giving you that.
And Goo, that's the thing. I don't know how much Moody or Kuminga are even going to pursue continuing to play for the Warriors, because they know that they are not going to get a chance to make their name in the league. They're not going to get a chance to fulfill their potential and to financially make themselves better, as long as the big three are there and Kerr's still the coach. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Coach.
What if I told you, Steiny, I don't like the attitude of this team? 18 games in. Like there's pouting,
There's moaning. They're yelling at the refs. I just don't like, and I don't know what that is about. And maybe you're right. It's slippage.
Of course it is.
But you're up 24 yesterday. Talk to me about that slippage.
Second quarter. Hey, the couple things. I mean, I'm going back to the offseason. So the Warriors get beat by the Lakers. Oh, but they're right there at the Western Conference Finals. By the way, the Lakers handled the Warriors.
4-2.
Exactly. Exactly. And did you see the way the series ended?
Oh, it was Brick City.
Let's not forget how ugly last season ended for the Warriors.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
The candle stays lit.
So now we're in the off season. There were no good decisions to be made.
And they came fast.
There again, what did you want him to let Draymond walk? Okay? He walks. Now what do you got? What are you doing with Poole? You keeping Poole? Okay, now we're keeping Poole, but we have no Draymond.
You got Kuminga. See, that's the problem right there.
What? He can't play, Goo. He can't play.
Get him ready.
Can't play.
And, I mean, who's to say he can't play because he knows he's always going to get
Can't play for Steve Kerr.
Well, and I believe that.
Okay.
I do. I believe that now. After 18 games into this season, I do believe that. The playbook, it doesn't fit him and what he's trying to do.
Right.
Vontae was saying
because he's got no team concept. Kuminga doesn't know how to play.
Well, get him ready. See that? What you got for that? Get him ready. You drafted him.
Okay.
It's been 3.
Yeah, they keep playing him, and he keeps not helping him. What do you want him to do? Just keep playing him? There were no good decisions for this team. The dynasty was coming to an end, and it was obvious this offseason. You went and you re-signed Draymond for 4 more years, and now you got Draymond for 4 more years. But he's not nearly the player he was.
But if you're telling me Kerr, and I know his money don't count against the cap, Klay and Dre, who would be signed? Like, I thought it would be Kerr. I never thought it would be Dre and no Klay.
Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? Like, that's one thing on a personal level.
No, but just, yeah.
I'd rather be sitting on 4 years of Klay than 4 years of Draymond. That's me. Everyone's saying that the Warriors are on the end and in decline with no help in sight is missing the point. The Warriors bench has nothing but youth outside of Chris Paul and Sarge. They have the youth to help, but Kerr refuses to play them. Well, look, if you're going to listen, if the minute you start playing Podziemski and Moody and Kuminga and Jackson Davis, and you make a commitment to them, you're done with championship hopes.
But you don't have to make a commitment. You can, like last night, you didn't make a commitment to play Moody at all. Then you needed him, and look what happened. All we're asking is finish that ride. Let that play out.
Yeah.
Why pull the cord on something that was helping you? A guy that was hot in fuego. That's all I'm saying, Stoney. I don't need a ring on the finger, but let's finish the date if we're having fun.
All right.
You can even stay tonight.
All right. So what do you do with Klay?
I think I'm getting tired of feeling scared of how he's feeling. If you're a part of the team, we all got a pair of eyes. Like, somebody stand up and say, you know what? Moody had it going. I thought he should finish the game.
Who's going to say that?
The coach.
But that's not his nature.
So now we got 2 monsters. Draymond, for nobody will check him. And now we're afraid to tell Klay, if need be, hey, you need to sit this one out. You can't finish. And if you tell me that's what it is, I get it. Because that's pretty much what it is if you judge Kerr by his actions.
Do you guys think it would take Klay Thompson doing that in order for something like this to change?
Yeah, having a great call, but that will never happen.
I'm not sure.
He's a killer.
Not anymore.
Well, he had 20 last night.
Was he good?
Yeah.
That's not good enough, Goo.
They didn't lose because of him.
No, but they're 8-10 because of him. Like, they're an 8-10 team because their players are playing like players on an 8-10 team. That's great. Wiggins had 29 Oh, Klay had 20. You lost the game.
Oh, man. Mark Failer, Steiny, $5 donation on First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Steve Kerr should have hit that corner three at the end of the game when Draymond hit him with the perfect pass.
Who?
Draymond, the turnover, when nobody was there. I'll give you a 2.
Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Morgan Hill. Dave's in Morgan Hill. What's up? Looks like a boneyard to me.
Dave.
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Good.
Hey, so I'm gonna say it like this, and I hope you get my overall point. I'm gonna throw something in at the end, and hopefully we don't just focus on that. But I think we are absolutely stupid to keep Draymond, to keep Klay, and to keep Wiggs all together. I think we're absolutely stupid. What are we doing here? Are we here to win championships, or are we here to just sit around and let the guys have fun? Right? Because the only person that's doing anything on this team is Curry. The number 2 offensive weapon that we have is Saric, and that's not even a question. The other guys are playing like bums right now. I don't see anything changing in the near future. We need to make some trades. Look, I know Klay, every team needs a shooter. So people do want Klay, especially at the end of a contract. It's a short-term lease. You got Draymond. LeBron has been begging to play with Draymond in L.A., vice versa. They're friends now. And this is the last thing I was going to say. We don't need to get stuck on this, but I really think you could trade somebody who misses games because of stupidity for another elite player that misses games because of injuries. And I know that Chris Paul dribbling up the court with Anthony Davis in the paint would be beastly on the Warriors. That's all I got, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
It'd be nice to have Anthony Davis if you could just put him on your roster whenever you wanted.
And you know where this thing is going? My boy Ray
I know where.
said what you said.
Goes to the play-in.
He said, you keep talking about these trades. Who wants the Warrior guys?
Exactly. The only kind of team that would want Klay Thompson.
The Bulls.
Well, I don't even know if they. I mean, here's the other thing. Do you trade Klay Thompson to re-sign him, or do you trade Klay Thompson to get him off your cap?
Yeah, the Bulls could do that and then he could go anywhere.
So why would the Bulls rent Klay Thompson for half a year, give up Levine or somebody, and then let Klay walk? Only if they're completely rebuilding.
Yeah, because that's where I think it's headed.
I'm going to tell you the other thing, too.
I didn't see Boston foul until you guys brought it up.
What?
That game. I didn't see they were up, but they still were fouling Drummond.
Yeah.
Dude, wow.
It's a joke.
You see Missoula talking to Billy Donovan?
No.
Donovan asked him, are you going to keep doing it? He said, yes.
I was locked in on the Warriors.
No, hey, we all like this in-season tournament.
No, but Steiny, it's not
a clown show. It's an absolute, it's a farce.
You wouldn't tell Silver that.
I would tell him absolutely that. The idea is not bad, but you need a tangible reward.
You're one.
Yeah. And $500K meal.
One man's clown show is another man's cash cow.
Look at my guy. Lakers Detroit tonight. Go on.
Andrew
Wiggins.
No, wait. Anthony Slater.
Oh.
Hey, what about Klay? What about Klay not playing in crunch time? Slate.
I think singularly, yes. I mean, again, I think if suddenly you wanted to make him a 20-minute per night bench player at this stage of his career, obviously, with the contract season, looming over everything, that would be difficult. But all these guys, Andrew Wiggins took it the first 3 out of the first 4 games, and I remember talking to him in Houston, and his answer when he was benched again in crunch time was, I got to be better, I got to rebound better, I got to do more to make them have me on the floor. That was the same night that Chris Paul, for the first time in his 19-year career, accepted a bench role for a team and then basically was like, look, I'm just doing what I have to do to win. And they talked about having a meeting with the 6 guys, these 6 veterans who all viewed themselves as starters and closers before the season, and they all kind of agreed, it would be kind of a night-to-night thing. Now that 6 has become like 8, 9, 10 with the way the team is materialized. But to answer your question, he needs to be able to accept not closing. Again, I think that's a lot different than, hey, Klay, you're now, an 18-minute per night guy.
Wow. And you know what's not? You set the tone today. And Steve Kerr, I'm going to be quiet because you are you're loyal and you're riding with your guy. You're ride till the wheels fall off. All the stuff I said before, it's actually got to this juncture to where when you watch it, it's kind of hard to watch. But, I mean, man. So kudos to Kerr for who I'm second-guessing. Why aren't you pulling the rug? But, Steiny, if it's about winning games and getting the highest seed you possibly can, I don't know if that's the best avenue to travel is, we got history, so I ain't going to do what the basketball is telling me to do. Because if your name was David Ruffin, you would be on the bench, and Moody would have finished that game last night. If your name wasn't Klay Thompson.
Who's David Ruffin?
Oh, my God. A great singer.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying?
What band is he in?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Steve Weish coming up in 10 minutes.
Dude, I'm ready for this game, though. We need football. We need to get away from this.
You wanted it to go this way.
They're 8-10. The season's not over.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Gary Payton scares me.
Well,
by the way, David Ruffin's the lead singer of the Temptations.
I didn't say Temptation.
No, you didn't know. Let's go to Skinny Bob.
Skinny.
Hey, Skinny, what's up?
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, entertaining, but this team needs a what do you call these guys who deal with anger management for this?
Why are they so angry, Skinny? Why are they so angry?
What's that? Well, Draymond is a superstar at one time. He's got the Bucks, and now it was evident in that first Oklahoma City game. He got angry, and some big guy on Oklahoma City laughed at him. They don't take him serious anymore.
True.
And he has his flashes, and I love Draymond. I love the whole team. And right now, it's early. I mean, we got the best second team in the whole both sides of the league. But our three guys, man, I agree with the caller ahead of me. We're mix them up. Don't play them all together. It's break up and get an anger management guy for Draymond. I mean,
he needs a whole team of doctors, Skinny. He needs to go to Vienna, study under Freud or one of Freud's acolytes.
Well, he's mature, but he can't take. How would I say? That guy laughed at him like he wanted to go at it, and the tall guy just looked at him and said, "You kidding me? This is basketball. Play ball."
Exactly.
But Draymond is hurting the team, and also he's costing people money. So if he wants to get back in good graces, keep his mouth shut and play ball.
All right. Thanks, Skinny. Appreciate it as always. And I'll tell you right now, he ain't going to do that.
I'm going to say this, and I told you yesterday, it was an old fishing term. They're baiting him. And Malik Monk telling you Mike Brown said something was going to pop off, it was a minor. It was a flare-up. I used to have acne. It was a flare-up, Steiny, but, every time you play the Warriors, you don't know how Dre's going to respond. And it is funny, who called and pointed out, Ibanez, he got a tech, nothing to see here, but they lost by 1.
Yeah. By the way,
Skinny Bob, is too late for the intervention of the anger management. But look at Klay on Steph Curry's last field goal attempt and tell me if that was, we lost, or I was open because his hands were up while Curry was dribbling.
Hey, the fact that Steph Curry is turning the ball over more than he ever has in his career and has fewer assists than he's ever had in his career, is that a tangible sign of him slowing up? Go ahead and tell me why not.
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, but
yeah,
he's
not.
It's a staple
just
of who
careless.
He's been. Yeah.
Okay. Nothing to see here. God forbid if he would.
Well, it ain't.
If he would start to
the
slip.
decision to make the pass where Monk picked it off has nothing to do with age. That's upstairs. He read it wrong.
Who read it wrong?
Curry, and maybe got a lemon booty. The trap was coming. It didn't.
But that's happening more this year.
No, it is.
It's happening more than it's ever happened.
San Antonio, it happened Friday.
Do you think he's finally coming?
Tell me. See this?
Yeah. At 30,
I don't think it's an age.
No, it's not. No,
it ain't
what is
acceleration.
it?
It's bad decision
his
making.
15th year in the league, he's actually gotten more careless. So he just needs to focus more.
I would think.
Okay. He might, yeah.
Or what would your answer be?
It's age. It's age. The shots are a little tougher. The windows are a little smaller. The teammates aren't as good.
He had 29, 4-12 from deep. They got the Clippers who don't know how to play basketball. They'll be okay tomorrow.
Okay. Cole's in Monterey. Hey, Cole, how you doing?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? It's Kai.
Hey, Kai.
Doesn't matter. Here's my take, all right? It's the year for Steve Kerr to prove what he's got. I mean, the team's struggling. Are there conversations with Draymond about, I've heard people talk, the Warriors need to be playing tight to the vest. Is he going to, I just think it's Steve Kerr's time to make a difference.
Well,
wow.
I don't know that he can, but that's just me. That's just me. Now, keep in mind, this is, look, y'all, a lot of you thought it was a title team out there.
And we're not yet wrong.
Okay. Well, then this is why you can stick it up your Guglioni about Moses Moody getting taken out of the game. You still have championship ideas. So guess what? You're keeping Klay Thompson on the floor, and Moses Moody is not playing the last 5 minutes of a game. Nothing to see here. If you didn't want that to happen, you would have sent different messages to your team, the fans, and everybody around the league by what you did, which might have been letting Draymond Green go, which might have been not trading for Chris Paul. Melanin Magician paying $4.99. We can all agree that if you or Goo was in charge of this franchise, you wouldn't have Draymond that contract, and you'd be looking to move Klay. We can all agree that if you or Goo was in charge of this franchise, you wouldn't have
signed Dre, and you'd be looking to move Klay. So you break up 2/3 of the big three.
Move on, Joe.
I'm going to say this while I know we're up against it. I don't know why Steve Kerr doesn't have a contract, but my speculation and my heart was telling me, my spidey senses, it was on his end, and he wanted to see, but he told Willard and Dibbs even last year as they talked to him, like they do once a week, Steiny, that he wants to do this for a long time. I believe that, but at the end of the day, if I'm wrong and this was a prove-it year, then Steve Kerr, along with his Golden State Warriors, have gotten off to this ain't helping them get a contract. And moments like last night, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm like, what the F? Moody, what, that's the stuff we don't know if he's having a conversation with his boss about that. We're on the radio, but we don't know why Steve is without a contract. And I'm just saying, 20 games in, almost, this ain't exactly moving the number up.
How come nobody's coming down Steph Curry's road? Not only for a suspect game last night, but you don't think Steve Kerr's making a lot of these decisions? Because this is what Steph wanted. If you think he's got all the juice in the organization and he got Draymond re-signed, well, guess what? He wants to play with Klay Thompson down the stretch and Wiggins, not Moses Moody. So how much does that count? 888-9. Oh, yeah, no, coming up on the other side. We're going to switch it to football. We got a big game coming up at The Link. That's in Philly. Steve Weish, NFL Network at 11:30. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today on 95.7 The Game.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one...
God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's head out to visit with one of our favorites, Steve Weish, an NFL Network's chief national reporter and host of the NFL Report. And you can follow Steve on Twitter and Instagram at Weish89, WYCHE89. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, gents. How are you guys doing?
We're starting to build up for this 49er-Eagle game here. We had a little hiccup last night with the Golden State Warriors in Sacramento, but obviously that Sunday game is big. Is this the biggest game of the NFL so far this year, you think?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's a big one every week, but this is huge just because, it's clear these guys don't like each other. You were revisiting the scene where Brock Purdy got hurt. The Niners felt that had he stayed healthy, they would have had a shot to win the game. The Eagles aren't trying to hear that. It's got all the elements of a nice, spicy playoff-like game.
Steve, I need your help because I'm watching the 49ers and the great Kyle Shanahan, but we all know he's 0-36 when trailing by 8+ points in the fourth quarter. And, we always hear, get a lead. The Niners need a lead. And then I look at Philly, Steve, and I'm like, oh, they could have lost to Dallas. They could have lost to Washington. KC had them down 10, but yet they come back and Hurts plays his best ball. So which one would you take? Is that Sirianni, Kyle? How do you view those stats? Because I think that's all going to come to head Sunday stylistically that, one team knows how to come back and the other can't.
That's a great, great question. I'm not saying the numbers are what they are. I'm not saying the Niners can't.
Right.
But they are built in some ways like a dome team. Play with the lead, let your pass rushers get after the opposing quarterback. But we've seen them go toe-to-toe before as well. We've seen them win some close games. It's that 8-point deficit, where you've got to score and get a 2-point or a 2-possession game. Look, I mean, right now Philadelphia's got a clutch gene. They make plays when they have to make them. Their quarterback makes plays. Their offensive line is insane. And they've got that tush-push, right? If they can get a situation where they can maul you, and that's what they tend to do in the second half, is they just maul teams down. Even if they're behind, they'll maul, they'll wear teams down, then hit some explosive plays. That's something that the Niners cannot do. As opposed to the Niners, not saying, again, they can't do that because we've seen them do that to other teams. It's just weird, when you look at the stats, you just why they have not been able to overcome that. I don't think there's necessarily anything in the way that they've been built where they can't do that. They just haven't.
Steve Weish joining us on 95.7 The Game. He is NFL Network's chief national reporter and host of the NFL Report. Steve, I'm looking at this Eagles schedule from a few weeks back, and, it was Miami, then they had Washington, and they're on a Dallas, Kansas City, Bills, Niners, Cowboys run. I mean, it's incredible. Is it realistic to think that they're going to win all the games in that stretch? And would you almost like to see them lose one of those games?
Well, I mean, look, that's the big thing about this run that they're on. I think they're 3-0 since they started this gauntlet.
Yeah.
And we were all like, there's no way they're going to get through this unscathed. I mean, it's just too brutal. I mean, like that game the other night against the Bills. I mean, what an incredible game. I mean, Josh Allen could not have played any better for Buffalo, and the Eagles found a way in overtime. So I'm not going to sit here and say they can't go unbeaten. It seems unlikely. And in the bigger picture of things, losing might help them because playing at that level, and the Niners know this, playing at the level where you're just like, we've got to win, we've got to win, we've got to win, when you really have a breathing room, a loss isn't the worst thing to kind of humble you because a lot of times you keep winning, you develop some bad habits, yada, 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 right. For the cliches. But I mean, the Eagles are doing it differently all the time. They're getting better in the red zone. That defensive line, those young dudes that we thought would be withering now, hitting the rookie wall, they're playing better than ever. So, again, it's kind of like that. Everything they're facing looks treacherous, but to the opponent, you're like, yeah, the Eagles look treacherous to us.
Right.
Wow, that just makes it exciting. Jalen Hurts, I just mentioned, Steve, is fantastic. He had his team in the Super Bowl, almost won it last year, MVP candidate year after year. But Brock Purdy, the Niners had that 3-game stretch where they, 3-game losing streak, no Debo, no Trent. And I was telling my partner and the fans, like, I don't know if Brock's coming back to earth, but now he's back. Can you kind of share with us where you have Jalen Hurts and how far, if Brock Purdy is behind that, how close he is to Jalen Hurts?
Wow. Well, Jalen Hurts is different in that he's a creator. He's an improviser. He runs their offense, but again, he can do some things, and not so much running the ball, but scrambling and creating things on the move. Again, Brock is more, and I am not going to say he's a system quarterback because he's not. He's a good quarterback, but he runs the offense with how it is designed. And for the most part, Jalen Hurts does too, but he's just got a little bit more craft work to him. And, and you're going to talk to people when it comes to MVP voting who'll give it to Jalen 10 times out of 10 because of the athleticism, because of some of the special stuff, because of the clutch performances. But, again, Brock, tell me something he doesn't do well. I am such a fan of his. I just don't want to hear people say, the arm strength. I've seen him rip it, man. Whatever. There's nothing I haven't seen him not do.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I want to ask you about, too, is obviously Patrick Mahomes is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, 8-3 in the postseason. All right, Burrow's not in there right now. So I'm looking at the quarterbacks of the teams that may win it. And you got Lamar Jackson, you got Josh Allen, let's just put him there, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and Brock Purdy. What my feeling is I don't look at Purdy. I guess what I'm asking is, does Purdy give you as great a chance as any of those other 4 or 5 quarterbacks that have yet to get it done? Or do you look at Purdy as, you know what, he's below those guys, so he's going to need to do something?
It's a great point. I would throw Tua Tagovailoa in that mix too, by the way.
Fair. Do you think the 49ers have a quarter? When I list all those quarterbacks, he belongs, right?
He absolutely belongs. And just let's go back to what we're revisiting. Let's go back to the NFC Championship game. Does anybody think if Brock Purdy was healthy that game would not have gone down to the wire? I'm not saying the Niners would have won it, but it would have been far more competitive than it ended up being. And so he's right there. He's right there. All those teams are built solidly across the board, especially their fronts. That's where the NFL is now. You have a good offensive and defensive line, you've got a shot. And I would include Brock in that mix with everything because, again, when they had that 3-game losing streak, he was turning the ball over. He protects the ball, they win. And again, that's not a system quarterback. That's a guy who is very, very good in the system that they play.
No doubt. Steve, both these teams have a great running game with Swift and McCaffrey, and I know the line of scrimmage is where the games are won at. But is this going to sound crazy? Is the dirty little secret the Eagles secondary and the fact that we saw, Dak and Mahomes drop passes and Josh Allen last week have success in the air? Would you at all be shocked if you see Brock Purdy come in here with Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle and try to make some noise that way?
No, not at all. Everyone in the league knows that you're not strong at every spot, and for the Eagles, it's their secondary. Now I think getting Kevin Byard helps out a lot. That dude makes timely plays. So that was a great move. But people know their corners. They don't have the speediest corners in Bradbury, Debo's favorite, and Darius Slay. But they're crafty, right? They're crafty players. So I think this is where Kyle is going to have to scheme them up. He's going to have to motion those guys. Don't let those guys get hands on them. Let them get some plays, some explosive types of plays. The thing is, the O-line's got to protect because those dudes are humming. Hassan Reddick, they got hunters, man, and they come in waves. They've got so much depth on that defensive front and on the edges and the interior. That's going to be the huge issue for the Niners offense because, the Eagles are hurting. They're hurting at linebacker too. So there's some soft spots in there if they can get, some Kittle, and get McCaffrey out in that area as well in the passing game.
Are you going to Philly?
I wish. I'm not.
Where are you going?
I'll be in studio. I'll be
All
in
right.
studio doing the Monday night post game with Andrew Siciliano.
All right.
You do a good job, man.
All
Keep
right.
it up.
Hey, Steve, thank you so much. As always, you're the man, and have a great weekend, man.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Steve Weish,
I'm excited, man.
NFL Network's chief national reporter. I call him Stevie.
Yeah, your guy.
Yeah, he is. He's
What if I told you I just hit shocker?
okay.
And you know I'm not a Niner fan. I expect the Niners to go and win this game.
Of course you do.
Because
you
of
said that every week
because
about
of
the
not just
Niners.
the bad blood, but also too, Stoney. I think they're going to be able to have way with this Eagles secondary.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this. You've picked them to win every week and cover every week. I'm telling you.
No, we ain't did bets as a show in about 4 weeks.
Well, but the first 5, 40.
Well, they were 5-0.
So you picked them to win every week. So
I got a good feeling about this.
Of course you do. You had a good feeling going to Cleveland, and that meant nothing. And,
Minnesota.
You had Minnesota.
Who was the other one? What was the trifecta?
Don't overthink it. Bet the Niners.
There you go. Just bet Niners.
Who was the
third one? Cleveland.
Cincy.
Boy.
Wait, Sonny, I think you've only picked against them once, and it was the Cincinnati game.
Okay,
yeah,
what's your point?
Yeah.
So you're pretty much in the same boat.
No
as the
doubt
rest
about
of
it.
us.
Yeah, we
It's
both
just, Evan, don't break it to them.
We both pander to 49er fans because we're scared of them.
Please.
I think this is a juggernaut.
Please. Pander.
Philly getting 3 is
That's
a lot of points.
I don't like it. I can't wait to bring it up to Ross. It's kind of means something, Steiny.
415 on the Comcast business text line. Since the bye week, the pass rush is finally coming to form. Bosa stayed in town during the bye, and adding Chase Young has reinvigorated the entire line. The pass rush will determine the game. I actually agree with you, but I think it's going to be the Eagles' pass rush that defines the game. If they don't get pressure on Purdy, it's night-night.
You're right, Steiny.
It's night-night. You can't let Purdy pick you apart.
And you can't get behind if you're the Niners. You're like, there's something to that thing.
I mean,
wonder what it is.
ideally, you'd love to be down 17-7 and win 21-17. If you're the Niners, that would exercise about 3 things in one game. So
and get them to sending them to Dallas, to where if Dallas somehow could beat Philly, the number 1 seed could be within reach.
Well, I got some numbers on that, by the way.
Oh, okay.
If the 49ers lose, the Eagles have a 95% chance to get the 1 seed.
Wow.
If the Eagles get beat by the Niners and the Niners win, Philly still has a 57% chance to have the number 1 seed.
So they got insurance, is what you're saying.
I mean, they got, yes, they absolutely have some insurance. But, again, you lose to the 49ers, now you better beat the Cowboys next week, following week.
125.
Time of the game?
Yeah, Sunday. You know where you're watching? It's too early to know where.
Danis.
For you. Oh,
Danis.
he's open.
Well, I'm going to
I
make
might
sure
fall through. I'll be inviting myself.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure he's open.
Yeah.
7:30 golf. Be done around noon. Bite to eat. Over to Dana's.
There you go.
Yeah, it's going to be
and no Warrior game to share with that. You know, it'll be just
I do love the 49ers at 1 into that 5:30 Golden State Warriors start on a Sunday. I like that.
No. Well, we won't get it they play Clippers Saturday.
You know,
and tomorrow.
And we're going to get right back to the Warriors.
Let's keep it positive. Dark Niners.
Why? They're going to get beat.
Please.
Oh, you heard it here first.
-3. And we got to do picks Friday, Evan. Don't let us forget.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
I think.
I was saying one thing about the Warriors and Niners. It had something to do with both.
Going in opposite directions.
Yeah.
No. Blew it.
Legacy games?
Yes. That's what it is. Not a legacy game for Brock Purdy.
Please.
It's not.
If he goes into Philly and wins the game that he got knocked out of, basically didn't get to participate last year, damn, Stotty, this goes a long way.
Oh, it'll go a long way, but then you got to beat him in the playoffs again, probably.
What if he has his first fourth quarter comeback in Philadelphia?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, what I'm saying is the legacy game's coming in the playoffs.
Yeah, but see, I hate and
I know you do.
That's
why I do it.
You keep what if they don't play? What if Philly lost in the second round and then they play Dallas or something?
Then
that could happen.
Then the legacy game is Dallas.
I was just saying.
I mean,
but you got to start somewhere. Because that whole,
but again,
Steve said it. That game would have been different. Maybe the Niners don't win, but Stotty, I feel like that would have went down to. We all got robbed of what I deem would have been a close game.
Well, then stay healthy. Then hold up
block.
in the pass rush.
Yeah, who was the tight end? Croft block.
The 49ers right now they got to win the game, and then they need help.
Doubt.
And then they need help. But all I'm saying is, if Brock this is where if Brock Purdy goes in to Philly on Sunday and throws 3 touchdown passes and they win, okay, that's great. That's great. That's a big win, maybe his signature regular season win in his career. But then what happens if the Eagles still maintain home field after that? Well, he's going to have to probably go into Philly again.
And that one would be greater, right?
Thank you. And that's what I'm saying. Right. And that's why if the Eagles go into this, if the Eagles win this game on Sunday, to me, I do not think it takes Brock Purdy out of the running to beat him in Philly in the NFC Championship or NFC.
I'm just saying that would make it more, if it rained and it got ugly, just more difficult. You know, you want to be home, man. Good things tend to happen.
Also,
to
what if
home.
he throws 3 picks?
You know what? I'll say they were fighting an uphill battle anyway in terms of the getting the home field. Like, to me, there's 2 things. If you lose the game to Philly, you're not going to get home field advantage. But I wouldn't blame that on the Philly game.
The 3-game losing
I'm blaming it on the 4 losses in totality.
But if he performs poorly, then what's the running theme in those losses?
Well, that's the thing, Evan, and that's where I'm not buying into it. If Purdy struggles, they lose to Philly. We now have a quarterback of an 8-4 team. Now keep in mind for the games after Philly, he's probably not going to get praised even if he's doing well because of the loss to Philly. You know what I'm saying? So if they lose to Philly, who do they play? And then let's say they lose to Philly, doesn't play well.
Seattle's after that.
Then they go beat Seattle and Purdy's pretty good. Well, that's not going to be good enough. I mean, yes, it'll be great, but everyone's going to say, well, look what happened when he got into Philly.
And out.
Nobody will then. What I'm saying is he's going to have to go into Philly and then win that game. Because in the interim, everybody's going to say, well, he still hasn't really proved it.
Well, but that's my point, though, is there is something riding on this game then for Purdy.
What's that?
Well, if he performs well,
yes,
then you can look at him and say, well, maybe those 3 games in which he turned the ball over in the 4th quarter are just a blip.
Right.
But if he doesn't...
I kind of feel like they're a blip anyway, in a way.
But you just said that we'll look at the 4 losses... And then he's got to prove it in the playoffs because of the 4 losses.
I guess what I'm saying,
he gets no praise the rest of the way because of what he did in those games.
Well, what if Brock Purdy and the Niners lose to the Eagles on Sunday, but then they run the table after that and they finish 13-4?
Sure.
But let's say the Eagles finish 14-3. Like, Purdy is not. Nobody's going to be going gaga anymore that Purdy won 5 games to finish the season because the loss to Philly will be significant enough that he's going to have to make up for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and he's kind of going to have to do that either way, I think.
Well, but I'm saying if he wins, then you can give him praise throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, exactly.
You can look back.
Exactly.
Like that's a signature win.
Exactly.
So there is something on the line.
Well, it's what's on the line is that if
you're 2 best teams in the NFC.
Yeah, but what's on the line for Brock Purdy after this game is if he loses to Philly, then that's going to be the signature loss, and then they beat Seattle, then they win. Even after that 3rd win, hey, Purdy's back. Purdy's got 8 touchdowns and 1 pick in the last 3 games, and we're going to say,
but the postseason's
nothing matters. Nothing matters till the next Philly game or his playoff game.
But if he wins, I don't think people will be saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter. I mean,
no.
You got to go do it in the postseason.
It'll grow is what he's saying. Purdy's thing will grow.
So there's something on the line Sunday
for
Brock.
Not for Brock, only for his reputation.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? No.
But that's the quarterback.
Right. But
brand.
The way that he quarterbacks will be looked at differently depending on a win or a loss.
But what if he's 400, 3 touchdowns, and they lose? He still will come out a winner.
Okay. All I'm saying is, to me, what's at stake is if the Eagles beat the 49ers, then Brock Purdy's got 5 or 6 more weeks of, I don't want to say doubt, but
nothing as good as Philly.
That loss will wear with him until the playoffs come, I think. Because if he starts winning after losing to Philly, I think people are going to say, well, it's great that they're 12-5 or 12-4, but
you got kryptonite.
Yeah. So what Steiny's saying is Purdy has to beat the Eagles twice to get any respect. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if he loses to the Eagles Sunday, then he can't get the respect until he beats them in the playoffs. So it'll forestall.
So that's why it's important for him to win from that perspective you're talking about.
Well, for the outside noise, sure.
Or for people to feel confident in him beating Philadelphia. That's the only thing that he hasn't done to this point is win against the Eagles. He wasn't given the chance, but he hasn't done it yet. So if he does it on Sunday,
solid.
That's huge.
It's absolutely big. Yeah. And then it gives you more confidence, if you're a fan, to go into Philly and beat him again if you have to.
And it'll bolster his profile of he's him.
What I'm saying is if he doesn't play well on Sunday, he's kind of shot until the playoffs to reclaim, because everyone will say, all right, 8-8. Oh no, we got our main man Ross Tucker on 95.7 The Game. Ross Tucker, he's our Odyssey NFL insider. Don't forget, it's a Warriors Wednesday. We'll get back to the Warriors in a little while if the mood hits us. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Ross Tucker on the other side, and I'll tell you what, you're going to want to hear what he had to say about Deebo Samuel, because Ross was not tickled in the slightest. I'll explain, and so will he on the other side.
Switch to Verizon and you'll save.
Get in the holiday spirit, San Francisco. Verizon has an extra gift for your family this season.
You can save a lot.
Get $800 in Verizon gift cards when you switch your family of 4 and get 4 new phones on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate.
Great deals from Verizon. Great deals from Verizon.
There's never been a better time to switch, but this offer won't last forever, so hurry in. Switch to the network America relies on. Get $800 in gift cards and get new phones for the whole family on us with Select Trade-In and Unlimited Ultimate. Visit your local Verizon store today. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate plan required per phone. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port in per line. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yet scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
Those stomach issues ruined your birthday.
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa?
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Jose, rain turning to mostly sunny, high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Cricket Wireless. Switch to Cricket and let your flip era unfold by getting the all-new extraordinary Motorola Razr for just $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Vicks Vapo Stick delivers soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Vicks Vapo Stick, comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. Yep, you heard that right. 1,000 back. Something extra for your company. From the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/5/2023. New customers with 750 megabits per second or above and 2-year agreement must keep required new services for 30 days to receive prepaid card. Other restrictions apply.
The Jeep Black Friday sales event is here with incredible deals on a wide selection of Jeep 4x4 vehicles. Now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xE for $399 a month for 36 months with $4,162 at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 11:30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Get produce at Whole Foods Market. Shop avocados from Mexico and get 2 large Hass avocados for $4 with Prime through December 5th. Add them sliced, diced, or mashed for a creamy green dream. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Let me introduce Ross Tucker on the line, Odyssey NFL insider. Ross Tucker, insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. You can also follow Ross Tucker at Ross Tucker NFL on Twitter and Instagram. And he's got a kick-ass podcast also, Ross Tucker. Hey, Ross, how you doing, buddy?
Good. What's up, fellas? I figured you might be reaching out this week.
Yeah. Hey, you were talking about Deebo Samuel on your podcast because he came down Bradbury's Road, and I want to play it for everybody and have you expand on it a little bit, if that's all right.
Sure, yeah.
All right, take a listen.
Hey, what's up? It is Ross Tucker with my latest Ross report talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't do this very often, but I don't often have something that bothers me like this. Top 5 reasons why Deebo Samuel calling James Bradbury trash is ridiculous and disrespectful. Number 1, Bradbury, crazy durable. hardly ever misses a game, 118 starts. Unlike Debo, who's not very durable, I'd be surprised if Debo Samuel starts 118 games in his entire career. Number 2, Bradbury's already been a Pro Bowler. Number 3, Bradbury's already made an All-Pro team. Number 4, Bradbury's on his 4th contract already, his 2nd really big contract. He's made over $53 million in his 8th year playing pro football. And number 5, maybe most importantly, James Bradbury is a true professional that would never make a garbage comment about another player like this.
Ross? All right.
Ross went
Hey, Ross, I kind of like the way you said it, though. You didn't take apart the guy's character. You didn't name call. You just said you called the wrong guy trash.
Yeah, this is a really, really big pet peeve of mine. And I would say to you guys, it even bothers me, like, I got into it with a Philly radio guy because they were talking about how, the scrubs were in, or they beat this team going against the scrubs. And I got to tell you guys, do you have any idea how hard it is to make the NFL?
I don't.
Like, do you have any idea how hard
we can imagine
to make the NFL? Like, everybody that doesn't realize it, do me a favor. Next August, when every NFL team makes their cuts from 90 guys down to 53, just go through the cuts and see all the guys that you recognize from college, and you're like, oh, wow, he got cut? It is so hard to make the NFL that I'm not a fan of any player calling any other player, or really any person calling any player in the NFL a scrub or trash. But especially for Debo Samuel, say that about a guy like James Bradbury. I mean, James Bradbury's good. Yeah, like, that's the thing that really, like, okay, you want to call some kid, some rookie in a preseason game trash? I don't care for that. I don't like it. But I can maybe live with it compared to, like, a really good player. But Bradbury, I mean, he's in his 8th year. He's a really good – I mean, he made All-Pro last year. He was second-team All-Pro literally last year when Debo said that. So not a fan. Really, really bothers me. And that's why I said something about it. It bothers me.
Man, tell us how you feel, Ross. Let me tell you what bothers your boy, man. Steiny and I all week have been trying to figure this out. So we know there's bad blood. I feel like we were robbed last year, football fans in general, of a great NFC Championship game with Brock getting hurt, but they took him out. Okay, I've come down Philly's road like Dak almost had him. Mahomes almost had him. Josh Allen. But yet they've showed me, Ross, they know how to win. The Niners, what do we hear? They got to play from ahead. Look at Kyle's 0-38 record when down 8 in the 4th. My thing is, Ross, after last weekend and the Niners' 3-game losing streak, how the hell could Vegas say that the Niners are coming to a team 10-1, 2 games better than you, but they're favored? And Ross, you played. I'm on the outside, but I don't like it from a Niner perspective that they're coming to the Eagles joint favored. Explain that to us.
Well, there's a lot here. First of all, that's a crazy stat about Kyle Shanahan. What is that, 0-38 when he's down 8 in the 4th quarter?
What does that mean?
Well, how about this? I don't know if you guys saw the stat. I think Jalen Hurts is now 13-0 when he's down by 10 points in the second half or something crazy. Like, some insane stat that sounds made up. I don't know how he does it, but he's been doing it. So the two things I think are really interesting, right? Like, I personally believe, like, I'm going to pick the 49ers to win the game, right? So I do picks on the Friday Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Every morning I do these quick 1-minute social media things about the Eagles, the Ross Report. I'm going to pick the Niners to win the game because this is a bad spot for the Eagles. I mean, really bad spot. And I'll tell you why. Number one, they play the Chiefs, Super Bowl, revenge, whatever, on a Monday night game in Kansas City. They get back 4 a.m. Tuesday morning, so like a day and a half behind the Bills. And then they go out on Sunday, they play the Bills. The Bills had the ball for over 90 snaps.
Man.
Like, Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat both played over 80 snaps, I believe, the most of their careers. With Fletcher Cox going down and Milton Williams not available, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, the two young D tackles from Georgia, both played by far the most snaps of their career as the game went into overtime. So you combine that, and now the Eagles have a week to prepare, but the Niners, they played 10 days ago, right, with Thanksgiving. I mean, 6 days ago from right now, but they played 10 days from now when the game will actually get here. So Niners have more time to rest, more time to prepare. I don't know if Lane Johnson plays. I tend to doubt that Dallas Goedert plays. And the backup for Lane Johnson, there's a big drop-off from him to Driscoll, who will be going against Nick Bosa most of the game. Then Zach Cunningham sounds like he's out. He's clearly the Eagles' best linebacker. And there was a drop-off when Christian Ellis came into the game. I don't know if Fletcher Cox will play. It's just not good. I mean, it feels like, and you guys know I do this betting podcast with Steve Fezzik, the professional bettor, and he said he thinks the Niners are going to kill the Eagles. That's the word he used, kill them. I don't know that I'd go that far because the Eagles are such a prideful bunch, but I am going to pick the 49ers to win the game. You know, the Eagles are in the middle of this 5-game gauntlet.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable.
And I thought they just needed to go 3-2, and they're 3-0 so far. So now it'd be amazing if they won either one of these two games, right? Niners at home or at Dallas. I'll say this. The thing that's interesting to your point, Guru, so that's why the Niners are favored. I believe.
Okay, all right.
All-time bad spot for the Eagles, all-time good spot for the 49ers. Feels like the Eagles are going to run out of gas a little bit and that the Niners will be able to win the game. The only two things that give me a little bit of pause, right, are that, and obviously the Niners have the revenge in the NFC Championship game, and they got a point to prove, and the Niners are playing really well again right now, and Purdy looks great, all the stuff we all know. The two things that give me a little bit of pause are, number one, all of the trash talking that the Niners have done about the game last year or Debo calling Bradbury trash. Like, if there was any chance that there'd be a little bit of a letdown for the Eagles mentally, you know, just because of this incredible stretch.
I hear you.
The Niners, with their mouths, okay, and their lack of accountability for what happened in the NFC Championship game, they've just fueled the fire again for the Eagles. And I think probably being underdogs helps that as well. So, if the Eagles were favored and if the Niners hadn't said a word, I feel even better about the Niners winning the game. I still think they will, but those two things might be just enough to get the Eagles to be able to ratchet that thing up one more time.
Man.
But they're kind of limping into this one, both from a rest and snap standpoint, not to mention some of the key guys they're missing.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Ross, you obviously are very, very familiar with the Eagles. You know, the stretch you're obviously talking about is Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco, Dallas. Those are the 5 games that the Eagles are in the middle of. Did they talk about that stretch at any point before this stretch? Did they talk about wanting to go 4-1, or did they even approach it knowing that if they look at it as a 5-game stretch, then the opponent after the 5 games, maybe they're overlooking? But have they talked about getting through it?
They acknowledged that they had a tough stretch of games coming up. They would never say anything like 4-1 or whatever like that, right. And they would never talk about even the opponent the week after, But they acknowledged, because people would, on Sports Radio 94 WIP in Philly, they would say to Sirianni or Kelsey or whoever, "Hey, you got these next 5 games coming up," and they're like, "Yep, we got a tough stretch coming up, but it starts with Dallas, or all that matters this week is Kansas City, or whatever, right?" So they don't acknowledge, because, by the way, the opponent after that is Seattle, and so when this started, it looked like it was almost a 6-game tough stretch because Seattle was playing really well. So, the Seattle's not some slouch on the other end of it. Now, I will say this. The last 3 games for the Eagles after that are Giants, Cardinals, Giants.
Yeah.
So this is like if you're the Niners and you're trying to get the number 1 seed, or you're the Cowboys and you're trying to win the NFC East, they have to win this game. Like, any chance for the Niners to get the number 1 seed, they have to win this game. Any chance for the Cowboys to win the NFC East, not only do they have to beat the Eagles next Sunday night, but they really kind of need the Niners to win this game this Sunday. They need the Eagles to lose these next 2 games because it feels like there's a really good chance they'll win the 4 after that.
Let's get into Brock Purdy a bit, because the 3-game losing streak, I was telling Stein, I think we might be seeing little cracks. He got back on his horse. He doesn't dink and dunk. He's taking chances to where Kyle, after the podium on touchdown passes, Ross, he's like, we kind of didn't like that read, but he got it in there. He owns the longest pass in the league this season to Kittle in Jacksonville. With all that said, I'm curious, what do you think's on the line for Brock, Ross, if he could go in there and beat the Eagles?
Yeah, I don't know if he'd become the favorite, but he would definitely elevate himself into legitimate MVP consideration. Because nobody's really playing at like an off-the-charts level. Nobody's really separating themselves. I think Hurts is the favorite because of the Eagles' record and because the last 2 weeks they've been down 10 at Kansas City and against the Bills at halftime, and he's led them to really impressive wins. So I think that's why Hurts is the favorite. But, Hurts' numbers aren't even as good as they were last year, right? Like, he's turned it over more and whatever. The way Purdy's playing, other than that 3-game stretch, which is significant, but even these last couple games, he's been unbelievable. And I think he's an MVP candidate. It's my other pet peeve. One pet peeve is guys like Debo calling NFL players trash. The other pet peeve is how we never it takes years before we move on from somebody's draft status, right?
Right.
Like if Brock Purdy was a first-round pick, how people would talk about him? They would talk about him totally different. But because he wasn't a first-round pick, because he was Mr. Irrelevant, people are still like, he's played, 20-some games?
Mm-hmm.
And people couldn't wait till he had those couple bad games and be like, see, he's not really that good. Like, the guy can play, his first 15 games are awesome. Then he plays a couple bad ones in a row, and people are like, see, that's who he really is. And now that he's playing awesome again, people don't know what to say. Here's the thing. He's just awesome. He's just really good. And you know what? There's 2 reasons why he won't get the credit he deserves. 3. One is because the whole Kyle Shanahan system thing, which is kind of stupid because Trey Lance is the 3rd pick in the draft, and he didn't do anything in that system, right?
Yep.
Number 2, because of his draft status that we talked about. But number 3, it's because he doesn't do that many things that are, like, visually impressive, right? Like, I don't know how much of that Bills-Eagles game you guys watched.
All of it.
But Josh Allen is outrageous. I mean, just outrageous. As a runner, some of the ridiculous throws he made.
Fastballs in the rain.
I personally believe when Josh Allen is at his best, I think he's the best. Like, I don't think anybody can match what Allen does at his best. Somebody tweeted me at Ross Tucker NFL and said he's like a combo of Cam Newton and John Elway, which I love because he's like Cam Newton as a runner with his size and speed, but then when he throws it, he looks like Elway. I mean, he looks like Elway with how he throws it. So Purdy's never going to do that. Like, Purdy's not going to, like, run guys over for a touchdown. Purdy's not going to, although he's more mobile than he gets credit for, he's not like some dynamic runner. And even though he got a better arm than he gets credit for, too, he doesn't make, like, a ton of wow throws. And again, anytime you say this guy's name, people go, oh my gosh, Ross Tucker just compared him to Tom Brady. Ross Tucker compared him to Tom Brady. I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Tom Brady. What I'm saying is there are people that never thought Brady was that great because he never did anything that they saw that was like highlight worthy or that wowed them. It was death by 1,000 paper cuts. Right. And all Brady did was get rid of the ball quickly, on time to the open guy, complete the pass, and keep moving the team down the field. And that's kind of Purdy, right? Like, a little bit different in Kyle Shanahan's offense, but Purdy just makes the play that's supposed to be made. throws it accurately and on time to one of his plethora of awesome weapons, and then those guys make plays. But because of that, people say it's more the system because they're not seeing him make a highlight caliber play. Same way they would say for that Brady was the system for 25 years and 2 teams.
Wow. Hey, Ross, man, it should be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it out here. I'm sure you are too, man.
It's going to be awesome. I will say this, which is an interesting topic. You know, it's really, really hard to beat a team twice and super hard to beat a really good team 3 times. So, I don't know, like, if the Eagles beat them again Sunday, I don't know how. I wouldn't feel real good about the playoffs because it does seem like they'll probably play again.
Right.
So, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't work this way, and obviously if you're the Eagles, you really need to win to try to make sure you get the number 1 seed because it's so important. But if the Eagles lose, I guess for whatever reason, I'll feel better about what feels like an eventual January rematch.
Wow. Yeah, it is funny how that all works out. I mean, a couple years ago here, the Niners had the Rams number, and then they beat them 6 times in a row and lost in the NFC Championship game. So you never know. Hey, buddy, have fun on Sunday. It should be a great atmosphere.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. See you guys.
That's Ross Tucker. You know who he is. Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to your industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. And don't forget, subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Yeah, I almost want to throw my partner a bone.
Why?
Because you were amazing. You were talking about how Philly has this, the 2-game lead coming into this game and the gauntlet that they faced. Him telling you he thinks where Philly's at just with everything that's going on and off the field, injuries. Sure. They're in a bad spot. Like, he could see the Niners winning. But my thing about that, Steiny, is, okay, don't get any easier for the Eagles the next week as they go to so the Eagles are trying to get the number 1 seed and their division, but both of them could go up in smoke if you don't handle business, obviously, this Sunday, and Dallas was somehow to beat you in their home.
Yeah.
So there's I know they're feeling, no time to relax for the Eagles.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I got to believe, they're going to try to win every game, but they got to get one out of the next 2.
Right. No, exactly.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Exactly.
Hey, by the way, we took a break at noon, and I walked out of the studio, and Evan had that troubled look on his face like he sometimes has.
Wow.
And he said that.
Explain.
Yeah, he said that perhaps I came out of the studio and actually said, I didn't say what I meant to say right. I just didn't say it right. And Evan said, it seemed like you were saying that it's not an important game for Brock Purdy on Sunday. And I said, no, that's not really what I meant. Oh, my gosh, yeah. What I meant is, if Brock Purdy wins this game, once the postseason starts, you're going to feel a certain way. That the win will matter once the postseason comes. But what I'm saying is, if he doesn't play well, then everything's back on the shelf for the next 5 weeks. Right. Because even if he continues to win after a loss to Philly, we're going to continue to reference the fact that he didn't beat Philly, and he's going to have to beat Philly again, most likely. And so he's just going to be stuck after Sunday if the 49ers lose to redeem himself. That's all I was saying.
I get you.
Yeah. There you go. What else are we talking about?
Stephen A's comments about this was yesterday. Brock Purdy has improved. He's a star quarterback. I think he has. But it goes to what that game Sunday, a win for Brock Purdy and this team, would do to that. But Brock and the Niners is like the Klay Thompson or Wiggins thing. It's not an individual thing. They're trying to win as many games as they can and get the number 1 seed. But I do believe all that stuff will work itself out. But Ross spoke on it, Stoney. A win for Brock, even with the Eagles, wherever situation you want to call them, whatever state they're in now, a win will be humongous for Brock Purdy going into Philly to say, you know what? You knocked my ass out last January, but I stayed upright and we kicked your ass. We're going to see you again. Where? I don't know. But a win would help him shift that to out here on the West Coast, the best coast.
Purdy, Dak, Allen, Mahomes. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Lamar Jackson. So here's the way I look. I was trying to get and butcher a bunch of questions. Yeah. Well, Burrow's done.
Okay.
I'm taking Burrow off because he's hurt. By the way, do you know what's Joe Burrow's record in the postseason?
Well, he's went to a Super Bowl, so I know. I'm gonna say 3-1,
5-2.
Well, damn,
that's a damn good record.
That is.
He's got Mahomes twice, I think.
Yeah.
Damn.
Mahomes is 8-3.
The Mahomes killer.
Mahomes is 8-3 in the postseason.
Yeah, his only other loss is to Brady.
Wow.
You know, Mahomes has never played a road playoff game, but go ahead. He's never played a road playoff game. That's incredible.
I
just think about how long, they've.
Well, I don't think he's ever lost more than or less than 12 games, or he's never won less than 12 games in the regular season.
I'm sitting up there like, boy, go ahead, Sonny. Your quarterback list.
Yeah. Okay. So Mahomes has won a Super Bowl, obviously. Who've won Super Bowls lately? Tom Brady won a Super Bowl.
Stafford.
Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl. So Joe Burrow's out. He's out.
Yeah.
And let's say Patrick Mahomes, they don't win it this year. The Chiefs aren't going to win it. I'm just saying that right now. Just go with me.
Book it.
Okay. So here's who it leaves as the quarterbacks potentially who could win a Super Bowl this year. If Mahomes isn't the guy this year. Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, I'll put Josh Allen in there, Tua, and Lamar Jackson.
Jared Goff.
Okay, I'll put Goff in there.
Who's been to a Super Bowl.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Those are 8 guys, 7 guys who've never won a Super Bowl. Within that group of 7, do you have a significant pecking order between the top guy and the 7th guy? Because I look at this group of 7, Hurts, Prescott, Purdy, Josh Allen, Tua, Lamar Jackson, Goff. I give them all about the same chance. Do you think any one of those teams is less likely to win a Super Bowl because of their quarterback in that group?
Well, only one really.
You follow what I'm trying to say? I'm not doing a good job of it.
No, you're not putting. So I'm not supposed to put all those quarterbacks in the same situation. On the same, you know what I mean? Like if we put those quarterbacks on the Niners, would they?
No. Okay. What I'm saying is
teams as they are.
What I'm saying, yeah, their teams, who they are. Let's assume Mahomes is not going to win a Super Bowl this year. That means we're going to get a first-time Super Bowl quarterback winner.
I got Hurts.
Okay, so
Lamar and Purdy.
Okay. That's kind of what I'm asking.
And Purdy would be number 1.
Okay.
Lamar and then Hurts.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I was asking. And then, to me, I feel like all those teams and quarterbacks are kind of in the same boat. I could see any of the 7 pulling it off if it's not going to be Mahomes.
Well, what bothers me about that is it bothers me. How many of those guys have even been to a conference championship game? I think it's just Goff.
Purdy,
and Hurts.
I think Josh Allen has. Right?
And was the 13-second where Kansas City scored?
No, that was the divisional round.
That was
but they'd played the Chiefs before.
No, you are right. So wow.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson, and when we come back,
going up on a Wednesday.
Wait, what?
We're going up on a Wednesday. It's Wednesday.
What does going up mean?
Our show. We're chilling.
Yeah. We get back to the little Warriors on the other side.
Right.
Keep the Niners fresh. We got the Clippers coming into town.
And I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, boy. Yep. Well, that's going to hold them. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. That's what this show is brought to you by. Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of LG Studio appliances. With sleek style and easy function, LG Studio smart appliances are designed to work hard, look good.
team needs a, what do you call these guys who deal with anger? Anger management.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Stowler, Guru Johnson with you. 95.7 The Game. Yay! I'll tell you what I give a yay to.
What?
Well, we're missing a company meeting right now. They scheduled it at 12:30.
I'm mad.
I can look out the window and see a group of people involved in a meeting.
Now, why wouldn't they say let's do it after Willard and Dibbs, a night meeting?
That means you'd have to stick around.
Well, I could go and come back.
No, that'd be fun.
Like, it's really bothering me seeing I can't fraternize, and then they're all on this, and we're in here.
Yeah, I actually look at it as a perk of the job that they continually schedule these meetings during our show.
Can you remember 20 foul calls in one quarter? I can't. Kings Lakers back in Ying Yang years. Man.
What's Ying Yang?
When you don't remember the actual year where they beat came back.
By the way, I got to go. I got to take this call. As far as I know, we've been in the new building now about a month or two.
I'm saying about 2.
Okay, I believe this is the longest somebody has waited on hold to get onto the show so far.
I've never liked that as a caller to put my business out there and make it seem like I ain't got. Just say I'm on. You know what I mean?
Hunter's Point Ray's been waiting an hour and 10 minutes. Thank
HP.
you, Hunter Point Ray. Thank you for hanging in there.
All right, fellas, I appreciate that. How you guys doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. 2 quick things, and then I'll let you go to your meeting. LOL. Steiner, you said something earlier, and I agree with you. Draymond Green is a 4th-stage cancer for the Warriors and with the referees moving forward. Number 2, and this hurt my heart yesterday, this is the first time I've seen Curry do an interview to where he looked like he was crying. And I really think that he kind of sees the writing on the wall, that this is probably it for the Warriors. Number two, I think he knows that the Warriors have to do something with Draymond, and that's probably moving on from him. And Curry knows this. You can see his action even in the game, and the same with Klay. I do think the writing is on the wall. Draymond Green antics yesterday in the game was just unacceptable. You come back from a 5-game suspension and you get a tech? Come on, give me a break. This is it. I mean, the Warriors, even as a franchise, the franchise took a hit. The franchise took a hit, and they know this, and so they have to move on from Draymond. And so I'd like to know, what do you guys think about that?
And I love you for bringing up the Curry, Steiny. Do you know what he's talking about? Because I watched it, and I said to myself, he's tired, maybe he's got a little cold or something, but it looked like there could have been tears. And I know there wasn't tears, but it was an emotional Curry. Like, I know what he's talking about, to where I didn't even want to bring it to the forefront, because I thought, that's just, the chef ain't there yet. Like, it's too early for that. But Steiny, I'm telling you, those looks and that interview, you could see him being despondent at times, man.
Is that what you want to? Do you want your leaders to be despondent?
No, I mean, I don't want to raise point, Steiny. What's Curry really thinking about? Maybe the decisions that he's had a hand in about what's going on, and what do you call Dre? Whatever you call that yesterday, because Dre was good for the first quarter or two. But what was that, man? Because it went back to the wrestling stuff. And it's okay when you win, but when you don't. And I'm not blaming him for the L, but that technical didn't help.
Draymond Green. 33 minutes. 8 points.
2 threes.
So what, Goo? Like, seriously, 8 points is 8 points. He's not averaging any more points this year than last year.
6 rebounds, 3 assists.
6 rebounds, 3 assists.
4 turnovers.
8, 6, and 3.
And 4.
Give me a break.
4 turnovers. That's a team-wide issue, man.
I don't like to.
Ray, I felt that call. I hope he's wrong, but I mean, people ain't just picking up the horn to call in and throw eggs at a team not even 20 games in. But I mean, talking about the end of a dynasty sounds more romantic than if that's what we're watching, how it actually looks.
All dynasties crumble.
But it's emotional.
Well, yeah. And it's ugly.
And wow. And last night was ugly.
I mean, I look at the Boston Celtics in the 80s when their dynasty came to an end, and you know what? I'm almost thinking, well, that's the way you want it to happen. Career-ending injuries. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Bird got to 89, 90. It's like he's washed. Not washed. He was still pretty good. But he can't play. He's back. It's over. Like, so it wasn't really that painful.
But your best player is still playing.
Who?
Curry. And anybody, Giannis, he's
not playing as well as he has.
In regard to turnovers.
In regard to turnovers? In regard to assists? His defense has never been worse.
29 points.
Yeah, no, he can score. He's always going to be able to score. But he's not nearly, the last 10 games have not been nearly as good as the first 8.
Man.
I'm just saying.
I know, and I'm not putting one player on a pedestal, Steiny, but Steve Kerr, you really, for the first time, and I defended you, taking Moses Moody out of that game, for him to stay ready, he deserved it. Like we talk about when the team's down, and we seen the Warriors down 25, 30 points, and here comes, we seen it this year. Do you take Pajinski and the rest of the gang out? But that was just one he needed to finish. He earned that. Okay, that's just a side part, but.
Well, if he was going to,
I get you. You're saying he wasn't part of he ain't part of the clique.
Like, I guess what I would tell Warrior fans is you have every right to say, boy, I wish he would have kept Moody in. He should have kept Moody in. And I'm here to tell you it never crossed his mind, essentially. He was coming back with Wiggins, he said, and he wanted to finish with other veterans. Yeah, I can play that sound. Right here. That's, thank you, Evan. Appreciate that. I'll let Steve Kerr say it, not me.
Moses was awesome tonight. You know, we needed to get Wiggs on the floor for defense against Fox. Decided to go with Klay and our vets. You know, we thought about keeping him out there, but we made the move that we made. By the way, Moses was fantastic. You know, out of the rotation tonight to start the game. Talked to him before the game and explained what we were doing. The guy, he reminds me of Loon. Moses, he's the ultimate pro. Just continues to work every single day, and understands, embraces coaching, embraces the work. Moses, he's a special guy. He's like a wing version of Loon, and that matters. That's why he's going to be in the league for a long time.
Why would he be out of the rotation?
Because he's the 10th guy in a 9-man rotation. I mean,
well, he didn't play like that in the fourth quarter yesterday. Like, that guy should never be out of the rotation. For what? And then you say you bring him in for defense. Moody's defense is better than Klay's at this point.
Yeah. Neither's is very good.
Well, it sounded like he kind of explained it right there. I mean, to your point, Sonny, about him never considering him finishing the game. If he wasn't supposed to be in the rotation to start the game, why would he finish the game?
Yeah. I'm
but
with
Evan, can't things change on the fly, especially when I hit the first 11 of the team's 12 points in the fourth quarter, and the team needed that? I mean, the Warriors were drowning. Moody 3. And a caller earlier talked about a couple threes got wiped off the board he hit.
What if Steve Kerr would tell you, and I'll bet you he might. So what's the most amount of minutes this year Moody's played consecutively? What's been his longest stint in a game? Because I'll bet you we were close. Because he actually
start the fourth quarter?
Yes, he did. And he also ended the fourth quarter, ended the third quarter, but came out at the very end for a situational thing with 2 seconds left. So I think Steve Kerr would say, man, and I get it, this can be dismissed, but I bet you Moody hasn't had many 9-minute stints before, meaning
I was going to say 8.
Fatigued.
And it probably was one of those games Curry and Draymond were both out.
Right. Yeah, I think you're probably right there. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors now 8-10. By the way, if you're of the school of thought that believes that listen, it's still not dire, and this team won a title 2 years ago. They did. And 2 years ago today, the Warriors were 16-2. 16-2. Yeah. On their way to an unforeseen title. This year, they're 8-10.
Asking me why I didn't like the Draymond technical besides the point that it gave Sacramento a point.
How come?
It was like Roberto Duran. Malik Monk was in his bag. Even when the ball didn't go in, I felt like they were tired of trying to guard guys like that. So now the only way you need help, ref, Zebra, can you help us with the carry? He's carrying the ball. But how about Dre, you get a stop? How about somebody in the Warrior uniform stop him? And I'm not saying Monk was unstoppable, but it was a signal to me, Steiny. He's got he was wearing on him, and so was Fox. And that's how you get a tech to signal the dude's carrying? How about your D up?
You know, I
didn't like that.
I think there's a lot of people that would say something's up with the Warriors. They're just not. Something's wrong with the Warriors. And obviously it's never one thing. It's a bunch of things. Now, I get it. There's probably a percentage of people out there that are saying, relax.
Okay.
But I do think most people are starting to feel like
this is last year.
There's some stuff going on.
This is last year.
And
you
to me, of all the things, let me ask you this. If you're of the belief that something's got to change, if you're of the belief that nothing's going right and they got problems, what's the biggest problem this team has? I mean, to me, the number one issue with this team right now is still not Wiggins and it's not Klay. To me, the number one problem with this team right now is Draymond Green and where they're at with Draymond Green and where Draymond Green is at and how much he has left and how much he's almost beginning to impact games more negatively as his skill set diminishes. That, to me...
But he just missed, to your point, and I know, he just missed 5 games and they were 2-3. So
what's your point?
The point is the team still is not playing good
basketball. Maybe because they can get no cohesion because he's out of the lineup all the time. You can't get suspended 5 games, get ejected twice, and not think you're a detriment to the team. You're a detriment to the team because we lost a rotation player.
All right.
And now, guys, it's, people say, if what do you care, Steiny? You think Draymond Green stinks. First of all, I don't think he stinks. Secondly, it's not just you lose Draymond. You're asking a player lesser than Draymond to be better than he normally is. To me, I think they made a deal.
Yeah,
they made the deal.
They sold their soul.
And
I
wonder if they have any regrets.
Okay, and we can find out because things can be done after the 15th of December if this thing doesn't get fixed. But to me, Stoney, the bridge from the young guys to the old guys, and you bring in Chris Paul, the Warriors brought in a 38-year-old player with injury history. You brought him to your team. You got older, and you needed to depend on the young guys. And to me, Steve Kerr has threw a stick of dynamite and sent a message to the young guys. No matter how good you ball, you can't beat the ghost of what we were.
You should have been complaining about this before they signed their veterans and before you said, Steiny, I think this is a championship team. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep going back to the well with Draymond and Steph and Klay and Looney and Wiggins. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, you went back. And now, after 18 games, it feels like a lot of people are like, oh, no, let's redo it and play the young guys. Well, how's Steph going to feel about that? I thought we all determined that if Steph wants Draymond here, he's here.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you got a problem.
But we're talking about said game. Last night, you really think Curry would have been pissed off if Moody kept playing and Klay didn't get... I think we're at a point where he would have obviously knew it was happening, but it wasn't like it was going to happen every game from here on out. What about when my brother's playing better than me, I got enough pride, and I'm a team guy to where, you know what? He deserves to be out there. We'll talk about it after. We keep moving. But when you see Klay go at Kawakami, he's fighting something. He's fighting his mortality. And that ain't good for anybody.
How much does Draymond Green care? See, here's the other thing about Draymond. You ask me why I think Draymond is among the bigger issues, if not the biggest. And, you look at Klay Thompson, and it's clear he's trying. It's eating him up inside. Yeah. Curry, we just had a last caller talk about Curry. It's wearing on Curry. Yeah. But this is where Draymond is such an enigma and such a difficult person to really get a handle on. This is the same. Draymond Green, their ultimate competitor, is also the guy who's got a track record of checking out when they're not good. That's the other problem. Klay Thompson is tormented right now. He's tormented. You can tell he's fighting everything. God love him. I mean that. Draymond Green is different. He's sitting on 4 more years at $25 million, and it just but this is the same.
What does it feel?
This is the same guy who said he has trouble getting out of bed in March. This is the same guy who, when Steph got hurt, he took the year off. This is the same guy who has been ejected 7 of 11 times when Steph Curry doesn't play with him. Like, that's a problem.
Why did they re-sign him?
Because they thought they were going to still win. Probably.
Which is still on the board.
Okay. Well,
I'm just saying
you want
that.
it both ways.
No, I don't. It ain't about what I want. I'm just saying it's enough math to turn. They can win 20 in a row. You're right. But it's still so young in the season.
Well, then let's not complain.
To say, nobody even asked you, for Kerr to say we're not in a free fall. Okay, you're in a free fall if you got to say you're not in a free fall. You're in something. You are in something, and 8-10, 10th seed in the West is not what you signed up for. This is what you said is last year.
Math still works. No need to get upset.
Oh, that's all we got.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So don't get mad. Get mad when you finally do give in and give up.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Dave's in Oakland. Hey, Dave. What's up, buddy? Mm-hmm.
Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Can you fellas hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, look, first and foremost, man, I think, Steiny, I think you're a professional scoffer. You're a professional cynic.
Yeah.
About everything.
Okay.
I don't know why everybody is so up in arms. We ain't 20 games yet, and everybody acting like, oh, it's all over. It's all over. The Warriors did the same thing in the year they won the championship.
No, they didn't.
Nobody seen that coming.
No, they didn't.
They was god awful.
They were 16-2. They started that but after 18 games, they were 16-2. That championship year.
And then last year we had no Wiggins,
right?
And we still made it to
still got no Wiggins.
So I just don't know what all it's like. Everybody forgets so fast. Like we got 4 championships, 4 within 8 years or is my math wrong?
But the goal is to get 5 though. The goal is to get 5. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that the goal is to get 5, but. The disrespect to Draymond, it has to stop. It has to stop.
He has to stop disrespecting the game. That's the problem. That's the problem.
We had 100-point Joe go in on Dre, and then you got people calling to side with Dre. Because I wasn't mad at
100's point Ray.
Yeah. Oh, 100's point Ray. Thank you.
We got the disrespect for Draymond's got to stop. He doesn't disrespect anybody.
Yeah. The optic. What is it? The optics. It's looking bad for him, man.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, he's only got 3 years.
But when you say that, you say it like the people that gave him the only got are ready for him to hit the door. They had an opportunity to close the door. So, Steiny, I'm going to defend Dre from this vantage point. And I know your number one answer. They couldn't afford to let him go, but sometimes there's addition by subtraction. It's not that bad behind closed doors for the Warriors. I did.
Criticize the
I couldn't believe. It's Lake Up. He's the killer.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to have a pulse on everything that is his team. So I'm just telling all the people that are fed up with Dre, what did I tell you? My famous lines, famous to me. I'm not going to get more upset at Dre than the organization. You think they are?
Yes, of course. This is a joke. What's going on right now? Please.
He's not their biggest issue, man.
Who is?
All of them. They're slow foot.
He's their biggest issue because he's under contract for 4 more years, and he's not the player he was, and he's getting worse. He's getting worse as a player, and he's deteriorating as a teammate. Unbelievable. I can't. This guy. You want to talk about leading a charmed life? Draymond Green.
Well, they gave it to him, man.
It's like people are saying, well, you can't even criticize Draymond. It is who he is. Okay, guess what? You're 8-10. But you know what? At 8-10, he's going to come out. Oh, he's going to.
Can I say something?
He's going to put his heart and soul into a team that's 8-10.
I used to get butt whooping.
Why is everybody so scared of Draymond Green?
I used to get my butt whooped at home when the teacher would call home. She'd put your name on the chalkboard if you were talking, and then she put a check mark by your neck, by your name, and that meant she was calling your parents. I used to stay after to try to beg her, don't call. She'd be like, what's going to happen, Miss Sims, Alvarado? What's going to happen? I'm like, I'm going to get a whooping. Don't do it. My point is, Dre's not getting any punishment. So when that name went on the board, I knew what Norm was going to do when I got home if I got the check. So I stopped. Steiny, you just said it. He missed 5 games. Even if I wanted to get a technical, I wouldn't have, just because it was the first game back. But to blow past the technical police and just say, I've been gone.
Right, you're
my first game back because I want to cry.
You're laughing about it.
No, but I want to cry.
If it's still
and I'm mad that he didn't have the wherewithal to be like, you know what? No. I ain't getting the tech.
You're not mad. You're still in the let Draymond be Draymond.
Because they are.
Okay, well, you're wrong, it bothers me and they're wrong.
It bothers me at my core. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, you can.
I'm calling it out. We've done it for 2 years.
You haven't called him out. You still
we were in the documentary.
Stop. You're not calling him out. You're still laughing about last night. You are.
What's funny?
What's funny is that you're still tolerated.
Oh, yeah.
You still tolerate it. I'm done with it.
You don't have
Draymond Green.
But that's not going to stop him.
No, but what I'm saying is,
could stop him.
What I'm saying, I'm not kowtowing to this crap anymore. Okay. He's hurting the team.
Because I'm laughing.
Draymond Green is hurting the team, but keep embracing him like the black bear hugging the state of California poster. You ever see that?
Smokey?
Is that who?
Yeah, it is Smoke.
Hey, whatever.
We'll do some research. Come back on the other side.
Yeah, one thing we can't do. Don't
tell me I'm
don't talk about Draymond Green. Don't talk about that. I mean, he's great. He's too good. Don't.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
This week at Lucky, we're doubling down on holiday spirit. USDA choice beef tri-tip roast and 85% lean ground beef are both buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value.
class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Absolutely incredible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. With the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, and much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app. And the segment is brought to you by Lucky California.
Let me read this to you, Steiny.
All
415. Right. This is addressed to you personally.
Yeah.
Hey, Steiny, I agree. The Warriors are they're a mess right now. So what would you do to improve the situation? Please be specific.
Okay. Thank you.
Not that you have the answers. There's a strategy that the Warriors may be applying.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
That's what, dude. That is how.
So it's very possible that from the moment the season ended last year, they said, we need Draymond. Well, maybe they weren't all in, but maybe the simple fact of the matter is, look, let's give it one last shot to win a title, and obviously we're going to have to extend Draymond. But you know what? $25 million, we can extend Draymond Green, and you know what? If it stops working, we'll make changes. Like, I firmly believe. When they signed Draymond Green to a 4-year deal, they didn't say he will absolutely be here 4 years. They might have said to him, we'll give you 4 years, but the minute this thing starts going sideways, we're going to try to move you. Yeah. And he might have said, okay, I get that. And so we just may be at the end of the plan starting to not fall into place, but kind of fall apart a little, where they have a plan B, which is don't re-sign Klay, trade Draymond Green, and maybe go from there. And we just may be at the starting point of that.
Interesting. What about now? Again, I'm not defending Draymond Green, but Steiny, you could tell he was back. I believe Looney too. This Sabonis has a bad game against the Warriors, 90% because of Draymond Green and his physicality, and Looney. Okay. With that said, he brought something to the table last night. But what about my point, saying all that, where I believe the youngsters feel like they're in no man's land? Like there's nothing they can do because of the ghost or the loyalty that Steve has to the Big Four. And I'm the guy that said...
And you have to the Big Four.
I was with
all the fans have to the Big Four.
But I never thought it would be blinding. I never thought it would be if Moody's on. Forget Moody. Whoever's made the first 11 of our 12 points in a game we're just about to choke off, I'll take him out because he's not in the clique. That's what I don't like. And if I'm part of the clique, I would have said, me, sit my ass down because my partner's on fire.
Nobody's doing that, Goo. This is the NBA.
Well, then you're
Clay's not saying, hey, Moody,
no,
come
you know
in.
What I mean,
no, seriously.
Man.
Nobody's taking themselves out of the crunch time.
Like it's let's just be real.
This is, I guess, my frustration. This is who Steve Kerr is. This is who he's been. This is who he says he is. He's not changing. He's playing the veterans. And the reason he's playing the veterans is because all signs have been pointing in the recent past to the veterans.
Okay,
so if you want Moody to play, fire Steve Kerr. It's that simple.
No, what if I want somebody to check Draymond Green?
Well,
the head coach should be doing that.
Well, he's never done that.
Okay, and there we go.
And
so he's not doing that.
Nobody's done it.
And he's afraid of Klay Thompson to sit him down or say, you know what, if somebody's playing better.
So Kerr's the problem.
Part of it now. Okay. And I've never said that.
What do you want to do?
Just stand up and make decisions for the betterment of the team and not these scholarships that I was
into. Scholarship.
But
this is what I'm talking about, Goo. Many people signed up for this. In fact, I keep running through my head do everything for Steph Curry. I don't care.
I was saying that.
Okay, well, we're 18 games in, and it looks terrible. But you guys, not you guys, but many people out there are saying, well, because of Steph Curry, I'll tolerate 3 years of this. And that's where I always have said that doesn't make sense.
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
This is it. But, dude, I try to be positive, but the fact that Kerr is contractless, basically, and he's a Don, he is, and he's in this situation, that leads me to believe, Matt, that there's so much going on we don't know about. And I thought it was, here I go, Disney Daryl. I thought it was all, he's going to talk to the missus and his family and see what's going on. It's on him. But sums up, man. A guy like Steve Kerr doesn't come into a year like this to have to deal with the headache, not even the headache, just the train wreck that is Klay Thompson mentally right now, hoping he gets his game back. And then, they have throwing rocks at the youngsters when they're playing their ass off, or one of them is having a great game and he shouldn't come. He doesn't come out the game. And here I go. I'm going to defend Kuminga for this standpoint. The times he's had games, or even when Wiggins came back, you probably lost him with him losing minutes last year. We don't know at what juncture. We can't just put it all on the player. I mean, the dude's trying. I'm just saying, even going back to last year when Wiggins came back and the rug got snatched out under Kuminga, dude, he could have been lost then.
Right, but everything was fine then. The other thing is, I'm not going to allow you to say, it's tongue-in-cheek, that Klay Thompson is a train wreck mentally. Because if you do that, you must say, so is Draymond Green right now. He's a train wreck mentally. And with all due respect, most of the season, Andrew Wiggins has been a mental train wreck.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dr. Hustle in the Jose, in the San Jose.
I need a prescription, Doc.
What's going on, fellas? First off, 2 shout-outs before I get to my point.
Oh.
Shout-out to my little man, 5th grade. He made the middle school basketball team. They played their first game today. Only one 6th grader even made it, so I don't know how much he's going to play, but I was proud of him. Shout-out number 2.
Get the Kuminga treatment.
Guru.
What's up, baby?
Goes to Guru. Nice fadeaway. Steinman, I know 100% why you don't come out of retirement. So my son's basketball coach finds out I used to play. I ain't played in 10 years. He invites me Saturday. I run 5 full-court games on Saturday.
Oh.
My quads, my hamstrings, my calves, muscles in my legs I didn't even know existed, shoulders, back, everything hurt.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Shout out to Guru for still balling. Now, look, not to my point. My little man before the season said, Dad, we should let go of Draymond Green. And I gave him this big lecture. I said, listen, son, I watched the Chicago Bulls. You saw The Last Dance with me. What did I tell you? The worst thing they did wasn't keep all those guys and let them ride it till the wheels fall off. And I told them, I think the Warriors should keep Draymond, Klay, Steph. I don't care if they don't win anymore. I go, it's difficult to win if we endure 3-4 losing seasons, but we keep them. I don't want to see Steph play in Charlotte, Klay play for the Clippers. I go, look, once Bird, McHale, and Parrish stop walking through the door like Rick Pitino said, they've won 1 championship in 35 years. I said, so let's ride it with them. Man, I was wrong. I don't want to ride it with them. I'm Draymond Green. Is antics now. You're hurting the team. It's like they say in my neighborhood, you got to go now. Klay, thank you. We're going to retire your jersey. You're going to get a statue. We're going to pay you that way. It's time to build for the future. I think we got the right ownership to do it. I think that we'll be all right. I think there'll be big changes after the doctor's notes this year.
There you go. That's the doctor. That's Dr. Hustle.
No, he said a lot.
Not a doctor.
Man.
Not a doctor.
And he said what I've been feeling. I was with the loyalty and euphoria, and it's only 20 games in, not even actually at 20.
Let's keep rolling.
No, it's not.
Let's get to 16 and 20.
React to new information. And let me tell you something that's a joke.
There is no new information. The information is the exact same information we had all
No, this is about last night,
year.
Rob Lowe. The refs did not cost you the game, Warrior fans. Quit saying that. If I got to read that, the refs, did they make those 2 turnovers? That cut me. Like Rocky, that cut me, those 2.
Those 2 turnovers?
And then Sack made them pay.
That's what good
and
teams do.
D'd up at the end. That was not the best shot from Curry. They D'd up.
Oh, my God. What?
I'm crying, y'all.
Curry cost him the game. He cost him the game. Offensive foul, turnover.
Well, Looney's
missed
dunk
three.
was a big one.
Yeah, but okay.
Well, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just telling you, you've coming from the side
all day, and rightfully so.
Loyalty rules all, but not when one guy has it going and he has to bow out.
Right. So let the record.
That's what bothers me.
Let the record reflect that at 1:10 on November, was it 30th?
I got 112.
November 30th, Guru has said enough is enough with the loyalty.
Yeah, put that in the cap.
Okay. Because it's gone from loyalty is our theme, which was the theme before the season, to now we've got to scrap that loyal attitude. No, we do.
No, we got to do. Spike Lee.
No, we got to.
Put it, write it down. Guru's changed it to Spike Lee.
I don't know what that means.
Do the right thing. And the right thing was to let Moody finish that game. You don't know that.
You don't know that. They were up 5. They had 3. I'm just saying, it's easy to say that was a bad move, and I'm not even disagreeing with you that it could be perceived that way. But again, the reality is he never thought about going to Moody because he doesn't think about going to Moody.
Moody went off then.
Oh, did he?
So let's focus on...
Okay. That's great.
He was fire.
That's great, Goo.
Okay.
But why after 3 years would Steve Kerr decide last night, now I'm going to stick with Moody? I haven't done it for 2 years plus, but now I'm going to because he made 4 shots.
I just all I want to say is he wanted to win the game, but now I feel like there's a way to win the game with the veterans. Like there's a preference.
Of course there is. Oh, absolutely, Goo.
Wow.
Steve Kerr shows favoritism to the veterans.
No,
particularly the championship. Okay,
but not when one guy's playing better than the other.
See, you're
and
kind
he's
of
on the floor backing it up.
No, but what is it? It's got to be one or the other, Goo. It can't be. Well, it's this and that. Like you know what I mean? Like
I got
he's either
I can put it in words.
Riding with Klay.
Right. Okay, right.
We know that.
Okay, but it goes back to the Draymond. We know they're afraid of Draymond. I feel comfortable in saying that. I felt that way. It bugs me. Okay, more power to Draymond. Now it feels like Steve Kerr is not being loyal. He's afraid of the adverse reaction from Klay Thompson when he does maybe not finish a game. And that, to me, is you're setting yourself up for failure. If that's what we're doing, I'm afraid of the reaction, then But
they started doing this before the season. Like Draymond's contract extension was, in a way, the precursor to, well, I'm going back to Wiggins for Moody. Of course I am. Well, it all goes into the same.
Wow, man, I never looked at it like that.
Of course. When you sign Draymond Green to 4 more years, you're saying we are going to continue to lean on the veterans more often than the young players. And that's what happened last night. They were in a close game. Moses Moody was on the court with 5 minutes to go, and Steve Kerr said, no, I'm going back with my championship player. And you know why I'm doing it? Because you know that's who I am. And it's worked for us in the past, and that's what I do. Like, this is you don't like it? Fire him. He's on the last year of his deal anyway. I mean,
and you do want that's strange in itself.
You know what? 650 said something. Right. Oh boy, I don't even know if I want to read it on the Comcast Business text line. 650 in all capital letters. Dre doesn't have the big threes back.
Wow, man. I thought that was wow.
I do kind of feel like Draymond is less committed than the other two guys.
But Curry, after the game, if you want to say, oh, Goo, he's just defending his boy, he said, be who you are. He said,
And you know
be
what?
who you are. I
And
know.
the-
I'm not
and the
saying
Warriors are 8
I
and
was
10.
shocked by it. Well,
they're 8 and 10. Let's go to
we don't
Danny.
have a Warrior bet, do we?
Danny in Vancouver. What's up, Danny? Danny? No, Danny. Oh, let's go to Keenan in San Diego. Keenan Allen.
Yeah, he's just
the greatest debut of a Cal player ever. Keenan Allen's debut. I believe it was against UC Davis, but he had about 7 touchdowns. Hey, what's up, Keenan?
Hey, what's up? I wish I had Mr. Allen's bank account. I'm just the average Joe.
Yeah,
loan me some.
You know, I'm so confused because I remember against the Suns when Kerr refused to bring in Curry, Klay, the starters when the young guys made a run. He left them in. I don't understand the logic yesterday taking Moody out. I mean, and he was perfect. Think about the 2 threes that got taken away.
Yep.
And I thought he was playing solid on the defensive end. I just thought, I mean, the game was fast. Everybody was like mumble jumble, but I thought he was playing fine. I do not understand what Kerr is doing. And I mean, you played with MJ, you played under Popovich. I feel like you have all the answers to the test, and we're failing tremendously now. And I'm not sure what we're going to do, but I've lowered my expectations, and I think we'll be lucky to be a play-in team at this rate.
Appreciate the call, Keenan.
I'm stealing your stuff. I never do it.
Yes, you do. You do it all the time, especially outside the office.
Boy, you are something. Nobody's laughing because that's preposterous. But Steiny, this is last year. And if you look at the standings, they're in 10th right now.
Yeah.
They were 5-1. Everything was good. And we got into it about you didn't like who they played.
I'm starting to notice a pattern with my partner, my dear old partner. If I say, yeah, Goo, I just don't think the Warriors have it anymore. They're older. Steiny, no, I don't see it. it. 10 minutes later, Willard will come in and say, well, they're old. And you'll go, wow.
That hurt.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
That hurt me.
Yeah.
Willard with dude, that hurt me. You know I love you. No, Steiny, I'm scared, man.
Why? It's just
because 100 point, what was it, Ray?
100 point Ray.
Go back and see Curry after. I thought it was allergies. I'm not saying, that scared me, man. I was having a moment.
Why?
That game.
What about it?
It don't just go away tomorrow because you're playing the Clippers.
Well, it doesn't go away.
And Saturday when you play the Clippers again.
I'm actually interested to see these 2 games.
Well, now we're without Paul. I'm saying Paul and GP. We hadn't even today's been hard on all of us.
Oh.
You hear the morning guy? It's been a rough
Not for me.
It's been pain. I can see it. You're down. Dude, Steiny, I'm telling you, man. I think some trades are coming. How about that? I'll go Games of Thrones.
That's a good guess.
The winds are coming. Something's coming.
I mean, this is one of my issues, is that, believe it or not, I know you're not going to believe me, and I should have done it. But when the Warriors were down, when the Kings were down about 18 last night, I almost texted the group and said, they are not out of this game, the Kings. I just
was
felt
going the other
Warriors
way.
weren't, they can't stop anybody. Of course it was going the other way. They can't stop anybody. Nobody.
And they lightweight got it to 17 before half.
The bottom line is, I thought, this game's not over. They're not out of the woods, the Warriors.
Yeah.
And so they lose the lead. And I swear to God, I'm thinking, boy, that's no doubt, tough loss, gut punch, no doubt about it. But guess what? The Kings were better than you last year in the regular season. They won 48 games. They're a good team. You already beat them twice this year. Once you got lucky because Fox didn't play. Yeah. So guess what? You got beat in sack. It would have been a great win. It would have been a great win.
On national TV. Yeah. To advance, and I know you don't care about the tournament.
But you didn't do enough because the Kings are good.
How many times did we hear him talking to his guys about how we win this by 12? That's the other caveat that killed. Yeah. You didn't even win the game, and that was a choke. That was a choke.
Well, not for Steph.
No, the team.
Did Steph choke?
No, the team did.
Did Kerr choke?
Curry threw a pick.
6. Dave's in Fremont. It was a pick 3. Yeah. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
Hey, so this might be a little outlandish, but I think trades are coming, like Goose said. But have we ever thought about the fact that maybe Bob did not re-sign because he knew this was going to happen? And he didn't want to ride his ship downhill with his boys that he is loyal to. So he had to take a step off the ship. That's all I got, because I think let me know what you guys think.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is it's probably a lot of reasons, but I mean, what if actually Bob Myers didn't want to re-sign Draymond Green?
No doubt about it. That would be powerful enough to be like, I'm out. Good luck. And what's he feeling right now watching through 18 games?
I'll tell you who's having a hell of a year is Bob Myers. He's having a hell of a year. I mean, boy. Let's go to Philmo. Oh, Philmo Mike.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this one.
Phil.
Yeah. He brings the real. Go ahead, Mike.
Steiny.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mike. Wow.
Did he do us like that?
He just did us like that. Get him off. Get him off.
Guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job.
That's a tape.
Yeah.
That's not the real Philmo Mike.
Tape.
Let's go to Cool Raul in San Jose. Hey, Cool Raul.
Hey, what's going on?
Talk to us.
Hey, what's going on? I called earlier in the preseason when we were talking about Draymond's extension, and I said he got to go. For such a smart player, he does a lot of dumb stuff. Yesterday's game was pretty significant. We've been the big brothers to the Kings for a long time. But that miscommunication with Klay and Draymond down the stretch, and Curry not hitting that big shot was just like a pass of the torch. They lighting the beam on us now.
Oh, no.
Draymond still got to go. It's a wrap for the Warriors. We got to get rid of everybody and put whatever we can around Curry to get him to catch at least.
All right. Appreciate the call.
That was a tough shot by Curry. That was.
Of course, he always takes tough shots.
No, but that was one of those where I didn't even tingle. I was like, that ain't going in.
And you just
mayhem.
He just gets a pass for that.
No, I give the.
So he couldn't even generate a quality shot.
Because
they had 8 seconds.
Yeah, they were on his.
For them pass the ball.
And that's why.
Like, seriously.
Look at Klay Thompson's reaction. I mean, I'm laughing, but I'm crying. Well, look at Klay's hands up.
That's the
I'm
point.
open.
You know, if for whatever reason.
Go look at
that game last night, James Harden does what Steph Curry did. You're all coming in here today making fun of James Harden, laughing at him, gutless, can't generate his own shot, bad decision, selfish, wouldn't pay. Steph, it's okay. What's that? Well, how much time we got?
About 40 seconds.
Not enough for Philmo.
Oh, yeah, right. There you go. Hold on, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. I'll tell you what, Mike. We'll cater to you.
Mike knows the business.
We'll just cater to you, Mike.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
You know what he's going to have to say.
He's going in.
He's going to say, hey, Steiny, Draymond's got 4 rings. You have none. And, something like that. I love you, Philmo. We'll talk. Yeah, that was terrible, actually. Let me see. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
The holiday season is a time of giving.
I'll be with my dog, Rosie, and my cat.
What's funny?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, hold on, Goo. I got some pizza in there. I'm finishing up.
Round table, baby.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I got all meat.
I did too.
Yeah. But you didn't bring a napkin.
I know, I forgot.
Yeah.
Hey. You know what? Don't you get it, Goo? This is the way it should be. We don't have to go to the meeting because we have a show, but we can eat the food.
Boy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, the teams that have been eliminated from the in-season tournament,
oh God,
they're now schedule changes. So the Golden State Warriors now have added a home game to their schedule, and that's next Wednesday versus Portland at 7:00. So
Chauncey Billups.
The Golden State Warriors, a week from today, play the Portland Trailblazers, and
must win.
Tickets are now available at Warriors.com, but there's a reason you got to get out there because it could be the last one of these ever. It's Draymond Green bobblehead night.
Oh, my God.
Is it Day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible.
You stink.
He doesn't. Hey, you said he couldn't improve his shot. But not the fourth quarter. We ain't holding him to Curry standards, but he's hitting 2 a game like it's nothing. You got to give him.
Everybody's still champions, but they're 8-10. I just doesn't figure. I just can't figure it out. Curry's still great. Clay's great. Draymond's, oh, God, it's a heart and soul. I don't know why I chose that tone.
Right, light the beam.
Light it.
That beam was broke down 24.
Let's go to
Phil Mo.
All right, Phil Mo Mike. What's up, Phil Mo?
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Urkel.
Baby.
Hey. You did a horrible impression of me, Steiny, but it's all love.
I know.
But Guru, you can't be, I don't know, you can't be talking about moms, man. You feel me, snitching to the teacher, man, because especially nowadays, because that EPS get drawn up.
Yeah.
It's a different era, but it's all good. But I know you noticed this, Wiggins. Guru, when Wiggins was going into the game for Moody, he doubled back that Kerr like, are you really taking Moody out the game?
He did that.
You seen that?
Oh, my goodness, man.
I seen that. I'm like, he was like, Moody Wiggins knew, like, nah, Moody the hot head. But I want to talk in a regular tone, because usually I get on here yelling and trying to just speak. But I do want to say this, because Steiny, you on Draymond line, which I understand some of it, but all of it, this is what I need to know. Shouldn't refs just ref the game of what they see?
Yes.
Like, it shouldn't be like, okay, well, he did this last week, and because he did this last week, I'm going to call a foul. It was a couple of situations in which, two things. The Warriors were getting pounded. No calls were happening. I'm not blaming the refs. I'm just saying this. The Warriors were getting pounded. No calls were happening. The Warriors were barely touching at some points. They were doing a lot of fouling, but sometimes it was like, where's the foul at? And then the egregiousness on the other side is like, you would at least see, okay, let's get a foul on that end. Chris Paul's ejection, what the hell is that? Draymond Green's ejection in Cleveland, what the hell is that? Soft call, like, why are you getting ejected for something that happened a while ago? This past game, he's saying he carried the ball. Like, he should have got a technical foul for that. The other black dude that wasn't, I don't know what his name is.
Gucci Mane.
With the top, with the hair. Yeah. He's a horrible ref. He always has it out for Draymond and the Warriors.
Is it has an out or has an in?
Hitting the head. Huh?
Is it has an out for a guy or has an in for a guy? I think both work.
He doesn't like Draymond Green for whatever reason.
Hey, Mike,
you feel me? It is what it is.
But here's where I'm coming from right now. If you told me, Steiny, I think the league's out to get Draymond, I would say, okay, you might be right. But that's still a problem. You know what I mean? Like, I think you're right. They are cracking down on Draymond, and I think they're being harder on him than any other player. Like, that's a fact.
And teams are baiting him, too.
So it means it's going to just get harder and harder and harder for Draymond to stay on the floor and not get technicals and get suspensions. You know what I mean? So then at that point, it's like, you're right. The refs have an in for him, but it's now a Warrior problem. It's really affecting the team.
Yeah. That's the ultimate problem. And then again, we talked about this earlier, starting. They don't have that margin for error like they used to.
Right.
And also, Curry he's made millions of turnovers for his whole career in the last 3-4 minutes. That's him. And I don't know what the hell the problem is, but y'all have a hell of a show, man. And Steiny, work on your Filmo.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate it. That was terrible.
That was bad. Who'd you thought it was? Yeah.
Yeah, take a piece out of your own book.
Yeah.
Be better.
That's Fitz's book.
Who was not? Thank God Fitz didn't do that game.
I kind of would have liked him to.
Dude, I did. I just, oh my God, he would have lost it.
Like, how do you smooth that over?
Why do you have to take a dig at Steph every chance you get? Oh, please. He's
undiggable.
I refrain so frequently.
Yeah.
But every once in a while on a night like last night, you got to be honest and say the veterans cost us the game.
But how, you know what?
The veterans cost us the game along with the coach.
Now, we were on the thread. I hate when you're Westbrook on the thread and then you leave for 4 hours and then we can't find you.
No, what did I say on the thread? I know I said.
When that final buzzer went off,
that's
I'm
right.
being real.
Yes.
To yourself, where you like, I can't believe they blew that. Because you know you ain't me. You don't go up higher. But Steiny, you have to admit that. I couldn't sleep.
Oh.
I did IG Live in 2008.
I know. I saw that. And I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, well,
this is what I got tomorrow.
Okay, real quick.
Hold on. No, you hold on.
No, because I got something. You pissed me off yesterday.
Hey.
Yeah, you did your Jim Nance on my free throw shot.
By the way, I've been getting a lot of texts and calls saying it was unbelievable.
Right. Anyway, the shot that I made on Willard, which just people have put music to it, it's incredible. You come in and say, looking at that thing more, I'm on Bart. I don't think it went in.
It was weird.
It scared me because then when I looked at it,
might have
I'm like,
been the one that popped up.
No, but I had to go to Whitley Sandretto, and she had my back as always, and she was
funny,
right there.
You know, you ripped me on the thread and about my thread, and it's like, oh, really? I have 5 of the last 7 texts on this thread.
No, but you
Guru
went
said,
away.
Okay.
Now, I don't like reading my stuff.
Okay, I won't read yours.
Okay.
Yeah. You ripped Kerr. That's fine. I said, that's your coach. He had to take Moody out.
No, see, I didn't like that.
And I said, Steph only wants to run with Draymond, Wiggins, Klay, and Loondog.
I've never looked at it that when you
Guru
say
said, man, oh, man.
Oh, man.
And then I said,
tell me what else I said.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
But listen, this is who I am, people, at heart. And I need you to think about this. Here was my text. Guys, that loss hurts, no doubt. But the Warriors are battling to get to 500, and they're playing a road team that won 48 games a year ago. They hung tough. You got to live with some of those late turnovers. And then I said, I still feel good about this team as a 6 seed.
And if I had the phone, I would throw it across the street right now and hope that it would crack.
You know what?
You
want me to be positive, and I'm positive, and now you don't like when I'm positive. I still like this team as a 6 seed.
I love Coach Kerr, man. He's a real one, but he came in and said, Kerr, nobody used free fall. You brought that out of nowhere.
Was that in the question?
No, I'm like, we're not in a free fall.
I'm sorry, what?
When Kerr goes, we're not in the free fall, I just found it peculiar that you used that word.
Tom Petty.
Yeah, I don't think the question was directly, hey, do you think you're in a free fall right now?
He goes, but my thing to Coach Kerr, and I love him, shout out Tom Petty.
Oh, now you love him.
No. He's a 4-time champ.
Right.
So I can question him right now.
Now you can. Yeah, because it's easy. You're taking the easy way out.
But admit this.
Easy way.
You tingled yesterday at Chase when I told you.
No.
When he went out of his way to give Pajinski love, that if I were Kaminga or Moody, oh no. If I were Kaminga or Moody, I would be mad. Give me that.
Those poor young guys are going to be mad.
Oh, but I can make 11 of the first 12 points to get yanked out.
Yes.
Okay, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
All right.
How much did Podziemski play last night?
That's
0.
my whole point. So why did you go out of your way to maybe alienate some of the other youngsters?
He didn't alienate.
He didn't commit to that. I love Pajinski, but he didn't follow up on that.
You need to listen to Steve Kerr. He spent 2 minutes last night talking about how Moody is like Looney. That means Moody will not get a bad attitude for getting pulled out of that game. That's why he said...
That's what I'm sick of. I'm afraid. These are competitors. I'm afraid. I'm getting mad at people I deem getting afraid of the reaction.
Oh, now you've noticed that the Warriors organization's got some fear of some of their players. We got to go. We got Willard and Dibbs on the other side and more pizza to eat.
If I were Kamudi...
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% US-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Get your favorites at Whole Foods Market. Save on 24 ounces of Rayo's pasta sauces for $5.99 each with Prime through December 5th. Coat your pasta shape of choice with this tangy, herby blend. While supply.
I were Kamudi, oh no.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, we are now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover.
Man.
Kamudi.
Where did we start?
Kamudi was really...
I like Kamudi. I think we stick with it. If Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift get one of these...
He's so erratic.
Why can't Kuminga... Totally.
You know, he's making shots, but then he misses a hook shot, but he makes 4 in a row. I need Kamudi to be a little more solid.
No, I thought that was last segment.
It's better than Mwinga. Stick with Kamudi. It sounds better.
Why did Kamudi come out?
Well,
that bothered me.
We'll ask. That bothered everybody.
We'll ask. It didn't bother you.
It didn't bother me because it's who he is.
It's who is. Oh, Steve Kerr.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like wow. I look at the bigger picture. It was. Could you make a case for Moody? Absolutely. But like this is part of going all in with everybody, right? I mean, this is
yes and no.
I guess.
Yes,
I'm all ears, man. Yeah, it didn't. Let's go back to Steve's own words preseason, which was that the finishing lineup was going to be something that we assess night to night.
Let me hit that. I have that right
here.
Because we didn't play this, and we probably should have. It's Guru's fault.
Yeah, I thought both Kuminga and GP were defending at a high level, and obviously you got to guard, Kevin and Book out there, and so it felt like those guys were defending well, and so we went with them, and that's how it's going to be a lot of nights this year. It's like whoever's playing the best will finish the game.
Think of that sentence.
That's a great pull, man.
Inject that sentence into last night. Whoever's playing best is going to finish the game. Well, that's not what happened. That's not what happened last night.
Well,
so I get
Moses Moody was playing the best.
Yes.
And he didn't finish the game.
He didn't finish. That's what I'm saying. It did not happen last night that whoever's playing best finishes the game.
The question is
not
why?
last night.
Why?
Well, I didn't feel did you guys feel satisfied by his answer?
No. It was
neither did I. Like I was totally ready to accept, okay, you needed Andrew's defense, and then everyone's going, and we just decided to stick with Klay.
Oh man. Yeah, no doubt.
That's not what it's not what the people wanted.
No, but it's honestly, it's what they decided. They decided to stick with Klay. Yep. So is that a deal breaker for you? Is that something where you look at the head coach and you go, well, because of that, he's got to go? And I saw a lot of it, and I looked at your post on Instagram, your 4-minute post, which was at parts hilarious. Yeah. It was a spoken word, and you referenced pop instead of props. I got to give pops. Yeah. I mean props. Well, pops. He's in the house. I'm in the garage. I thought it was great. You played it off really well, and it was spoken word. It was open form, and then I got to the comments, and there's so many comments like, "That's why Kerr's got to go." That's why Kerr's out of here.
And I'm not saying that. Nobody's saying that.
I mean, that's, come on.
Yeah.
But I do think there is a bigger question about, is he the coach if and when this team starts a transition?
Yeah,
I think that's a very fair question to ask.
And when is the transition? Yeah, I think is the question. Well, because, and I was looking at your post on X or Twitter and, some of the comments about, whether or not that transition is actually already happening. Is it already over? And if it's already over, then maybe the transition's already begun.
Well, I believe that Joe Lacob thought before the season this team had a championship opportunity. They had a chance. So do other teams. I feel like at some point they're going to continue to maintain that, or they're going to change their mind at some point. And when they change their mind, if they do that, what's that mean? Well, what does that mean?
Yeah. There's a bunch of transitions. One of them's already underway.
The Klay?
The financial.
Oh, yes.
Financial transition's already underway. That's what Jordan Poole for Chris Paul meant in some respects. So that transition's already underway. That gives you the flexibility to do whatever it is you're going to do next. And yes, the next big question obviously is Klay. For me, the basketball quote-unquote transition is what I find really interesting because this right now feels like a broken record. And that doesn't mean necessarily it's anyone's fault, but this feels like a broken record.
Last year, Steiny says.
Even go from last year to this year. How many press conferences are you going to do with too many turnovers, too many fouls? How many press conferences is Draymond going to do? I need to do a better job of keeping my cool on the court. How many press conferences is Klay Thompson going to do with everybody needs to be patient and I'm going to find my shot? I've earned that. This stuff can all be true, and it can also wear everybody out at the exact same time. And so for me, the question is, when do you do something different? I don't even know what the something is.
That's the follow-up question. No, what is the something different?
I don't know. But
is
just
it
something different?
Bring Klay off the bench?
I don't know.
Is it don't finish with Klay when Moody's playing great?
Or when someone's hot, stick with them, no matter what their name is or how many years they've played in the league.
Right. And, if you do that last night, what does that do for Klay's confidence in terms of, where he is? Because you mentioned this yesterday. You did a whole thing yesterday, and our whole show became about a 3-letter word, joy. And you watched Klay last night, and he's not playing with joy.
No.
And you saw him on a number of different occasions get mad at himself, at the ball, at the rim.
The Curry shot. Watch his hands go.
Yeah.
Like, I'm open. It's both hands. I told you, was it that he missed and they lost, or was it he didn't get the pass? And Willard, I believe it was because he didn't get the pass. And he just threw his hands down like,
right.
I needed it.
Yeah.
I wanted it.
Needed it. Wanted it, all that and more. And, you look at the Steve Kerr challenge earlier in the quarter, which
that hurt me.
And Steve actually has said to us a number of different times he doesn't like instant replay. He doesn't like the challenge system. And, yet you go out and you challenge a play that is really probably not going to go your way, and you burn your last time out. And so now when Sacramento scores on some bull shift bank shot from 17.
Sidearm.
Dude, that was just
what was that? I mean,
dude, if that happens on the playground, you might get beat up for throwing that in.
That thing was uglier than some of the stuff we saw at Chase yesterday.
No doubt.
I mean, unbelievable.
Steiny, think about your days playing pickup. If you're down 10-9, game to 11, and somebody throws that in to beat you, that person might get beat up on the way to the car.
No, but I would be like, you gotta be
blanking kidding me. Seriously. And yet you have no timeouts, and so now it's going to be, Steph Curry dribble.
Did that have something to do with the
team,
two turnovers
38
that they didn't have that timeout?
Well, and this is my thing, and I'll get into this more from 2 to 6, but can we run a press break? Is it our first time facing pressure? The chef. I mean, that press break was
CYO,
dribble, panic, and I'm going to throw a hook pass 47 feet to no one.
It was wild.
And it happened against the Spurs Friday, but it was like, it's the Spurs, the ending.
Yep.
And now it came back to get you.
I just feel like we're watching so many basketball games that become about something other than winning the game. It's like we're watching, can Klay work his way out of this? Can Andrew try? Can they not turn the ball?
Andrew, dude.
Andrew was great.
Put some respect on his name.
Andrew was great, but
he's back.
It becomes about all
exactly.
It becomes about all this other stuff,
right?
And so here's what kind of comes to mind when you say, "All right, if you stick with Moody, what's this going to do to Klay's mentality?" You know what's interesting with that question, because a lot of people are asking it. I feel like we've asked it over and over.
Right.
What about Klay's mentals? All right. If you're truly going to sit up there and have press conferences and talk about what you've earned, and you're going to hold up 4 fingers at the Suns, and you're going to be, I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. If you're that great, how is it that most of the fan base doesn't think you can handle a little constructive criticism? Now, I'll grant you there's a lot of junk that gets said about Klay and social media and everything where the disrespect is very high. And so I understand it if Klay is upset. That's not even my point. Why are we so worried? It's like we walk on eggshells. We did it with Chris Paul. Oh my God, he's going to come off the bench. We do it with Klay. What happens? What happens if you sit him down at the end of a game? Is he going to be able to recover? If these guys are the champions that we and they tell us they are, and we know they are.
He's got 4 rings. He showed you.
So how the hell would he not be able to handle that? He's handled stuff way harder than that.
It's a contract year, Mark. And I don't think that bench players get max deals. So
he's not getting a max deal.
Man.
What?
Because the scoreboard or the contract, is winning right now with this play.
Who gets max deal in your mid-30s, coming off of major injuries and performing lesser?
Well, you don't.
Teams have smartened up.
You get less money when you come off the bench. When you're a plucky sixth man or you're a seventh man.
I have the hardest time worrying about these guys' money. It's the same reason I thought the whole in-season tournament was ridiculous.
Well,
was everybody else rooting for the Warriors to win by less than 12?
You think Guy Santos wouldn't like $500,000?
Is he even going to be there when they go next week if they had made it? I was rooting.
You think TDP wouldn't want $500,000 or Podziemski?
I'm sure they would.
Of course they would.
And they're still going to be
Think
okay.
about the kids, Mark.
I wanted the Warriors to win by 10. Because I
saw that. And you actually put the mush on them.
Oh, you didn't want the 12.
You put the mush on them. If you believe in the mush, you mush them.
The tournament, Vegas.
Why does that help you? In what way does that help Warrior basketball? Give me one reason.
Because Steph was so invested in it that they had him mic'd up, and at 4 different junctures during that game, he told his guys that was something. That was like, you know what? It ain't the finals, but it's an opportunity for us to go win something and remind everybody.
Oh, okay.
That's how I took it.
And
Curry was saying it.
As a fan, I couldn't care less.
I get that.
You should care more because the chef.
Any player who badmouths the in-season tournament shall be fined herewith. That was in a memo. There's no doubt about it.
There's no doubt about it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm putting the voodoo on them, just so you know. If you believe in jinxes, then the L goes to Willard with 2 L's.
My man Dibs. I'm looking at this game.
You tweeted that, and I was like, oh, my God.
What's happening?
Oh, my God,
What's happening next Wednesday night? What's happening? A freebie. An absolute bunny in the standings.
You sure?
We don't know that anymore.
Well, it's a hell of a lot better than playing the Suns. Playing the Suns in some Fakakta tournament, and potentially, if you play well,
I like focaccia.
I do too. Yeah. If you a little oil, in
underrated bread.
If you happen to go to this Fakakta tournament and play well, you get an extra game that doesn't count for anything. Where GP2 or CP3 or anybody else could come up lame. Miss me.
But Mark, you're sending a message to the league that the Warriors, we're still here.
Exactly.
We're back. They wanted that.
They
wanted that.
I love you. That, though. I love you. If I had a nickel for every time you send a message, like, come on, man.
No,
I don't need messages. I need wins.
Don't laugh at that, Steiny.
Give me Portland on a Wednesday night. I don't need Phoenix next week because I'm chasing 500K
You're giving
for
us the fan perspective.
I don't care.
But give me
what
Curry.
other perspective is there?
Curry's. They wanted that.
I'm with Steiny. He's doing a great job of playing the character. In the show that he's in.
They wanted it bad. There's a reason why Steph Curry was misty-eyed in the postgame. His dream died. What's the one thing he doesn't have on his resume?
Tournament.
It's an IST crown.
It's a second NBA Finals MVP.
He's looking for that first 83-game season. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
You know, the winner gets an extra game.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, players have had an 83-game season. Last year somebody had.
The in-season tournament, if you're the Warriors, you're an aging team. You have nothing to prove. Your stars have more money than God. The in-season tournament was something I was actively rooting against.
I didn't know
if you got more money than God, Klay, why are you so mad? Because you've made $260 million.
At that last shot.
I don't know. We asked that yesterday. I don't know.
Maybe we could reach out to his father and you could ask him why his son is so mad.
I'll tell you what, I've noticed
right now.
I've noticed this. And
hey, Michael, why is your son so mad?
Goo, at the beginning of the show, you were talking about Klay. You know, you may have looked at the last play a little different. Yeah. And I actually thought Klay was going up for the 3-point win.
No, he was going, I'm open. I'm open.
Yeah. And now it's the end of the show, and it's official. Klay, according to you, was pissed at Curry because he didn't throw the ball.
And He did the pouty. He did the pouty. I didn't get it. And if it went in, I ain't gonna do nothing. I don't like the vibes coming off from the team and the coach.
How could you?
And I love Coach Kerr.
I don't know that they like him.
A week ago, Pajinski has to play. And I said this to him yesterday. I didn't think it was cool if I were Moody or Kuminga, and no shaded Pajinski, but he had a good game. And my coach is gonna go to the podium and say, "Oh, I gotta fit him in. I gotta play him," because that's how it sounded. And then Moody's having the fourth quarter of his life. You need every point, but he can't finish. That's the type of stuff that festers, man. And I just don't get it. And Kuminga, I'm rooting for him, but I just don't think it's a fit. With this brand of basketball and what he does or what he wants to do, Willard, I'm no longer Forrest Gump at the bus stop for Kuminga. If it happens, it happens, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, if it doesn't happen and he does go somewhere else, how do you envision the Kuminga arc going? Because right now we've seen Jordan Poole, and it's dribble, look at me, wonderful, shoot the three, no look, maybe draws iron, not. Jordan Poole is one of the worst players in
and I look at
the
box
association
every day. Man.
Guru, look at his field goal percentage, and I did it yesterday with Mark.
What is
and
it?
you looked at the field goal percentage among qualifying players. Klay Thompson is 8th to last, and he's he's one spot away from Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is 7th to last. And then you look at James Wiseman, who's gone on to play elsewhere, and he's milk carton. He's team milk carton, and he's about half a season away from going to Barcelona or going to the real CBA, which is the Chinese Basketball Association. His NBA tenure is about over. So I ask you, if Kuminga does go elsewhere, does he become immediately 18-8, or are we seeing the Jonathan Kuminga that is going to be the Jonathan Kuminga?
If you put Kuminga on the Bulls or that Wizard team, I think we could see 18-8. I think we could see 16-6. The team would be crap. The team would be crap.
Yeah.
But I believe I wouldn't want to throw the Rockets in there, but they're playing now.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting though? We say that as if because we said that about Poole.
Yeah.
Oh, his numbers will go up. They've gone down.
But I'm going to say
great floor game last night to win.
But no, hold on. I'm going to say this about Poole. I think the humiliation of the punch, and I'll get off of it. Shout out Hawaiian.
Yeah.
I think that ruined him. That ruined.
It ruined the Warriors too.
Was it you that sent me that?
Ruined the Warriors too.
Yeah,
Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
Stoney don't like Garnett, but it was real.
They're talking about Jordan Poole.
I'll send it to all three of you.
I mean, it's almost like the former players.
What did you learn
are
here?
Embarrassed that he's even in the league. I mean,
he's headed that way.
This they almost feel like they take it personal,
dude.
That someone would have the gifts that he has,
sure,
and end up on a roster like the Warriors, win a championship as the young player, as opposed to being the key player.
Wow, man!
And then when he gets his own shot, this is what he does with it. They were offended.
No doubt about it.
They're offended by Jordan Poole.
I think that Jordan Poole's been listening to you, Mark, and all you talk about is shoot your shot. It's all you got. And that's what Jordan Poole's doing. So I put this on you.
By 6 o'clock, it's already the third quarter on the East Coast.
Point.
Yeah,
you think Kerr will be in a good mood today?
Yeah, he's going to be all sunshine.
He said it wasn't free fall. Shout out Petty. Tom Petty, we brought that up earlier.
It's not free fall at this point of the year.
You had to where'd that come from?
Somebody asked him.
It's something.
Yeah.
This is not good.
It's more than a speed bump. I don't know. In between speed bump and free fall, Steiny, you're a wordsmith. I don't know what that term would be. Because it's more than a hiccup. I think if we go up the ladder, there's a hiccup. It's like, oh, and my baby gets a hiccup, and it's so cute, and it's like, okay,
troubling trend.
I think it's a disruption in the force.
You go hiccup, and then you go speed bump, and then we're not all the way to free fall, and then beyond free fall is like dumpster fire, and we get into actual things where it's like it's over.
You know all those doctor shows where they show the little heartbeat monitor? Beep, beep, skipped a beat.
Beep.
I'm going to raise Steiny's blood pressure here because I need
Team
you to have my
AFib.
back.
Yeah.
Team AFib.
Exactly.
Let me guess. I know. Is this going to be about yesterday's contest?
Oh, no, not at all. It's about Draymond Green and how he's been. He has improved one facet of his game, his three-point shot. And Steiny went in on me earlier about I know he's not the same defender.
Draymond had a big three in that fourth quarter, all alone, top of the circle.
And I'm not even mad at him but the one from the side of the glass, the offensive repertoire is not there. What
do you mean it's not there? I thought he's been working on his shot.
No,
I thought he had the ha-ha.
My point is, in the games he's played, he's been okay. Willard Steiny's beat him down.
Yeah, and he's okay. That's not a championship player.
No, he's been good at basketball and bad at emotions.
When you're wow.
That's what Draymond has been. And that's what I mean by this is a broken record. It's 5-game suspension, apology press conference. I have to be better. 3 quarters later, technical foul. And again, I'll say the same thing I always say when we do this. I'm not surprised. You know what I was surprised by when people, that was a soft tech. I was surprised it took the refs that long. He was riding them for about 4 possessions.
No.
Yeah.
No, he was just speaking his mind, Mark.
Yeah, exactly.
And you don't think that words should lead to text.
I don't. But that's
Those are just words.
But that's my opinion, and I know that it's not the way texts work. I was surprised that it took the refs as long as it did. And so, again, I don't get offended by Draymond Green because he's the same guy every day.
But the Warriors don't. So that's why I don't.
I don't know. But the point is, it doesn't even matter anymore if we accept Draymond for who he is. The point is we're on a goose chase. We're on a goose chase for I'm going to act better. He's not, and we'll do the press conference, and then he won't. And then the press conference, and he won't. So the question isn't for us anymore. It's for the Warriors. When are you going to do something different, if at all? If at all.
With Draymond?
If at all.
With Draymond or in general?
I think it's centered on Draymond and Klay.
You re-signed him.
It's centered on them. Because
to trade him.
There's only 3 immovable objects. Andrew, as you pointed out yesterday, when he was playing so bad, what'd they do? It took him off the floor.
Right.
They did this earlier in the year. But there's 3 people. One of them never challenges you because he's just Mr. Perfect. The other 2, though, are challenging the organization right now, and they have never done anything different. They just, and I get it, this is one way to play it. We're just going to have their back every time, every day.
It's funny that you say that because when Draymond got the tech, you immediately saw Steph go over to him and kind of like, enough. That's what I read it as. Like, dude, enough, okay? You got teed up, and whatever Steph was saying, the body language was like, dude, enough, Draymond. Enough, stop, dude. Please, just stop. So when Steph decides that, it's time for Draymond to go, he gone. But until then...
You're not going to decide that.
Well, then this whole conversation is a non-starter.
No, it's
There's
not.
an expression in politics, 4 more years. 4 more years. Yes, Steiny, and I know I hate to bring it home to your plate, but it's like when you elect a president that you don't like, you got 4 years of this guy.
Well, but the difference is that when
December 15th,
when the president gets 4 years, the president will be the president the whole time. Draymond has 4 years, but his role is not in cement unless the Warriors decide it is.
Unless Steph decides it is.
That is the Warriors.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, but
yes,
until Steph says, you know what, Mike, it's time to run this guy out, he's going to be here.
Well, but I mean, there's something in between running him out of town and letting him run the town. There's something in between.
Shout out Rihanna.
Thank you. It's a 4.
Yeah,
and he does run this town.
Who's going to run this town tonight?
Hey.
I do what I can.
Thank you. You're doing
all right,
great.
Jets. We got Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr and everybody, and let's we'll get this thing under control. I know we will.
Oh, by the way, no. I texted Michael.
And?
He's not coming on today.
Gapless.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, so it's a question we've asked before, and it's kind of a when is enough enough. But the extension of it is, if you're going to do something, what would you even do? So this is what it feels like to me, Dibs. And oh, by the way, before this all gets lost,
talk to me, Mark.
Before this all gets lost,
that's my guru.
I want to compliment Guru on the way out.
I want to compliment Guru too.
Guru's like, I'll sit back down. No, you guys did a good job today with both Steve Weish and Ross Tucker, and both of them said some, I don't want to say controversial, but bordering on controversial things about the 49ers. Let's not forget the Niners are playing the damn Eagles this weekend.
Is that this weekend?
The Niners are playing the damn Eagles. So we definitely want to play those comments for you and discuss, and we will. That's all coming up. Steve Kerr coming up. But man, Dibs, that's what it feels like to me. And if you want to play a broken record, you can play a broken record for as long as you want. But that's what this feels like to me right now. It's that old, and I don't want to just do the mundane thing, but it's that old definition of insanity.
Yeah.
Let's just do the exact same thing and expect a different result. And what's, I guess, concerning for me is I really feel it from the fan base. The fan base feels worn out on this story, this broken record.
And it's multiple stories. And I think you're right. It's the Draymond Green story, and it's also the Klay Thompson story. But quietly, it's become the Steve Kerr story, which is, Moody's playing great. Why don't you play Moody? And what are you doing with Podziemski and the young players? And when things go bad, the coach always takes on more water than he should.
Sure.
But last night, I think, was a crystallizing example of what fans are frustrated by, because the team was starting to fail and they were looking listless, and Moody comes in, and Moody is immediately lighting it up, and he's hot, and he's playing great, and energy, and then it's boop, 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 time to go to the bench, and he comes out, and that's it for Moses.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating.
Well, of course, and I didn't love Steve's answer. I didn't love it. I totally accept we needed Wiggins' defense on Fox. Okay, I can completely accept that. And then his next sentence is the one that's hard for Warriors fans to accept. And we decided to stick with Klay. And people are, oh, God. Okay, so it's a micro version of the same decision that the organization has made both in games, in contracts, in times of distress. We're going to stick with Klay. We're going to stick with Draymond. We're going to stick. And so it's just a clock. That's all this is. Clock.
Nice.
It's just a clock. And you got to decide when the clock is broken, because they're going to stick with it. They're going to make the same decision every time. And as long as you win most of the time, even if you do sort of what you did last year, you dance around second round, third round, you don't win a title, you can still sort of get this by the goalie, this idea of we're going to stick with him no matter what. But you start losing more games than you win, you start ending up in play-in tournaments. I think it's a very fair question. Warriors, when are you going to try something else?
Especially when you lose like that in that game where you're up by 24 and you are in full control, and there was really no reason for them to lose that game. There was a situation where you were in command of the game and it started to get away, and then you got a shot of life from Moses Moody, and then ultimately you went away from him, and then you got to the end of the game and you still had control of that game with about a minute and a half to go. And, Steph Curry against pressure with a terrible pass to no one. And then Draymond and Klay were not on the same page. And, Draymond thought Klay was going back door, and Klay was trying to flash high to get the ball, and the wing extended, and Draymond bounce passes it to no one. And then they come down and they score again, and you're out of timeouts because Steve Kerr challenged a play that he shouldn't have challenged. And it was a perfect storm of errors from all of them that led to a game you had no business losing.
No, it was absolutely the worst night of the year. There's no two ways about it. But for me, let's zero in even a little further, because this is what I sense. Tell me if I'm wrong. I sense from fans, there's a lot of things that we can accept. Every sports year, doesn't matter the sport, you're going to have a few memorable losses that you walk away and you're just like, well, they figured out how to blow the hell out of that one. You blew it. You just absolutely blew it. Niners against the Browns. You blew it.
Nice.
Okay? Same thing Warriors last night. I think fans accept a few of those per year. Steph Curry's assist-to-turnover ratio. It's not good, but fans are going to accept it. Why? Because it's Steph. He's doing a bunch of other stuff right. He does very, very little wrong. But there's two stories right now that I think fans are just done with. They don't even want to be done with them because we love these guys. Like, I don't love when the rhetoric goes the way it's going right now with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. These guys are Warrior legends, and they'll remind you of that. And I think that we all acknowledge that. But there are two stories right now that are wearing people out within games. Number one, Klay searching for his shot. That has worn people out. Number two, Draymond searching for his cool. Those are the two things that so many games keep being about. That's the broken record. Klay searching for his shot, Draymond searching for his cool. I'd rather just watch the Warrior game and see if they can find a win, as opposed to looking at these two guys seemingly go and search for their psyche in the middle of the game, and when they don't find it, then we go to Steve Kerr and go, are you going to let them keep searching for their psyche, or are you going to get them off the floor? And his answer is pretty much the same thing every time. I'm going to let them keep searching for their psyche. And while I understand it, I just think fans are done. I think fans are done with those two stories.
Well, and the one story, the Draymond Green searching for his cool, spoiler alert, he'll never find his cool because what we want him to find, he's not looking for. Draymond Green is not looking for his cool. Draymond Green is out there playing basketball the way he knows how from his days at Michigan State, and I don't know where he played as a youth in Saginaw, but I would imagine that he played a lot like this. I don't think that Draymond flipped a switch and decided to become a competitive, argumentative, combative, physical, dominating force like at a certain point in his career. So whatever we want for Draymond Green, it's not what he wants.
But he says it's what he wants. He says it's what he wants.
But it's not really what he wants.
He says that he needs to find a way to stay on the floor.
What he wants, Mark, is to not get texts.
Steve came on our show 2 weeks ago and said Draymond's working on it behind the scenes and I don't want to tell you anything more.
Right.
He insinuated that there are things going on to help Draymond find his cool.
Well, let me just say this on behalf of, myself and whoever else out there believes what I believe. I'm not buying it. And he can go through whatever anger management or behavioral control or looking at film and all the rest of it. You watch Draymond Green play today, he plays the exact same way that he's played for the better part of 10 years.
Yep.
He's not trying to be any different. If Draymond Green was trying to be different, then he wouldn't be mimicking or mocking the refs for not calling a carry after spending 3 minutes berating the refs for another call they missed. That's not what you do when you are working on yourself. And I don't believe that he is trying to change one iota because I do believe that he thinks that this version of Draymond is the best version of Draymond. And it's hard to argue because they won 4 titles with this Draymond. So I don't think that he's looking for his cool or not. Now, can he be more productive? Can he hit a 3 when you need him to hit a 3 late in the game? Sure, that'd be nice. I'm more fixated on Klay Thompson because Klay Thompson is not playing the way you need Klay to play, even though he had a good game last night.
Really good first half.
Great first half. And then, second half was so-so, and just the way that the whole team kind of devolved around him. This team is not playing with the joy, and you mentioned it yesterday. It was the theme of the show. Where's the joy? And there was joy yesterday in the first half, and then there was no joy in Mudville after halftime.
Oh, there was joy in Mudville. They lit that stupid beam.
Yeah. Did you stick around for that? The beam lighting?
No.
Yeah,
you know how it is.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking for ways to turn the TV off.
I think it was a late game, 10 o'clock.
I don't want to, and I know it was on TNT. Actually, it was on long enough to hear Kenny rip Draymond. I did see that.
I missed that.
Yeah, Kenny basically was like, dude, you've been in the league for too many years to be acting like this.
Yeah.
But that's my point. Maybe I'm not even saying it right in terms of Draymond searching for his cool. Everybody is. The team is. Steph is. We are. There's 2 things we watch that are the stories within the story. Klay searching for his shot and will Draymond implode? How about if I say it that way?
That's fair.
I just think people are kind of worn out.
Yeah.
On watching that show.
And I wonder which one has worn you out more at 888-957-9570, because for me, it's really close, because Klay searching for his shot, and you look at the end of the third quarter where you got the offensive rebound, you had a chance to maybe bleed the clock all the way down to where Sacramento couldn't get another possession, and Klay gets it, and immediately the ball goes up, and you look at Draymond Green and the constant. And maybe it's because I'm an official, and you pointed this out a couple weeks ago, and you're right. I do look at the game in a certain way, and I've got a statement to make about where the league is right now, and maybe I'll save it for Steve Kerr, but the league is broken right now in terms of watchability. That game last night was entertaining in many ways, but it was also very unwatchable. There were 72 free throws.
Yeah.
72 free throws. That's too many.
Who do you blame for that, though?
I blame the league.
The league? Why the league?
Well, because we've gotten to a point now where we have to call everything. And it used to be where, you drive to the hoop and there's contact and you got to finish through contact. You're going to get hit. Now, every time somebody gets hit, we call a foul.
But it is a foul. By the definition of the rule, I would much rather we play by the rules.
Well, I would much rather get to a point where, like, for example, Kevon Looney got that bounce pass, the no-look pass from Steph Curry, and he goes up for the dunk, and he gets absolutely massacred.
Right.
It's Kevon Looney. We don't call the foul. And they didn't block the shot, and he went up to dunk it, and they hit one of his arms so hard that he lost the ball.
I remember the play. Yep.
No foul.
Yep.
So that's not a foul, but De'Aaron Fox dribble, and I get nudged, and because I throw myself to the ground, that's a foul. We've gotten to a point now where there's so much subjectivity and there is so much complaining. Every contact now, we throw ourselves down. And Steph Curry, Steph Curry throws out his leg and he goes down and it's an offensive foul. That used to just be like a big nothing.
I don't know if I agree with that. I just think
it's just too much.
It's not as physical as it used to be, but players have always complained. And as old as Naismith himself is the idea of doing things on a basketball court to embellish what just happened for the eyes of the refs. That's never not been that way.
I'll do a deep dive on number of fouls called and number of free throws taken. Last night to me was maybe the tipping point in my own mind of what's wrong with the league. 72 free throws in a 48-minute game is way too many. And it used to be where, there's contact and maybe you don't get the call. And now every time there's a bump or a nudge, how many offensive fouls on screens did we have last night?
Yeah.
And
well, it's two things. A, the Warriors foul a lot. So I put it on the Warriors, and it's also Steve's talked to us about this before. The players have gotten really good at doing things that make it look like they got fouled.
Right.
They've all gotten really good at pulling the wool over their eyes. So, all right, lots going on today. I want to be careful and make sure you know that what I said there at the end of the crossover, I said Michael's not coming on today. We texted Michael Thompson to see if he could come on. He cannot come on today. Some of you thought I was talking about Steve. Steve Kerr's coming on today. Steve Kerr will be here at 5 o'clock. We will be talking to you until then. So, where is your fatigue with those stories? Draymond searching for his cool and Klay searching for his shot. Let's take your calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Glad you're with us today. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah.
you mentioned how you still like this team even after, in the mode that you guys are in at this point. You guys still seem to be in a free fall. What do you want to see in the interim?
We're not in a free fall. It's early part of the season, and we're losing a bunch of close games, and we can see it on tape every game. Fouling, turnovers. I can only say it so many times. Those two things have to improve. When they do, we're going to be really good.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, my ears will be ready for Steve to start his answer to one of our questions before we're done asking it. That's the tell.
Yeah.
That's the tell as to when someone's frustrated. It's what Klay did to Kawakami the other day. And
you benching me?
Yeah, they're frustrated.
You benching me?
You coaching?
You benching?
You coaching?
Seriously. Although Chris did let her finish the question before he said,
"Look, I get it.
Coaching.
I mean,
you whopping?
Stop whopping me.
Totally.
Stop whopping me.
It's great.
I don't want it to sound like we're trying to ask the Warriors to stop being mad. The fans are mad too. I wonder, like, the best that I can do. It seems to me that's the focus of the fan frustration. There's two things that really, you know what I mean? Like when it gets you going before it's even really happened, when Klay pulls up early in the shot clock from deep with a man in his face, you're mad before you even know if the ball goes in or not. You're like, oh, baby, here we go.
Here we go.
And when you see Draymond start yelling at the ref and he won't let it go, same reaction. Oh, here we go. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. And so that's what interests me is the Warriors are going to do it the same way. They always have every time. But what happens when those two things really reach their boiling point, which is either you're totally worn out by it as a franchise or, more importantly, it's not working anymore. Like, those things have got to be combined with winning, or else they will wear everybody out. You have to win, or all the stuff that people put up with, they're not going to put up with it anymore.
Right, and you're not winning right now, and when you're losing games like that, and I'm looking at the ESPN win probability, and you go up 72-48 in that second quarter, and the WP, the win probability is 97.8%. And I know it's the second quarter, and it's an NBA game, so it really doesn't matter in terms of, should you win that game in the second quarter, but it's almost halftime.
Right, but what pops to my mind is they're at 72 before halftime, and they only ended up with a $123.
51 more. Yeah.
In 2+ more quarters, you only scored another 51.
Right, and you gave up 69, which was the problem. And the third quarter got a little bit away from you. You gave up 40 points, but still, you go into that final quarter and you're up by 9, and you felt like you still were in control, even though you lost GP2 and CP3 was gone early, and we're still waiting to hear about both of them. Maybe Steve Kerr can enlighten us at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. I mean, game for me, like, it's funny you say, you're still in control going into the fourth. You're in control as soon as Wiggins gets that putback.
What a great putback.
Great putback. The game's over right then, provided that you simply have players on your team catch your passes. That's all you had to do. Have teammates catch your passes. They didn't do that. And therefore they found a way. They found a way to lose the game.
Well, those passes were uncatchable. Steph threw it to no one.
Right.
And Draymond Green also.
That's what I'm saying.
Threw it to no one. But the Wiggins tip in for his 29th point. Yes, Andrew, I will not be doing my K-Wig. There'll be no Andrew Wiggins impersonation today. Tip in with 59 ticks left. You go up 5.
Up by 5.
That should be
night.
Thank you.
You've got it. All you got to do is just take care of the ball from there. That's all you had to do. And
Curry, bad pass turnover. Green, bad pass turnover. Curry missed 37-footer, and that's how it goes. Wow.
Steve Kerr in 2 hours and 22 minutes right here on Willard and Dibbs. Let's get out to you at 888-957-9570. We'd love to talk to all of you today. How about Vince in the city? Hi, Vince. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, what's up, fellas? First, I wanted to talk about Klay. Like, I know Klay's getting bashed and everything. He's not playing well, but, I mean, it's just facts. He's not playing well. So my question about that is, when they brought Iguodala over, they talked him into signing to come off the bench. So why is it so hard for them to get Klay to do something similar? That's the first part. The second part is another spot on the court that I think is a weakness, and it's the big man. Dario Saric is soft. He can't do anything in the paint. I feel like he can't do anything in the paint. He misses so many bunnies that are like 3, 4, 5 feet away. I just think we need a big body bruiser in there to kind of, handle a dude like Sabonis who practically commits an offensive foul half the time of the game, where he just lowers his shoulder and just throws it into the guy's chest to create space and goes up, and then he gets fouled.
Yeah, Vince, I think these are good points. Thanks, man. Okay, let's go step by step. The first one, why is it so hard to move Klay with his role and whatnot? I don't know that it is. I don't know that they've tried. It certainly sounds, when we hear him talk, like Klay would not be open to it. I don't even know that that's the right move right now. Like, here's what I would say is the starter. For me, it's a night like last night. When Klay says to Tim Kawakami, what, you want to bench me? No. Don't want to bench you.
Kinda.
No, I don't. I don't want Klay out of the starting lineup. I would like there to be an openness to go a different direction when it feels in the moment like you should go in a different direction. Okay? Like, what happened last night is almost Bochy versus Kapler. Okay? Use the gut. The gut was telling all of us, keep Moses Moody on the floor. Do whatever you got to do to keep him on the floor. And if that means taking someone out you wouldn't normally take out right then do it. Do it. As opposed to, well, Klay, you know what I mean? Like if Gabe was answering this question, Klay is our closer.
Right.
And Klay comes in these moments because 4 minutes to go, close game, that's what we do. All right. And I think we all know from a fan perspective what we'd rather see. And so, sure, I would have rather seen Moses Moody get a chance, at least for a few more possessions. As long as that heater was going, let it keep going.
In place of Klay in that moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you're going to put Andrew back in, which they did, and he explained, and I get it. That made sense to me. We want Wiggins to guard Fox. Great. Put him in the game and take out Klay. So people are saying, why is that so hard? I don't know that it is. I don't know that Klay would implode mentally if you did that. They've never tried.
Right. Maybe it's more about not having the same level of faith in Moses Moody. And I'm looking at the game log right now. It's 4:26 to go. Moody hits his second consecutive three, by the way, because they're down 1, and Moody hits a 3, you're up 2, and then Vezenkov hits a deep 3.
That boy.
And then Moody with the answer.
Yep.
Back-to-back threes from Moody, you go up 2. Klay commits an offensive foul on a screen, like the 13th time that happened to the Warriors. And then in comes Wiggins. Moody goes out with 4:26 to go, and that was it for Moody.
That was it. And by the way, and we've heard this point made by many, Moody wasn't just hitting the shots each possession there. He was hitting the post-possession shots as well. He had a couple that didn't count. He was not hitting the rim. The ball was just splash, 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 everywhere he was all over the floor. He was in the zone. You don't take someone out when they're in the zone, in my opinion. Unless, of course, you're sort of coming from that different place, which is Klay stayed in because resume.
Right.
That's a tough thing to pass by the goalie right now.
You scored 7 more points the rest of the way. Curry had 5, Wiggins had 2, Klay had 0, Draymond 0, Looney 0, and all the rest of it. So it's not like you put Klay in and he, hit a couple of big shots and you could justify it that way. Klay didn't. I mean, Wiggins went in for Moody, but Klay was already in there. But Klay did not contribute. I'm looking at Klay in the fourth quarter log, and I don't believe he scored in the fourth quarter, Mark.
No, I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. The other point that he made, he called Saric soft and said there needs to be more of a dirty work big guy on the team. It's just funny. This comes up every year. I don't even disagree, but they don't have that. They've never valued that. They don't go with that. They haven't really had someone who fills that role maybe since Bogut. Like they just don't. They don't go that way. And Šarić is really good at what he does, and that's not really what he does. He's not you're right. He's not the perfect inside banger. That's not what he does. It's what Looney does sometimes. Looney's having kind of a little bit of a rough year so far, I'd argue. It has not been great.
Right. But I think that you're always asking Looney to do things that he's not really built to do. He's 6'9" with, I don't know what his vertical is, but it's probably not more than 20 inches.
Oh, no.
And, I mean,
maybe.
It's hard to tell. But these guys are all better athletes than I will ever be. I'm not trying to disrespect Kevon Looney. I would never do that. But he's not a rim protector. He's not a guy who's going to go up there and sweep the glass at 12 feet, 6 inches above the rim. He's a grinder, and you don't have a true big. And you look at last night in the fourth quarter, and you had 19 points from 3 guys. Wiggins had 3, Curry had 5, Moody had 11 in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And, Moody didn't finish the quarter.
He only played 13 minutes in the whole game.
He played 7.5 minutes in the fourth.
Yep.
And he was 4 of 4, 3 of 3 from 3, and he had 11 points. So it's a question for Kerr today, for sure at 5 o'clock.
He's already answered it, so... the way I'd like to ask it is for him to expand on the second half of his answer. His first part of the answer was, or actually, do we have it right here? Let me see. But yeah, here we go. Here's Steve Kerr last night on the Moody question.
Moses was awesome tonight. We needed to get Wiggs on the floor for defense against Fox. Decided to go with Klay and our vets. We thought about keeping him out there, but we made the move that we made. By the way, Moses was fantastic. Out of the rotation tonight to start the game. Talked to him before the game and explained what we were doing. The guy, he reminds me of Loon. Moses, he's the ultimate pro. Just continues to work every single day and, understands, embraces coaching, embraces the work. Moses, he's a special guy. He's like a, wing version of Loon. And that matters. That's why he's going to be in the league for a long time.
All right. So, you hear him put all the praise on Moses Moody there. But there's 2 pieces to that answer. One, I think everyone accepts when they say we had to get Wiggins in for his defense.
Right.
Okay, and then he goes, and we thought about it, and then we decided against it. We decided to stick with Klay.
Right.
Well,
right.
What were the considerations there? What goes into that decision and why? Would kind of be my question.
Yeah.
I know it frustrated people because it didn't work out. If Klay had hit a couple of shots, I don't think we're having this conversation today. But
if you win the game,
yeah,
we're not having the conversation.
No, but I always look at it this way. When people are frustrated about something, you have to be frustrated about it in the moment, or else it doesn't count. The rest of it is hindsight is 20/20. You can't just be like, oh, they lost, so now let's go back 5 minutes ago. You took Moody out, that's why. No, I felt, didn't you feel people were mad right then?
For sure.
As before Moses even got to the bench.
You can be mad later and it still counts.
No, I know, but I think it's more powerful if you were like, I disagree with this right now, before I know the result. So in other words, even if the Warriors had won, I still would have had the question. Why did you take Moody out?
Right.
And I did, like, the second he's walking out, I'm like, really? Taking him out right now? Guy's on a heater.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's a question. And, he mentioned in that cut you just played about Moses not being in the rotation, and Steve explained why. And then you lose CP3 and you lose GP2, and then now you are in the rotation. Okay, go out there and perform. And he performs. And he's the best player on the team in the fourth quarter, and yet you take him out with 4 and change left to go, and you go back to Klay Thompson, which I get it. You want to lean on your veterans, and it's what you've always done, and you've won 4 championships doing just that. But I wonder if now you're going to find a new willingness to do things differently as you get into this new era where your vets aren't what they used to be.
That's the question for me. And the answer may be never, but hey, Warriors.
Hey, Steve.
When would you consider doing something different other than leaning toward the big 3 vets all the time, every time, no matter the situation? That to me, that's the question. That's the question everybody's looking for today. David in San Mateo next up, Willard and Dibs. Hi, David. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm walking the dog.
Walking the dog?
Pile on walking the dog.
All right. And now, has the dog already done the business? Because if it does the business, then you're going to have to put the phone down, and I'd like to know now.
Already done it. Got it in my left hand. I got the bag, that is.
All
I'm about to
right.
throw it away.
Major bag alert.
Major bag
We're all good,
alert.
guys. We're all
right.
good.
Let's roll.
Yep. We're all good, so I can pile on to Steve Kerr a little more as well. At some point, in British soccer, all the top managers have this word attached to them, right? Guardiola, Alex Ferguson, Marino, they've all been known to be ruthless, which means if you're not performing, they're going to cut you. And I think Steve Kerr needs a little of that right now, because I feel like I'm watching the definition of insanity. I mean, I get it. We go back to the vets, because the vets have done it for 4 years or for a generation or whatever it is. But I think I've seen it enough here, and that it's not going to have a different result in the last 5 minutes. And then on top of that, like you guys were saying yesterday, there's no joy in that. So if you try something, I mean, you have the deepest, Steve Kerr himself said he's got the deepest team he's ever had. And yet we just go back to that closing five last night. If we try to tinker it, change it up, maybe some joy comes into the game at least. You may lose, but that Brandon Poughkeepsie kid, he sure plays with some joy. So
yeah, congrats, David. That is the 47th version of Brandon Poughkeepsie's
Shout
name.
out New York
that we've heard.
Poughkeepsie.
That's tremendous.
Yeah,
that's tremendous.
Thank you, David.
Look,
Poughkeepsie, by the way, DNP. And TJD, DNP. So, and David was talking about the joy that might come from playing the younger guys. And
Brandon Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, Poughkeepsie kid.
The Poughkeepsie kid. He sounds like a boxer from the 50s. And in this corner, the Poughkeepsie kid.
Brandon Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, I like that. I like the Poughkeepsie kid. Add that to the list, Grandy. Pajowski, Poughkeepsie.
Yeah. I just love that we finally reached a moment where everyone is at least starting with P. Like, I feel.
True.
Yeah. A few weeks ago, we had a Krasuski.
Yeah, we did.
We got all kinds of stuff going on. Krakowski. So at least everybody knows that the letter P starts the last name.
Right.
And then we'll keep practicing. We'll talk about practice. And we'll get to Pajemski at some point.
And I wonder about the Poughkeepsie kid and why he didn't get to play at all. I mean, sometimes he plays 37 minutes.
Well,
sometimes it's a DNP.
That's the deal when you're the rook. That's the deal.
Yes.
I mean, remember, what was interesting? I mean, they go in with a plan, and as you already just pointed it out, Moses Moody was, quote, not part of the rotation.
Right.
He was supposed to get a DNP last night. And then 2 injuries shoved him in the game. Congrats, Moses, for being ready, as they always tell you to be. And he was. So that's great. But that's, I think, what everybody's wondering is this feels like a broken record. And once you know that it's a broken record, then you got to turn it off. But I also feel like a lot of people are making a leap that I don't know. All I can say is I don't know if this is true or not. I think we've all decided that Klay would go sideways if somebody took something from him. I don't know that that's true. I don't know what would happen. What do you think would happen if Klay played fewer minutes or didn't finish a game?
Well, already we are seeing pouty Klay, and we're seeing angry Klay, and we're seeing combative Klay in press conferences. Can we all agree that we've seen that? And we have
absolutely.
We have contract year Klay, CYK. Mm-hmm. So we have all these things that have led us to a point where I can't imagine that Klay would be, quote, okay with being the one who came out in that game with 4 and change left to go. Wiggins in, Klay, you're out. We're going to go with Moody, the 21 or 22-year-old, to finish this game off because he's been better than you in this quarter.
You know what, though?
I think that we would see sideways Klay.
Maybe. I don't know that you're wrong. However, I do feel like you feel that way a lot about these groups, these Warriors. I remember in the playoffs, you didn't think Draymond would ever come in and accept coming off the bench for a game. Then he came in and he suggested it.
I was surprised, yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine.
It's impressive.
And then Chris Paul, a lot of us There's no way he'll accept coming off the bench. Sure he will.
Right.
Sure he will. Like, are we really? Because here's where my mind goes. If this is how we all feel about Klay, then we shouldn't be complimenting Klay that much. If we really honestly believe that Klay Thompson, like, you want to know what I hear? I think a lot of you are saying Klay's not a team player. That's what it sounds like.
Well, that's what it looks like.
I have no idea what he would do. I get that he's sensitive. Exhibit A is what he did to Tim Kawakami 2 days ago. So I understand it, but don't you have to put your ego away at some point in your career in order to be a team player?
Sure, but you're a 4-time champ, and you've already done that. You've already put your ego away in many ways, and now you're in a contract year. And you can say that it doesn't matter because he's made $260 million or whatever he's made. That's something that you're deciding for him. It looks to me like he is playing for something greater than the overall greater good of the team. He's hunting shots, and he's playing with a certain amount of anger that we've never seen before.
I think he thinks that they need his shot in order to be good, so it is a team thing to hunt it.
Okay.
I think that's what that'd be my guess.
He's 10th from the bottom in field goal percentage in the NBA.
Oh, my
40.4. My brother.
I see the games too. I know.
Of course.
I know. It feels to me like a lot of Warrior fans think that Klay's just flat out not a team player. Or else it's like, dude, and again, I'm not talking about benching him. I'm not talking about making a rule that he's not allowed to play more than 25 minutes. I'm simply saying, could you just stick with Moses last night and have it be okay? I would bet that it would be. I would argue that it has to be. I don't know that it wouldn't be. We'll keep taking your calls. Steve Kerr in 2 hours. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also, Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Willard and Dibs.
Pajowski, Poughkeepsie kid.
The Jeep Black Friday sales event is here.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Day-Day.
Day-Day!
Keep searching for those mentals.
Well, geez. And can I give you 20 seconds
you
on
can give as much as you want.
Our station, and I love our station.
Me
It's
too.
my station. It's your station. It's everybody's station. But I saw on our socials, Draymond got a tech for this SMH. That was our post.
Was that you, Whitley? Did you do that?
I love
Did
Whitley.
Whitley do that? She's listening. She's right there.
And
say it to her face, Dibbs.
Whitley, you know I love you.
Say it to her face.
And Whitley, and you're the best in the business. And I don't mean to couch this, but when I saw that, I was sickened. He's going to get a tech for this SMH. Whitley, you know, Whitley's a baller.
She was just shouting out my high school, San Mateo High. That's what SMH.
My fault.
What did you think it stood for?
Shaking my head.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Whitley Sandretto is a basketball player. She's a baller. She knows better than to say that little action was why he got the tech. SMH. I had to put myself to bed, Whitley. I was angry.
Did you wear your officials' PJs last night?
I wore my stripes to bed.
You did?
Yep.
Your zebra PJs?
Honestly, Mark, what's happened to my profession, it saddens me because now every trip down the floor, there's either a call, should have been a call, or an argument. It's impossible to officiate in the association.
And therefore, we're all SMHing. That's what we're doing on every possession. So are they.
Yeah, I can't believe Draymond would get attacked. SMH.
Can I split the difference with you on
Whitley
this one?
Sandretto,
I know.
best.
There you go. San Mateo
Can't
High,
believe
man.
she's back there.
You didn't even know the timing.
You caught
How
me.
many segments does Whitley come in here and actually sat
2
with
or
us?
3.
Yeah. In
Staff
2
meeting,
years.
there's
This is like the
pizza.
4th one.
Yeah, there's pizza.
And you tried to rip her right when she was here for the first time in like a month.
And we have history, too. We go back.
Her first day in the new building, dude.
Hey,
You just happened to pick this moment.
Welcome her. Thanks for being here, Whitley.
Hi, Whitley.
You're absolutely a huge piece of everything we do. I apologize for my partner's behavior over here.
Don't apologize for me. She and I go back to the time when she was an intern on our show.
Doesn't matter. You always go to history. That doesn't
Back
mean
when
that
she was rocking the Khaleesi hair.
Just because you know
I love the young people. Randy, you don't remember when she was rocking the Mother of Dragons look.
Don't do this, Dibbs. Just because you've known people for a long time does not mean that you can just get away with whatever the hell you want.
I remember Whitley back in 1987, okay? Back when she was just a 2-guard eating value
She's
packs.
about the same age as your daughter back then.
Dude, we have somebody working here who's the same age as my son. I just came to that realization earlier today as I was eating
Slap him
pizza.
on the head?
She goes, how old do you think I am?
Okay.
I said,
I didn't know who you were talking
you got to
about.
be like 27, 28. She goes, I'm 22. And I said, I got a kid who's 22.
You said, I'm going to excuse myself.
I said, I don't love the young people. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, gosh. Anyway.
Where's your Capri Sun?
Can I split
22.
Let me split the difference on this.
Please split it.
If you want to just spotlight the act, of course it's a stupid technical foul. But that official is not spotlighting the act.
Right.
This is actually a microcosm of exactly what the league just did to Draymond. If you want to just make it about the last 5 minutes, sure, you have a point. But I'm sorry, Draymond, that's not the way life works. People aren't going to do that for you. Your history, your resume matters. And in 4 minutes of time, real time, Draymond had built quite a resume with that ref last night. He was riding him for 4 possessions, and he wouldn't stop talking. And while that doesn't offend me, the fan, that's the way it works. So I don't know. Sometimes I would love to have this conversation with Draymond Green. Draymond, you get accepted because, well, that's just Draymond being Draymond. We accept you for being you. I wonder if you could accept the technical foul process being the way it is. So if you're going to shrug your shoulders and be like, this is me, take it or leave it.
Right.
Can't the officials do that too? This is the technical foul process.
This is us.
Take it or leave it.
The thing that fascinates me is, as it pertains to Draymond Green, and we'll get to your phone calls, and I know you're lining up, and I can't wait to hear from all of you, but we talk about Draymond Green and his basketball IQ, and he is a basketball genius. And I believe this to be true, he's one of the smartest basketball players I've ever seen.
I agree.
Why, then, are you unable to understand the dynamic of the ref-player relationship to the point where it costs your team points, it costs you games, it costs your team wins, and it actually costs you guys an NBA championship?
Because this is the non-cerebral part of Draymond. And when I say that, I don't mean dumb. That's not what I mean.
Right.
I mean, this is raw emotion. This is not, like, when these things happen with Draymond, my view on this, that's not, I don't even know, right brain, left brain. That's not
right.
That's not him going through a thought process. That's what happens before the thought process.
But wouldn't you, as an intellectual being, and he is, in terms of basketball,
No doubt.
I don't know what his SAT score was, and I don't know whether or not he knows about the Iliad and the Odyssey.
He's a smart
he
guy.
seems to be very smart. Wouldn't you try to evolve your game to the point where you're not costing your team through these eruptions? And I don't believe that it's only anger-based.
I don't think that he can. And I don't think he wants to.
Right.
You can't do it. It's just like any addict, right? You can't get healthy until you admit there's a problem.
He's addicting to ref bashing.
He doesn't think it's a problem.
Right.
He can.
But then he comes out in press conferences and talks about how it's a problem.
Because he's playing the game.
Right.
That's lip service.
Sure.
They're all very good at it. Listen to all of them tell you how much the in-season tournament matters. You think any of them had a hard time going to bed last night?
Steph was weepy on the podium.
Oh, man. What is he going to do?
IST title.
What is he going to do without that $500K? I wonder. Oh, wait. He'll make it again tomorrow night with the Clippers in town.
That's like 2/3 of a year for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Or more. Seriously, Kevin Dana.
Seriously.
Gucci.
Someone needs an in-season tournament. It's the Niners.
No
It's
doubt.
not the Warriors.
No doubt.
Oh, God. All right, yeah. 888-957-9570. Hey, is it Gaber? Is that what you got? Yeah, Gaber in San Francisco. Hey, Gaber, what are you doing?
Hello, I've been watching your show, listening to your show for years. I never come in here.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're changing that right now.
I love your show. Now, I have 3 quick points to talk about. The first of all, we all blaming the player. That's perfect. They got paid to do the job, and they don't do the job. But we never blame the coach. I mean, one thing is very important. You got some kid like hot hand, like Modi. Why do you take him out? That's first. Second, you challenging a call. You know it's not going to go through. Why don't you challenge the dunk that it's supposed to be foul for Looney?
You can't.
Yeah, we can answer that one real quick because it was within, like, it was not a stoppage of play. So that's not a reviewable play, unfortunately. But go ahead. What's your third?
Nobody blame, the coach for that rotation that he does. The second of all, he's getting rid of all the young good player that he is making them be good and let them go to other team because why? We can afford it. And we're going to let Starks or whatever Starks' name is going to go next year. Why we can afford it? Why don't you get rid of this 2 big contract and build a young team with Steph Curry, which is he's doing his best and he's earning the money that he got paid for, and start it all over. And third, you said you get Wiggins because Wiggins is on Fox. So what does he do? Fox put more points in the last quarters more than anybody.
Well,
Okay.
right. I understand that. But, Gaber, I think your point's there at the end. Look, Wiggins is certainly, whether he's going to be effective or not in a small sample, he gives them their best chance in terms of guarding De'Aaron Fox. I'll push back on the idea that Steve Kerr gets rid of all the, quote, good young players. I think that's been blown up by what you're watching the, quote, good young players do with other teams. Sorry, they ain't good. But the point that I do think plays and is at the center of our conversation today is the rotational one. And there's a very fair question to ask, which is, has Steve Kerr and the whole Warrior coaching staff, have they gone too far in their faith in the vets? Has it gone too far?
Well, last night would be an example where you could say yes. And in general, I don't think that they've gone too far, but now you're in a spot where you're 2 games below 500 and you blew a 24-point lead and you ended the game without a young player who was the best player on the floor for the first 8 minutes of the quarter. So I think in a small sample, in recency bias, you could say yes. And I wonder what Steve will say at 5 o'clock when he joins us.
Well, I'll tell you what they said last night. We haven't played a lot of the sound yet. We will do that coming up next. And Nick and Ryan and Perrin, everybody stay right there. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to every call today. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday sale is on now. Don't miss out on a free line of unlimited for 2 years when you switch to Xfinity Internet.
Dub Nation, is Chris Paul. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, we haven't had a chance to talk too much about, like last night. All right, full squad. Everybody's back.
Jeez.
Yeah, it took 2 seconds.
Right.
CP3, GP2, all of the people who sound like droids on the Warriors roster. We do not have an update as of yet. We will, if we have not got it by 5 o'clock, we will ask Steve. And I don't know how much he will divulge with stuff like that, but it certainly did not look like injuries that you would just shake off and come back. They look like time missers is what they looked like.
No doubt. And I'm looking at the video right now. Must be halftime where CP3 limps out in his slides and catches Steph Curry when he's coming off the floor to impart some wisdom. And then Draymond, who's got ice on his knee, ice on the ankle, and he's listening to CP3 as well. And Chris obviously saw something on the video that they wanted to talk about at halftime. But, man, he was hurting, limping out at halftime. And then GP2,
that did not look good.
No, but and again, I don't want to speculate, but it looked more like a high calf than a low calf. The low calf tends to think Achilles. The high calf actually looks to be more of a traditional calf strain.
I was hoping it was Achilles because with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, he'll be back by tomorrow night.
10 weeks.
Aaron Rodgers practicing today.
That's wild. That's wild.
What the hell? Anyway, no, wishing the best for both of them. But, yeah, they did not look like quick injuries. We will effort updates on that as much as possible. We'll go to the phones in a second. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. You're with Willard and Dibbs. Thank you for being with us as always. Some of the key players and factors in this game. Again, here's Steve Kerr. I think what people are really, really stuck on was taking Moses Moody out of the game. And so here was his answer on that.
Moses was awesome tonight. You know, we needed to get Wiggs on the floor for defense against Fox. Decided to go with Klay and our vets. You know, we thought about keeping him out there, but we made the move that we made. By the way, Moses was fantastic. Out of the rotation tonight to start the game. Talked to him before the game and explained what we were doing. The guy, he reminds me of Loon. Moses, he's the ultimate pro. Just continues to work every single day, and understands, embraces coaching, embraces the work. Moses, he's a special guy. He's like a wing version of Loon, and that matters. That's why he's going to be in the league for a long time.
I mean, so I know that part of that answer, just for me, part of that answer is satisfying and part isn't. Andrew Wiggins coming in for defense, that feels totally understandable. Then just saying, hey, and other than that, we just decided to stick with Klay. I think for a lot of people, it's a little triggering because it feels like the same decision in a different form that the organization makes every single time. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't have Klay and Draymond's backs. They should. They're their guys. Contracts and playing time and benefits of the doubt, all of that. But every time, are we at a spot where you're just flat not able to take those guys out when you feel like it's the right thing to do, or if it's the obvious thing to do? Like I feel like last night was. I thought it was obvious to not take Moses Moody off the floor.
Right. He played 7 minutes and 34 seconds in the fourth quarter, and he was 4 of 4, 3 of 3 from 3. He had 11 points. And the rest of your team, for the entirety of the quarter, had 8 points. Moses Moody had 11 of your 19 in the quarter. Draymond, 0. Looney, 0. Klay, 0. Saric, 0. Corey Joseph, 0. You had 3 Warriors, Mark, score in the fourth quarter. 3. And they were Wiggins, Steph, and Moody. And 2 of those 3 got to finish the game, and one of them got pulled with 4:26 to go and a lead that he helped stake you to with back-to-back threes, and then that was it. So I wonder, I don't think Steve's going to tell us exactly why he feels like he had to go to Klay in that moment and not Moses. Is it what you're talking about where you just are prone to go with the veterans no matter what? And if that's the case, then that might be a losing formula.
Steph Curry's thoughts after the game.
Our first half was pretty solid.
probably the best basketball we played on both sides of the floor. Built up that big lead, had a rough last 2 possessions in the first half. I missed the 2-for-1. I lost it on a turnover, so it gave them a little bit of momentum. In the third quarter, we responded pretty well. Had a couple untimely turnovers to start like a momentum run, and then they got to the foul line 42 times, which is going to do a lot of things, obviously easy points, but even on misses or makes, like they get to set their defense, and they were starting to blitz me pretty much everywhere. We got some pretty good looks. They could have gave us some room, but didn't go our way, and then it's just a make or miss league down the stretch where those 2 turnovers. I had one, Draymond had one. It's tough. Tough way to go out. All those things put together, like we played pretty well. It just we ran out of gas at the end.
So there's Steph Curry saying it was a moral victory.
Not really.
I'm kidding.
Not really.
I'm kidding.
Come on.
I ducked right after I said that.
Not on this day, Mark. Not today.
And then here's Klay.
I think we fouled too much. That looks like the one thing that we could have done much better is limit our fouling. Tough loss, though. That one sucked.
Yeah, you fouled too much. You committed 31 fouls. And
everyone sucked.
You're third in the league, fouling 22.4 times a game, and you fouled 31 times. And miss me with the whole narrative of, well, the refs were out to get us. And, you just foul too much. And I do think that they call too many fouls. And I was doing a little bit of research as we've been doing the show, looking at different years, and fouls aren't up in terms of total number of fouls that are called, but free throws are up. And I wonder why that is. And I'll ask Steve about it, maybe not this week because it's a little bit more of a nuanced question. And we got a lot of hot takes to get to from last night's game, but fouls are down, but free throws are up, which tells me that it's either 3-point shots or just general continuation or shooting fouls. But we have too many free throws right now in the association.
I want to play that again, though, because and I don't want to grab sound from guys at the podium and then select 4 words and sort of go in on that. But there is something that I think probably caught a lot of people's ears with that last Klay Thompson soundbite.
I think we fouled too much. That looks like the one thing that we could have done much better is limit our fouling. Tough loss, though. That one sucked.
Everyone sucked. Not everyone. Not everyone.
Right. Moses didn't suck.
Nope.
In his short stint.
Neither did Andrew.
No.
Andrew did not suck last night.
Best game of the year for Andrew Wiggins.
No. Or you could even go back to, the Saturday before Thanksgiving was fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins starting to stack a little bit here. A little bit. Heading in the right direction.
Yeah, 11 of 18. He had 29 points. He played really well. And he played solid defense on the other side. Everybody sucked. That's a little bit, that's a little bit.
It's just a weird comment.
Right. Did you suck in the first half? Were you led by 24?
He didn't suck for a good portion of the game.
No. He was great in the first half.
Maybe he was talking specifically just about the fouling. Everybody sucked with regard to the fouling.
Right.
That's my only guess because normally you don't hear guys, they may say that about themselves. You don't hear them say that about their teammates.
Right, especially in a game where you have Steph Curry saying, yeah, we played just about as well as we had all year in the first half, and then, we ran out of gas, and then Klay says we fouled too much, and then pretty much everybody sucked.
Yeah, interesting. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hey, Nick, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Well, what are you doing? Maybe I should ask, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, we're hosting a radio show right now. Crazy, huh?
Oh, okay. Anyway, I guess I'm piling on Kerr. It's frustrating because he gives Moody all this praise. Awesome, fantastic, consummate professional. Done everything way after, and then as soon as he has a hot game and he's really playing great, he takes him out, and just makes me wonder. I think this calls into question Kerr's greatness. He's a very good coach and he's done some amazing things for the Warriors franchise, but they used to say about Phil Jackson and Pat Riley. Well, anybody can win if they had Kareem and Magic. So the Warriors still have these Hall of Famers. I know they've digressed, and they're not what they used to be. But I don't. It just doesn't seem like he is playing or coaching greatly. I know he doesn't have the team he had, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to add up and make any sense.
Well, Nick, here's what I would say. Thanks so much for the call. I would say this, and this is a fair sort of point of debate or something for us to sort of dive deeper into, which is this. Steve Kerr and the whole franchise have a characteristic. They have a characteristic that has developed out of this dynasty, and that is they stick with their guys. Like, period. That's the end of the story. They back their guys. And in the moment, I think for a lot of fans, that can feel frustrating because it feels like they're doing that at their own sort of
expense.
Yeah. Now, I would also argue that many times through the years, that has a major benefit. You have players who have taken less money to stay here. The Golden State Warriors have become a major free agent destination. Why? Because you have an organization that sticks by their guys. They've built a culture around mainly these three players, and they've had untold success because of it. It's simply becoming a bigger question now because of age. And that is, I'm going to give Steve Kerr this. This is not an easy thing to find. The right moment to hit the button to say, all right, time to start relying on them less. I don't know when the right time is. Many would argue that time has already passed. There are many who would argue these guys shouldn't even fully be on the team anymore.
I think that you can just look at it in terms of every single game as its own animal. And you look at last night, and you've got a player who is playing the best on your team, then you don't take him out. It's pretty simple in terms of the one game that you're dealing with as a coach. Steve can't coach all 82 at once. He can't adjudicate the past. He can't look at the future. He can't worry about Klay's contract or Draymond's inability to avoid technical fouls. You can only coach the game that you're coaching. And in that moment where you've got Moses Moody drilling back-to-back threes and really providing you about the only offense you have, and Steph said it in the comment you played a moment ago, they were blitzing him every time. He was getting double-teamed and triple-teamed right across half court, and he was getting dogged in the backcourt, and they were taking him out of the game. And Moses Moody hit a couple of threes, and he was providing offense, and Klay didn't score, and Looney didn't score, and Draymond didn't score. And so in that moment, as the coach, you should be able to look at it and go, you know what? I'm going to keep it's Moses, right? Moses, come on over here. You're going to keep playing. Yeah. Hey, Klay, you know I love you, and I'm only taking you out because you're not playing that great. So, Klay, stay loose, kid, but we're going with Moody.
I'd have made the same decision. I'm totally with you, but there's a larger sort of characteristic
right.
that
and
sits
the pattern
there.
is there. You're right.
The pattern is there, and when everything is happening very quickly, decisions are being made moment to moment, that's the fallback. And I would argue that it's unavoidable that at some point that's going to bite you. We might be there. We might already be there. We might have been there for a year already.
Right.
I mean, again, that's a micro. The macro was, Draymond, you're not punished for punching Jordan Poole. Like, it's the same thing every time. Draymond, Klay, and Steph, we've got your back.
Right.
All the time, no matter what, hell or high water, period. And that has served them very well through the years. It is not serving them as well right now. And so that, for me, becomes the question. When do you consider, as an organization, doing something differently than the way you've always done it?
I think that you're at that point. And now you look at a team that's 2 games below 500. You're 8-10, and you're the 10 seed. And if you're not in a free fall, you're at the very least in a skid. You're in a slide. You're in a certain state right now of, I don't know if it's turmoil or if it's just a spot where you didn't think that you would be. You started the year with an unbelievable road stretch, and then you came home, and we all licked our chops. And we all said, you got 20 of the next 29 at home, and you don't have to travel further than Denver until mid-January. I mean, you've got a trip to Denver on Christmas.
Yeah.
You got a couple of Phoenixes. You got a couple of LAs. I think you've got a Portland in there. You've got a Sacramento, which you just had.
They were 5-1, right?
Yeah. They've
lost 7 of 9.
Right. Oof. And most of those were at home. And the game that wasn't at home was a game you were up by 24 against Sacramento, a team that had become your little brother again, and you were patting them on the head heading to halftime. Cute little beamers. You called them the Adorables. And
well, they are.
They are. And, you even said on Twitter, you should try to win this game by fewer than 12 because you don't want to be in the in-season tournament.
Of course. I want Portland on a Wednesday night.
But next thing you know, you lose the game.
Yeah, no, I didn't want that.
No, no one did.
No, win the game by less than 12. That's right. What I was rooting for. I was like, forget this whole, try to win by 12 thing.
You're lucky I don't believe in jinxes because if I did, you
win.
Jinxed them.
No, I just want him to win. My only point was win. Certainly win.
You can't win.
Listen, if they were up by 24 with 4 minutes to go, sure. Finish the game. But I just want him to win, but I definitely would have preferred them win by 10 than 12. Get Portland next Wednesday.
Sure.
Save the trip to Vegas. By the way, next Wednesday.
You get there.
By the way, next Wednesday, that game just developed. It didn't exist until last night.
Right.
So it's also Draymond Green bobblehead night.
Stop it.
No joke. Draymond bobblehead night. I have not seen the bobble. I don't know if he is finger wagging at a ref or I don't know.
Middle fingering a ref?
I don't know what's happening, but Draymond's bobble is there. The Warriors will win the game. You heard that here first. They're playing Portland next Wednesday. And so I think if you want to go to a game, I know what I would do. If a game just existed all of the sudden, that means that I would imagine some tickets are sitting there available for you. So you might want to check out warrior.com. How about Perrin in Oakland? Hey, Perrin, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? I'm here to complain a little bit about Klay Thompson, but first I want to shout out Andrew Wiggins. Light bulbs turned on somehow. He was amazing last night. And that defense against Monk at the end of the game, Monk basically threw an overhand pass and it went in, so that was pretty ridiculous. But Klay, I understand the ride or die with Klay, but there's some things that are glaring outside of his shot that he needs to address. One thing is he'll shoot 9 times at the beginning of the game and then won't make another shot for 3 quarters. He's got to figure out how to play a more even game, kind of like Wiggins did last night. I do think he played okay last night with the 11 rebounds, but there's a couple brain farts. Defensively, he just breaks down on switches. He's not the old Klay. He's not a great man defender anymore. He has to adjust and become a better defender. And on offense, he used to run around like Steph did. Maybe his body can't do that anymore. But outside of sets, he just stands there, so he can't get open. He's got to figure out better ways to be creative and get open. And, the big thing for me was the brain fart at the end. They were double-teaming Steph Curry on every play they were blitzing him. And he's just standing there at half court with his hands open I'm open, man. I'm open. Come to the ball. Help your guy out. It's freaking ridiculous. It's happened multiple times last year. I think there was one against the Utah Jazz. But anyways, how does Kerr not have that team better prepared to punish the double? So many times Steph got the ball out early, and it was a 4-on-3, and none of them went to the basket. And I know GP2 is good at that. But, come on, Wiggins. Come on, Draymond. Go get points in the paint. Just no scores on Steph double teams. And at the end of the game, they were all looking around like they were surprised it happened. It's come freaking on, guys. And then the last thing, I know Dibbs will hate this, but those refs definitely had an agenda in the third quarter. And you cannot that refs do not have an agenda. Scott Foster will prove differently.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. No, Perrin. What was the agenda?
I actually saw the agenda.
What was it?
I saw the agenda. Item number 1.
What was the set list?
Screw the Warriors is what it was, Perrin. You're right. Man, I'm glad you pointed that out.
Perrin,
agenda.
Perrin,
thanks, Perrin.
Yeah, I see, and he got you. I bet you were loving Perrin until the end.
He was all right. I could smell it coming.
Well, listen.
I could smell that coming from a mile away.
I think he had some good observations, but here's where to me, this is when you can tell the difference sort of between somebody who is a fan and just an observer. And I think a fan is a good thing, but Perrin's a fan. And here's how you can tell. Klay is not defending well anymore. You've got to adjust and become a better defender.
Yeah.
All right. He can't.
Time machine.
He can't. That's the point. If you want to know, like, I can answer my own question. I was asked it yesterday on the air. Hey, Klay, why are you so mad? I know the answer. He can't do what he wants to do anymore. He can't do it. And he can do it sometimes, and that's kind of what makes this difficult. If he could never do it, well, then you could just sit him down. You could take him out of the game and be like, you're not good at basketball anymore. But he can do it sometimes. Klay Thompson, like Andrew Wiggins, if you actually want to spotlight the numbers over the last week and a half, has been better. He's starting to shoot the ball a lot better. He's starting to score the ball a lot better. But he can't defend the way he used to. He can't defend De'Aaron Fox. He got no shot at stopping De'Aaron Fox. So that's what leads to this frustration. And that's what leads to this, what I find, I think a lot of people go, well, this is an easy answer. It's actually a hard one. It's a hard one. Because I know it, like the snap, well, just sit him down. Well, no, but you need him.
Right.
The Warriors aren't going anywhere without Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins being good.
Well, and who's going to guard De'Aaron Fox, to your point? Wiggins got blown by in the second to last possession or the third to last possession, and you can't put Steph on him. Draymond can't guard him, and he's not alone, and you've got an older team. So in terms of like Klay defensively, it's your whole team defensively. You can't guard the ball like you used to. So you have these younger, more athletic teams, younger, more athletic guards who are going to go by you, and that's part of the problem. The real issue last night, Mark, was what happened when you ran out of timeouts. And we'll ask Steve Kerr about why he challenged the offensive foul on Steph Curry, which was their final timeout, because what that led to was the sequence of events that cost you the game. You had Fox hit one of two free throws. You're down 4. You didn't have a timeout. And then Steph Curry gets the ball inbound. They double team him, and you didn't have anybody helping him break the press. What was the problem there? Did they not think that they were going to press down 4? It was a complete breakdown across many, many different areas.
Our listener, Mark Failer on YouTube with a super chat, $5 super chat. Steve Kerr should have hit that corner 3 at the end of the game. Draymond hit him with an absolutely perfect pass. So, Mark taking a page out of your book and running some material right here on Willard and Dibbs.
Nice.
So, listen, we will ask Steve all the questions. We won't ask that one, I don't think, why he didn't pull up from the corner. But we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Steve Kerr at 5. We do in the 4 o'clock hour have some Niners and Eagles to get to. We'll continue with your phone calls. Scott, Mike, Leo, stay where you are. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570. The frustration continues on a Warrior Wednesday on Willard and Dibbs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy.
today, talking about the head coach, Steve Kerr.
Hi, this is James Wiseman.
I hope GP2 doesn't miss a whole lot of time.
Right.
This is James Wiseman.
Didn't look good, though.
It did not look good. And this is probably me overthinking it, as I am prone to do. But, if they were nothing, wouldn't it be more likely that we'd heard by now? Oh, yeah, it doesn't look as bad as it thought.
Cramp.
We'll have an update for you on before Thursday's game. But we have not. It's 3:48 in the afternoon.
Right. Have we heard anything such as an MRI or, like, it's not really an x-ray, it's a soft tissue thing, but I haven't seen anything about an MRI scheduled or MRI results or...
I saw last night.
Any of your Twitter doctors weigh in?
No, just that GP2 was headed for an MRI. And I did not hear that it was scheduled for 4:30 in the afternoon.
True.
My guess is that the Warriors at this hour know what's going on. I'm not suggesting that Steve is going to share that with us, or maybe we do get news before Steve even comes on. We'll see. Got an hour and 11 minutes till Steve Kerr joins us here on Willard and Dibs. I do want to mention this for those of you who are starting the Wednesday drumbeat, because football has an arc. I actually really enjoy it.
I do too.
Even the days that aren't games, there's stuff. This is the arc that I go on, right? So Thursday starts the game week, and then you get caught up into the whole like Friday and Saturday of life. Like Friday, right, work, school ends. Saturday, maybe for me, there's a lot of youth sports.
Sure.
Maybe you go play some golf, whatever you do with your
Take
Saturday.
your baby to the zoo.
Maybe you watch college football all day.
Yeah, I wish.
And then, boom, Sunday, don't leave the house. Just watch ball. Just watch ball. And then you get a little Monday dessert.
Yeah, it's either Victory Monday or we bury the team.
Right, but Monday night. You get the Monday night game. And then on Tuesday, you search your fantasy teams to see what the situation is. Do I need waiver pickups?
Yeah.
Do I want to offer someone a trade? What's going on?
I've officially been eliminated from our league. Yeah.
That.
Even if I win out, there are too many teams ahead of me that have to win.
Right, they play each other.
Correct.
Like me,
So-
us 6-6 teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
I have been eliminated, but I'm
what that
trying not
is?
to finish in last. Yeah, it's an elimination sensation.
It is.
I'm playing for pride, though. I'm trying to come in seventh.
You won't finish in last. You won't finish. Your team's too good.
Guru and I head-to-head this week.
Oh, boy. What's his record?
He's dead last. Okay. Yeah, he's DFL right now. I just passed him.
That's why I was wondering why I hadn't heard him, because Guru's a fantasy talker now.
Big time.
I haven't heard him say a damn word all year long.
Was that from fantasy or was that from knockout? Okay.
I'm out.
Randy's got so much knockout sound.
I haven't heard that yet.
I'm
That's
out.
incredible. You know why I didn't hear that? Because I was doing an airplane dance on the
that
floor
was-
at Chase Center.
I'm out.
Like a jerk.
I was watching it from my kitchen, trying to keep it down because the baby girl was asleep. And between his I'm out and Steiny's down goes Guru, down goes Guru. And then all of a sudden you appear out of nowhere doing the airplane. I'm like, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I'm out.
The only bigger celebration was the one that Lucas gave when Bonte got
When
knocked
Bonte
out.
went down, yeah, Lucas was
All
like,
of a sudden, little
we
Lucas-
cannot have this guy win this tournament.
Lucas the leprechaun pops into the camera and he's doing this. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not much of a religious
fact,
person.
Randy.
I'm not much of a religious person, but sometimes I do believe the universe takes care of itself.
Sure.
I love everybody here. Everybody, honestly, like I
bud
got
coming.
no beef with anybody, and I think our culture and everything is a ton of fun. But for the listeners, for life, for just the way things go, you cannot have an on-air host win that event. And I want to say, Grandy is on air, but you know what I mean.
Emerging.
You cannot have a Monday through Friday 4-hour host win that event. You would have never heard the end of it.
Right.
So Guru, Bonte, me, you cannot win that trophy. So the universe took care of itself. And Grandy,
I'm out.
Took care of all of us.
I'd like to make it clear.
Grandy, I thank you.
Make it
Thank
clear,
you,
Luke.
Grandy.
Thank you, Grandy.
I was rooting against Bonte no matter what, but he did the round before. He eliminated me, and as the ball was going up and through the net, he yelled "night, night" and hit me with it.
Okay.
So it wasn't out of nowhere.
So it was personal.
All right.
It was
personal.
definitely.
It was
Just
personal.
watching at home in the kitchen, I didn't know who knocked you out. All of a sudden, when I saw Bonte go out, because Bonte gets to the Final Four, and you could see radio and TV Bonte both.
Oh, boy.
They're giving way to a new Bonte. It's called Knockout Bonte. And you could have a third entry into the like Mount Bonte more.
Stupidest question ever. You might have just called it Chase Center Bonte.
Yes.
Like Chase Bonte. Like
he was starting to feel like you could already feel what you're talking about.
He walked into the arena and yelled, "Who's coming in second?
Who's coming in second?" And then, by the way, the listeners don't even know this. After they all went home, this is not even like, I get it. He should be called Chase Center Bonte because we all finish, and you know this, Chase Center, hardest building in America.
It's impossible
to find your way out of. Want to know what Bonte does? Everybody follow me. I'm going to show you a new way. And you just start going through tunnels and places, and there's people after every door. You open the door, "Hey, Bonte, what's up?" High fives. Like, he owns the place. He runs the place. So if he was actually going to win an event on the floor, in fact, true or false, Grandy and Lucas will both back me up. Did the phrase, "This is the house that Bonte built,"
shut up,
get uttered, yes or no, on our way to the car? Who heard it?
Lucas and I weren't with you guys on the way out.
Oh, you weren't? See, I was so
you could be making
mesmerized,
this
but
all up.
I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. Call Whitley. I know Whitley was with us. Whitley. Call Whitley.
Whitley, where are you, SMH?
Whitley. Sam Taylor.
Yeah, she's not in here now, so you can rail on our Twitter
Whitley.
page.
Whitley was with us.
I went after her when she was here, Grandy. I'm not one of these cowardly hosts.
That man.
Tell me when she comes
that
back.
6'5" man stared right at a parking lot security guard and said, "This is the house that Bonte built." And I wonder if Steph Curry knows that. I wonder if Steph knows that. Anyway.
There's a reason why Steph didn't come down for the knockout game. Steph was ducking Bonte.
Brother, I wasn't going to say anything because I was like, "Mr. Hill, can you tell me where my car is? I have no idea how to get out of here." So I found my car. I gave him a high five. I'm like, "You built this place." Now I'm going to work.
I do have confirmation, by the way.
There you go.
Morning show producer and extraordinaire
Sam Lubman.
He just texted me.
Worst basketball player I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, agreed. Agreed, but we don't. He did say Bonte said that.
He
Also,
said it.
there's Wit. Can we get a thumbs up or thumbs down?
I'm not making it up. Wit, thumb up or thumb down. Did he say it? Did he
The
say
mic
it?
is on, Wit.
Yes or no?
Did he say it?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
Second source.
I ain't making stuff up. I ain't making stuff up. Whatever. Monty Poole, Kendra Andrews, Mark Willard. If there's a report, it's accurate.
Well,
it's accurate.
I'm actually getting word from Joe Lacob that, in fact, it is the house that Bonte did build. And Joe thanks Bonte for that. So there you go.
Yeah. I mean, the easy response.
Might have been from Joe Bacon. I have to check my text.
Bacon.
Yeah.
Got it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Developing story.
What's the problem?
Whitley seems to think it was the security guard said this is the house that Bonte built to Bonte. To hype him up, maybe.
I disagree. I believe that Bonte said it to the security guard.
Now we got to ask the security guard.
I'm just saying. And Lucas, your easy response, had you been there, would be that with all the bricks that you laid today, you could build any house you want.
Well said.
But you didn't think of that because you weren't there.
And Whitley backtracking on a report.
Look at that.
SMH. I'm in here shaking my head.
Michael Jackson moonwalk. Anyway.
Anyhow.
We started with football. And
Wait, actually,
we
Whitley
ended up in the parking lot.
Whitley's not sure of anything.
Ah.
Now she thinks maybe
Whitley,
Bonte say that.
Whitley, do you still work here?
Shaking
you don't
my
know.
head.
I mean, what happened?
Who got to
I'm
you?
replaying the conversation in my head, and I went back and forth, but I do think you're correct. Because when he was walking down the stairs, he was like, "This is the house that I built."
Listen. Look, Whitley, look me in the eyes. I 100% know that I'm right. I remember this. It happened. I'm not mad at it, but it happened.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're on the same page. It happened. So,
Anyway, we started with football. I don't know how we went from football to the house that Bonte built, but
I don't know.
You got there somehow.
Anyway,
I played a drop from Guru.
That's what it was. It's a Guru drop.
I'm out.
Grandy, it's your fault.
I'm out.
Anyway, we're talking about the arc of football. And what happens on a Wednesday.
Here we are.
Right?
We've gotten to the top of the arc, the parabola, so to speak, and now we're ready to careen downhill toward Sunday at 1:25, which is when you could throw the records out, Mark.
Well, you wake up on a Wednesday, you find out if your waiver claims worked or not.
And mine did.
And then I also make my picks on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I make your picks for your pools that are out there. And so that means we're starting to move, especially since we're here in the second half of the day, we're starting to move in the direction of ramping up here for Week 13. And you got a big football game tomorrow night, by the way. Dallas Cowboys, Seattle Seahawks.
The rare Thursday night game when both teams are on full rest.
Yeah, and also both good.
But both on full rest.
Yeah.
You don't often get that. Both coming off of Thanksgiving games. And so you get, and this is the way it should be on Thursday. They could fix it to where every team is not playing on a short week, but football wants their early season money, so they can't do that.
Well, I've always advocated, I'm sure it's a mathematical nightmare, but why can't everybody have their bye week prior to their Thursday game?
You can, but the problem is you don't have buys until week 3, so that would mean there'd be no week 2 at Thursday, because week 1 Thursday's fine.
That's a very rested team.
Right, and it's always the defending champ.
Yes.
This year was Detroit.
Not always, usually.
Detroit and KC this year.
Yes. But, I think there was a game a few years back where it was not actually the champ. I think it was one of the runners-up. But anyway, be that as it may, my point is we're ramping up to Eagles-Niners, and Ross Tucker went on Steiny and Goo and said something that might get the hair on the back of your neck stood up a little bit if you're a Niner fan. So we'll get to that here in just a little bit. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Back to the phones.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, the breaking news is from Shams, and it is related to one of the Warriors' injuries. And the injury is a torn calf muscle for Gary Payton II. And what that means as far as a timeline is unknown. The quote from Shams is sidelined indefinitely. Don't know yet if that's for the full season. No doubt when we get to the next commercial break, we'll fire off a text message to Doc Pandia, get his thoughts on that. But the bottom line is GP2 is going to be out for a while.
Yeah, torn calf, and that was, one of my fears, having seen it, although, as I mentioned to you about half an hour ago, it didn't look like it was the calf near the Achilles, but you could see immediately when GP2 comes out of that break, when he's made a cut, and he immediately grabbed, it didn't look like he was grabbing the back of his knee, which made sense because his knee didn't buckle in any real movement or motion, but he grabbed the calf and he couldn't put any pressure on it. And the fact that it is a torn calf muscle, it almost doesn't matter if it's by the Achilles or by the knee, in my opinion. That's a bad one. It's a torn calf has got to be 6 to 8 weeks, and we'll reach out to the doc. And,
I feel like that's low.
Yeah, it could be more,
I feel like that's
12.
low. I mean, the only reason they're not saying season is because it's not even December yet. You say 6 to 8, that's December and January. I don't feel, look, I'm no doctor, but that doesn't feel like 2 months to me. That feels like, they're holding out that he could be back for April. He could be back for the playoffs if they make it.
Yeah, geez.
But okay, here, Doc Pandia, I said season over. He said not at all. Okay, hang on. Let me text right here on the air. Timeline?
Dib says 6 to 8.
A guess.
Is he a radio doctor?
Just a guess. Look, he's texting right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know nothing about this, but a torn muscle feels like more than 2 months to me. Usually.
But I do
especially lower body for.
But
a
I do think
player.
that the fact that it is this portion of the calf, it's not the Achilles part. So I think that that's going to be a better torn calf in terms of his return to play.
Okay, he says worst case 3 months. So that would be February also.
Okay. That'd be
but that's also worst
case.
So maybe if it goes
8 to
well,
12 is what we're talking.
If it goes well, February 1st. If it doesn't go well, March 1st. But not the end of the season. But
yeah,
they're a healthy chunk of time. This is a healthy chunk of time.
I said 6 to 8.
This is not good.
And if he says worst case is 3 months, that's 12 weeks. So you're looking at probably 8 to 12 weeks. Like you said, Mark, if it's 2 months, you're dealing with, Feb 1 would be the return.
Okay, now he
Bonus Pandia?
He added another text, which actually goes not just in your direction, but even further in the other direction. He said, my guess, 4 to 6.
Okay.
So, but he also said worst case 3. So this could be 1 month. It could be 3 months.
Yeah. And
I don't know.
And he's obviously not looking at the MRI. And until we know what grade it is, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, then we can't fully know just how badly torn it is. But what I'm hearing Doc say is there's a place for me in the medical industry, Mark.
Well, we already knew that.
Yeah, so.
You have a Lifetime Achievement Award at most hospitals in Bay Area.
Yeah, I've got so many injuries. I actually, I hurt my ribs at the zoo the other day. I'll show you the bruise during the break. It's a bad one, Mark.
Flak jacket?
I thought it was broken. And my wife, the lovely supper, looked at me and she said, wait, you're telling me you broke your rib while looking at the tigers at the zoo?
You skipped knockout and got hurt at the zoo.
Dude, I was watching the tigers and I turned to leave the exhibit and I smashed into one of those laminated placards and I screamed out, "Ow!" Like Howard Dean at a rally.
Ow!
And like 12 people swiveled around and looked at me. My wife was so embarrassed.
It really bit me.
It really hurt. I'll show you. I'll put the bruise up on YouTube.
I have no doubt that you will disrobe at the
that's it.
Moment's notice. All right, let's get back to the phones.
Dan Ribley.
I hate
That's
this.
a 4.
This is so. What? Listen, I don't want to guess any further than this, but I guess based on the little that we know, at minimum, we can expect that Gary will miss December.
Oh, for sure.
Gary's going to miss. So we'll leave it at that and go from there.
And we'll ask Steve today at 5 o'clock, the top of the next hour, to get a little bit more specific. And I'm sure he'll, refer us to the medical. And, we haven't yet gotten the Chris Paul.
We'll ask that too, obviously.
News in terms of, hopefully his was just because they reported it as leg soreness. Hopefully that's all it is.
Well,
he's just an old guy, and believe me, I know about leg soreness.
Like Chris Paul.
Ow!
He looked good in slides, didn't he?
He did.
I'm like, you know what, dude? Yeah, you're probably ready to retire. You look really good in slides. All right, let's go to Scott in Oakland. Hey, Scott, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually driving into the city right now for a rehearsal for a Christmas concert.
Nice, Scott. That's cool.
Scott, you're a tenor, right? You're not a baritone. You're a tenor.
I'm a cellist, actually.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
All right.
But the reason that you guys were talking about Moses Moody before and why they took him out, and also the guy who called before and said that Steve Kerr's not a great coach. One thing I've noticed is that Steve Kerr, I think he's a great coach, and he doesn't let these players reach inefficiency, like Moses Moody and to some extent, Kuminga as they're developing. And I think it's a really good move to pull him out. He's at maximum efficiency. It's like he's doing Moody a service. Moody, of course, would say, let me keep playing. But Moody looks really good. And when you pull him out and go to Klay, it's like, of course you're going to do that. And Moody's numbers and efficiency are really great. So I that's what I think.
Yeah, Scott, thanks.
Thanks, Scott.
Listen.
It's always an interesting one about efficiency.
Well, you never know what's going to happen next.
Right. He might have hit 2 more threes, or he might have missed his next 2 threes.
Might have airballed the rest of the quarter. I have no idea. But I don't know, man. You know what feels weird when we look at all this is sort of the idea of what you've earned. And I do think that in every workplace, we all think about that. What's been earned? I've been here a while. I deserve the promotion. That, right? The company, don't they respect me? And sometimes the other day at the podium, that's kind of what Klay sounded like to me. Like, well, you going to bench me? Like, I think I've earned the patience. So thanks, Steve.
Right.
Right. So, okay, Klay thinks he's earned the benefit of the doubt and the extra time. He's not wrong. But what happens when we do the microcosm version of that? Didn't Moses earn more time? Did he earn staying on the floor based on that performance? I don't know. I don't know. And obviously, you can't satisfy everyone. We asked him the Moses Moody question 2 weeks ago to the day, and he cited math. He's like, I can't just put him out there because someone else is going to have to sit.
We're a deep team. We got 12 guys who we can play and all the rest of it.
So to me, my answer would be, you're right with what you said 2 weeks ago, Steve. This should have been the exception. I don't know, man. People don't visit the zone very often, especially small role players. And when they do, you ride that thing. Who's my man with the Lakers who scored a truckload of points in the playoffs against the Warriors? Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker.
The fourth.
Thank you. In the playoffs last year.
Unguardable.
Stick with him. Dude visited the zone. You didn't think he would, but he did.
Right.
You stuck with him, and he won you a basketball game. I think there's something to that. You look at people in life, and when they're in the zone, let them go. Let them go.
It is tough, though, and Scott, the cellist who just called us, makes a good point about, maximizing a player's impact. And if Steve sees what he saw from Moody, and he had 11 points in the fourth quarter, and you feel like, okay, he's bound to have a regression here in the next couple of possessions or the next couple of minutes, and you go to your more tried and true veteran, and that veteran doesn't do the job that Moses was doing, then maybe you get burned by the move. But you're so prone to roll and ride with your guys that's kind of what you've been doing for all these years, and it's worked.
Yeah, exactly right. 888-957-9570. How about Mike in San Jose? Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
Right now, I'm just sitting in some traffic. Definitely understanding that this isn't the young Warriors that we're used to seeing before. I mean, you could see that everybody's gotten a little bit older on the team. I mean, obviously they wanted to go with some youth to prevent this kind of situation from happening. But I always tell my daughter, who I always teach her lessons through sports, I tell her, sports athletes, people who are athletic, they usually die twice in life. They die once out on the court, on the field, and then they die in real life in reality. I think Klay Thompson, we might be witnessing his death, unfortunately. I hate to say that because I'm a ride or die Warriors fan. I was a fan before they got good. I've been watching them my whole life. So I'm really sad to see the way that Klay has regressed. But I have a torn Achilles right now. This happened to me playing softball recreationally, and I played sports my whole life. So to go back out there after not playing anything, for about 8-9 years, I'm about to be 40. I popped my Achilles 3 weeks ago. I didn't want to believe it. Now I'm in this stage where I have to accept that I will never be 100% ever in my life, and I'm a normal Joe. So I can only imagine what Klay Thompson, as a professional athlete at his peak, is going through, hearing these things and knowing that he cannot get better.
Mike, we got to run. I have no doubt that it's tough. By the same token, I reject the idea that we're there yet, right? He's basically saying Klay is done. Klay's last 5 games, his point total goes 16, 20, 23, 15, 20. What's odd is this conversation's happening now when he's actually on the best run of the season.
Right.
3, 5, 6, 3, and 3. Those are his three-pointers made in the last 5 games.
But you look at his overall numbers.
Not perfect percentages.
They're down. I mean, his percentages are bad. He's shooting 40% from the floor for the year. So that's where, and I don't think that a death necessarily happens overnight at this level.
No, I agree there too. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Steve Kerr in 45 minutes. More of your phone calls coming up next, and the Ross Tucker comments that might make you 49er fans a little angry. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required.
Dub Nation, it's Brandon Pajemski. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, he does. Say it slow and say it loud. Pajemski.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yeah, he said it wrong.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Brennan mispronounced his own last name. Pajowski.
Next time we get him on, we just got to go, play them all.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Play them all. Yeah, I bet he's heard them all. I bet he's heard it all his whole life. Pajemski. It's not how it's spelled, but certain names, certain backgrounds, you just put a bunch of consonants together and you get what you get.
I'm sure you got a lot of Podzimski growing up.
Right, Brett Favre? You know how that goes.
Brett Favre.
You just put a bunch of consonants together and get what you get.
That's it. Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade, same thing.
Dwayne. Let's go to Leo in the city. Hey, Leo, what are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing today?
We're great, man.
Hey, I've heard so many things today and last night about that game and the Warriors and everything related to Moody and Klay. But, at the end of the day, the Warriors are who they are. They've been turnover prone. They foul a lot. This has been going on for some time, obviously. The difference is in the past, they could overcome these issues because they were so efficient both offensively and defensively. So they could overcome those mistakes. Obviously.
Yeah, sorry, the phone line wasn't great there. But, I struggle with the whole, this is who they are thing because while Steve Kerr will sit here and sound like he's at the point of frustration with the whole fouls and turnovers thing.
Right.
Remember, it was like Chris Paul comes in, oh, good, the turnovers are going to get better. And no, we're right back to where they were last year. And in many ways, this is the on-court version of who Draymond Green is in terms of the emotions. It's the same thing that you deal with the Warriors. They've always been a team that turns the ball over a lot. You turn a blind eye if you win a championship.
Of course.
It's okay. It's okay. Same thing, Draymond. You get a lot of technical fouls, doesn't matter. I think what's happening is the league has caught up to the Warriors. They're getting older. They're obviously nowhere near as dominant. I don't even know if they're dominant at all. Certainly not so far this year. So all of the things that they've always been now become more frustrating. Now we're upset about the turnovers. They've always been there. They've always been there.
Championship year from 2 years ago, they turned the ball over 14.9 times a game, which was second most in the association.
Whole league.
This year, they're turning it over 15.5 times. Last year, they were at 16.5. So turnovers are up a little bit. And if you want to go to fouls, they're fouling about as much as they normally do. In that championship year from 2 years ago, they were fourth in the league in fouls committed, 21 fouls a game. And this year so far, they are committing 22.5 fouls per game. They're third. They were fourth when they won the title. They're third now. The biggest difference is defense. They used to get away with it because their defense was good enough to where they could withstand the turnovers, they could withstand the fouls, and this year, that's not the case through 18 games.
So I don't know how you get that out of the system. It's not like Steve hasn't been trying. I don't know how you work that out of the system. It's not part of Chris Paul's normal way, but what about the rest of the guys? Like you're suddenly, Steph Curry's got to stop turning it over. He's not going to. That is, to me, is no different than asking Draymond Green to stop yelling. He's not going to. These things are totally fundamental to the way they play basketball. Steph plays a very fluid, free style of a game, and you're going to make decisions on the fly, and they're not going to all work. But when you're hitting threes from 27 feet, nobody gives a rip.
Right.
Nobody gives a rip. And your defensive point is a very good one, too. Like all the things that would mask this stuff in the past are gone. And so now it's a problem. And now you've got to try to legislate it out of the way you play, and I don't know if they can.
You can't. And, Chris Paul didn't play last night, so you can't really put the turnovers on his plate because he only played a little bit in the game, and then he went out. But I look at just the raw numbers from 2 years ago till now, and I gave you the fouls, and I gave you the turnovers. points per game allowed when they won the championship 2 years ago. Mark, 2 years ago is what we're talking about. They allowed 105.5 points a game, which was good for third in the association. This year, they're allowing 114.6. They're 20th. They're allowing 9 points a game more this year than they did when they won the title 2 years ago. 9 a game. That's a lot. Turnovers are close. Fouls are close. Shooting percentages are down a little bit. But defensively, you don't have the ability. And now with GP2 out for between 6 and 8 and 12, and we don't know how long, but he's out for at least a month. We can all agree on that with a torn calf muscle. That news broke earlier this hour. And he's your best on-ball defender. He's your only on-ball defender. Now, Wiggins can do it pretty well. He's a good on-ball defender. GP2 is elite. Klay can't do it anymore. Steph can't. Chris Paul certainly can't. And Draymond's not a good on-ball defender. So
there's nothing
you got to
good.
play zone now. 1-2-2.
Well, there's nothing good about this except for one thing. And that is on a day when a lot of you, and self included, are all wanting to see more Moses Moody, you're about to.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I would think. That's why,
coaching?
That's why he was in last night. He got 13 minutes on a night when he was ticketed for 0. Why? Because GP2 went out. So you're going to see him more now.
You're going to see more Corey Joseph, too. So get ready for that, Warrior fans. Because he's your backup point guard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Kojo, he's your backup point guard.
That's if Chris Paul is out. We don't know if Chris Paul's out.
Right.
That we don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we think we know.
Know. Paul had lower leg soreness and was limping in slides at halftime. Still in uniform, but I don't know if you can really bank on Chris Paul being available that much anyway. So get ready for, like you said, Moses Moody and Corey Joseph in heavy doses.
Doc Pandia on Twitter after the Gary Payton news writes, key is that a strain equals some degree of tearing. A lot depends on which calf muscles, location, and grading of the tear, 1 through 3. If you look at NFL players with this general type of injury, they usually land in the 4 to 6 weeks area, but it can be shifted based on MRI specifics. So more to come on that, but yeah, it sounds like at a minimum, a bare minimum, he will miss December, and we know that the Warriors are usually very cautious with returns, and so I would be very surprised to see him before mid-January.
Yeah.
But what the hell do I know?
No, you know
much,
a lot.
Not much on this, no.
You do in terms of, the Warriors' cautiousness, and you're right to point that out because they always are very cautious with the return to play protocol for any injury, and I look forward to asking the doc next week about basketball-specific movements as it pertains to calf injuries as opposed to what he cited in NFL players because different positions require different movements, and I know in basketball, a lot more jumping, planting, and cutting, I think, puts a lot more strain on the calf, which might make this a little bit of a longer-term return to play.
Steve Kerr in just over a half hour right here on Willard and Dibbs. We do want you to take a listen to this. Ross Tucker and the podcast that he has, really, really good NFL voice out there and former player as well. He was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today. Take a listen to this on whether or not there's an advantage baked in for the Niners, for the Eagles in this football game this weekend.
If there was any chance that there'd be a little bit of a letdown for the Eagles mentally, just because of this incredible stretch.
I hear you.
The Niners, with their mouths, and their lack of accountability for what happened in the NFC Championship game, they've just fueled the fire again for the Eagles. And I think probably being underdogs helps that as well.
Okay. His point about being underdogs at the end, I get. I agree. That will be used as a motivational factor for the Eagles. Nothing anybody can do about that. The spread is the spread. The other thing's kind of interesting. I feel like the Niners are suddenly being held accountable for a bunch of things they said leading up to this week that they did not say leading up to this week. These are comments that were made in the wake of the loss last year.
Yeah.
Now, did Debo hang on to it too long? Did he need to go as in-depth as he did? You and I addressed that actually right off the top of the week. One of the comments he made didn't bother me one bit. One of them where he started complaining about other things away from Brock Purdy. Talking about penalties, turnovers, acting like that's not part of the game. It did sound like excuse making. Would have been nice for him to stop prior to that.
He held on longer than Draymond held on to Rudy Gobert.
Yes, he did.
You're welcome.
So, some of that is now on them. There's no two ways about it. Him calling James Bradbury trash. I mean, look, that stuff is going to come back to get you every single time. But there was a certain way that was presented by Ross Tucker that I really want to address. Listen one more time to what he calls the lack of accountability with regard to what happened last January.
If there was any chance that there'd be a little bit of a letdown for the Eagles mentally, just because of this incredible stretch.
I hear you.
The Niners, with their mouths, okay, and their lack of accountability for what happened in the NFC Championship game, they've just fueled the fire again for the Eagles. And I think probably being underdogs helps that as well.
Okay, I'm starting to arrive at a point where I get a little knocked off course when people start talking about accountability in sports. Sure, there's accountability everywhere. There's accountability for everything we do every single day. I understand that. I'm not trying for anybody to escape that. But this idea that the Niners, particularly the wide receivers, should have to speak to accountability for what happened in January, as if there was some sort of poor play on their part that led to them losing in Philadelphia in the NFC title game, hold on, without a quarterback.
Yeah.
What exactly are the receivers accountable for, Ross, in terms of what happened in January in Philadelphia?
Nothing on the field. I think they're held accountable for how they reacted to it and what they said after the fact. And I'm not sure if Ross was referring to their play on the field or the comments made after the fact, but there's nothing that happened on the field that anybody needs to be held accountable for other than the backup tight end who whiffed on a block and the quarterback got hurt. And even at that point, what are you held accountable for?
Players miss plays.
Exactly. You made a bad play.
Yeah,
you messed up.
This goes back to the offseason when everyone kept saying, are you going to hold Kyle Shanahan accountable? For what? For what?
For only getting to the conference championship game and not winning it with no quarterback.
And even if you wanted to be, for setting up the wrong blocking scheme. Okay.
The bad play call.
Yeah, but fine.
Got another quarterback hurt, Mark, is what happened.
By the way, where's that conversation this year? Kyle Shanahan gets every quarterback. Well, everybody else has got an injured quarterback this year.
Well, he's not running his quarterback into the ground anymore. He learned his lesson.
Did he?
That's where the conversation goes.
Did he now?
He absolutely did.
I just love it. Like, yes, people mess the freak up. That's already baked in.
Yeah.
Receivers drop balls. Quarterbacks throw interceptions. Play calls don't work.
Kickers miss kicks.
Running backs fumble. Right? You and I flub words.
Holders don't hold.
Whatever.
Like snappers don't snap.
I don't understand what this hold them accountable today. I've gotten the tweet and the text 14 times today. Better hold Steve Kerr accountable. Someone asked me to hold his feet to the fire.
I saw that. Are you going to do it? Are you going to do that, Willard? Are you going to put on the oven mitts?
You ready? I got an answer for you. No.
You're not, yeah.
No, I'm not going to burn Steve Kerr's feet. I didn't like that he took Moses Moody out of the game.
I already texted Raymond Ritter and told him to tell Steve to put on the asbestos socks.
Take the shoes off.
You better wear those double duty socks.
Coming up at 5 o'clock.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Yeah. No.
Worked for me once.
No, Steve Kerr should not be fired. His feet should not be burning. And we're not going to sit here and go, I'm not asking you any more questions until you take accountability for what you did last night.
Admit it, Steve.
He may or may not think it was the wrong move. I don't know. We'll ask the question, but I'm not out to get him. He's not a bad coach or a bad guy, and neither is Deebo Samuel. I could do without calling the opponent trash. Sure, I could do without that, but I've said this since last January. It is completely fair. I know in the culture of sports, oh, dang it, there's no whining. There's no whining. You're not allowed to use injury as an excuse. Fine. Don't call it an excuse then. I find it totally fair for the 49ers privately or publicly to say, we don't feel like we got to play the game. We lost our quarterback.
Yeah.
And then we even lost another one. And by the way, those were QBs 3 and 4 for us this year.
Right.
They are absolutely allowed to feel the same way, by the way, I felt as a fan, which was we got robbed of seeing the game the way we wanted to see it.
They can feel however they want to feel.
Doesn't mean the Eagles
They can come out and say that, too, if they want to say that.
I think they have.
And I don't think you've heard a number of them say anything close to what Debo said.
Agreed.
And Debo is getting ripped for it because it comes across as whining.
But I don't see it that way. I see when the Debo comment where he's like, look, we're way better than the Eagles, but then, penalties and then a turnover. And I'm like, hold on a second, dude. Those are...
And a challenge that we didn't challenge. I mean, obviously we should have challenged that.
Those are part of the game, and those are things you need to execute better in order to win. So, yes, that comes off as complaining or whining or deflecting or whatever to me. But if a player on the Niners comes out or a fan says, I don't feel like we got to see the way that was supposed to go, it doesn't even mean the Niners would have won. It just,
you can feel empty.
I don't feel like we got to see the game.
I do feel a little ripped off from that game because we were expecting two teams going toe-to-toe, mano-a-mano, in a great clash. It was the game of the day. It was going to be the game of the year, and it was going to get settled after 60 minutes and maybe overtime. Two teams firing back and forth at each other, and we didn't get that. So from a viewer standpoint, from a Niner fan standpoint, yeah, you feel a little bit ripped off, but it doesn't mean that you can react however you want to react, and you could say, many people have said, the Niners would have beaten him. If they didn't get Brock Purdy hurt, the Niners would have won that game.
I don't know how
and
you can...
you can say whatever you want to say.
Well, sure.
I don't think that way. I think that Philadelphia was better. I said it before the game. And I think that if Brock Purdy would have played the whole game, I still think Philadelphia was better.
And you can think that too. It
doesn't mean that Philadelphia was going to win just because they're better.
Right, but it also, I don't even know how we can say that. I don't feel like we can say anything about what would have happened.
It's impossible.
It was too early. So that's my only take, which is that we didn't get to see, quite frankly, much of anything. I don't know who would have been better. I don't know who is better. I don't know if that's accurately even going to be on display this weekend.
Well, and this weekend does nothing to vindicate what happened last January. And this game does nothing to predict what could happen if they meet again in January. This is a standalone game, and if the Niners win, it doesn't mean, well, you can say whatever you want to say. Again, I will reiterate that. But for me, if they win this game on Sunday, it doesn't mean that they would have won last January, and it doesn't mean if they lose that Philadelphia was definitely better last January.
No,
these two things have nothing to do with each other.
No, they're irrelevant. I just think, when I hear people, you're whining and complaining. No, Hassan Reddick, there was lots of boos and lots of whoos. No, I do think that when Debo but we had penalties and we had turnovers and it wouldn't have this and it wouldn't have that. Yeah, that qualifies the boos and the whoos.
Yeah.
But if anybody comes out and goes, man, they didn't have a quarterback, that's not boos and whoos. That's accurate. And in the NFL, I can't think of anything that matters more. And by the way, I don't think we would do that to anyone else. There's no way, for example, and it almost happened. Let's say Jacksonville had held off Kansas City at Arrowhead, and in the second half of that game, Mahomes had not been able to come back in. There's no one in the whole country that would have been like, well, Jacksonville's better. You would have been like, no, they lost Mahomes.
That's just football, though.
Yes.
It's the nature of football.
You lose the quarterback, that's a set-aside.
It's tough. It's tough for any team to win with a backup.
You're not blaming the Bengals at the end of the year when they miss the playoffs. You're just not going to do it.
No.
They lost their QB.
But at the same time, you're not going to – I don't think that you could look at Philadelphia last year and say, well, this is a tainted NFC championship
Not at
because
all.
the Niners quarterback got hurt.
Not at all.
Especially when you cause their quarterbacks to get hurt, that is a bonus. To me, that's a feather in your cap.
Yeah,
Because you knocked out the other team's best player.
I don't look
or
at it
their
that
most
way.
important
I don't
player.
look at it that way. That makes it feel like you're hunting for injuries and
it's football.
Believe me, I'm aware that
I know
that
you
players
are. Yeah.
do think that way.
I'm not portraying you as naive. I'm just saying, especially in those games, players are more likely to try to hurt somebody in an elimination game in a one and done situation than they would be in week 5 in the NFL.
Totally. I just it says nothing about the Eagles. When the Niners players are questioned, they're being asked for their story. They don't get to tell the Eagles story. The Eagles tell the Eagles story.
Yeah.
The Niners story is we didn't get to play the game. We didn't really get to play the game. And I would argue that's totally fair. And I know some people will see that different. I would argue that when Josh Johnson from the street plays a quarter and a half, and then you're running the wishbone for a quarter and a half, that is officially not playing the game. And so the Eagles get the credit, and they get the NFC title and all of those things. But the 49ers story, when they're asked questions, I don't find it booze and whoos and whining when they say, yeah, we really don't feel like we got to go do that. Well, what can we execute? We didn't have a quarterback. So that's all. That's all. So when Ross goes, the lack of accountability, there's no accountability that needs to be taken for what happened in January. Maybe for what you said in March, but not for what you said, not for anything that happened on the field in January.
Yeah, what happened on the field in January is you got beat. You got beat by the team that won the conference championship at home, and you had 2 quarterbacks, and then by the second half, you had no quarterbacks, and it was game over. In the opening possession, they scored, and your first possession, you fumbled, and you lost your quarterback, and that was the ball game, basically.
Yeah. Steve Kerr in 20 minutes. Let's squeeze this in real quick. Mike in the city. Hey, Mike, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, on that topic, I'm not a fan of anything, either locker room material, either anything that's going to fire up the other team. Have you noticed that the 3-game slide that happened this year came right after Kittle wore that T-shirt in Dallas?
Yes.
It's a fact. It did happen.
I mean, are you suggesting that the T-shirt in some way represented why they fell apart for a little while?
Not necessarily, but it definitely fires up the other teams. But that's not what I was calling, actually. I called because is it fair as a fan to be concerned about the refereeing going into this game? Not that Philly, of course, isn't a superb team and can beat us without the aid of referees making mistakes or whatever they're doing. But that game versus the Bills, I just didn't like what I was seeing in terms of the refereeing.
Yeah.
I'll take it off the air.
Yeah, Mike, thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
I totally get it. I think there have been a few games.
You should be worried about the refs because the referees want Philadelphia to win not only this game, but every game. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
You could be worried about the refs if you want, just because the refs.
I'd be terrified.
Well, the refs tick you off every game because that's life when you sit down to watch a football game.
Not my life.
Now, the Eagles have had some high-profile calls go their way. Do I think there's a conspiracy? No, I don't.
Well, we'll wait till Monday to have this conversation. They better not throw any flags on my Niners, Mark.
That's a good point.
They're out to get us.
Good point. Dibs will be in his zebra snuggie watching this game on Sunday afternoon. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. A little more to say on this. Steve Weish, where do you hear what he called the Niner offense? We'll have that for you next. And Steve Kerr in 18 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, he sure does. That's in 12 minutes. Steve Kerr will be on this show, and it's a good day for it. We got a whole lot of questions. Listen, I want to ask him also about Draymond. Throughout the suspension, Steve Kerr's talking about how, we need Draymond. He's got to figure out a way to stay on the floor and handle this all a little bit differently. I'd like to know how it felt that 2.5 quarters after his return, he's already got a technical foul and then followed up the technical foul by making an obvious foul on De'Aaron Fox in a way that was like, dude, like, you challenged it. You pushed the line. A different ref on a different night. Tee you up a second time? It's possible.
Yeah.
And
he would never get 2 tees in a game.
Oh, no.
Nah, it's not what he does, Mark. He never gets a tech and then immediately pushes it over the line.
I got to think. I know the Warriors do a great job, obviously, of protecting their guys. And I'm sure that 1 billion times over the last 10 years, they've publicly stated, that's what they do, and they do a great job, and they win championships, and we love them. And then as soon as they hang up the phone, they're bleepity this and bleepity that behind closed doors. I'm sure. But I wonder. I wonder how that felt to the Warriors, that right back to action, Draymond pushed it right up to the line yet again. So that's among the things that we'll talk to Steve about in exactly 10 minutes. Before we get to that, I wonder how you feel about this. And I think for Dibbs and I, this is the first time we've done a deep dive listen to this. Steve Weish, NFL Network, was also on with Steiny and Goo earlier today. Listen to what he said when he compared the two offenses, Niners and Eagles.
They are built in some ways like a dome team. Play with the lead, let your pass rushers get after the opposing quarterback. But we've seen them go toe-to-toe before as well. We've seen them win some close games. It's that 8-point deficit, where you've got to score and get a 2-point or a 2-possession game. Look, right now Philadelphia's got a clutch gene. They make plays when they have to make them. Their quarterback makes plays. Their offensive line is insane. And they've got that tush push, right? If they can get a situation where they can maul you, and that's what they tend to do in the second half, is they just maul teams down. Even if they're behind, they'll maul, they'll wear teams down, then hit some explosive plays. That's something that the Niners cannot do. As opposed to the Niners, not saying, again, they can't do that because we've seen them do that to other teams. It's just weird when you look at the stats and you just go, why they have not been able to overcome that. I don't think there's necessarily anything in the way that they've been built where they can't do that. They just haven't.
National reporter and host of the...
All right, there it is. That's Steve Weish, and at the very end, Steiny with a big whopper.
Good solid reset from Steiny.
Yeah.
He's come a long way, that's Steiny.
Well, he's not a normal radio host.
No, but he's gotten some of his chops down, some of the fundamentals, some of the X's and O's of being in the power chair. He's come a long way.
No doubt, no doubt. How do you feel about Steve Weish calling the Niners like a dome team?
Like a dome team. Hey, I think of
behind for the very first.
I think of that's a 4. Yeah. I think of a dome team as a team that is going to go 4 and 5 wide and light you up like greatest show on turf in the Edward James Dome in St. Louis.
Right, but I think what he means is they need all the conditions
I get what he's saying.
Exactly as they are supposed to be for them to succeed.
So far, that has been the case. And you look at Kyle Shanahan's record down by 8 or more in the fourth quarter, he hasn't come back. So I think that trend, and it's now in year 7, where they're 0-34 or 0-39 or whatever the number of games is, they've never done that. So that's all that Steve was saying. And I think there's a lot to that. Kurt Warner joined us a couple of weeks ago and basically had a similar take in terms of, they're not built by roster and by scheme to just sit back there and sling it and go 3 and 4 wide and catch up in a hurry. They're not built that way. So Steve makes a good point in terms of, how this game needs to go for the Niners.
Well, I kind of took it maybe a step further than that. You can't argue that the Niners are not built to come from 2 scores down in the fourth quarter. They're not. And very few teams are good at it. The Eagles have shown that they're one of the teams that are. So that's one way to look at it. I sort of took it a step further, though. It's almost as if he's saying the Niners need everything to be kind of in its place. They're that family that just, you walk into their house and you're like, holy hell, like you've taken care of every little speck of dust and everything is and that's the only way that the Niners can operate. If you're simply saying it's because they can't come from behind, that's one thing. But the idea that the Niners can maybe only sort of win with one style, their run game and their physicality overwhelms you with the script right out of the gate, and the Niners get up 10-0 at the end of one quarter.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. If it doesn't go that way, they can't win. They can't win in the slop. They can't win when there's injuries, what have you. That feels like going a little far.
A little bit
for me.
They can win in the slop, and I think about the game in Washington 2 years ago that they won 9-0. That game was a legitimate slop. And that was a game they won 9-0. And then I think about last year in a monsoon, a game that you attended, and a game that they were unable to win in the slop. And granted, it wasn't a Brock Purdy game. It wasn't a Jimmy G game. That was a Trey Lance game that you were at in Chicago. So I do think it's not as easy as Kyle's teams can't win blank. I do think that the way they're built, and I've talked about it a lot in terms of their personnel, you've only got 2 wide receivers, maybe 2.5 if you throw in Jawan Jennings, that you really rely on. And honestly, you only have 1 wide receiver down the field that you rely on, and that's Brandon Ayuk. Debo runs mostly horizontal routes and underneath routes. George Kittle will get down the field, but other than that, you don't have anybody who's going to get 20 and 30 yards down the field and make a big play in the pass game when you're down by 11 points with 6 minutes left.
Well, and it's got to be, even if you do say that Brandon Ayuk is ideal in those scenarios, you need more than one. It's a style.
Right.
Like I more look at it this way. The Niners use a lot of deception, and you can't deceive anyone when you're down 14.
True.
Everybody knows exactly what you're going to do. And whether you're good at it or not, that's hard. And yes, if you are 4 wides, if you've got all these receivers and more of a wide open style, and one of the true kind of veteran greats of the game at the quarterback position, a Brady or a Manning or whatever, sure, you're going to have a better shot at that. But that's hard for anyone. Peyton Manning used to go on the road, outdoors in January in the playoffs against the Patriots or the Steelers or the Ravens. It didn't go well. That would not go well because that's hard. And there are times when I looked at his Colts teams and I went, that's a dome team. That's a dome team. That's a team that needs to play a game that is built on the pass. They need to have good conditions, and they need to have a defense that's not going to hit him in the mouth up the middle. If you do any of those things, you can beat Peyton Manning. But I never heard anyone therefore say, well, that means Peyton's not a great quarterback. So every offense has its kryptonite.
Sure.
And this is it for the 49ers.
And I think it's more of a Shanahan thing than it is a Brock Purdy thing.
Agreed.
We haven't seen Brock Purdy in a system, obviously, where he's going to go with a lot of 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, which means 3 wide receivers. The Niners do that some, but they do a lot more 2 running back, 1 tight end. And even they've gone to a lot more 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, and 22 personnel with just Brandon Ayuk as the lone wide receiver. And you're going to see that a lot against Philadelphia, I think. You've seen Charlie Warner play a ton. You'll get Kittle and Warner now, and you'll get Juszczyk and McCaffrey. Occasionally you'll get Mitchell and McCaffrey together, but you're seeing them go to a lot more of the heavy package with the 2 tight ends and the 2 running backs. What we almost never see, and I want to see the breakdown on how often we actually have seen it, where they go either 4 wide receivers or 3 wide receivers with McCaffrey on the line of scrimmage. You almost never see that.
Right, absolutely. So this one's just, it's all set up. It's all set up. I can't wait to see this one on Sunday. Steve Kerr in a couple of minutes. Hold on. Sister Agnes in North Carolina, one of our favorites, apparently has. Now, do you have a question for Steve Kerr or something you want to tell him?
No, I want to tell him.
What's that?
He's a great coach, and we got to remove the blinders right now from his eyes, because Malik Monk said it all. That when Green got his tech in the 4th quarter, the Kings knew they had to strike then. And the players are playing Kerr like a fiddle. So we've got to start being objective, and we've got to let Green go. I'm not saying trade him, but we've got to be honest with him. He should have gotten a tech for flopping when another player and him got, he kind of faked falling to the floor. Instead, he's complaining about carrying the ball with Malik Monk. I mean, it's got to stop. And Kerr is too good of a coach to let this go any further.
Sister, I'd love to tell him that, but I already know his answer. And quite frankly, the reality of this situation, thank you, we love it when you call. But the reality of this situation is Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors have been completely honest with Draymond. They've been completely honest. And Draymond does what I think a really good job of nodding and, yep, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. But he also will tell you that I'm going to continue to be me, and he will. Like, I love it when I hear Warrior fans say, you just got to talk to Draymond.
Right.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. They've done it for so long. They've done it for so many years. And I don't even know how much they do want him to dial back. I think they want him to dial back some. I don't think they want him to dial back as much as fans want him to dial back.
I wonder if that dialing back isn't something that they want him to do in terms of his interactivity with the officials, as opposed to, you don't want him to dial back his intensity on either end of the floor or the way he goes about competing to try to win basketball games. You want him to dial back the interplay with the officials, but are those two things so intertwined that you can't give up one without giving up both? In other words, if you ask Draymond to dial back the criticizing of the officials, maybe that takes away in his own mind his ability to play the way he wants to play with that same level of aggression.
I don't think there's any question.
And if that's the case, you can't lose that aggressiveness that he brings.
Yeah, he's tried to tell everybody 1,000 times it's not changing.
Right.
So,
Sister wants to get him in confessional.
But
I love that.
That would be amazing. I feel like I've said this 1,000 times, especially in the second half of his career. If the Warriors were actually bothered by this, they would have stopped offering contracts. So you can say right now, gosh, the Warriors have got to talk to Draymond. Maybe you need to talk to the Warriors because they're right side by side with him in terms of the way this all looks and feels on a night in and night out basis. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Right now, a very good time to get on over to YouTube. In fact, check out the show because we're about to talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And in fact, he is ready to go. Steve Kerr, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports. And presented by Great Clips, in sports, success is about team effort. And the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it is going to be great. Hey, Coach, what's going on tonight? How are you?
Well, I've been better. You know, I like doing these interviews a little more after we win by 20 rather than, blow a game at the end.
I gotta tell you, that game ended last night, and just from our personal position, I thought to myself right away, I went, oh, crap, Steve doesn't want to talk to us tomorrow now.
No questions about fantasy football, I'm afraid. You know?
Yeah. No, we don't have any of the softball questions today. It's we're going to have to get into it because we blew that one, and I didn't have my best game as a coach, and that was that's a tough loss.
Well, let's actually start there then. If you say that you didn't have your best game as a coach, what would you do differently?
Should have left Moses in the game. You know, Moses hits 3 threes and he's rolling, and we decided we kind of overthought it. We wanted to get our best defensive group on the floor, but Moses was really good defensively, and watching the tape over again, it's like that was really a terrible decision, and I should have left him out there at least for a couple more minutes, and I think I regret that one. I regret the challenge. I did feel like at the time of the challenge, if we won, the game would have been over. I think Steph makes 3 free throws. It's an 8-point game. We win. And our guys who look at it felt strongly enough about it that we might get it overturned. But it was my last timeout, and I think both of those were poor decisions, and both kept me up last night for sure.
Yeah, it kept me up in my Twitter feed as well, with a lot of fans asking those very questions. So in the moment when Moses is playing that great, and it feels like it's probably time normally to go to Klay Thompson, is that just kind of a decision that's made on rote almost more than anything, where it's just that time where you would put Klay in?
Well, Klay was already in, and so we were putting Wiggins in. We felt like we needed Wiggs on De'Aaron Fox. I mean, he's our best bet against him. And so we made the decision to get Wiggs back in the game. But I definitely should have put him in for Klay, and then, given Moses at least a couple of minutes and just, see if he could have maintained the hot hand, and then kept the option to go back to Klay for Moses, the last couple of minutes. So that was definitely a mistake, and I deserve all the heat I'm taking today, I can tell you that.
Well, and Steve, along those lines, specific to Moses Moody, which obviously, that's something that a lot of people are pointing to. We'd love your comments on the GP2 injury, but also, does that mean that we're going to see a lot more Moses Moody?
Yeah, for sure. What was interesting about last night's game is we finally had everybody healthy. In that first half, that looked like our team. it's like we got our starters playing well. You know, the 5-man group that's been so good for the last couple of years, you know, they come out and they look great. Then we're coming off the bench with, you know, CP and Dario and Gary. I mean, we got, you know, I'm watching that first half. I'm like, all right, you know, here's our team now. And then when, you know, we get the injuries and it's like, all right, here we go again. But the great part about last night was Moses. You know, he was not in the first half rotation. We got a lot of people who can play, but you know, we're trying to get our game right and tighten up the starting group, and you know, trying to get people rhythm. And so we were only going to play 9 people, and you know, I told Moses that before the game, but I reiterated, you know, you got to stay ready no matter what happens. And then he shows exactly what he's made of and what his character is. He responded by coming out when he did get those minutes and just, you know, playing his butt off. He was amazing. And there's no question now with, you know, with the injuries to Gary and Chris, Moses has earned every right to play. So he'll be back out there.
We saw a report from Shams about Gary's injury and it being a torn calf muscle. What's the status of Chris Paul coming out of last night?
Well, both guys are getting MRIs today, and we'll have announcements tomorrow as to the extent of the injury for each guy.
If we can, again, without knowing how long they're going to be out, or even knowing if Chris is going to miss any time at all, would love to know how you feel, at least with Gary. How does that change things for you?
Well, it's tough because Gary is obviously, you know, he and Wiggs are our 2 best on-ball defenders, and we were so excited to have the whole group last night, and you know, we got that 24-point lead in the first half, and it just felt like we were whole again. And so losing Gary, we lose that on-ball defender, and that impacts everything. You know, when you don't guard the point of attack, that's where the offense breaks you down, and you're really vulnerable to fouls. And so, you know, losing Gary is a big blow. But obviously we have depth, and we've got guys who are ready to fill in. I thought Corey Joseph was great last night. Moses, obviously, fantastic. You know, I think Brandon Podziemski will be able to get some minutes, which, you know, we've been dying to give him minutes because we like him so much. And I think the depth on this team is there for us, and I think we'll be ready to withstand these losses.
Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. Just back to the challenge for a moment, because I thought that it was a clear-cut case that you should have challenged it and probably should have won it. What is Steph Curry supposed to do in that situation where he goes up and, yes, the leg comes out, but the player lands underneath him? Where have we gotten, Steve, with a three-point shooter and his ability to actually land?
Well, I think what they called was that he kicked his leg out. But if, you know, anybody who plays basketball, you want to take a shot while racing to your right, your leg's going to kick out. Otherwise, you're going to fall over. You have to do that to keep your balance. So our guys who watch the replay, you know, in real time, you know, as it's happening, they thought that it was clear that Monk ran into him. But to be perfectly honest, you know, this is probably the 3rd or 4th challenge that we've lost where we felt it was pretty obvious that we should have won. And then, you know, even after watching the tape the next day, you know, we think we were right. The league tells us we were wrong. So it makes it really hard when there's just such a dispute on the actual rule and what's being called and what's not being called. So made the challenge circumstances way more difficult. We can't even agree after everyone sees the replay and no one, league and us, we don't agree on the call. That makes it really challenging.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs, as he is every week on 95.7 The Game. Now, Steve, because of the holiday, last time I had the chance to talk to you, I remember asking you about the Draymond Green suspension, and you had talked about Draymond really needing to find a different way to go about his frustrations on the floor and help stay on the floor. Therefore, I wonder what your reaction is in the first game back. Boy, he pushed it right up to the limits again.
Yeah, disappointing because, Draymond, he drives a lot of our results. I've told people over the years we don't have a single championship without Draymond, and I fully believe that. Our teams have been so skilled, but Draymond is a guy who gives us the defensive force, the emotion, the edge, kind of that. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. There's just a different mentality with our team with Draymond, and he takes us over the top. So he's a very powerful figure, and he knows that. And he and I have talked about that. But he has to harness that power. And I was disappointed last night that got the tech, the reaction, the foul afterwards, because the momentum really swung in Sacramento's favor after that. So he's got to be better, and he knows that.
We're used to parades down Market Street and parades in Oakland, but last night it was a parade to the foul line for Sacramento, Steve. 31 fouls, and you mentioned fouls and turnovers in your postgame. What can you do other than continuing to beat the drum about the fact that these are things that are costing you ball games?
Yeah, I mean, all we can do is beat the drum, and I at some point you can also use the bench as an example. I mean, a lot of coaches at every level, they say the bench is the most powerful force and tool that you have as a coach. But to be perfectly honest, if Steph reaches 3 times, am I going to take Steph out? Like, we kind of need Steph. So what we really need is our main players, our key guys, to set a tone for the group. It's easy for me to take a young guy out because he's fouling. But we need our starters, our best players, to set a great tone. We need Wiggs to stay down on a pump fake. We need Steph to not reach. We need Klay to not reach. Those are the key guys for us. The stars are always the key guys in the NBA. They drive winning and losing. And so right now, we need our best players to set that tone in terms of not fouling. And it has to happen. If not, then we're in some trouble.
Coach, when you talk about using the bench as a motivator, and I totally get where you're coming from, this is a very Warrior thing. When people are like, oh, well, you need Draymond. You need Klay to be good. You need Wiggins to be good. So you can't just, not have him in there. But especially with the Moses Moody situation that you've already addressed, as an example, how close do you feel like the organization is to maybe looking at things through a new lens after all these years?
Meaning what?
Meaning the way you go about making decisions, with guys who've been around, have a resume, have been there a long time. That often seems like the fallback. When there's a decision, you guys go with the experienced guys. I wonder if you're close to potentially doing that differently at times.
When you say decisions, you're talking about personnel decisions or playing time decisions?
Yeah, mainly playing time.
Yeah, I would say, here's how I look at it. We know we won a championship a year and a half ago. The guys who are going to drive us winning a title or not, we know who they are, right? They're Steph, Draymond, Wiggs, Loon, Klay. Those guys, they were the ones, Gary, huge part of that championship a year and a half ago. So we know those are the guys that have to perform at a high level if we're going to compete for a title. So, I learned this. You'll like this story. I learned this when I was a player. I was having a really bad series in the finals in '96 against Seattle.
I had like 3 straight bad shooting nights, and I was distraught. My wife goes to a team dinner or a dinner with a lot of the family members, and she runs into Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner. And he says, "How's Steve doing?" And she said, "Oh, he's crushed. He just feels like he's hurting the team." And Jerry goes, "Well, to be honest, it doesn't really matter what Steve does. It matters what Michael and Scotty do. They're the ones who determine whether we win or lose." So my wife tells me this, and there's part of me that's like, "Oh yes, I'm off the hook," and then there's the other part of me that's like, "Oh, I don't even matter. What the hell?"
Yeah. That's a great story.
And my point is, the guys who are going to determine our season are our main guys, our key guys, right? Are the guys who make all the money. They're the ones who determine winning and losing. I think our young guys are all developing, and they're developing at different stages. You try to help the development process. You fit them in here and there. But this season is about winning a championship. So that means for me, I am going to lean in to our starters. I'm going to lean into our key guys, and I'm going to give them all the space they need to find their rhythm, to establish, who they are. And once that happens, it'll make the roles much easier to play for the young guys. If you want to bail out on the old guys and plug the young guys in, then you're talking about an entirely different goal, and that's now you're talking about the future. You're not talking about winning a championship, because those guys aren't ready to do that.
Good answer, Steve. I appreciate the story as well as a little sprinkle on top of the answer itself. One of the mainstays, Klay Thompson. Mark and I talked about it yesterday on our show. It doesn't seem like Klay is playing with the same level of joy that we're used to seeing from this team and, the Steve Kerr led teams and all that. Where's Klay been in terms of his overall countenance? It looks like he's starting to shoot it better and play better. Have you seen Klay be a little bit down in the dauber so far this year?
I thought last night was a really good night for Klay in what you're talking about. I thought I saw more joy. I saw a more relaxed version of him. You guys, you know this, but this is it's a dream job to play in the NBA. It's also a really hard job. It's so emotional. These guys are so competitive. They're so hard on themselves. You get older and things don't go as well. You get some injuries. It's not easy to just say, "Okay, I got to play with joy." So Klay, I'm really just, interested in him being able to relax and give himself a break and not be so hard on himself. And, I remind him all the time, like, you're still a damn good player, but you just have to relax. And it's easier said than done. That's why we have sports psychologists. It's why we all read books about this stuff, the mind-body connection. I mean, this is one of the biggest parts of being a professional athlete. How do you attain that state? And it's a challenge each and every year for every single player. And that's part of my job as coach too, is to try to help these guys get to that state. And I believe Klay will get there.
Well, while we're on that subject, definitely want to get your thoughts on the state of Andrew Wiggins as well, especially after a night like last night. It feels like some of the signs that you're looking for are there. Not every night yet, but they're starting to come around. What do you see, and what's his mental state?
I see Wiggs really coming around. He obviously was great last night. The shooting is coming back, the rhythm. He's really a rhythm player. He's not a natural-born shooter like Steph or Klay. He's really a rhythm guy. And I think, if you connect the dots from last year, he missed, the majority of the season last year, 50-plus games, I think. And so I think he just didn't have any rhythm in camp, and at the beginning of the season, you could see it. And he's worked really hard. He's in the gym every day getting his shots up, and I think he's finding his rhythm. He's been really focused defensively on the ball, playing with energy. And I think you can see it all coming together for Wiggs, and I think he's going to be really good from here on out. I believe in him, and I've seen the work, and I know the track record. So I think Wiggs is really rounding into form.
Does the rhythm feed the effort, or does the effort feed the rhythm for Andrew? Because you look at last night, and he played with force, and this is what you've talked about, and all the fans asked the same question, Steve. Why can't he do that every night? So I guess that's the question. Why can't he play with that much force every night?
Well, psychologically, when the ball goes in, everybody feels more confident, more forceful. You know, every player I've ever been around. Ball goes in, there's just a different sense of freedom and connection. And when the ball's not going in, it's tough. It's tough to find it, and it translates to everything. And that's one of the reasons we play the way we do with the ball movement. I want everybody touching the ball, because touching the ball, you're getting a shot, and it goes in. Your defense gets better, your rebounding gets better, and it's just the way it is. And so I think unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, those things are tied together, and we just it's all going to come as the offense smooths out, the whole game comes back.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I'm very interested to know what your experience was, what your thought process was with regard to the in-season tournament. It was in the game that you found out you needed to win by 12. To what level was that on your mind, and how did it affect your coaching?
It didn't affect my coaching at all. We talked about it before the game. I think Dario brought up an interesting scenario. I think he was sort of, joking, but he said, what are we supposed to do if we're up 2, at the end of the game? Do we let them get a layup so we can go to overtime and try to win by 12? Great point. I mean, we must be the only in-season cup in any sport where the game counts on 2 fronts, right? In the standings and in the in-season tournament. So it does present some weird thinking, but none of that's actually real. You're just trying to win the game. And had we been up, 10 down the stretch, you better believe we would have been, trying to bump it to 12. But obviously the game didn't go that way. We were just hanging on for dear life. And the in-season stuff was the last thing on my mind as the last couple minutes unfolded.
And as a, quote, reward to not winning in the in-season tournament, you get Portland on Wednesday, and you get a couple of Clipper games back-to-back. And I know you like to say that it's 20 games before you can really assess where your team's at, but you're 18 in, Steve, and you're 8-10. Do you feel like you guys are closer to turning a corner and going on a little bit of a run, or are you still feeling like maybe you're just holding on for, not for dear life, but still trying to grasp at what this team's going to be?
No, we're still trying to grasp it. I think, the first half last night was a glimpse of our team at its best form, in terms of being healthy and, the starters playing well, the bench coming off, really giving us a boost. I mean, that was our team, but now all of a sudden we've got a couple of injuries, and we'll see how long Chris and Gary are out. But I think we're still finding ourselves, we have to do a better job taking care of the ball, and we know that. I mean, it's not just last night's game. We've had several games this year where we've turned it. In fact, the last game we had before tonight, the Spurs game that we've won, and we go from up 15 to up 3 in the last 4 minutes because we turn it over 5 straight times. So, if we don't solve that and we don't solve the fouling issues, then we're in trouble. And simple as that. So it's hard to say right now at the 18 game mark that we know who we are. We got to resolve those things before we'll really have a feel. And it's but we've had enough games to know this is a real problem. So we got a lot of work ahead.
Another chapter in the book that's building, especially early in this season, between you guys and the Kings. What would you say has sort of grown out of that since last year, and how would you describe those matchups, especially in a game like last night at their place?
I think there's a lot of respect between the two teams. You know, obviously we have the connection with Mike Brown, who's one of my favorite people. And, you know, there's a ton of respect between Steph Curry and De'Aaron Fox. And, you know, so there's mutual respect, but, gosh, we've played probably 12 times, you know, since the playoff round of last year. That's a lot. So it's, you know, you sort of get tired of seeing each other, you know, on the court, and you know, we're very, very familiar with each other, you know, in terms of, you know, strategy and scheme and all that stuff. But it's interesting. It's, you know, what's the line? Familiarity breeds contempt. I think there's some of that. You know, we're probably tired of seeing each other so much.
And you got some familiarity coming up with the Clipper games in a back-to-back slate here coming up. And you mentioned the turnovers and the fouls. Steve, have we gotten to a point where there are too many free throws in the association? Is this something that you notice watching these games, that it's just an onslaught of free throws on both ends?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, but you know, there's lots that goes into that. You know, there's some of it is the interpretation of rules, and some of it is just plain old hacking. And but you know, the rules are what they are. They don't excuse a lot of the fouls that we committed last night. And so, you know, while there were some, like verticality plays at the rim, that I had, you know, exception with. Fouling's on us. You know, only we can resolve that.
You know what? It's interesting. I sort of have a perception that I wonder if you would validate. You talked earlier about the frustration of getting older, no matter what you do in life. But for these players, and the idea of not always being able to do what you did before. Is the fouling directly related to that? Is that because some of your guys don't move the way they used to?
I don't think so. We've been a high fouling team for years. You know, the difference is our margin for error now is not as great. So, you know, we have to account for that, and we've got to be smarter. Bottom line.
Coach, great stuff. Thank you for your candor today, as always. And as we said, we hope next time we talk to you, it's going to be after a tidy little 3-game win streak. We'll see you out there tomorrow night against the Clippers.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's do it off a 20-point win, and you guys can ask me about my fantasy football team.
Okay, yeah.
Playoff-bound fantasy football.
I mean, I had my, what did you eat for Thanksgiving question all ready to go.
Yeah.
And then I had to cut it. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, speaking of which, a belated happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, Steve, to you as well, Coach. Thanks so much. All right, there he goes. Steve Kerr, right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Steve Candid Kerr, and he's a genius.
I tell you what.
Guys, let me go ahead and get out in front of it. That one's on me.
You want to talk about someone who knows how to disarm?
He's just.
I mean,
Steve, interview's over.
Can I share?
That's pretty good.
Just our experience. This is so, and I love this.
You didn't even get a chance to hold his feet to the fire. He held his own feet.
I'm watching YouTube commentary for 3.5 hours. Okay? And I see all you. I see you. Ladies and gentlemen, I see you. And it has been a constant scroll. This bleepity, and Moses, and he better, and accountability.
And we
I've
better.
had it.
Yeah.
And you better.
Yeah.
You better ask him.
You better.
And you fire him.
Yep.
And you this. And he walked into the room and gave one answer.
So good.
And this whole scroll turned to, we love you, Coach. Coach,
we're gonna get
dynasty.
We're going to get the Clippers
You're
tomorrow.
the best, Coach. We love you, brother.
He's a genius.
He is.
Guys, first, let me just say, I had a bad night. I shouldn't have challenged it, and I should have left Moses in. You guys hear me? I should have left Moses in the game.
Let me say it with a
totally
different tone.
Mark, maybe you say it for me.
Shouldn't have challenged that play. And Moses Moody is the best player I've ever coached.
Steve, one follow-up. Do you use conditioner in your hair? Steve.
Stuffing or mashed potatoes?
I mean,
like for real.
Steve, I got 17 hard questions. I'm going hard. I'm coming at you.
No, but let's also give him some non-joking credit here.
He gets all the credit. For being self-aware.
Listen, his answer last night was not the same as his answer today, and I find that to be as human can be. Because how many of you have thought one thing in a fight with your spouse or something?
Geez.
Damn it, then you go to bed. This is why I love the morning. Part of it is just because I'm more awake in the morning. I'm a morning person. But you want to know why I love the morning? Because your freaking head is clear. At night,
time to reflect.
At night, that's when the fighting happens. It's when the fatigue happens. It's when the this, that, and the other. And then you wake up in the morning and Steve went, I think I messed that one up. And I'm totally cool with that. And I can tell that most of our listeners are too. That's all you wanted to hear. Steve was like, dude, I had a moment to reflect on that. And last night the answer was we needed Wiggs in there and we decided to go with Klay. And he woke up this morning, he's like, I messed that up.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have gone with Klay.
Should have given Moses a couple more minutes to see if the heater continued.
Who doesn't accept that? I think everyone accepts that.
I do also think, though, that one of his other answers is going to make some people angry, and I saw it on the YouTube feed.
Which one?
The fact that he's going to ride or die with the vets. Basically what he said was, and I will encapsulate it in my own words because I don't have the quote directly in front of me, but he said, we won championships with the vets, and we're going to go with the vets. It's what we do. It's what championship teams do, and basically, I know you all want to see the young guys in and you want to run the old guys out. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to play Steph, Klay, and Dre. We're going to ride with Wiggs and Loon and CP3. We're going to play the veteran guys, and that's how we feel like we're going to get back to the top.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
We're not done with that conversation at all, but here is your Chris Paul update, courtesy of Shams Charania. The Warriors guard Chris Paul has a nerve injury to his lower left leg and is listed as out for the game against the Clippers on Wednesday. Shams messed that up. That's actually on Thursday, but I get
Wednesday.
it. Today is Wednesday. They play the Clippers tomorrow, so that's why I paused there. But Chris Paul has a nerve injury to his lower left leg and is listed as out for tomorrow night's game against the Clippers. Couple ways to read this. First of all, a nerve injury, lower left leg. Yikes, that's bad. However, Shams terms this sort of as and he's out tomorrow. So, okay, he's out tomorrow, but sort of no vibe, no word on this being a long-term thing. I know Shams isn't going to play much with timeline. When he tweeted about Gary Payton II an hour ago, he said he'd be sidelined indefinitely. He did not write anything like that with Chris Paul. But if you're just joining us, if you're just hopping in the car after work, here's the update on both Warrior injuries. GP2, torn right calf, out indefinitely based on our conversations with medical professionals, also known as Doc Pandia. That's going to be at least a month. So you're looking at no GP2 for December. And Chris Paul, nerve injury, lower left leg. And for now, the only further info is out tomorrow night.
And I asked Steve about the reports in a way of asking him about Chris Paul and seeing if we could get an update. And he doesn't like the Shams Charania reports because I said, Shams reporting that GP2 is going to be out and, likely for a month and whatnot. And he says, we will, they're both having MRIs today and we will release a statement tomorrow.
Sure.
So
they're going to take their time with anything injury related.
Exactly.
It's a respect to the player.
It's also, I think, something that bothers Steve is the leak factor because if somebody's leaking this to Shams and whoever it is, it's not coming from the Warriors and it annoys Steve.
Oh, it's either coming from player agents or actually it is coming from the Warriors. It's just not coming from the top of the Warriors. These guys have sources deep within the community. Hell, people got a hold of video of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole. How the hell did that get out? Somebody in some room operating a camera got paid and let that out. So that's the way this whole show works, and I get it. You're right. I don't think he likes it either, but there's no avoiding it, and that's where we're at with GP2 and CP3. And I would offer, based on what we're seeing right here, fears confirmed. This is not good. These both sound like injuries that are going to keep these guys out for some time. And quite frankly, the biggest worry of all in acquiring Chris Paul was health. That's always been the biggest worry. Whatever it is he can give you. Oh, he's calmed everyone down. He's an adult. His assist-to-turnover ratio is amazing. Well, look what we got so far in a small sample. He left the floor, and the Warriors turned into turnover machines and blew a game in the fourth quarter right when he probably would have been in there, and they blew it by throwing passes away. And now he's going to be out a while. This is tough. This is really tough news for the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, CP3 played 4.5 minutes, and the team kept on keeping on without him. And then when they did need him late in that game, he would have definitely been a quieting force.
Yep.
Probably would have been in the closing lineup, but he wasn't available. And so now Corey Joseph gets the backup point guard minutes going forward. And Steve did say more Moses Moody.
More Moody, here you go.
And, Podziemski's going to get a chance to play more as we get deeper into the rotation now without CP3 and GP2, at least for tomorrow's game. Gary Payton going to be out for a lot longer than that, but he is going to have to turn to the young guys now.
So with that update, I want to go back to the point that you were bringing up and making, though, with regard to Steve saying he's going to stick with the vets. And he shared a story with regard to how this affected him in championship days with the Bulls, when essentially is like he's all bummed out about the way he played, and he kind of got as we did earlier this week, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter because the Bulls' success is going to ride on Michael and Scotty. And it is true here as well. This is a fine line that he's got to walk. Because none of you, even the most frustrated Warrior fan, if you're going to be rational at all, you will agree that while you would love to see more of the young guys, they're not carrying the Warriors where they want to go. And you can fairly say, hey, Mark, the other guys won't either. That's a fair opinion, but the bottom line is, until the Warriors know that that's not possible, they're going to stick with this because if they are going to go anywhere, it is going to be on the shoulders of Steph, Klay, Dre, Andrew, Looney, Chris, if he comes back, whatever. You do have to, at some points, the grand picture, you do have to stick with those guys.
And Steve said a year and a half ago, they stuck with those guys and they won a title.
And they won. Now, the micro picture, and he now agrees with you as well, is that doesn't mean it has to be that way every night.
Exactly.
Moses can stay in on a Tuesday.
And I agree with that notion, but a lot of people on the YouTube feed, and I thought this myself, well, now you have to go out there, and the next time this happens, where you've got a younger guy on a heater, now you've got to go out there and let that guy continue to play. It can't just be lip service. And I take Steve at his word that he really felt bad and he probably didn't sleep great last night, knowing that, he should have left Moses in. Well, now when it happens again, if it's Kuminga or Podziemski or if it's Moody himself, now it's going to be interesting to see if he does let that player ride late into a tight game.
Steve Kerr was fantastic. And you should download the Odyssey app or go back on YouTube and check it out if you missed any portion. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and any calls reacting to what Steve Kerr had to say are coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This week at Lucky, we're doubling down on holiday spirit. USDA choice beef, tri-tip roast, and 85% lean ground beef.
App offer and registration applies to menu items only. Taxes and fees excluded.
You'll like this story. I learned this when I was a player. I was having a really bad series in the finals in '96 against Seattle. I had like 3 straight bad shooting nights, and I was distraught. My wife goes to a team dinner, or a dinner with a lot of the family members, and she runs into Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner. And he says, "How's Steve doing?" And she said, "Oh, he's crushed. He just feels like he's hurting the team." And Jerry goes, "Well, to be honest, it doesn't really matter what Steve does. It matters what Michael and Scotty do. They're the ones who determine whether we win or lose."
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, and a lot of them are doing it because they got a chance to listen to you, Coach. That was a hell of a conversation.
Yeah.
Very much enjoyed it, and that story was born out of his answer about what he plans to do with regard to playing time. And this is where I'll have his back. To me, there's a micro-macro conversation here. And so both of them can be true. The micro is, and for those of you just joining us, he said it right off the bat. Boy, did I mess up taking Moses Moody out of the game last night. So if that allows everybody to sort of feel better that Steve agrees with you and us too. But both of these can be true. On certain nights, you got to be able to go away from the vets when it's the right thing to do, when someone's on a heater, or the opposite, when one of the vets is 0 for 11. You got to be able to go away on a night. But in the grand scheme, you can't. Because why? None of you walking around right now, driving around, none of you think Moses Moody playing 35 minutes a night is going to mean the Warriors winning playoff series?
Right.
That's not how it works in the NBA.
And Steve said this is about winning a championship.
Yeah, and you can think that's a crazy opinion, but what else are they supposed to do right now?
They've won 4 of them. He's won 9 of the last 28 himself. So what else is he going to be thinking about other than winning a chip?
Of course, and I do think it's also fair to point to this, and it's unfortunate that 2 seemingly sizable or concerning injuries took place in this game. GP2 torn calf. Chris Paul's got a lower leg nerve contusion, and so some mystery about that. But what Steve said was Draymond's back, we're whole, and what I watched in the first half really made me feel like that can be us. That team you watched in the first half. Now, I don't think it can be them every night. I don't think that they're young enough to be that every night. But I do think, and I'm not going to call it a moral victory, but you can walk out of last night and go, they do have that in them. I don't know if they have it in them enough, but they do have that in them to look that good. They're pummeling the Kings.
Pummeling them.
In their own building.
Great first half. Yeah. And Steph Curry said himself, it's about the best that they've played. And Steve, when he joined us last hour, or earlier this hour, said that is what gives them hope to think that they can play like that. Even though it was for 2 quarters and you ended up losing the game, you can play like that. And now you don't have CP3 and you don't have GP2, the latter of which will be gone for a month. It looks like we don't know about CP3, how long he'll be out, but you at least know that you still have that in you to play like that in a big game. I mean, I know you're kind of poo-pooing the in-season tournament, but Steve made reference to it. That if they were, if they were up 10, Dario Saric was like, hey, what do we do if we're up 2? Do we force overtime? Or
I believe him there.
I believe that these guys wanted to win the game because they want to win every game, but they also, I think, want to be a part of this tournament and be in these games.
And my only statement was, let's say the Warriors were up by 10 and there's only 7 seconds left to go and you've got the ball. Normally you just dribble that out.
Yep.
Would they have run down and shot the ball? Yes. Would I be rooting for it to miss? Uh-huh.
Yeah, not me.
Absolutely. Because I'm always thinking about the bigger picture with this team. They're a veteran team. They're older. I don't want them to, have to play potentially an extra game if they make the championship of that in-season tournament because it counts for nothing.
Only 2 teams are playing an extra game.
Granted, but I don't want the Warriors to be one of them. And your opponents are all the other group stage winners, which are the really good teams. I'd rather get 2 extra games on the schedule and hope for at least one of them to be a bunny, which is exactly what they got with Portland coming to Chase Center next Wednesday night. Draymond Bobble Night, Warriors.com.
Well, it's not all the best teams. Like Denver's not in there.
No, but you get it. It's really
the Lakers,
good teams.
the Suns, the Kings, and the Pelicans.
It's good teams. It's
better than Portland.
Yes,
I'll give you that.
Better than Portland.
And that basically is what it is. You would have wound up playing the Pelicans, which it's a team you already throttled earlier this year. So are the Pelicans a tougher game than Portland? Absolutely.
Yep.
And then you would have to play either the Lakers or the Suns, and then it's Milwaukee, the Knicks, the Pacers, and Boston on the other side. So you might have had that 83rd game that doesn't factor in the standings. It would have been an extra game, but would have been something to at least root for.
Not for me.
As opposed to, hey, the Clippers, And
Listen,
Draymond Green bobblehead night. Interesting.
I also think that it's circumstantial. I mean, we're looking at a team right now that's 8-10. So, every little win is going to matter here. And so, at the time, they were 8-9. But as I'm watching that game last night, I'm like, I don't need them advancing to games against the Bucks that don't count, and playing the Lakers and the Suns. And I don't need any of that. Win this game and play Portland next week. That sounds fantastic.
Draymond Green broadcaster bobblehead night. Is what it is.
So he's podcasting.
It's it says broadcaster, but I guess essentially for him it's a podcaster. And
that's great.
Tickets are available.
Yep.
Click and roll at Warriors.com.
I thought the game was shaping up exactly like I wanted it. The Kings were making their little run, but I'm like, as soon as Wiggins tipped it in with a minute to go, I'm like, it's perfect. The Warriors are going to win by 4, 5, or 6. You can take your in-season tournament. Everybody else go to Vegas, not the Warriors. Relax. Here comes Portland. Warriors are back to 500. All perfect. Until, of course, they started hucking the ball away, and Malik Monk didn't call bank. But anyway, that's the worst-case scenario, obviously. I was also intrigued by his answer. The other thing people were really pointing to last night, as far as Steve Kerr, was the challenge of the Steph Curry three-pointer and the kick out. And I didn't think he was going to win it either. And so it felt like he blew a timeout. And while he did absolutely take accountability for it, he circled back later in the conversation and said, guys, the whole Warrior organization looks at the video.
Right.
We're looking at it again today. The NBA can tell us all day long that they disagree with us. We still disagree with them.
Yeah,
he still thinks he was right.
That's why I wanted to follow up, because this call of all calls is one that is baffling, because he's right. When you're moving right and you're shooting on the move, you have to kick a leg out in order to collect your balance to be able to not fall on the ground. And additionally, when you watch Steph come down to try to land, he's got a Kings player underneath him. And that's supposed to be a flagrant foul. Not only a personal foul, but a flagrant as well. So that's just another one of those rules that it's enforced a number of different ways. The kick out, yes, the kick out is a foul, but you kind of have to kick out. And then the landing zone is supposed to be protected. So that's also a foul. It's either a no call or a double foul. It's not just a foul on Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I feel like is kind of a flaw in the review system in the NBA is when you slow these things down, there's so much contact in this tight space with 10 humongous people. There's so much contact going on that when you look at it, it feels like it's very unlikely to reverse things when what you're reviewing is a foul that was called. I think it's much easier the other way when you're reviewing when something you want it to be a foul. So like when someone calls a foul and you're like, let's review it, dude, they're going to see contact. They're very unlikely to overturn it.
Right.
What feels like a much higher percentage is when you review like the offensive charge. Were you in the restricted area? Stuff like that's a little bit more black and white.
Much more, yeah.
Which is why I think Steve feels the way he does. He feels like he's surprised anytime he wins a challenge.
Right, and he doesn't like the challenge system in and of itself. He doesn't like replay and review, but in a spot like that, it's especially difficult because 20 seconds before he challenged that, they used a timeout. And they used a timeout to stop a Kings run, and then you come out in the very next possession, you got to challenge and use your last timeout. And having no timeout ultimately crushed you when Steph Curry is stuck in the backcourt and you don't have a timeout. And so he has to just throw the ball blindly to half court, and it's a turnover that turned the game.
You want to do another show tomorrow?
Big time.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, it's going to be Thursday. We're going to be leading you into the Cowboys-Seahawks game. Niners-Eagles, we're going to be getting to it all around, but there's a lot more Warrior perspective coming up next because here comes Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana,
Gucci,
and Gary St. Jean.
Hello, fellas.
Absolutely, it's going to be beautiful. Another hour of that. So hang out here on the game. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Great stuff. Love all the interaction today. So thanks to each and every one of you fans and listeners for Dibs, for Champ, and for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
The Rolling Stones, live. Stones Tour 24, Hackney Diamonds. Sponsored by AARP. July 17th, Levi Stadium. The Rolling Stones. The greatest rock and roll band in the world. Tickets on sale Friday, December 1st at 10 a.m. at rollingstones.com. Your chance to see the Stones.
Are you ready to tailgate?
Are you ready to tailgate?
Are you ready to tailgate?
Tune in to Tailgate Radio, exclusively on TuneIn.
You'll hear the greatest anthems
from the greatest genres of music collide.
From the mind of Garth Brooks comes the ultimate tailgate experience. Jackpot! Touchdown!
Download the TuneIn app and start rocking out to Tailgate Radio.